Chapter 676 Enlightenment. Deng Shitong vaguely felt that something was wrong. There's no way I'm going to lose. How could I lose? With my ability. How can he fight me with his little tricks? It must be because. While Deng Shitong was struggling, the Phoenix Academy had already rushed over. The power of the Phoenix was burning all over his body. And the power of the flames interacted with the flames on Deng Shitong's body, causing Deng Shitong to suffer even more pain. Ha ha ha. Come on. Captain of the Celestial Team. Let's see who of us can survive until the end. But I kindly remind you that I cannot be killed. This time, it was the Phoenix Academy who came to torture Deng Shitong. Deng Shitong struggled to use the power blessed by the holy body to resist the burning of the Phoenix fire. At the same time, he also had to free up his hands to deal with the Phoenix Academy. The battlefield was filled with flames, and roaring sounds continued one after another. Even though he was burned by the Phoenix fire, Deng Shitong was still Deng Shitong after all. When he fought back with all his strength, the Phoenix Academy was unable to withstand it. But the Phoenix Academy's style of play is very clear. It is to fight for your life. Find the restrained Phoenix Academy in Deng Shitong. Immortal. Before using the ability method. If the fight continues like this, the Phoenix Academy will be able to drag Deng Shitong to death sooner or later. However, Deng Shitong no longer had time or energy to deal with it. The Phoenix blood all over his body, and the burning heat made him so painful that he almost wanted to die immediately. But he knew that he couldn't just give up. He fought hard and managed to kill Phoenix Academy 3 more times. It's just that no matter how he kills that guy, he will get up from the flames again, and then continue to fight Deng Shitong with a grin. Despair. Unparalleled despair shrouded Deng Shitong. No matter how powerful his supernatural energy is, he can't fight forever. Am I really going to fall here? Blood-red flames enveloped Deng Shitong, and the silver holy light on his body became weaker and weaker. At this point, he had to admit one thing. He couldn't continue fighting. But on the edge of life and death, there was one thing he really wanted to understand. That's why he lost this battle. It's not that he's not strong enough. It's because... Puff! Phoenix Cord kneed Deng Shitong directly in the chest. Although he was protected by a battle suit, he still flew dozens of meters away and fell directly into the ruins. At this time, blood was gushing out from his mouth, and he could hardly raise his eyelids. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Phoenix Academy's naked body, walking towards him with a grin like a devil. Ah, I know. I finally know what this is all about. It turns out that I was their target from the beginning. Blood frothed out of Deng Shitong's mouth, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. But, at least I have to bring the information back, he thought weakly. The Phoenix Academy walked up to him and looked down at him with a victor's attitude. Didi. Didi? Deng Shitong closed his eyes, and a faint light flickered in his long silver hair. Just when the Phoenix Academy was about to reach out and take off his head, Deng Shitong's head exploded. There was an explosion. An extremely terrifying force swept across, directly spreading the mist within a kilometer radius. The thick fog rolled back, and its power was so strong that the Phoenix Academy at the center of the explosion was killed again. A silver storm erupted from the center of Jiangning Square, quickly covering the sky like a silver ball with dazzling brilliance. But this dazzling and gorgeous light caused the combat command center of Blizzard City to become completely silent and silent. They understood what this explosion meant. Each captain-level alien has such a small high-energy bomb placed on his head. It was jointly developed by the Deng Group and the Blizzard City Scientific Research Center. It is very powerful. However, its existence is not to kill the enemy, but to self-destruct. Captain-level aliens are too powerful. So when they die, they must ensure that their origins are not swallowed by the enemy. Therefore, the appearance of that huge silver-white light ball meant that a captain-level alien had died. The only captain-level stranger who appeared there was Deng Shitong. In other words, Deng Shitong is dead. The combat command center was silent, and the staff even forgot about the work in hand. Several girls even fainted on the spot because they could not accept the facts. The death of Deng Shitong marked the complete defeat of Blizzard City in this battle against Eclipse. Lan Xinqing's eyes widened. His slender body began to tremble, and his eyes were dull. Tu Yulia's face buried deep under his collar was turned. His eyes were extremely sharp, and at the same time, he was full of anger. As for Bailey Chongqing, she opened her mouth wide and didn't know what to say. None of them could imagine that Jiangnan region would fail in this battle. While these people were shocked, they all secretly cast their eyes on the old man on the rostrum. Zhu Xing supported the table with both hands. His body was shaking, and his strong shoulders were twitching. Although he lowered his head, Everyone knew that his expression at this time must be very terrifying. That's right. He didn't want his subordinates to see his ferocious appearance. His face was so distorted that it was scary. His eyes were bloodshot. And he even bit his teeth too hard, causing blood to ooze from the corners of his mouth. The joints of his hands turned white from excessive exertion. His fingertips were swiping along the table, and his nails were about to turn over. Xu Sheng's heart was on the verge of collapse. One of his most elite teams actually died while facing a Ronin organization. Below the captain, more than half of the people died in the battle. But the opponent is still running rampant in this land. This incident will become the biggest stain in his military career, and will be difficult to wash away. Zhu Shui. Lan Xinchen looked at Zhu Zheng with some worry. He knew very well how much this incident had affected Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng lowered his head, and said immediately word by word. Order all troops to withdraw immediately. Withdraw immediately? Immediately? Immediately. When he spoke, his voice seemed to be squeezed out from the crack of the door. And he was breathing heavily. If he hadn't been in front of so many people, he might have gone berserk by now. But he couldn't do that yet, because the battle wasn't completely over yet. He must preserve his vitality, no matter how painful a failure is. As Zhu Shui, he cannot be depressed. Tu Yilai said received it. He immediately ordered the 2 helicopters staying there to return immediately. By the time Tu Yilai finished giving the order, Zhu Zheng could no longer control his anger. He raised his neck and punched the podium hard. Prepare to love death. I wiped out the entire Jiangning city and buried those guys completely. Everyone was shocked. Are they still going to use the god of death of love? Their ultimate weapon? When the eclipse first appeared, someone mentioned using the death of love to directly obliterate them. But this proposal was rejected by Zhu Zheng. However, now, Zhu Zheng, who was free from anger, still chose this approach, because he himself also realized that in today's Jiangnan region, if even the god team cannot eliminate Eclipse Moon, the only way to minimize the loss is to use death of love. Otherwise, even if we send out more troops to encircle and suppress them, we will have to pay an extremely heavy price. Chapter 677 Tragic. At the workbench, after receiving Zhu Zheng's order, someone immediately began to open the launch chamber where the death of love was placed. Everyone in the command center was terrified, although they also expected that such a day would come. But this is the first time in the history of the country that such a weapon has been used. This also officially marks that the hot weapons before the end of the world are gradually losing their influence on the world. What replaces it is the dominance of a top alien and corrosive moon. These 4 words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Jiangning Plaza Center. Phoenix Yuan walked out of the thick fog naked. He looked a little weak. Although he can be resurrected continuously, each resurrection requires a lot of consumption. Immortality is not truly immortal. But no one knows where his limit is. Deng Shintong's body can no longer be found on the ground. The high-energy bomb has blown Deng Shintong's body into pieces. And a terrifying deep pit has appeared on the ground. In order to ensure that every drop of the essence of the captain-level figure can be blown away, the yield of this bomb is also very terrifying. By the way, let it become a means of perish together. I was the one who won in the end. You bastard. It was too difficult for him to win. If he hadn't known about Deng Shintong's abilities in advance and made preparations, he might have really died at the hands of Deng Shitong this time. The investigation captains of Blizzard City are indeed monsters. Deng Shitong took a deep breath. His body surface exuded red waves of heat, helping him resist the extremely cold temperature. In the distance, Mayumi Takeuchi, who had been kneeling on the ground for divination, suddenly covered her mouth and coughed violently. Miss Takeuchi. Shimanamino Satoru hurriedly supported her body. I saw a few streaks of bright red blood flowing along her fingers. And Takeuchi Mayumi's face became paler. At this time, even her skin began to become a little transparent. Almost like a patient who had lost too much blood. The entire arm had turned blue and wasted due to the constant bleeding and the invasion of cold poison. Blood kept flowing out of Takeuchi Mayumi's mouth. Shimanamino Satoru suddenly thought of something. You must have overdrawn your blood because you helped the captain fight. Right? Takeuchi Mayumi struggled to let go and said to Jumanoba Satoru. Hurry up and tell everyone to get out of here right away. You have to leave right away. There is a very big danger coming. Seeing Mayumi Takeuchi's anxious expression, Shimanobu Satoru suddenly understood something. He closed his eyes and began to contact all the living team members of Eclipse Moon. Let them gather quickly and get out of here. Phoenix Yuanren rushed over immediately. He randomly found a pair of clothes among the ruins and put them on. Although they could not keep out the cold, they barely covered his naked body. After listening to Shimanamino Satoru's words, he said without hesitation that it looked like the other party was going to use weapons of mass destruction to cleanse the ground. Get out of here now. The Eclipse members, who received the Shimanamino field Satoru's signal, immediately began to rush back. When everyone gathered together, they discovered that they had lost 5 people in this battle, which was quite tragic. This result was unexpected by everyone, because in the past, as long as they acted according to Takeuchi Mayumi's prophecy, no one had ever died. But this time, they lost nearly half of their team members. Everyone had some doubts in their hearts. But now that Mayumi Takeuchi had passed out, they had no way to ask. We can only follow her prophecy and leave this ghost place first. Shimanabuchang Satoru went to find the car. And then all the team members got in the car and left Yongning Square without stopping for a moment. As they left, they heard the sound of helicopter wings flapping in the distance. Feng Wang Yuanren couldn't help but look up at the sky. He had a hunch that he would encounter these guys again soon. What a brutal battle. So many people have died that we can no longer continue fighting. Team leader, what should we do now? Still want to move on? Jinguji Saikaro looked at Phoenix and Jean and asked. Phoenix and Jean put an arm on the car window, and his eyes fell on Mayumi Takeuchi. For this battle, she exhausted so much strength that her arms were even disabled. She had to find a healing alien to heal her injuries. Mayumi Takeuchi is the core of Eclipse. There is no room for loss. No, we need a break too. But this time, we are the winners. Although Phoenix Infernal Ren looked a little haggard at this time, his eyes were still full of fanatical light. Blizzard City was hit hard enough this time. They also have no troops to use against us. And next time, I will give them a bigger surprise. Jinguji Saikaro couldn't help but look sideways at him, with the same disgust in his eyes as before. Oh, what else do you want to do now? We don't have any help. There will be. He smiled mysteriously, and the laughter grew louder and louder in the snowy field, and was pulled away by the wind. The armed helicopter rumbled off, and its fan blades rolled up snowflakes all over the sky. Zhang Yi realized that they were about to evacuate, and couldn't help but frown. This is very abnormal. Everyone saw the explosion just now, and even the helicopter in the distance was shaking. And soon, they will retreat. This doesn't look like a victory. Could it be said that Deng Shitong was defeated? Zhang Yi's scalp was numb. He couldn't imagine that Jiangnan region would lose to Eclipse twice. And this time, the ace troops were dispatched. He could even predict how angry and crazy Zhu Zheng would be. But what about Deng Shitong? He died? Zhang Yi frowned. All this was his guess. But what happened in front of him gave him a bad feeling. If a character like Deng Shitong died so easily, it would feel too unreal. Zhang Yi looked at the medical staff inside the helicopter and immediately gave up the idea of questioning them. These people are just grassroots staff and should not know the situation at the headquarters. Several other people also noticed this subtle atmosphere. If they win, they don't have to leave in such a hurry. But failure is something they don't even dare to think about. No one can afford that price. When Liang Yu saw Zhang Yi looking wrong, he couldn't help but come over and ask in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yi shook his head. Nothing happened. Let's wait quietly to return to the city. The situation is unclear, so it is best not to speculate or discuss. Liang Yu saw this and said nothing more. She held the small Hua Hua on her lap, lowered her head and stroked it. But Hua Hua didn't seem to like her very much. After rubbing under her palm for a few times, she raised her tail and jumped to the ground, climbing up Zhang Yi's trouser legs. Cats are creatures that like warmth, so they prefer the body temperature of men. When it came to Zhang Yi's lap, it found a comfortable position. After scratching its trouser legs, it curled up into a ball and continued to sleep. Chapter 678 Death of Love. After the two armed helicopters left the range of Jiangning City, Zhu Zheng stared at the screen and pressed the launch button of Death of Love with a fierce look. From an underground launch chamber, a huge missile slowly emerged, and then blue-purple flames evaporated, propelling it into the sky. This move immediately attracted the attention of major regional forces around the world. Someone launched the Death of Love. And boy, has this moment come yet. It has been confirmed that this Death of Love comes from the Huashu Kingdom, Jiangnan area. Note, Huashu, the mother of Fuxian Noah, is called the first grandmother, for reasons that everyone understands. Huashu Kingdom will be used to refer to the mainland from now on. Investigate what happened there now. The moment the Death of Love took off, the whole world got the news, which meant that this incident could not be concealed. 2 minutes later, a huge mushroom cloud rose in the center of Jiangning. The terrifying temperature destroyed everything there. And the huge electromagnetic shock wave also caused several surrounding cities to temporarily stagnate in communications and power. Zhu Zheng's body fell heavily on the chair, and his mood was extremely heavy. In the end, the death of love was used, just because of a team of aliens. Even if he wins, it can't be said to be that glorious. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the staff over there immediately reported, "Commander, through the monitoring of our satellite, traces of the lunar eclipse were discovered." They escaped? Zhu Zheng's pupil shrank suddenly. He stood up in disbelief and asked, "Escaped? This is impossible. No matter how fast they escape, they can't escape faster than the explosion of death of love." The staff member looked gloomy and showed the information map to Zhu Zheng. "According to the intelligence from our satellite, they actually left the central area of the explosion 10 minutes ago. Although due to the existence of shielding devices, no trace of the lunar eclipse can be observed on satellite images. But it can still be done to confirm their location. It's like a hole in a map. Very obvious." Everyone, including Zhu Zheng, felt their scalps numb. Isn't even the death of love useless to them? How could it be such a coincidence? 10 minutes ago, they were still in the central area of Jiangning. How could he escape so quickly? It's like knowing in advance that they will use death of love. Zhu Zheng sat blankly on the chair, as if half of his soul had been taken out of his body. This time, he was completely ruined. This action will also reduce the prestige of Jiangnan region and his personal prestige to an extremely low level. To describe it as embarrassing is an understatement. Sun Luxuan looked at Zhu Zheng. He wanted to say something, but when he saw that Zhu Zheng was not in a good state, he stopped talking. While looking sideways, he looked at each other with Tu Yunlai, the director of the operations department. There was quite an unspoken feeling in the eyes of the two of them. This made both of them look more solemn, because they can see what the true background of the eclipse is. Predict future. This is the ability that the other party has. So, from beginning to end, all mysteries have been answered. Why are the troops in the Jiangnan region in a passive state in many battles despite their superiority in local operations? No matter what the plan is, it will be seen through by the other party. And it will even be at a disadvantage when it comes to personnel transfer. It's not that the Celestial team can't defeat Eclipse, but Eclipse can find the perfect response every time, making their alien fight very comfortable. They even predicted in advance that the Jiangnan region would use the God of Death and were out of danger. This ability, it makes people feel deep despair. Who can defeat an enemy who can see into the future? But soon, Tu Yunlai discovered the blind spot of the matter. Eclipse prophets cannot predict the future perfectly, because 5 of their people were also killed. One is Naru's Hanakyo, a female ninja who was instantly killed by Deng Shitong, and the other 4 people are. Tu Yunlai raised his head fiercely, with a strange light in his eyes. He seems to have found the best way to deal with the eclipse. That's right. It's Zhang Yi. From the beginning, no one paid attention to him. A mere stranger from an outer city. Later, he single-handedly killed 4 members of Eclipse, although 2 of them are suspected of missing something. But at that time, Eclipse's second-in-command, Jinguji Saikaro, was nearby. Zhang Yi scared off Shigong Temple head-on, which proved that his strength is definitely not as simple as it appears. At the very least, it must be at the vice-captain level, or even captain level. Tu Yunlai's eyes became sharp. He felt that it was necessary for the headquarters to have a good chat with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi will become the key to eliminating Eclipse Moon. At this time, Lan Xincheng was not idle either. Zhu Zheng was so hit that he was unable to arrange other affairs. As Zhu Zheng's secretary, Lan Xincheng must solve every corner of this mess for him. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with his palms, then stood in the center of the command center with his hands behind his back, chest raised and head raised. Then he said loudly that no one present today should reveal anything about this battle. Once I find anyone leaking it to the outside world, they will be deprived of their qualifications as residents of Blizzard City and expelled. When the staff heard the news, they couldn't help but remain silent. Some people secretly wonder, is this going to be sealed? But can such a huge defeat really be hidden from everyone? Tu Yunlai glanced at Lan Xincheng and didn't say much. Internal affairs matters are not under his control. Lan Xincheng can do whatever he likes. A staff member below asked. But the impact of the defeat in this battle was too great. Even if we didn't tell it, many people knew about it. For example, frontline combatants. Lan Xincheng said coldly that they would also receive a notice and were not allowed to disclose any information to the outside world. From today on, no one in Blizzard City is allowed to discuss this incident in private. In this battle, We annihilated half of the Eclipse members and achieved brilliant results. This point was immediately reported by the news station and reported to the whole city. Everyone understood that Launching City wanted to create an information cocoon to prevent most people in the city from knowing the truth about the defeat of the battle. Because in the last days, what is most feared is the instability of people's hearts, which will lead to internal turmoil. Bailey Chongqing intervened. Other aspects were fine. But what about the Ding family? Deng Shitong's death was a huge blow to the Ding family. You know, Deng Shitong is the successor that the Ding family has high hopes for. But the Ding family has not many descendants. And even Deng Yuanbo himself has no heirs. By then, is it possible that they can still silence the Ding family? Lan Xinqing also fell silent. His brows knitted into a knot. And finally he said with difficulty that he had to go talk to the Ding family. I hope they can take the overall situation into consideration. Unless Zhu Zheng speaks up, Lan Xinqing may not be given the face of the secretary. Chapter 679 Maintaining the Situation. The failure of the second encirclement and suppression of Eclipse caused chaos among the entire Blizzard City's top management. Zhu Zheng's mentality exploded at this time. And others had to come out to patch things up at this time. Secretary Lan Xinqing took over the matter of blocking the news without hesitation. Naturally, the people below will act according to the instructions in these matters. As soon as that morning, Jiangnan TV's morning news broadcast the news of the district's victory in the battle against the Neon Ronin. In the early hours of this morning, our alien troops from the Jiangnan region attacked the Ronin organization from Neon. Corrosive Moon. Special military operations were launched. This operation was commanded by Zhu Zheng, the supreme commander of the region, with Tu Yilai, the chief of operations, Bailey Chongqing, the captain of the Black-Robed investigation team, participating in the decision-making, as well as the Tianshan team and many strangers from outside the city. After a night of fighting, half of the members of Eclipse were annihilated and achieved brilliant results. There is a lack of entertainment options in Blizzard City. After getting up every morning, I will read today's morning news. At this time, the people of Blizzard City couldn't help but rejoice when they saw that the region had won another victory, with happy expressions on their faces. Although they will continue to work for more than 12 hours today, they all feel full of energy. On the Deng family side, Deng Yuanbo immediately received the news that Deng Shitong had died in battle. Everyone was terrified, fearing that this important figure in Blizzard City would be furious. Even Lan Xinqing personally called Deng Yuanbo, fearing that he would make a big deal about the matter. The person who answered the phone was not Deng Yuanbo himself, but his butler Lianqing. It is not convenient for Mr. Deng to answer the phone now. He told me that if anyone from the headquarters comes to inquire, let me convey his message. The Deng Family Association focuses on the overall situation and supports high-level decisions. After Lan Xinqing received this answer, his hanging heart finally relaxed. Don't look at Deng Yuanbo's superficial identity as just a businessman. But in fact, the Deng family's power and network of contacts are very large. Even in Blizzard City today, many high-level figures have interactions with the Deng family. What's more, the development of Blizzard City also relies on the technical support provided by Deng's group. Mr. Deng understands the importance of justice, and I would like to express my gratitude to him on behalf of Blizzard City. I will convey your message to him. The call ended quickly. Lianqing put down the retro-style golden phone and turned around and walked towards the back room. Deng Yuanbo's room is antique, and the furniture is mainly made of red sandalwood and wangwali, which are from the last century. This is relatively rare in the mid-21st century. At this time, he was wearing a fox fur cloak, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking at the falling snow outside the window. Lianqing knocked on the door and walked in. He lowered his hands respectfully and said, Mr. Deng, I have responded to the people at the headquarters in accordance with your instructions. Deng Yuanbo just nodded slowly. When Lianqing saw this, he raised his head and thought about it again and again. He asked with some confusion that there were many strange things in this operation. The defeat was too complete. And with the young master's strength, even if he was defeated, he would not die in battle. Are you too gentle with him? Such a result was unacceptable to both Deng Yuanbo and Lianqing. The Celestial team has never been defeated. Their members are all top-notch players. How could they die at the hands of a group of Ronin? Lianqing couldn't help but have a conspiracy theory in his mind. Could it be that someone deliberately targeted and killed Deng Shitong? After all, there are also undercurrents surging in Blizzard City now. As the designated successor of the Deng family, Deng Shitong is first-rate in terms of ability and popularity. Almost everyone understands that Deng Shitong is a strong contender for the next commander-in-chief of Blizzard City, who the Ding family has high hopes for. Deng Yuan was squinted his eyes. His expression was hidden in the dim morning light, and his expression could not be seen clearly. A sound of vicissitudes came from his throat. No matter what, Jiangnan region cannot be in chaos. We in Jiangnan region both prosper and suffer. If trouble occurs in Blizzard City, it will be difficult for the Ding family to stay alone. I will investigate the matter of supernatural powers carefully. But now, we have to help the region stabilize. When Lianqing heard this, he lowered his head and said, I am short-sighted. I will follow your teachings. Sir! No matter how sad he is, Deng Yuanbua, as the head of the Deng family, needs to be responsible for the entire family. It is undoubtedly foolish to break up with the regional headquarters now. However, this matter is definitely not over. Don't let me find out who did this. Otherwise, even Zhu Zheng, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Deng Yuanbua's gloomy eyes burst out with frightening light. Zhu Zheng's ability to take the position of commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan region in the apocalypse is related to his status in the military. But it also requires the support of other forces. After all, there are many big families from Jiangnan gathered in Blizzard City. People from these families are spread across Blizzard City. If one day Zhu Zhengde is not qualified, he will be pulled down by them. In the end of the world, it will definitely be a huge disaster for those without abilities to hold high positions. The explosion of death of love made Zhang Yi and others on the armed helicopter clearly realize that Ding Shitong and the others had failed. If it had not been forced to do nothing, Blizzard City would never have used this ultimate weapon. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Mo Shengning's eyes were a little confused. We are all obviously different. So why are there such big differences? After all, he was also a strange person who controlled a city. But he was cut down by Eclipse Moon. This feeling was a huge blow to him. Li Weihai sighed. This group is no ordinary stranger. It is said that they kill and plunder everywhere in the Neon Kanto. They can be called the most ferocious bandit gang in Kanto. Who can survive in that kind of environment until now? Who is not a ruthless character? When Li Weihai said this, he took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the long-lasting radiation outside the window. But now, it's all over. No matter how powerful the alien is, it is impossible to survive in front of that kind of weapon. Almost everyone agrees with this statement. Only Zhang Yi frowned and remained non-committal. Liang Yu asked, why do you still look worried? The headquarters has already used Death of Love. Let alone the Eclipse people. Even the Epsilon level Yuan Kongya cannot survive. Right? Zhang Yi said that there was a feeling that made me very uncomfortable. I always feel that they will not die so easily. This feeling comes from the information collected by Zhang Yi on the Eclipse group. They seem to have the ability to predict the situation of the war with great accuracy. Could it be that they even anticipated the appearance of the Death of Love? Chapter 6 80 points card. 2 armed helicopters flew back to Blizzard City. When he arrived above Blizzard City, Zhang Yi stared out the window cautiously. Sure enough, today the city is under martial law and there are soldiers with guns and live ammunition everywhere. This confirmed the failure of the Celestial Team's operation. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Although he didn't have much contact with Ding Shitong, Zhang Yi still admired the guy's character. Zhang Yi still owes him a box of origin bombs. The plane landed at the indoor airport, and the huge dome opened, allowing them to fly into it, and then slowly closed. The helicopter door was opened, and Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and Hua Hua planned to go out first. After all, the other people inside are either patients or nursing staff, and someone should move them to the ward later. Zhang Yi didn't follow him. It was better to go to Bailey Chongqing to inquire about the situation. However, after the cabin door opened, Zhang Yi saw a dozen Yin team members standing outside. The 3 people in the lead, judging from the badges on their shoulders, should be Yin's officers. After seeing Zhang Yi, an officer with the rank of major came forward and respectfully did a standard military salute to Zhang Yi. Welcome to your triumphant return, Mr. Zhang Yi. Thank you for your outstanding service in this battle. With his own efforts, he killed 4 members of Eclipse and restored the dignity of our Jiangnan region. No, Huaxu country. The major's tone was full of awe and excitement. As a senior executive of Yun, of course, he knew what was happening at Jiangning Square. Almost all members of the Celestial Team died in the battle, except for Ding Shitong, who killed a member of Eclipse. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, killed 4 Eclipse moons. If this were not the case, the Jiangnan region would be completely disgraced in this battle. Huaxu Kingdom will also be ridiculed by people in other countries and regions. At the very least, Zhang Yi's intervention made the face of the region and his country less ugly. As a soldier, Major Yanyan certainly knew how difficult it was for Zhang Yi to complete this task. This kind of feat is comparable to driving a tank and going deep alone. 1d12 finally completed 1 penetration and 8. Of course they deserve their admiration. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the helicopter was stunned. Especially Mo Zhongning and Li Weihai. Yuan Hao, who questioned Zhang Yi at the beginning, opened their mouths in surprise, and couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. Did I just hallucinate something? Mo Zhongning stared blankly at Yuan Hao on the hospital bed. They seemed to say that Zhang Yi killed 4 eclipses by himself? Hey. This must be something wrong with my ears. Yuan Hao's expression is also a little dull. It seems to me, I also heard hallucinations. Not far away. Qin Xiaoxiao sarcastically asked. Is it so difficult to admit that others are strong? Zhang Yi actually killed 4 eclipse moons. 2 people died right in front of our eyes. How so? Mo Jingning's face was filled with shock. He looked at Zhang Yi in front of the helicopter door. His little head filled with doubts. We are all strangers from the outer city. Why are you so brave when we are treated like food by Eclipse Moon? Could it be that this is the difference in the world? Major Yanyan glanced to the side. And immediately a soldier came over, holding a plate covered with red silk in his hand. There were some black cards placed on it, which looked a little like metal and a little like synthetic materials. Major Yanyan took out a black card and handed it to Zhang Yi's hand. This is the points card you get for this action. With this card, you can spend money in Blizzard City and exchange various supplies with the headquarters. Major Yanyan suddenly smiled and said that your action this time has earned a total of 420 million points. Zhang Yi couldn't help but whistle. It sounded like a lot. But I don't quite understand the concept of this thing. How do I measure its value? Major Yanyan thought for a while and explained that the value of points is similar to the currency before the end of the world. It's just that the current price level is much higher than before the apocalypse. So strictly speaking, the purchasing power of points is stronger than that of money before the apocalypse. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He took the scorecard, then walked up to Major Yanyan in a familiar manner and hugged his shoulders. With this thing, can I buy anything? Major Yanyan whispered to him that some supplies required permission to purchase. For example, weapons and equipment built with cutting-edge technology. However, judging from your achievements, most of the supplies will be open to you. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded with satisfaction. He doesn't really need other things. But what makes him excited about Blizzard City are the weapons and equipment made with advanced technology. For example, the black suit he is wearing now. With it, even if you don't use your powers, you can obviously feel that your body's strength and reaction speed have been greatly improved. So where can I exchange weapons and equipment? Is this the place where you received weapons before? Zhang Yi asked. Major Yanyan nodded. Yes, that's right. Your points card is of a high level and can open the corresponding material warehouse. Okay, thanks. Zhang Yi smiled with satisfaction. Major Yanyan said no. I should be the one thanking you. This is no polite statement. Logically speaking, it should be the duty of these regional soldiers to fight against foreign enemies. Zhang Yi is an ordinary citizen and should not be on the front line. Now, I am relying on others to save my little dignity, which is really shameful. At this time, other people on the helicopter couldn't sit still. They also put in a lot of effort in this operation and almost died. Zhang Yi can get so many points. What about them? Mo Zhongning shouted. Sir, where is our scorecard? Major Yanyan glanced at Mo Zhongning and signaled to the subordinate next to him. The subordinate then walked over and distributed the scorecards one by one. Although except for Zhang Yi, others did not achieve much results. But after all, they were fighting for the Jiangnan region, so Yanyan's attitude towards them was not bad. However, soldiers who admire the strong obviously respect Zhang Yi more. After Mo Zhongning got the points card, he couldn't help but ask how many points were in our card. The Yanyan said calmly that except for Mr. Zhang Yi, everyone else had received 20 million points. The aliens who died in battle received an additional 50 million points as compensation. The points will then be given to their family members, or inherited by people in their faction. Mo Zhongning and others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they heard that they only had 20 million points, while Zhang Yi had 420 million points. Comparing people to each other can really make people angry. They almost died to get so many points, although it is not a small amount. But look at Zhang Yi. His whole body is intact, and he has taken the most. It's really enviable. However, it is just envy. After confirming that Zhang Yi killed 4 eclipses, they were also full of awe of Zhang Yi. Only a fool would envy those who are much more powerful than themselves. Chapter 681 Single-Family Villa. After Zhang Yi got the points card, he was going to go to Bailey Chongqing to inquire about the situation. But Major Yin Yin stopped him. Sorry, Mr. Zhang Yi. You can't go anywhere now. Zhang Yi looked at him in surprise. Is there anything else? Major Yin Yin replied, we have received orders from high-level officials. You cannot leave yet. And you need to stay in the designated area for the next period of time. Any action needs to be applied to above. You can't go anywhere without approval. These words made the strangers in the outer city look at each other in shock. Doesn't this mean house arrest? Zhang Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. The defeat of the battle had a huge impact on Blizzard City. It seems that people at the top want to control the situation. He didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. Okay. As you wish. If he really wants to leave, no one can keep him. After all, space travel ignores all physical existence. Major Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand to the side and said, Please come with me. Zhang Yi and Liang Yuawa followed him to a black car. As for the others, people from the medical department will naturally be responsible for picking up the injured. Zhang Yi and Liang Yu soon arrived at a new area. It is no longer the apartment building where I lived before, but it has entered Area A. A place similar to a villa area. This is a single-family villa with a small courtyard and a two-story building. Looking at the entire Blizzard City, this is also a relatively top-notch living space. Major Yin Yin said to Zhang Yi that if you need anything, you can contact the Yin Yin soldiers around you here. So, I wish you a happy stay there. Zhang Yi nodded to him to express his gratitude. Major Yin Yin left the villa. However, around the villa, there were 4 Yin Yin guards with live ammunition guarding the 4 positions. Once Zhang Yi tries to leave, they will find him. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said lightly, It looks like things are really getting serious. Hua didn't care about this. Jumped on the sofa and started rolling. Liang Yu put the long knife in her hand on the table. Her expression was a little worried. Does Jiangnan region consider us to be under house arrest? We have obviously just contributed to the region and made meritorious deeds. Why did they do this to us? What else could be the reason for Zhang Yi shrugging? It must be because of the defeat in this battle that the situation in Blizzard City has changed. It may even lead to a high-level power struggle. Who knows? In short, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't threaten our safety. I don't care about other things. Based on his outstanding performance in this battle, the top management of Blizzard City will definitely try their best to win over him. Judging from the current treatment, Zhang Yi even thinks that they will let Zhang Yi be the captain. Well, then I have to find a way to refuse again, which is really troublesome. In his naive way, he thought that he would be fine if he hid. But his quick wit, keen insight, and powerful spatial abilities could no longer be concealed. Hey, being too good is also a worry. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, covering his forehead with a hint of sadness. Liang Yu couldn't be so calm. The difference in strength determines the difference in mentality between the two. She paced back and forth in the room, and after thinking for a long time, she decided to call the shelter. She told Zhang Yi this idea. Do you want to call home to make sure everything is safe? I don't know what the situation in Blizzard City will be like now. Telling them will save them from worrying. Moreover, there is one more thing that I am worried about. Jiangning City is not far from Tianhai City. If the eclipse of the moon escapes to Tianhai City will not be able to prevent it with its current strength. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. He did not consider this, because according to the information he had received before, the purpose of eclipse was to go to the Central Plains area, not stay on the coast. After all, the idea of the Neon Landing Party is that after the end of the Ice Age, the islands and most coastal cities will sink. It doesn't make much sense for them to go to Tianhai City. But now that Liang Yu has said this, Zhang Yi feels that he still needs to prepare early. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. He took out the satellite phone. The phones they all used were encrypted, and even the Jiangnan district could not monitor them. Zhang Yi still trusts Yang Xinxin's technology. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yi called Yang Xinxin. After all, Yang Xinxin is the smartest person in the shelter, and she also has a calm analysis and decision-making ability on the situation. The call was quickly dialed. Zhang Yi heard Yang Xinxin's worried voice, and her tone was very urgent. Brother Zhang Yi, how are you doing in Blizzard City? We were almost scared to death. The death of love detonated in Jiangning City. Its light can be sensed even in Tianhai City. Even Tianhai City's electronic equipment temporarily lost its effectiveness. This made Yang Xinxin extremely worried. If it weren't for the understanding of Zhang Yi's style of doing things, and knowing that he would not put himself in a dangerous situation, Jiangnan district would not be able to harm its own people by using the death of love. Yang Xinxin would be really scared. Zhang Yi heard her worry about herself and smiled and said, "Don't worry. We are all fine. There's nothing strange in Tianhai City recently. Right?" Yang Xinxin breathed a sigh of relief. Still calm as usual. Nothing special. Nothing happening is the best news. No matter what. Zhang Yi hopes that his base camp can remain peaceful. Zhang Yi said, "Let me tell you something. Remember? It must be kept confidential. It's fine if only you know. And no one else in the shelter needs to know for the time being. This time Blizzard City's crusade against Eclipse failed. And Eclipse's status is currently unknown. Tianhai City is very close to Jiangning City. So don't leave the shelter. Once you find anything wrong, notify me immediately and hide in the basement." In addition, Xiao Honglian and his family also told him not to tell them about the lunar eclipse, but to just tell them to be careful of all the movements around them and be ready to hide in the shelter at any time. With the security level of shelters, even if someone in Eclipse escapes the death of love, it is impossible to break through in a short time. After Yang Xinxin listened to Zhang Yi's words, she frowned slightly. "Okay. I remember, brother. In addition, I have also done some research on the lunar eclipse. I find some information very interesting. I will send it to you after sorting it out." A strange color flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes. "Oh, yeah. The Jiangnan region has also conducted some investigations into the eclipse, but the results have been limited. How did you do it?" Yang Xinxin smiled mysteriously. "What can the programmers in Jiangnan region compare with me? Even though they have the unique equipment advantage of the region. In terms of technology, they are not at the same level as me," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "After all, they are all in the Iron Rice Bowl. Almost few of the world's truly top technical masters, especially hackers, work in official organizations. Yang Xinxin is the best example." The two chatted casually for a while. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Yang Xinxin and Zhang Yi had a lot to talk about. After her legs returned to normal, her personality became lively. At the end, Zhang Yi didn't know why, but subconsciously said that he must pay attention to safety and remember to protect himself. Yang Xinxin had a happy look on her face, and her heart was filled with joy to be missed by Zhang Yi so much. "Brother, did you only call Xinxin? Or does everyone else have it?" Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment. "Of course I will call you first. I knew that my brother really loved Xinxin the most," Yang Xinxin said with a smile. A strange flush appeared on her face. Zhang Yi laughed dumbly. He just felt that only Yang Xinxin could handle this kind of thing calmly. So he called her. Otherwise, if it were Zhou Qir and others, they would be frightened and anxious. Xinxin will not let his brother down. Xinxin will not be a drag and can protect herself, Yang Xinxin whispered. She lowered her head, and under her long bangs, her dark eyes were flickering with flickering light. There was a dangerous aura permeating the air. Almost crazy. Zhang Yi didn't notice this. After all, he couldn't see Yang Xinxin's expression through the phone. "I have never considered you a burden. Xinxin is the best. She has always been a good helper to her brother." Yang Xinxin nodded. "Thank you, brother." The two ended the call. Zhang Yi put the phone aside, held his head in his hands, and began to think about the next step. However, this mainly depends on the attitude of the senior officials of Jiangnan region. On the other side, Yang Xinxin's white little hands clenched the satellite phone. After standing there for a long time, she finally made a decision in her heart. So, wearing plush slippers, she walked step by step towards Zhou Qir's infirmary. When he arrived at the infirmary, Zhou Qir was also there, trying hard to experiment with medical skills using a sea fish. The fish were left behind by Zhang Yi when he extracted seawater. He kept them at home not for eating, but mainly for viewing. Living creatures are very rare in the apocalypse. Taking a look at them occasionally can relieve stress. Zhou Qir used it to do experiments and test himself. Doctor, the upper limit of ability, and strive to develop more abilities. Zhang Yi once told her that superpowers are like the extra limbs that grow on a person's body. Each person's mutation is different, and the upper limit of their ability is also different. Therefore, only through your own continuous development and research can you maximize the potential of your abilities. Zhou Qir firmly believed in this. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Qir put down her work and looked out the door. "Please come in." Yang Xinxin opened the door and walked in. She had a smile on her face, and her face was flushed and sickly. "Sister, let's start that experiment." Chapter 682 Dangerous Game. Additional update. Yang Xinqin found Zhou Qier and made a request. This request made Zhou Qier's expression change. Have you considered? Xinqin. That experiment is very dangerous. Moreover, it will be extremely painful. Perhaps there are few experiences more painful for humans. Yang Xinqin walked over with a smile. She put her hands behind her back and looked up at Zhou Qier playfully. Sister, Xinqin also hopes to have more powerful power to help her brother. So, let's get started. Zhou Qier saw the determined expression in Yang Xinqin's smile and understood her determination. She sighed softly. Okay. Without saying much, Zhou Qier took Yang Xinqin to an operating table. Yang Xinqin took off her shoes, revealing her feet wrapped in white cotton socks, then climbed onto the operating table and lay down with a smile. Zhou Qier expressionlessly used restraint devices to fasten her hands and feet, and tied her body with restraints to prevent her from struggling in the subsequent experiments. During the whole process, Yang Xinqin had a smile on her face, which was a kind of awareness. Zhou Qier couldn't bear it. She took a deep breath and reminded her for the last time that it was still too late to regret. I'm really afraid you won't be able to bear this kind of pain. Yang Xinqin slowly closed her eyes. Sister, let's get started. Zhou Qier said nothing more, and she understood in her heart that Yang Xinqin's choice was correct. Although this method may not be effective, based on their long-term research and theoretical answers, this kind of experiment is worth trying. Zhou Qier pushed over a transparent shelf, which was a box with an acrylic structure, just enough to wrap Yang Xinqin's head. After the device was installed, Zhou Qier connected the heart rate detection device to Yang Xinqin. Looking at Yang Xinqin, who had her eyes closed waiting for the experiment to begin, she reached out and opened the valve connected to the acrylic water tank. Wow! Water began to pour into the water tank, quickly submerging Yang Xinqin's head. Yang Xinqin's face showed a look of pain, and she struggled hard, which was out of instinct. After more than a minute, her struggle weakened, and her heart rate also dropped rapidly. Zhou Qier's eyes were fixed on the electrocardiogram. Ding! The electrocardiogram completely became a straight line. But Zhou Qier did not rush to open the water valve, but stared at Yang Xinqin and her watch. She was still waiting. 2 minutes passed, and Yang Xinqin's body showed no changes. Zhou Qier quickly opened the water valve. Then his hands turned transparent and directly penetrated Yang Xinqin's chest. Holding her heart with one hand and her lungs with the other, he began to, Doctor, ability to help her perform CPR. Soon after, Yang Xinqin's heartbeat resumed. She struggled up from the operating table and spit out a puddle of water. After waking up, she felt her body for the first time. However, this time, she didn't feel any changes. Did the experiment fail? Yang Xinqin's expression was a little disappointed. Zhou Qier calmly reminded that I have conducted research on your cells, and they were indeed affected by gamma rays and produced some mutations. However, this phenomenon commonly occurs in most creatures after the apocalypse, which does not mean that you can definitely produce supernatural powers. So you need to be mentally prepared. Near-death experience is the best stimulation for the human body. If one cannot awaken his powers in this state, there are not many other methods that can be used. Zhou Qier looked at Yang Xinqin distressfully. In order to awaken her powers, she actually chose such a painful method. Originally, you could have an ice soul. Zhou Qier understood Yang Xinqin's position in Zhang Yi's mind. A computer genius with a super powerful brain. She should have been Zhang Yi's first choice to give Bingpa. Yang Xinqin looked at the shadowless lamp above her head expressionlessly. I have always thought that the way Bingpa awakened was flawed. Sister, have you forgotten the conclusions we got from our analysis? What really determines the strength of superpowers should be. Read. When a person is on the verge of death, the obsession in his heart will turn into his awakened abilities. The stronger the obsession with dying, the more powerful the superpower will be. The abilities obtained by the three of you are all auxiliary, which confirms my thoughts. And if I want to get more power, I must use this method. Come and let my own thoughts reach their peak. This is the reason why Yang Xinqin refused to use Bingso in the first place. She has her own ideas. She wants to make herself a unique existence beside Zhang Yi. Zhou Qier took a deep breath and comforted her by saying that even if you don't have powers, you can still help Zhang Yi very well. Yang Xinqin shook her head. That's different. No one will dislike his own ability. And she also understood that in Zhang Yi's mind, she would always be that weak little girl who needed protection. Zhang Yi didn't know that she also hoped to face various dangers with Zhang Yi and fight side by side. Zhou Qier reached out and planned to untie Yang Xinqin's restraints. Yang Xinqin said coldly, Go on! Jokir's hand suddenly froze in midair. You? She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. The feeling of dying is something no one wants to experience. And Yang Xinshin actually plans to do it again? Yang Xinshin looked at Jokir, who was stunned, and said with a smile, "Aren't you here? I won't really die. But next time, I suggest you wait a little longer. Maybe it will be more effective if you let me feel the despair of death." Jokir looked at her cousin in front of her, and her body began to tremble slightly because of fear. This cousin is so terrible. However, she could not refuse Yang Xinshin's request, so she could only be cruel and started the second round of experiments. As long as she is here, Yang Xinshin will not die. But the feeling of being frantically tested on the edge of death countless times will make your scalp numb just thinking about it. Linhai City. After the remaining troops of the corroding moon left Jiangning City, they returned to Linhai City again, because at this time, only this place has been cleared by them. So there are no enemies present. In that battle, although they defeated the Tianshan team and killed Deng Shitong, they themselves also suffered heavy losses. Naru's Hanachiyo, my wife Nanako, Takizawa Takashi, Kamaya Yuchi, and Akutsu Shinichiro. All 5 men died in that battle. This is something that has never happened before during the development of the eclipse. Even before, they had encountered powerful enemies in Kanto. But every time, with the help of Takeuchi Mayumi, the danger was saved. A group of people now returned to their icebreaker hidden in the harbor, and slowly left the shore. Phoenix and Amron was the leader, and the remaining 8 people stood on the bow of the ship, silently paying their respects towards the land. Even though they were just a group of temporarily formed desperados, they had already formed a friendship on the road together, and they expressed their condolences for the 5 people who died from the bottom of their hearts. After the morning was over, Phoenix Inner put on his gray newsboy hat. This battle was beyond our expectations. Mayumi's prediction was affected, but overall we won. Next, we need to create greater unrest for them, then take the opportunity to negotiate with Jiangnan region. Hearing these words, Takeuchi Mayumi's face looked a little ugly. She lowered her head and said sadly that their death was because of me. I didn't do my part. There is something wrong with my divination. Upon hearing this, Phoenix Inner Ring quickly turned around and held her soft shoulders with his smiling hands. Mayumi, this matter is not your fault. It was already expected that something would happen to Hanakyo, and you wanted to protect her. But none of us expected that the captain of the Tenjin team would suddenly appear around. However, the deaths of Kamaya and the others were a bit strange. A hint of darkness flashed in Phoenix Yuinren's eyes. Those 4 people were all important combatants, and now they were all killed, which had some impact on them. At this time, Jinguji Saikaro pushed up his glasses and said coldly that among the group of people, I met a very dangerous guy. Everyone looked at Jinguji Saikaro. Dangerous guy? Such a dangerous guy. Is he even more dangerous with Deng Shintong? Phoenix Academy Ren asked with a smile. No, that's a completely different feeling. Jinguji Saikaro recalled what happened that day, and for some reason, he felt a chill on his back. Kamaya and Akutsu were both killed in a seriously injured state, but no matter how seriously injured they could not be killed by bullets. That person, he is a very powerful space system user. The bullets fired from his gun have far more power than ordinary people. It would be easier if he was just a sniper. However, when my 2 Shikigami attacked him, they were directly swallowed by him. As soon as these words came out, everyone present showed serious expressions. In terms of combat effectiveness, Jinguji Saikaro is also at the top among the eclipses. Especially his Shikigami. All possess extremely powerful power. Each one is no less than a Delta-level alien. That sniper was able to easily crack Saikaro Jinguji's ability, so his level was obviously not low. At this time, Tsukamoto Nobunaga also spoke. If you are talking about that guy, I seem to have some impression. Everyone looked over, and Nobunaga said calmly that my wife Nanako and Takizawa Takashi were chasing them. Probably, he also died in his hands. Everyone in Eclipse Moon was shocked. In other words, 4 of their 5 dead teammates were killed by the same person. Who is that guy? Chapter 683 The Only Hope. Phoenix and Ren thought of Mayumi Takeuchi's performance during the battle, and couldn't help but have a terrifyingly serious expression. Isn't that guy the one who made Mayumi's prophecy invalid? After the various clues are connected, things become clear. Takeuchi Mayumi's prediction could not predict everything about that person. Even in her prophecy, the fate of a character whose original trajectory was normal would change once he crossed paths with the sniper. He is an unexpected person, Mayumi Takeuchi murmured. In the next actions, If this person is involved again, we will be very unhappy. Unless, find a way to kill him. Phoenix Inner narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. I want to know more about that sniper. There will be a chance to kill him. The icebreaker slowly left the coast and headed towards the southern sea. For the next period of time, Zhang Yi, Liang Yu and others stayed in the residence arranged by Blizzard City and were not allowed to go out at will. But apart from these, other aspects are well arranged. The food is very delicious, and the hot water is available unlimited time. You must know that there is not much use of solar energy now. And resources such as gas and coal are also limited. Unlimited supply of hot water is therefore a luxury. Ordinary people in Blizzard City have a limited supply of hot water, electricity, food and other resources for each person every day. And there is no room for waste. Even if he can't go out, Zhang Yi can take a good rest for a few days. He took out the bodies of the 4 eclipsed moons he killed from the different space. These 4 people are all at the elite delta level. If I absorb their power, it will definitely make me stronger. Zhang Yi was full of expectations and put his hand on the forehead of an eclipse member. Soon, that familiar feeling emerged. Phagocytosis. His ability will allow him to gain the power of dead aliens. But this time, that refreshing feeling did not appear. He did absorb some power, but the overall feeling given to him was not that much improved. How is this going? Zhang Yi didn't understand what was happening in front of him. In fact, this phenomenon has already occurred before. When he killed the strangers in Osawa City, he absorbed their origins, but he felt that there was little improvement in his own abilities. I originally thought that their strength was too weak, but right now, the eclipsed stranger he absorbed is no weakling. But the effect after absorption is still minimal. Could it be that? Has it reached a bottleneck? Such an idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. As soon as this idea appeared, he felt it was very reasonable. If aliens can evolve infinitely, then everyone will become an unlimited alien. So, these strangers from the outer city cannot be compared with the elites of Blizzard City. This matter explains phagocytosis. Ability also has its upper limit. Maybe next, if Zhang Yi wants to evolve, he must devour more powerful aliens. Sure enough, it is so. But that's not a bad thing. At least in this way, there will be no gap between me and the investigation captains in Blizzard City, who have a lot of resources and are fully trained by the top management. It's nice to comfort yourself like this. After all, when it comes to resources, how can he compare to those who come from a wealthy background? Have resources and backgrounds. Looking at the other 3 stranger corpses on the ground, Zhang Yi thought about it for a while, and called Hua and Liang Yu over. Rather than swallowing it yourself and not getting much improvement, it is better to increase the combat effectiveness of the people around you. Liang Yu looked incredulous when she saw that Zhang Yi was willing to share the origin of the alien to her. Soon, she didn't know what she thought of, and her face turned abnormally red. Hua doesn't care about so much. When she sees delicious food, she jumps on it and devours it without saying a word. But it only ate 1 stranger and could not eat another one. The origins of these aliens are very powerful, and it takes a long time for them to digest each one. But Liang Yu easily swallowed up the origins of the other 2. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The martial arts master's foundation is too deep, and he doesn't know what level he can evolve to in the future. Now, Zhang Yi couldn't figure out the specific power levels of Liang Yu and Hua, because power level itself is a vague concept. However, at the very least, Hua and Liang Yu's upper limit is high level delta. Even higher, Liang Yu and Hua went to absorb the power they had just obtained. Zhang Yi was bored and really wanted to talk to Bailey Chongqing. However, when he called Bailey Chongqing, he could not get through. The message was that the user you dialed has turned off his phone. Zhang Yi guessed that Bailey Chongqing should be at the Combat Command Center, accompanying Zhu Zheng and others to discuss matters after the defeat of the battle. Due to the high level of confidentiality, the use of communication equipment is prohibited. The only people he could contact at this time were his friends in the shelter and his nominal team members Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li. Compared with Zhang Yi and others, the living environment of Chen Xiaoxiao and Peng Li is obviously not that good. However, since they all contributed in this battle, they were also assigned to Area A, but they lived in high-end apartments instead of single-family villas. Chen Xiaoxiao, Peng Li and others' attitudes towards Zhang Yi have already undergone a big change. Zhang Yi saved both of their lives, which made the 2 women extremely grateful. Moreover, because of Mu Chong's mentality and the mentality of cuddling, the 2 often chat with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't care, since he couldn't go anywhere here anyway. so he just chatted with them to relieve his boredom. It wasn't until a few days later that he received information about the lunar eclipse from Yang Xinshin. He just started to let go of his leisurely mentality and study the things about the neon strangers. As expected, many of the information said by Yang Xinshin were different from those given by Blizzard City. It cannot be ruled out that the information given to them by Blizzard City is incomplete. However, Zhang Yi did find many interesting things from it. It describes the life stories of the 13 people in Eclipse Moon in more detail, as well as elaborating on their abilities. When Zhang Yi turned to the information named Takeuchi Mayumi, his fingers stopped turning the information. Mayumi is a novice shrine maiden, the 126th generation of the Takeuchi family. His ancestor was Takeuchi Suni, an official of the Muretsu era, and this title was passed down from generation to generation. The person who inherits the title of Takeuchi Sumi has duties similar to those of the historian of Huashu Kingdom. However, the way of recording history is not in words, but by word of mouth and engraved in the mind. In later generations, Takeuchi Sukon's position disappeared, but the Takeuchi family's responsibilities were always upheld. Each generation of descendants will strictly follow the group's instructions and engrave the history of Neon. Call it something that never forgets the past, never worries about the present, and never ends in the future. It's really interesting that it's still a job that's been passed down from generation to generation, just based on the conclusion of superpowers. If each person's superpowers are related to his obsession, is this person's superpower memory? Impossible. This ability has no effect. So, Miko, Takeuchi family. Could it be said that it is the Book of Prophecy? Such a bold idea emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. After 2 battles, the opponent had full control of the battlefield. He thought this idea was extremely reasonable. The other party is not an official professional. They do not have powerful equipment, and they are fighting in a remote place without assistance. The right time, right place, right people. Almost nothing was on their side. And why do they keep defeating the coalition forces in Blizzard City? If the Miko named Takeuchi Mayumi's ability is something similar to prophecy, then all this would make sense. Zhang Yi's expression became serious. If you put it this way, the most terrifying person in the entire eclipse is not their team leader Phoenix Inner Gene, but this Mayumi Takeuchi. She is the real core of Eclipse. Zhang Yi even felt a chill on his back. Prophecy? Can you see into the future? If there is such an ability, even if it does not have the ability to directly fight, its strength can definitely be rated as Epsilon, even on the battlefield. Its effects are unlimited. But then again, if the other party really had a plan, why did he kill 4 more people? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but walk back and forth in the room, thinking about the key points. Even though he has the ability to predict, he will never grasp all the details of the future. It may also be because they focused all their attention on the Celestial team and therefore ignored my existence. No. 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 They can't distinguish our identities. If it is a prophetic ability, it should be centered on them. But how did I break her ability? Zhang Yi couldn't help but fell into thinking. He even had a feeling that if he could understand this, it would become the most critical means to destroy Eclipse Moon. And during this period of time when Zhang Yi was at home and unable to go out, the entire Blizzard City began to have an undercurrent. The top management of Blizzard City spared no effort to block the news, to prevent the news of the failure of the second siege of Eclipse from spreading and affecting the people of Blizzard City. However, where in the world is there a wall that is airtight? The Celestial team disappeared inexplicably. In the past, every time they returned victorious, they would publicize it in a very high-profile manner. But this time, no one saw the handsome silver-haired man appear in public, although it was advertised as a victory. Judging from the attitude of the top management, it seemed that they had deliberately forgotten it. This feeling is like winning the World Championship, but not even being able to get on the homepage of the game website. I don't know where to start, but a kind of opinion spread quietly in the city. Did you hear that? In fact, this time the district's campaign to suppress the Neon Ronin failed, and many people died. Even the captain of the Celestial team, Deng Shentong, died in the battle. Ah? No way. We can't even deal with a bunch of little neons? Who says it's not? Haven't you seen the atmosphere in the city these days? They said they had won the battle, but from beginning to end, neither the commander-in-chief nor Deng Shentong showed up. There were just 2 nice things said in the news. This is too abominable. Are you treating us like monkeys? However, if the Celestial team is defeated, you can't really beat Little Neon. Right? Stop talking. This is too terrible. I can't even think about it. Even the people from the investigation team were defeated. Us. What else can you win? Chapter 684 Unstable Situation. In Blizzard City, people's speculations about that battle became more and more widespread. And they became more and more outrageous. Because from the bottom of their hearts, no one could imagine that Blizzard City would lose the battle against Eclipse. And mixed with this emotion is not only anger, but also panic. If you can't even suppress a small Ronin organization, how can you protect the safety of the people? And at this moment, another voice began to emerge. It's not that our soldiers are not strong enough, but the commander's wrong decision that led to the soldiers' lives being wasted. The combat effectiveness of the Celestial team is absolutely trustworthy, but the senior management forced them to start the war in advance due to insufficient information collection, causing them to rush to the battlefield in a hurry. Our soldiers suffered from poor information and lost to the opponent. All of this is the responsibility of the command level. Deng Shitong and the Celestial team themselves have quite a large number of fans in Blizzard City. As soon as this voice appeared, it quickly gained support from many people. They directed their anger toward those at the top. They believe that the commander of the operation needs to bear responsibility no matter what. Although such a voice cannot be circulated openly. In private, almost everyone is discussing this matter. Even some people within the agency are talking quietly in private. There is no other reason. In fact, this matter is seriously related to their survival and dignity. This kind of movement inevitably reached Zhu Zheng's ears. He was already upset at this time. And when he heard these words again, he became even more upset. For several days, he did not eat a grain of rice. His heart bleeds when he thinks of the almost complete destruction of the Celestial team, including Captain Deng Shitong. Building an investigation team requires too much energy and resources. The lack of combat power of the Celestial team may no longer be made up for. And now, his prestige in Blizzard City has also suffered a heavy blow. We must find a way to stabilize people's hearts. Then, destroying the Eclipse Moon is what must be done. But now, who can he use? There is no captain-level stranger in the Black Robe team. And the God team is almost completely wiped out. The other 4 investigation teams each have important missions and cannot come back. And even if he really wants to fight, he must learn the lesson from this time and use all his strength to suppress the enemy. He must never underestimate the enemy again. In other words, it would be safer to have at least 2 investigation team-level combat capabilities attack at the same time. At this time of internal and external troubles, the arrival of a person helped Zhu Zheng a lot. That is Deng Yuanbua, the head of the Deng family and chairman of the Deng group. This morning, the sky was dark and heavy snow fell from the sky. Deng Yuanbua's special seat came to the combat command center. This 50-year-old absolute pillar of the Deng family appeared in the public eye for the first time after the defeat in the battle. Many people secretly paid attention to his actions. When Deng Yuanbua arrived, was he going to question Zhu Jingxing or support Zhu Zhang? His attitude is crucial. Because now, the statement of this important figure can definitely tilt the direction of public opinion. Moreover, having lost his heir, he was also the biggest victim of this operation. So the weight of his words is a little heavier. When Zhu Zhang learned that Deng Yuanbua had arrived, he also showed a stern expression. He asked Lan Xinqing to invite Deng Yuanbua to the office. The two closed the door and talked for a long time. The exact content of this conversation is unknown. But after the conversation, Lan Xinqing suddenly discovered that the gloom on Zhu Zheng's face had lightened a lot. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Zhu Zheng could get back on his feet, which was what he wanted to see most. Otherwise, if something happens to Zhu Zheng, who is his direct leader, it will be difficult for him to maintain his position in Blizzard City in the future. Zhu Zheng sent Deng Yuanbua away. After thinking about it for a while, he calmly told Lan Xinqing that the ban on Zhang Yi and others could be lifted. Call Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing over. I have something to talk to them about. Lan Xinqing nodded and said yes. He quickly went and ordered people to bring Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing. Soon after, Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing came to the combat center after receiving the news. The two met in the lobby on the first floor. Bailey Chongqing showed a bitter smile towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi understood instantly. The two of them worked together to deceive the Jiangnan region and prevent the region's senior officials from knowing Zhang Yi's strength. But in this mission to encircle and suppress the eclipse, Zhang Yi's strength was obviously far higher than the district's expectations. From this aspect, the district will definitely hold you Bailey Evergreen accountable. It's just that during this period, the two couldn't talk on the phone, even if they wanted to speak on the same page. Now that Zhu Zheng is calling the two of them over, he will definitely not be able to ask about this matter. Fortunately for Zhang Yi, he was not from Blizzard City himself. Even if Zhu Zheng blamed him, he could only reprimand him. But he could not give any substantial punishment. After all, Hiding one's strength is not a fault. But Bailey Chongqing himself is the captain of the investigation team. So this kind of behavior is hard to say. The crime may be serious or minor. It all depends on Zhu Sheng's mood. Lan Xinchen came downstairs to greet them in person. He has a handsome face, but looks a little feminine. Probably because he is a civil servant. But Zhang Yi doesn't really like this guy. Because Lan Xinchen is the kind of person who you can tell by looking at him is very smart. It's easy to suffer a loss when dealing with such people. However, Zhang Yi was not afraid of this. Instead, he thought Lan Xinchen's pretentious manner was a bit funny. Really smart people often show off their inner skills rather than showing off their sharp edges. You too. Please come upstairs. Zhu Shuai has been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Yi looked calm, nodded with a smile, and followed Lan Xinchen as he walked over. Bailey Chongqing looked complicated, but now he had to bite the bullet. After a while, the two came to Zhu Sheng's office. Lan Xinchen didn't go in and closed the door outside. There were only two people inside, Zhu Zheng and his personal guard Sun Luxuan. Zhu Zheng was sitting at the mahogany table, with his hands folded to support his chin. The light and shadow in the afternoon were a bit dim, covering half of his face, as well as Sun Luxuan in the shadow. The atmosphere in the office is a little weird. Zhang Yi secretly thought that he most likely had nothing else to do with me. It must be to let me continue to work hard to deal with the eclipse. Although I have no objection to dealing with the Neon Ronin. If you ask me to risk my life, I won't be happy. It depends on what he says. Bailey Chongqing stood next to Zhang Yi with a straight face and some sweat on his forehead. Zhu Zhen raised his head and looked at them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a deep smile, "You are here. Please sit down." "Yes," Bailey Chongqing said loudly, and it could be seen that he was slightly nervous. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile and said thank you, Commander-in-Chief. The two sat down at the mahogany table. Zhu Zheng's eyes fell directly on Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you have made great contributions in this battle to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. This surprised me. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful stranger in the outer city." He smiled and stretched out his hand to point Zhang Yi. "You kid. You really hide it deep enough." As he spoke, he glanced at Bailey Chongqing beside him. Even our region's investigation team didn't find it. Bailey Chongqing felt that his throat was a little blocked. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't know how to speak. Zhang Yi smiled and spoke, helping him relieve the pressure. "The cunning rabbit still has 3 holes. I retained some life-saving means just so that I can live well in the apocalypse. I hope Zhu Shuai can understand." Zhu Zheng nodded. He was right. You are indeed cautious enough and able to hide enough. This is a very good quality. And soldiers like you are the most likely to survive to the end if they are on the battlefield. After hearing this, Bailey Chongqing couldn't help but start complaining. Didn't you keep saying that Zhang Yi only knew that he was not good at defense? His playing style was too steady, and he put his own interests first. So he was not a qualified soldier? Good guy. I can turn your face faster than I can turn the book. Chapter 685 No longer in reincarnation. Faced with Zhu Zheng's praise, Zhang Yi acted very calmly. You can't take such nice words seriously. Who knows what he will ask you to do later? You're flattered. My strength is still far behind the elites of Blizzard City, especially compared with professional soldiers. My combat literacy is still far behind. As soon as he said these words, Zhu Zheng couldn't help but think of the members of the Tianshan team who died in the battle, and the junior Deng Shitong whom he had high hopes for, and his eyes began to turn cold. It's okay not to mention this matter. The result of this battle made me see many things clearly. Zhu Zheng suddenly let out a long sigh, his eyes wandering. In the context of the era of great changes, the role of ordinary soldiers is getting weaker and weaker, even when it comes to high-level alien battles. No matter how good ordinary warriors are. No. Even low-level aliens are almost completely unable to affect the situation of the battle. Zhu Zheng thought of those members of the celestial team who died in the battle. They are all well-trained, but the only ones who defeated them were neon social beasts of various professions. In other words, the advent of a new era means the emergence of a new form of war. This battle has taught us all a lesson. Only top aliens and intelligence are the two things that determine the outcome of the battle. Zhu Zheng sighed and said that we were too conceited before, and were still immersed in the advantages of numbers and local operations. If this kind of thinking is not changed in time, we will suffer big losses in the future. Zhang Yi couldn't help but nodded after listening to Zhu Zheng's analysis. Of course, the main purpose of doing this is to let the leader know that he agrees with the leader's speech. Zhang Yi has already had this concept. From that time, The battle against the strangers in Osawa City began. There are nearly 1,000 Day City troops, 72 strangers, and 800 elite soldiers. But they can't stop Zhang Yi's spear of destruction from the air. This is the form of war in the new era. The alien will become a battlefield leader beyond thermal weapons. Perhaps second only to the death of love. That was the last bit of dignity in the era of hot weapons. Therefore, Zhu Zheng put his hands on the table, and his eyes fell firmly on Zhang Yi's face. Our next revenge must be led by aliens. And led by high-level aliens. I have decided to hand over the initiative on the battlefield to you. So Zhang Yi, I hope you can lead the team and carry out the next mission. The air suddenly became quiet. Zhang Yi remained silent. Bailey Chongqing turned her head slightly to look at him in shock. Her face full of shock. Encircling and suppressing the eclipse. Such a big thing should be handed over to Zhang Yi. A stranger from the outer city. To take the lead? Bailey Chongqing couldn't believe her ears. But now that I think about it carefully, Blizzard City has entered a stage where no one can use it. Both investigation teams have been disabled and have lost their peak combat effectiveness. But Zhang Yi, who single-handedly killed 4 eclipse moons, became the most suitable candidate. This is somewhat ironic in it. Zhang Yi didn't speak because his brain was temporarily shut down. He knew that Zhu Zheng would let him go to the battlefield. But he did not expect that Zhu Zheng would let him lead the subsequent encirclement and suppression mission. This burden came a little quickly, and was very heavy. Zhang Yi is a lazy person, and doesn't like leading a team to do tasks. Especially a group of unfamiliar people who are holding back. I feel that my ability is not enough to take on such a huge responsibility. You'd better find someone else to do it. Blizzard City has no shortage of great talent. Zhu Zheng looked at him meaningfully. You are right. But you have an ability that no one else has. That is the biggest weakness of Eclipse. Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Zheng, and had some guesses in his heart. Before Zhang Yi could ask, Zhu Zheng explained. Although our losses this time were extremely heavy, we also gained enough information after paying the price. Not only did we learn more about the abilities of the Eclipse Stranger, but we also found out the most critical person on the other side. Zhu Zheng pressed his hands on the table. His eyes stern. We have always thought wrong. Phoenix Inner Rin is not the core of Eclipse at all. At their core is the Miko with the power of prophecy, Mayumi Takeuchi. Zhang Yi really looks like this. It seems that I guessed it right. Zhu Zheng continued that we have figured out her abilities. He held up 2 fingers. First, she has some kind of prophetic ability, which can help her see into the future to a certain extent. Because of this, they can send the most appropriate people to handle every action we take. This ability alone has weakened our strength by at least 30%. Even when we use the death of love, we couldn't erase them. Zhu Zheng was frightened when he thought about that time when the death of love was launched. He let out a long breath. You can't imagine that she already anticipated what I would do minutes before I even thought about it. There was not much expression of surprise on Zhang Yi's face. He also guessed these things. After all, he was closer to the battlefield than anyone else. Bailey Chongqing raised doubts. But there is something unreasonable about this. If she could really predict the future, why would Zhang Yi kill 4 members? Zhu Zheng said decisively. Yes. You're on to the point. We find that their operations have absolute initiative on almost all battlefields. But the appearance of one person disrupted the other party's ability to predict. Zhu Zheng stared down at Zhang Yi with burning eyes, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. As long as Zhang Yi is around, her prophecy will be ineffective. This is amazing. Zhang Yi. This is why I hope you can lead the team and take charge of this mission. Because only you can break our embarrassing situation. Destroy the opponent's prophecy ability. Bailey Chongqing stared at Zhang Yi in astonishment. He was also confused in his heart. Zhang Yi's ability is obviously space-based. But why can't it interfere with Mayumi Takeuchi's prophecy? He couldn't understand. Zhu Zheng leaned down, put his head close to Zhang Yi, and asked Zhang Yi seriously every word. At this time, I hope you can confess to us. What method did you use to crack her precognitive ability? Zhang Yi let out a long sigh and met Zhu Zheng's questioning eyes with clear eyes. I have no idea. In fact, when I started performing the task, I noticed something was wrong. I don't understand why I am special either. This is a lie. Zhang Yi had actually vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. The power of prophecy, in other words, is a weapon of the law of cause and effect. It depends on destiny. However, Zhang Yi is a reborn person. Although this may have something to do with Zhang Yi's undeveloped abilities. But in the original timeline, Zhang Yi should be a dead person. So his future is unpredictable. And the space he is in forms a unique field. Let the ability to predict the future lose its effect on him. Chapter 686 Tengu. Zhu Zheng continued to tell Zhang Yi his plan. The eclipse moon must be suppressed. Only by suppressing them will there be peace and happiness. You and your wife are staying at home, eating hot pot and singing songs. And suddenly the eclipse comes. So days without eclipses are good days. Zhang Yi still doesn't want to take on the burden. I still feel that I am not this material. And I will ask you to think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if I failed. The point is that I failed to live up to your expectations, and brought disgrace to the Jiangnan region, and even all Chinese people. This is a huge sin. Zhu Zheng frowned, and suddenly woke up. Zhang Yi is obviously not letting go of the eagle when he sees the rabbit. There is no good reason to want him to take on such a big task. So of course he won't agree. Zhu Zheng slapped the table. In this operation, I am going to integrate the remnants of the God team with the Black Robe team. It's up to you to lead the team and form a new team. I've even thought of a name. Just call it Tengu. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Licking a dog? Really? Good name. Zhu Zheng continued, Tengu eats the moon. The purpose of the existence of this team is to completely eradicate the eclipse of the dog sun for me. When he got excited, he slammed the table hard. Then he spread his hands towards Zhang Yi. And you will become the captain of this team. In other words, congratulations. You can directly become the investigation captain. Zhang Yi was unmoved when he heard this. He reached up and touched his chin. But this didn't appeal to me. Bailey Chengqing's mood was extremely complicated. Zhu Zheng appointed Zhang Yi as the new captain without even asking for his opinion. In other words, he was captain for less than a month and was gone in the blink of an eye. However, during this period of time, he clearly felt that he did not have the strength to be the captain. Others have never regarded him as a captain. This is a very cruel and realistic world, and people without strength will naturally not be valued. However, compared to this matter, it is not surprising that Zhang Yi's attitude is everlasting. He knew what Zhang Yi wanted. Both Zhu Zheng and the guard behind him, Sun Luxuan, all had strange expressions. Zhu Zheng asked, do you know what it means to investigate a captain? In the entire Jiangnan region, the investigation captain is a person with great privileges. Except for a few senior executives, they have the greatest authority. If you become the investigation captain, you will have supreme power and reputation. You can be admired by thousands of people and become a hero. There was no trace of emotion on Zhang Yi's face. He just smiled lightly and said casually that I don't want to be a hero. Reputation and power. These things are not what I want. I just want a stable life and rich material and spiritual enjoyment. But I don't lack those things. There was a look of astonishment in Sun Luxuan's eyes. He looked at Zhang Yi with admiration in his heart. Sun Luxuan smiled and nodded silently. To be able to take fame and wealth so lightly. This young man's character is truly rare. Zhu Zheng also fell into a brief silence. His hands drummed on the table. If Zhang Yi doesn't even care about these things, what else can impress him? However, Zhang Yi took the initiative to speak. I still say the same thing. If you need my help to deal with the eclipse, I will never shirk this matter. But don't ask me to be the captain. I prefer to act alone. At most, I will cooperate with you. And I'm not good at directing. Zhang Yi hates bringing a bunch of burdens with him. In short, it will be very troublesome if you have a tow bottle around. So that's what you think. Zhu Zheng took a deep breath. Zhang Yi did not refuse to join the next encirclement and suppression operation, which made Zhu Zheng quite satisfied. However, he doesn't quite understand why young people nowadays are so laid back. Why was he unwilling to take it even though he was given the opportunity to get a promotion and raise his salary? And to make a name for himself? Zhu Zheng rubbed his stubble-covered chin. But at the moment, apart from you, there is no one else more suitable for this position. After all, 2 major investigation teams have to be integrated. So not just anyone can take on the role of captain. The most important thing is that he must be strong enough. Zhu Zheng really has no better candidate. Otherwise, he would not let a foreigner from the outer city temporarily take over and do the job. Tengu, the leader of the squad. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. In short, you should think about this matter carefully. I believe there will be someone better qualified than me to fill this position. The captain is the one who takes the blame. If something goes wrong at that time, everyone will have to come and look for you. Zhang Yi would not do anything even if he was killed. Zhu Zheng's expression was a little tangled. But after thinking for a while, he smiled and said, Okay, I will think about this matter carefully. However, as long as you are willing to join Tengu, that's a good thing. You can also go back and think about it carefully. If you change your mind, this position can be reserved for you at any time. Zhu Zheng had as gentle a smile as possible on his face. This made Bailey Chongqing stunned. Tiger Zhu Zheng, who was always known for his majesty, rarely showed such expressions to others. Even Deng Shitong was often scolded by Zhu Zheng for his loose attitude. Bailey Chongqing couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi. There was a faint smile on that bored face. Apart from being a little handsome, there was nothing special about him. But it was obvious that his status in Zhu Zheng's heart was no longer the same. Zhang Yi leaned forward and suddenly said to Zhu Zheng with a smile, "Zhu Shuai, if I were to conquer the eclipse moon, would there be an unlimited supply of materials? He won't work in vain. He would be a bastard if he doesn't take advantage of it. The Blizzard City family has a big business, so he must take advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit." And in his hand, the 420 million points had not yet been spent. He couldn't use it as food, so he wanted to spend it quickly. When Zhu Zheng heard this, he smiled and said, "Of course. As for weapons, you can choose whatever you like. If you like it, you can get it." Ahem. At this moment, Sun Luxuan coughed behind him. Then he gently reminded Zhu Zhengdao and Zhu Shuai that he was a stranger in the space department. Zhu Zheng's face froze, and he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he was about to sweat on his forehead. "Good guy. You were so outspoken that you almost bought Blizzard City's belongings." Ahem. "In terms of supplies, you can make a list. I'll have someone send it to you." Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh when he saw that his plan failed. "Okay. That's okay too. But we can talk about supplies later. I hope that I can be equipped with a batch of top-notch equipment. Especially that kind of close-fitting black suit. I want to do more sets." The black suit left such a deep impression on Zhang Yi that it could improve his physical functions even without using acceleration skills. He wanted it so badly. Chapter 687 Just Want to Lie Down. Zhu Zheng asked curiously, "Do you want so many sets? Do you want to give them to your friends? Become a temporary investigation team." Tengu. After becoming a member, that kind of uniform must be equipped. But Zhang Yi is not just thinking about himself. With so many friends in the family, it's best for everyone to have something. Zhang Yi nodded. "I should be able to get one myself." "Right. I redeem the rest with my points." "Not sure if this is possible?" Upon hearing this, Bailey Chongqing quickly reminded Zhang Yidao that those things were Blizzard City's highest technical secrets, and could not be circulated to the outside world. Zhu Zheng interrupted him. "Why not?" "Evergreen." Zhu Zheng stared at Zhang Yi with burning eyes. In order to avenge his shame and eliminate the eclipse this time, he could meet almost all of Zhang Yi's conditions. As long as this kid, who can crack the opponent's law of cause and effect, is willing to join. Tengu. Zhu Zheng was a soldier, but he was also a big man with the ability to lead. He knows how to win over people's hearts and make them work wholeheartedly for him. A very important point is that you must not be stingy. He crossed his arms. "Aren't they just a few suits? As long as you want to exchange it, just do whatever you want. After all, we are all our own people." Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand. "Hey, I just said I would participate in this operation. But that doesn't mean I agree to join Blizzard City. I'm still used to staying in my little nest." Zhu Zheng said with a smile that this was easy to say, and there was no need to make a decision in a hurry. The most critical thing right now is to solve the problem of lunar eclipse. As long as Zhang Yi can help him clean up Eclipse Moon, it will be enough for him to call Zhang Yi Big Brother. Then, if there is nothing else, "Can I leave first?" Zhang Yi pointed at the door behind him. He can't wait to exchange for several sets of black uniforms. What he was wearing before was secretly lent to him by Bailey Chongqing and returned a long time ago. Now he wants to get his own set quickly. Zhu Zheng smiled and nodded. "Of course. Let Bailey Chongqing accompany you there later. By the way, you can also meet a very special person today." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhu Zheng curiously. "Very special person? How special?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but become curious. Zhu Zhengzhen said that in this operation, "We have learned from the experience of the last time. Never underestimate the strength of your opponent, but use absolutely superior force to fight with him. Because of this, I contacted several other investigation teams that were out on missions." Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. "Is another investigation team about to appear?" Bailey Chongqing swallowed his saliva. "Which investigation team?" Zhu Zheng smiled lightly and said to the reincarnation team. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Chongqing's face suddenly turned cloudy and clear, and Zhang Yi could feel the joy from his heart. Apparently there are people in the reincarnation team that he has a good relationship with. Great. If it were them, our chances of winning would be much greater. Zhu Zheng nodded. The other teams were performing important tasks, and couldn't spare the time to come back. Only they had just completed their mission to the north, and rushed back as soon as they got the news about me. When the time comes, your two teams will definitely be able to annihilate Eclipse in one fell swoop. Zhu Zheng clenched his fists, and under his smiling face, he could not hide the terrible hostility towards Eclipse in his heart. Zhang Yi scratched his cheek. He didn't know anything about the other investigation teams. I just heard a brief introduction from Bailey Chongqing and knew the name. By the way, he was most impressed by Team Rose, because the members of that team were all women. Well, I will cooperate with them well. Zhang Yi was a little curious about the Samsara team, but now he was still in a hurry to exchange items. So he said goodbye to Zhu Zheng and left the office. Bailey Chongqing also stood up and wanted to leave, but Zhu Zheng stopped him. Evergreen. Zhu Zheng still had a smile on his face, but the smile disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally returned to his cold and majestic face. Zhu Shuai. Bailey Chongqing swallowed, feeling very nervous. Zhu Zheng stared into his eyes, and the frightening light emitted from his brown pupils made Bailey Chongqing feel chills running down his back. Take advantage of this opportunity. And never again. Bailey Chongqing instantly understood what Zhu Zheng meant. Zhu Zheng was not a fool to figure out the fact that he teamed up with Zhang Yi to deceive the district's senior officials. The reason why he is not dealt with now is simply because Blizzard City is now employing people. So give him a chance to perform well in the next action against Eclipse. If he doesn't seize the opportunity, or makes the same mistake again, then the harshest punishment from the military court will definitely be waiting for him. Yes. Thank you, Zhu Shuai. Bailey Chongqing stood upright, like a thick pillar. When he left Zhu Zheng's office, he realized that his back was already soaked, and his legs were weak. Bailey Chongqing let out a long breath. Her face was a little pale, but after exhaling the cold air in her chest and abdomen, she felt a lot more relaxed. He had finally passed this level for the time being. Zhang Yi was not far away, leaning against the wall and looking at him calmly. This matter has little to do with him, and he also knows that Zhu Zheng will not punish Bailey Chongqing at this time. After all, it is the time to employ people. Are you okay? Zhang Yi asked. Bailey Chongqing looked around, and Yan Yunwei nearby looked curiously. He quickly straightened his back and walked next to Zhang Yi, pretending to be nonchalant. Nothing happened. It was just Zhu Shuai who gave me a few words of encouragement and told me to work hard. Ha ha ha. After all, he is a middle-aged man and still wants to save face. Zhang Yi didn't want to expose him. Let's go and take me to exchange weapons. All I want now is the black suit, and the rest doesn't matter. Zhang Yi does not lack daily necessities in his hands. In the warehouse of Blizzard City, only the cutting-edge technology weapons can make his heart flutter. Bailey Chongqing tilted his head and looked at Zhang Yi. Well, the points required for redemption are quite high. Are you sure you want to exchange it? Zhang Yi touched his cheek and said casually. Except for that, I don't need anything else for the time being. Moreover, he smiled slyly, if I really want to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon, shouldn't I be able to take whatever weapons and equipment I want? I don't believe Zhu Shuai will be stingy with weapons. Bailey Chongqing was speechless, pointed at Zhang Yi, and couldn't help but say you really understand your calculations. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets with a hint of pride. But Bailey Chongqing said to you mysteriously, after all, he still underestimated the background of the district. The real good stuff is not the stuff you see. Chapter 688 Gene Medicine. Bailey Chongqing's words aroused Zhang Yi's curiosity. What do you mean by saying this? If you have something to say, just say it. You know I don't like guessing. Zhang Yi said dissatisfied. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, indeed, weapons made of adamant metal and personal fitting suits made of nanoparticle materials are all good things. But those things are foreign objects after all. They can only strengthen our basic combat effectiveness. But we can't raise our upper limit. Zhang Yi had already realized something at this time. You mean genetic medicine? Zhu Zheng once used a small box of washing powder to fool strangers in the outer city, saying that it was the number 2 compound that could enhance superpowers. Logically speaking, that kind of thing should also be on the exchange list. However, Zhang Yi didn't dare to use that thing easily. The example of Bian Junwu is vivid in our minds. Although his strength increased to an extremely strong level shortly after the end of the world, he still had to pay a huge price. In the end, Bian Junwu died from the hidden wounds in his body. Zhang Yi has always suspected that it was caused by the genetic medicine in Blizzard City. Bailey Chongqing nodded. After the end of the world, the region faces tremendous pressure. At that time, the whole world was in chaos. with all kinds of mutated creatures emerging and endlessly. And even Blizzard City could not maintain stability. Bailey Chongqing took a deep breath and seemed to be feeling emotional. As a large region guarding Jiangnan, it must obtain sufficient strength as soon as possible to maintain regional stability. As for genetic drugs, this kind of thing has actually been studied many years ago, and its earliest purpose was to be applied in the military field. At this time, it was used to promote the mutation of aliens. But, during the development process of drugs, there must be enough experimental subjects to verify the efficacy. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and stared at Bailey Chongqing. So, you became the guinea pigs? Bailey Chongqing sighed and said that the captain was the first batch. Zhang Yi sneered. Yes, it is safest to let you experiment. He must be a loyal soldier with guaranteed loyalty, ensuring that he will not go berserk after gaining powerful power. Bailey Chongqing explained that at that time, this was a last resort. We have no choice. Otherwise, Blizzard City may no longer exist. For the sake of peace, we need to make certain sacrifices. If there are sacrifices needed. As soldiers, we will never retreat even half a step. There was determination in his eyes. Even at the end of the world, the faith in his heart still remains. Zhang Yi shrugged. I am not qualified to judge you. Speaking of which, you are indeed great. Or maybe you had no other choice at the time. But I only care about whether the drug has any side effects. As long as there are any side effects, it means nothing to me. Zhang Yi will never allow drugs of unknown ingredients to be injected into his body. Bailey Chongqing smiled. After continuous improvement, the performance of the supernatural medicine has become more and more stable. You see, there is nothing wrong with my body. He raised his arms and patted his hard biceps. Forget it. I don't really need it. Zhang Yi rejected Bailey Chongqing's proposal without hesitation. Bailey Chongqing came over and put his arms around Zhang Yi's shoulders. I suggest you consider taking a copy of compound number 5. Bailey Chongqing's expression was very serious. And Zhang Yi asked what was that. Bailey Chongqing replied with explosive potion. It can give you tremendous power in a short period of time. But it can also cause extremely serious side effects after use. Usually, it is used in desperate situations. You can think of it as a high-potency stimulant. Zhang Yi understood the meaning of evergreen. In other words, it's a life-saving thing. Right? Bailey Chongqing nodded. I usually carry a copy with me. And if I'm in a desperate situation, I can use it to save my life. Of course, the redemption points for compound number 5 are very expensive. And not everyone can afford it. So I suggest you redeem one. It can save your life at a critical moment. Zhang Yi turned his head sharply and stared at Bailey Chongqing. What about when we were in Tianhai City? Why don't you use it? Bailey Chongqing also said calmly. If you hadn't given the captain Bingpa, maybe we would have used it. He touched his chin and said that Bingpa seemed to be more effective than compound number 5. Unfortunately, this biological catalyst coming from the body of an Epsilon-level alien cannot be copied. Zhang Yi was a little moved. Since there is such a good thing, it would be a good idea to get a copy and keep it with you. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. The two people got on the elevator and set off towards the weapons warehouse in the combat command center. On the way, Zhang Yi asked about the Samsara team again. How is the strength of Samsara team? I mean, compared with your Black Robe team and Deng Shentong's Celestial team? As expected, Zhang Yi will cooperate with those people when the time comes to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon for the 3rd time. Knowing some information in advance will be beneficial to the operation. When Bailey Chongqing mentioned the Samsara team, a smile appeared on his face. According to theory, the strength of the 6 major investigation teams in Blizzard City is about the same, and it is difficult to say who is stronger. However, if it is confirmed that there are people with prophecy ability in the Eclipse, then it would be most appropriate to dispatch the reincarnation team to deal with them. Zhang Yi asked curiously why. Bailey Chongqing smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you this because it involves the abilities possessed by the members of the Samsara team. Zhang Yi smiled. In fact, from what you said, I can guess a little bit. But I won't say either. The name of the investigation team is not chosen casually. It is mostly related to their characteristics. Both the Black Robe investigation team and the Celestial investigation team have a strong sense of individualism. Samsara team, in the name of reincarnation. He also mentioned people with prophecy abilities who could cope with the lunar eclipse. Well, it's probably also related to the law of cause and effect. Either it can restrain prophecy, or it can change cause and effect. Even if Bailey Chongqing didn't say anything, Zhang Yi wouldn't be rude and ask for details. However, Bailey Chongqing came over mysteriously, and said to Zhang Yi that when they come back, I will take you over to have a look. I guarantee you will be surprised when you find out who their captain is. Oh, real or fake? So let's wait and see. Zhang Yi shrugged his shoulders. He said in his heart that he was nothing more than a social celebrity. Chapter 689 Redemption. The two walked out of the elevator, reached the first floor, and walked towards the weapons warehouse at the back. When passing by the door, Bailey Chongqing enthusiastically greeted an uncle who was looking after the door. Angkor, are you on duty today? The uncle burst into laughter when he saw Bailey Chongqing. Yes. Huh? Why is this friend next to you unfamiliar to me? Is he a new member of the team? The uncle named Wu Xingheng looked at Zhang Yi curiously. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, This is a friend from Tianhai City to assist us in our work. His name is Zhang Yi. With that said, Bailey Chongqing introduced the man in front of Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi. This is my old company commander when I first joined the army. Wu Xingheng. Just call him Lao Wu. Zhang Yi had long felt that the uncle in front of him looked nearly 60 years old. However, due to the end of the world, people always tend to look older, and perhaps their true age is younger, but his body still looks strong. It's just that his hair is a little gray, and his face is a little more aged. He smiled and said Hello to Uncle Wu. Wu Xingheng smiled and nodded. At such a young age, you are able to participate in the operations of Blizzard City as a foreigner from outside the city. You are very talented. Zhang Yi laughed. Just like that. I am just an ordinary person. Bailey Chongqing said Angkor. We still have things to do, so we will take a step forward. I'll treat you to a drink later when I have time. Wu Xingheng's eyes lit up. Okay. It's been a while since we drank together. You have to remember this. Drinks in Blizzard City are very expensive, and ordinary people cannot afford them. So inviting someone to drink is a very luxurious thing in Blizzard City. It's no less than inviting people to have a meal at a 5-star hotel before the end of the world. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said ha ha ha. I won't forget it. The two people said goodbye to Wu Xingheng and walked towards the weapons warehouse. Zhang Yi asked, Are your comrades in the army? Why does he seem to be in a bad state? Not quite right. Is it? Bailey Chongqing's face darkened. Zhang Yi. Guess how old he is. Zhang Yi thought for a while. He looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. 58? He chose a compromise number. But Bailey Chongqing smiled bitterly. He is only 46 years old this year. Zhang Yi was shocked. 46 years old? That white hair on his head. Bailey Chongqing said. I told you. Among the first batch of aliens in Blizzard City, in addition to their own mutations, a large number were obtained by soldiers participating in genetic experiments. Relatively speaking, Captain Bian Junwu is a winner, and Lao Wu is the loser. The experiment had a great impact on his body, causing serious damage to his body functions, and even greatly shortening his lifespan. But he didn't awaken his powers. The higher-ups took good care of him, and let him work as a security guard in the combat center. Zhang Yi remained silent. Blizzard City once had a very difficult and cruel history. Bailey Chongqing suddenly laughed and said that actually his ending was not the worst. At least life is guaranteed. There are also a group of brothers who did not survive the painful experiment and died. The two people chatted and arrived at the weapons warehouse. Zhang Yi handed over his points card. According to what Major Yan Yan said before, Zhang Yi's authority level is very high, and the weapons, equipment, and supplies he can redeem are far better than those of other foreigners from outside the city. Bailey Chongqing said directly. Don't you want a black suit? Just tell him directly. He told the quartermaster who managed the warehouse to exchange for the SLDS-2 type suit. The quartermaster checked Zhang Yi's points and level through the device, and said calmly that the SLDS-2 type suit could be redeemed for 50 million points and required permissions of a level or above. You are eligible for redemption, and have a points balance of 420 million points. Then, he saw a new item added to the system data. That was a specially approved project from the Commander-in-Chief's office. There will be a limit on the number of others who can redeem the black uniforms. Even members of the investigation team cannot apply for a second suit if the suit is not damaged. But this time, Zhu Zheng specially gave Zhang Yi permission to exchange for multiple sets of black uniforms. There is no limit to the amount you can redeem. How many sets do you need to redeem? The quartermaster asked Zhang Yi Dao. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and then asked about compound number 5. Compound number 5. Do I have enough authority to redeem it? The quartermaster nodded. Compound number 5 requires a level redemption authority, and 100 million points. You meet the redemption conditions. Do you want to redeem? Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a breath. This thing is actually more expensive than a black suit? Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, I told you. Not everyone can afford to redeem this kind of life-saving thing. Even I only kept one copy. It's just that. After using it once, there is basically no chance of using it again. Bailey Chongqing laughed loudly. But Zhang Yi always felt that that smile was a bit bitter. At least to him. This shows how serious the side effects of compound number 5 are. But Zhang Yi still chose to redeem one. No matter how serious the side effects are. It is very important to be able to save your life at the critical moment. However, for Zhang Yi, its greatest use was that it could be taken to the shelter for Zhou Karen and Luke Karen to analyze its composition and see if they could produce it themselves. However, now that compound number 5 has been redeemed, Zhang Yi has also developed a strong interest in several other compounds. He inquired about the functions and prices of other compounds. The quartermaster introduced Zhang Yi one by one very patiently. The effect of compound number 1 is to help people enlighten supernatural powers, increase the probability of people awakening, and increase the success rate by 20%. Redeem 150 million points. Bailey Chongqing reminded in a low voice that it was 20%. But in fact the effect was very average. Zhang Yi nodded. Probability. I understand. He also played card games in the past. Compound number 2 has the effect of strengthening the alien's ability, and can help the alien evolve to a certain extent. But it is limited by the user's own qualifications, and the effect is unpredictable. Redeem 120 million points. Compound number 4. A military stimulant. Can increase the strength of aliens by 20% within 12 hours of use. Side effects are significant, and may be accompanied by symptoms such as dizziness, vomiting and dehydration. Redeem 20 million points. The quartermaster finished introducing several other compounds. Zhang Yi keenly discovered that compound number 3 did not appear in the list. So, what about compound number 3? He asked. The quartermaster looked at him calmly. Compound number 3 was not in the exchange list. Oh! Quite mysterious. Bailey Chongqing told him that medicines were developed by scientific research departments. Some medicines have special effects and are not open to the public. Even I don't know their effects, or even their existence. However, these things are too expensive. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Except for stimulants. Each other medicine costs more than 100 million points. He originally thought that he had 420 million points. So he should be able to squander it. I didn't expect the reality to be so cruel. Bailey Chongqing winked at him. If you join the investigation team, you can become an official member. There are internal discounts on these things. Zhang Yi suddenly realized. The main reason why these things are so expensive is that they are open to the outside world. Ordinary soldiers and civilians in the city, or strangers in the outer city, have to pay a higher price if they want to exchange. Special forces such as the investigation team and Yin Yun have more friendly prices. There's no way around it. It's normal for things that people make themselves to have internal prices. Zhang Yi asked quietly. Can you redeem it for me, and I will transfer the points to you later? Bailey Chongqing smiled awkwardly. The exchange of special items like this is registered in the register, so it would be unreasonable to make small moves. Zhang Yi spread his hands helplessly. He waited again and again, and finally decided that he was not in a hurry to redeem the black suit for the time being. Anyway, Lao Zhu would not be stingy with a suit of battle clothes no matter how he carried out the mission later. He wanted to exchange these medicines back first, and give them to Luke Karen and Zhou Karen for research. So, he redeemed 4 potions, which cost him a total of 390 million points. All of a sudden, I only had 30 million points left in my hand. Although it is not a small amount. If you exchange it for ordinary food and weapons, you can get a lot. But Zhang Yi had no shortage of those things. So there was no need to go shopping. Chapter 690 Reincarnation Team. After Zhang Yi exchanged what he wanted, he wanted to go back to Tianhai City first, and give these medicines to Luke Karen and Zhou Karen for research. Tianhai City is not far from here anyway, and it only takes half a day to go back and forth. However, Bailey Chongqing stopped Zhang Yi who wanted to go back. He smiled mysteriously and said, I think it's better for you to meet the people from the Samsara team first. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows, with a playful look on his face. I don't care about that. Licking the dog. Even if the captain of the team needs to cooperate with the Samsara team, I don't need to step in to do it. Brother Bailey, I'll leave this captain's position to you. Zhang Yi patted Bailey Chongqing's shoulder with a smile. Bailey Chongqing smiled bitterly and said, You think I don't want to? However, it is a crime to force someone to take responsibility if they are not competent enough. He shook his head, feeling a little regretful for his original greed. There is no one more suitable to be the captain of Tengu except you. Johnny Do? So, you want me to meet the people from the Samsara team? It's not just that. The smile on the corner of Bailey Chungqing's mouth became even stronger. Mainly because the captain of the reincarnation team is my friend. I hope I can introduce him to you. Friend? Huh? Zhang curled his lips and said, well, in that case, there is nothing wrong with going to see him. Bailey Chongqing said okay. You can come with me. They're back today. After meeting him, you can apply to Zhu Shui before returning to Tianhai City. Out of respect, I still have to talk to Zhu Sheng. Zhang Yi has no objections. He put the medicine into his own alien space and left the combat command center with Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing's car was parked in the parking space outside, and the two went to pick it up. But when passing the intersection, I suddenly saw cars passing quickly on the road. Some people even ran to Dongcheng happily. Zhang Yi's hearing was pretty good, and he could vaguely hear what they were saying. The Samsara team has made a triumphant return. It is truly a matter of pride for the civilians. They once again completed the task brilliantly. Hey, in comparison, the Celestial team is just. Who said that only those from our family can make great achievements? The children of us ordinary families are no worse than them. Gao Chongkong. He is our pride. I have long said that he is much better than Deng Shentong. Zhang Yi watched helplessly as a group of people wearing down jackets ran towards Dongcheng. There was also a group of girls waving high flags and shouting vague slogans. It seems that I made a promise to you. I will never forget this promise, and I will keep it for the rest of my life. Zhang Yi was a little dumbfounded. How long has it been since then that there is still such a powerful fandom culture? Bailey Chongqing drove the car out and saw the dumbfounded Zhang Yi. He couldn't help but smile and said, How are you doing? Have you learned a lot? Zhang Yi pointed at the girl group running over. Don't they all need to find a class? So free. Bailey Chongqing explained that those girls who can come out to meet the Samsara team either have parents who are engaged in high-end professions and earn enough points to support them. Either that or that. Bailey Chongqing thought for a while and shrugged helplessly. They are just ordinary people. But they go there desperately to chase stars. They are quite risky. If they don't save enough points because of skipping work, they will have to sleep on the street. They won't even have points left to buy food, hot water, and electricity. Zhang Yi looked at their retreating figures and couldn't help but think of the slogans they were chanting. Gao Chongkong. Could it be that Gao Chongkong? Bailey Chongqing nodded. Yes, it was Gao Chongkong. Gao Chongkong. This name is almost a household name in Huashu Kingdom. He is not a top star in the entertainment industry, but an extremely good basketball player. First, he dominated domestically, and then entered the NBA, playing for the Akagi Red Suns. He served as a small forward for 12 years, and has 3 championship rings. Zhang Yi turned to look at Bailey Chongqing in the car. Gao Chongkong is from the Samsara team. Team leader? Bailey Chongqing nodded, his eyes shining with the same light as the group of female fans just now. Yes. He is a very remarkable person. Zhang Yi doesn't play basketball very much, but he still knows Gao Chongkong's name. Basically, anyone who can play basketball will be enthusiastic about Gao Chongkong. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this a proper winner in life? Whether it is before or after the end of the world. He is so outstanding and dazzling. Bailey Chongqing said that looking at the entire Blizzard City, Gao Chongkong is one of the most popular figures. Although compared to the super-rich second-generation Deng Shentong, his background is relatively ordinary, and he does not have such good resources. But his influence among ordinary people may be even greater. Zhang Yi is not star-chasing, so it's hard to comment. But come to think of it, this kind of super sports superstar is naturally very powerful in terms of physical fitness. It is not surprising that he becomes stronger after mutation. Zhang Yi got into the co-pilot very calmly. Bailey Chongqing started the car and drove along the highway towards Dongcheng. The further you go to the East City, the more crowded the roads become. It's hard to imagine Blizzard City after this apocalypse. But Zhang Yi can see the excited and expectant eyes of fans everywhere. His ears were filled with people's praises for Gao Chongkong and the Samsara team. He couldn't help but think that this enthusiasm might be related to the failure of the encirclement and suppression of Eclipse Moon. The top management of Blizzard City may also intend to promote this kind of thing to offset the dissatisfaction of the people. Relying on Bailey Chongqing's special license plate, the two of them drove forward without any obstruction. As long as you see the evergreen license plate, even if there are others in front of you, you will take the initiative to make way for them. The strict hierarchy in Blizzard City is no joke. The car drove to the city gate, and Zhang Yi finally saw the reincarnation team. The doors of the 2 snowmobiles behind the device were opened, and several team members stood at the doors, cheering and waving outside. The staff of Blizzard City put up a big red banner, which hung from the 30-meter-high wall of Blizzard City to the ground. Warm congratulations to the Samsara team on their successful return from the expedition to Biting Lake. On both sides of the road, there were countless enthusiastic fans shouting their names with joy and encouragement. The name that was shouted the most was naturally Gao Changkung's name. Zhang Yi's car stopped on the side of the road, and Bailey Changqing told him that they could not go any further. Now is Samsara team's home court, so they have to keep a low profile and not dominate the scene. Oh, Zhang Yi responded lightly, but he didn't see Gao Changkong, so he probably didn't get out of the car. After a while, he saw several familiar figures, Chief of Operations Tu Yulai, and several senior officials around him. After these people appeared, Gao Changkong finally got out of the car. He is tall, with official height being 1.96 meters. Zhang Yi looked at him. He had a gentle smile and looked very sunny. He has a strong body and has always maintained good exercise. He does not gain weight after retirement, which is common for stars. The hair is naturally curled and falls naturally, giving it a bit of a West Coast style. The appearance of Gao Changkong inevitably caused another round of screams and cheers. Tu Yulai encouraged Gao Changkong on behalf of Blizzard City, and then left, leaving the stage to Gao Changkong and the Samsara team. However, Gao Changkong's eyes fell on Bailey Changqing's car not far away. The license plate number was very conspicuous, and I recognized it immediately. Gao Changkong smiled, raised his hand high in this direction, and signaled Bailey Changqing to come over. Bailey Changqing smiled and said to Zhang Yi, "Let's go!" Go say H, low to them. Zhang Yi opened the car door and walked through the crowd with Bailey Changqing. The surrounding audience looked at Zhang Yi with surprise on their faces. Who is this person? Never seen it. With a strange face. The person next to him seemed to be Bailey Changqing from the Black Robe team. Alas, the Black Robe team is also half useless now. The God team is back. The Samsara team is still reassuring. Who says that the children of ordinary people are not as good as those of nobles? Some people in the city looked at Gao Changkong, who had a sunny and friendly face in the crowd, and felt proud from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 691 Gao Changkong. Gao Changkong was born in a civilian family, not in the military. It can be said that he represents the counterattack of ordinary people in Blizzard City, and his half-life story is extremely inspiring. Therefore, his prestige among the people is very high. There are countless girls in the city who are his little crushes. Many girls even said privately that the ideal situation would be to marry Ding Shitong and have Gao Changkong as their lover. One is a domineering president who is rich, powerful and good-looking, and the other is the White Moonlight Paladin with outstanding talents in warmth and sunshine. Zhang Yi finally felt the enthusiasm of fans for chasing stars. But this can be considered a good thing. After the end of the world, people are no longer looking for those little fresh meat, but brave and fearless warriors. I don't know if I will be treated like this in the future. He is half a step behind Bailey Changqing and does not want to be too conspicuous. But Gao Changkong's eyes still lingered on him for a while. Some people's identities cannot be hidden. Just being there makes you stand out. Bailey Changqing came over, smiled, and gave Gao Changkong a bear hug. Lao Gao, congratulations. Did you encounter any trouble during your trip to Biting Lake this time? Gao Changkong smiled and said that it was okay. Although the creature he encountered this time was very strong. It had no brains. It's just that it has a lot of people. So it took us a lot of time. He looked at Zhang Yi. Who is this? Bailey Changqing quickly introduced Zhang Yi to him. Let me introduce it to you. His name is Zhang Yi. He is a stranger from Tianhai City. There is a long story about him. We will talk about it later. Although Bailey Changqing's introduction was very simple, there was no hint of contempt in Gao Changkong's eyes. The person that Bailey Changqing can drive to bring must at least be of a similar level to him. He is a master. Gao Changkong made this judgment in his heart. He took the initiative to walk over and stretched out his right hand towards Zhang Yi. Hello Zhang Yi. I am Gao Changkong, the captain of the Samsara team. Zhang Yi glanced at his right hand, which was wearing a black leather glove. Zhang Yi also wore gloves and shook hands with him. Captain Gao, I have long admired your name. While looking at Gao Changkong, Zhang Yi also observed all the members of the Samsara team. The reincarnation team has 9 members in total. But the most noteworthy thing is the 2 people around Gao Changkong. Standing behind was a tall, gentle woman with thick black hair that fell to her buttocks. Such long hair is very rare, and therefore very eye-catching. Coupled with her beautiful figure and face, it is easy to make people dream about her. On the other side, there was a handsome man, with his hair parted in the middle, and his hands in his pockets. His face looked 3 parts wild, 3 parts cold and arrogant, 3 parts uninhibited, and 1 part contemptuous. Gao Chongkong faced everyone and shouted, "Thank you. Thank you all. We are back safely. Thank you for your concern." There was another burst of excited shouts all around. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Brother, go kill Little Neon." As soon as this topic came up, it instantly ignited the emotions of the surrounding audience. Most people have extreme contempt for the country of Neon due to their emotional nature. Now that I see Blizzard City losing twice in the battle against Eclipse, I feel very angry. At this time, everyone hopes that Gao Chongkong can come forward to earn face for the Jiangnan region and the entire Chinese nation. Captain Gao, kill Little Neon. Hack them hard. Those little neons are just so abominable. Zhang Yi was speechless when he heard these voices. How do these people understand how powerful the Eclipse is? Always carrying a heart of arrogance and looking down on your opponents will only make you fall into the narrow-mindedness of being complacent. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Hearing this, Gao Chongkong's eyes were a little strange, but he did not answer the fans' requests. He just smiled and waved his hand. Then he said to Bailey Chongqing and Zhang Yi, "I will go to the headquarters to report the mission to Zhu Shuai first. Then let's find a place to have a couple of drinks. I have been outside, and I just happened to ask you about what happened in Blizzard City recently." Bailey Chongqing scratched his head. "You came back victorious. The higher-up should be there to take care of you." Gao Chongkong shook his head. "I refused. When the headquarters asked me to come back, I heard something about the lunar eclipse. Now is not the time to be too showy, as it can easily cause misunderstanding by others." The Tianshan squad suffered heavy casualties. Deng Shitong died in battle, and the entire Deng family and the combat center were not in very good condition. If the Samsara team celebrates in a big way, how can it not be seen as a deliberate provocation? Gao Chongkong had thought carefully and would not make such a mistake. In this case, let's get together later, Bailey Chongqing said with a smile. Zhang Yi didn't say anything. He didn't like talking too much in front of strangers. Before you get to know others, speaking less will make you less likely to make mistakes. Or at least your weaknesses will not be exposed. Gao Chongkong gave instructions to his teammates behind him, especially to his vice-captain, the man with the middle score. And Yushin said that I would take their car there. Ji Yushin stared at Zhang Yi for a long time and nodded. Gao Chongkong got into Bailey Chongqing's car. He sat in the passenger seat, and Zhang Yi sat in the back seat. The car set off towards the combat command center. After the welcome party, the fans returned to their respective jobs. Happiness is only temporary. Most of the time, they still have to work hard to stay alive. Along the way, Gao Chongkong and Bailey Chongqing chatted easily. Zhang Yi could see that the relationship between them was indeed good. Gao Chongkong asked Bailey Chongqing about the eclipse. Bailey Chongqing sighed. That matter is not optimistic. He told Gao Chongkong what happened, including the failure of the last mission. Gao Chongkong frowned after hearing this. Did even Deng Shitong fail? Bailey Chongqing said that if you come back at this time, if nothing happens, the task will fall on your head. You have to be mentally prepared. Gao Chongkong smiled, his eyes serious, but his appearance was calm and relaxed. We are the maintainers of order in the Jiangnan region. No matter who wants to disturb the peace and quiet of this land, no matter how powerful the opponent is, we will take action without fear. Bailey Chongqing nodded. But this time, the headquarters obviously paid more attention to the eclipse. The number of manpower deployed in Blizzard City will definitely increase. When you meet Zhu Shuai later, he will definitely tell you this. Moreover, Eclipse also suffered a lot of losses in that battle. Although their team leader killed Deng Shitong, he was also seriously injured. Moreover, they lost 5 men in battle. Having said this, Bailey Chongqing raised his thumb towards the back seat. And the person behind you is the one who killed 4 Eclipse members alone. Chapter 692 First Meeting. Bailey Chongqing's words made Gao Chongkong couldn't help but turn his head and look at Zhang Yi carefully. He had just come back from outside and didn't know the details of what happened. Naturally, he didn't know what Zhang Yi had done. But now, Bailey Chongqing actually said that 80% of the team members who were lost in the Battle of Eclipse died at the hands of a stranger from the outer city. Gao Chongkong was inevitably shocked. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said not to be so exaggerated. I just missed 2 people. Bailey Chongqing sighed. Is it really just picking up the leak? He knew that even if Kamaya Wadito and Akatsuki Shinichiro, who were hit by Zhang Yi, were in their prime, they would not be Zhang Yi's opponent. Gao Chongkong smiled. This is not surprising. Our land in China is vast. The population is prosperous. And there are many geniuses. It doesn't mean that only people born in big cities, or with good family backgrounds have powerful abilities. Zhang Yi remembered at this time that Gao Chongkong also came from an ordinary family. There seems to be some sympathy in these words. A few people chatted casually, but due to their status as soldiers, Bailey Chongqing and Gao Chongkong had reservations. Bailey Chongqing did not tell Gao Chongkong that the headquarters was to be established. Tengu. Team stuff. Gao Chongkong also had great reservations about the mission he performed this time. As for Zhang Yi, he is not a person who likes to talk too much with strangers. He only dealt with a few words from beginning to end and didn't say more. After a while, the car drove to the Combat Command Center, and Gao Chongkong went to see Zhu Zheng. Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing were in the lounge downstairs, drinking tea while waiting for him to come out. Gao Chongkong didn't stay in Zhu Zheng's office for long, because the specific information of the mission was actually handed over to Zhu Zheng before they returned to the city. As a soldier, Zhu Zheng also didn't like the long-winded official style. Therefore, after briefly chatting about the content of the mission and commending his achievements, they began to discuss the eclipse. Half an hour later, Gao Chongkong came to the first floor and said to Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing with a smile, "The report work was over. Let's go and have a drink together. The three of us." Zhang Yi didn't like to join in the fun, but in this encirclement and suppression of eclipse, he knew that Gao Chongkong's reincarnation team must be the main force. Drink and chat with him. Maybe you can get some useful information. Even if you don't mention this, there is nothing wrong with building a good relationship with an investigation captain. So he readily agreed. The three people took an evergreen car and arrived at the Cypher Bar. As soon as Gao Chongkong appeared here, he immediately caused a sensation in the entire bar. The veterans, and even the bartenders and dancers showed great enthusiasm for him. "Hey, Captain Gao. Welcome back. The mission must have been completed perfectly this time. Right? I'll leave it to you to take care of Little Neon's affairs later. We must give our Huashu people a voice." Gao Chongkong smiled and nodded to everyone, and then got into the elevator amidst the cheers of everyone and came to the box upstairs. This time, even the general manager of the password bar came forward personally and told Gao Chongkong that today's consumption can be exempted. You know, this is not before the end of the world. Drinks themselves are an expensive luxury item that ordinary people cannot even think about. Consumption in crypto bars has always been high, with per capita consumption exceeding 20,000 points. Not to mention the level of customers like Chongkong Bailey Evergreen, which can easily start in 6 figures. Therefore, in crypto bars, free orders are extremely rare. Gao Chongkong smiled bitterly and said that I rarely received such treatment in the past. But Bailey Chongqing smiled and said it's because everyone has high hopes for you. Gao Chongkong frowned slightly and sighed softly. After all, is it still because of the defeat of the Celestial team that makes everyone panic? The more chaotic the situation, the more people look forward to the emergence of heroes. At this time, people in Blizzard City were uneasy. Gao Chongkong returned with a great victory, which immediately made him the hero that people expected. After the drinks were served, several people exchanged glasses. As the alcohol took effect, the conversation slowly opened up. The core content of the chat is actually about the lunar eclipse. Gao Chongkong looked at Zhang Yi with a smile, but a meaningful look in his eyes. "Zhu Shuai has already told me about you." After listening to it, I was also shocked. If a person like you appears in Blizzard City, he will definitely become an investigation captain or a detachment leader in Yanyan's army. Zhang Yi raised his glass to Gao Chongkong. What an award! Compared with Captain Gao, I still have a lot to learn. Gao Chongkong laughed. You are too modest. The two clinked glasses in the distance, and half the glass of wine was consumed. Bailey Chongqing looked at Gao Chongkong with a smile. What else did Zhu Shuai tell you? Is it convenient to say? Nothing inconvenient. Gao Chongkong said that, for example, he wanted to merge the Tianshan squad and the Black Robe squad to form the Tengu squad. Gao Chongkong pointed to Zhang Yi and Zhu Shuai and said to me, he very much hopes that you will serve as the captain. Zhang Yi shrugged, but I refused. He sighed. Not afraid of your jokes. I am just an ordinary warehouse manager in Tianhai City. I don't have leadership skills. Nor do I have much courage. So I have never been a person in charge of people in my life. He spread his hands towards Gao Chongkong. Now that Captain Gao is back, You must be in charge of this operation. Wouldn't it be okay if you could just manage the Tengu squad as well? Gao Chongkong shook his head helplessly. This is impossible. If the gods in black robes are brought under my management, the senior management will not be willing to see this situation. Zhang Yi also realized at this time that the senior management could not hope that their subordinates would have too much power. After all, these are the end times. Order collapsed, and Blizzard City barely maintained itself. It looked strong, but in fact this rule was not stable. A breakdown can occur if you are not careful. It would have been better if Gao Chongkong gathered the strength of the other two investigation teams. Then in the future, it will be difficult for any force in Blizzard City to compete with them. Zhu Zhang's considerations are reasonable. Bailey Chongqing frowned. But now, there are only a few people in Blizzard City who can lead an investigation team. They all hold important positions and cannot leave Blizzard City. If you don't shoulder the responsibility, who can? Gao Chongkong smiled disapprovingly. Zhu Shuai and the others will make appropriate arrangements. As the barrel of a gun, all we need to do is follow the arrangements from the top. Gao Chongkong had an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about the arrangements made by his superiors. Chapter 693 Balance. Gao Chongkong, the popular investigation captain in Blizzard City, seems to have a sunny and calm personality. He is elegant and easygoing and can get along with many people. When Zhang Yi chatted with him, he felt that this person had a very good temperament. Gradually, Zhang Yi also began to chat with him in depth about other topics. For example, the investigation team performs tasks outside. Captain Gao, I have a question that I don't know if it's convenient to ask. It's about the mission of your investigation team. Gao Chongkong thought for a while and smiled and said, You can ask and see. There are some things that high-level officials ask us to keep secret. But for most tasks, there is actually not much privacy at all. Zhang Yi put down the wine glass in his hand. There were 6 investigation teams in Jiang'an region, performing tasks outside for a long time. Even this time, when neon aliens appeared in the area, all investigation teams were not recalled. What kind of mission are you performing? Is the mission level higher than the eclipse of the moon? Gao Chongkong thought for a while, smiled and replied, It's difficult to answer you in one sentence. All I can say is that each of our missions is different, varied and strange. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Evergreen. Take the Black Robe Squad for example. Their main responsibility is people, the problem. If there is large-scale unrest in various cities, they will be responsible for suppressing it. And our reincarnation team has been solving the problem recently. Beast, the problem. Zhang Yi frowned. By the problem? This is a bit philosophical. Beast of beasts. A strange beast. Gao Chongkong saw the teasing in Zhang Yi's eyes, and explained with a smile. You should know that after the end of the world, there will be an era of great mutation. Not only humans can mutate and evolve, but other organisms can as well. Of course I know that Zhang Yi nodded. His Wawa and Xingtian's demon dog Lei are both mutated creatures. Gao Chongkong said. However, there are fewer mutant species appearing in urban areas, and there are few that are too ferocious. However, in mountains, rivers, and places where wild beasts gather, large-scale mutant groups may appear. Just like us humans. The more people there are, the higher the probability of variants appearing. Moreover, the mutated individuals are more powerful. There are even some areas where mutated beasts have appeared. Gao Chongkong's eyes became serious. Take Biting Lake, which we went to this time. As an example, many mutated beasts have become intelligent. Even as intelligent as humans. Even ordinary mutated wolves, tigers and leopards cannot match the physical strength of humans. Global catastrophe is almost a return to primitive times. And our advantage in weapons has been greatly weakened. This allowed the beasts to begin to rise. The 5 cities around Biting Lake had all been occupied by the beast tribe. And with the full support of Blizzard City, it took us 3 months to take it down. Zhang Yi couldn't help but take a breath of air. Isn't this a beast tide? But if you think about it carefully, this is actually very reasonable. After a long period of evolution, human beings are actually no longer suitable for nature. The sudden disaster caused most people to die directly. On the contrary, beasts that are more adaptable to changes in the natural environment have begun to rise. After all, most beasts are physically stronger than humans. As long as there is a slight mutation, it is enough to become a difficult opponent. Zhang Yi couldn't help but said, Fortunately, I live by the sea. The offshore seawater is basically frozen because the salt content of the seawater is not that high. And even if there are some mutated creatures, they won't be too powerful. I am afraid that there are many powerful and terrifying mutants in the ocean. However, those are also creatures in the deep sea. They shouldn't run onto land and cause trouble. Johnny asked curiously. So the situation of several other investigation teams is also the same? Gao Chongkong smiled. Everyone has his own troubles. He didn't elaborate. And Johnny also realized that this was a secret that could not be known to outsiders. After all, Johnny is not yet a staff member of Blizzard City. So you should have some reservations about what he says. The three of them drank for more than an hour, and then dispersed. Johnny met Gao Chongkong for the first time. He had a good impression of Gao Chongkong. He thought this person was quite interesting, and he had no airs. However, I could only speak 3 points. And there was no in-depth communication. Johnny called Zhu Zheng and mentioned that he planned to go back to Tianhai City to meet his companions. Zhu Zheng smiled and said that's fine. But you have to go back quickly. Because after the reincarnation team comes back, we will immediately have to launch the next round of combat operations. I can't do it without you. Johnny rubbed his forehead and agreed. Then he asked Bailey Chongqing to take him to the subway station and take the subway back to Tianhai City. At the Combat Command Center, Zhu Zheng ended the call with Zhang Yi and looked across with a calm expression. Sitting on the sofa was an old man with a Buddha-like face, drinking tea leisurely. Zhu Zheng said to Mr. Ding, "Now that everyone is here, our plan can be implemented. I don't know if you have any questions?" Ding Yuanbo put down the cup in his hand. He looked at Zhu Zheng with a smile. "Has the selection been decided yet?" Zhu Zheng frowned slightly. Johnny is a very good candidate. I asked his opinion, and he was unwilling to assume the responsibility of captain. Zhu Zheng crossed his hands on his lap. His ability is very important to this operation. But I am more optimistic about his role in blocking the opponent's prophecy ability. Rather than combat power, the choice of captain can be replaced by someone else. In terms of command alone, Bailey Chongqing may be more suitable. The smile on Deng Yuan's face became even stronger. But can evergreen strength convince the public? Zhu Zheng snorted lightly. Bailey Chongqing had a deputy captain level combat capability after all. Although there is a gap compared to the 6 captains, it is still only below them. If Bailey Chongqing is not allowed to take the position, is it necessary to hand over the command to Gao Chongkong? Deng Yuan smiled and said, "I know you can't give such great power to one person. But in this operation, we in Blizzard City can no longer accept another failure. If you fail again, you should know how serious the consequences will be." Zhu Zheng's eyes became profound. If he fails again at the hands of Eclipse, he, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan region, will have to take the blame and resign no matter what. However, is Gao Chongkong really allowed to have such huge power? Deng Yuanbo slowly said, "In my opinion, Zhang Yi is the best candidate. He refused the position of captain. But the price you offered was not high enough to impress him." Chapter 694. As long as the price is fair. When Zhu Zheng heard this, he frowned and said, "Isn't the price high enough? I have promised him that he can become the official captain of the investigation team and enjoy Blizzard City's A-level material supply treatment. And the exchange authority of the weapons warehouse is basically extended to him. This is already a very high treatment. If it weren't for the extraordinary moment now, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity." Deng Yuanbo shook his head. "Zhu Shuai, you are a soldier, but you don't know how to do business. I have to say a few words in this regard. In doing business, everyone gets what they need. If you want Zhang Yi to agree to your conditions, you must first provide him with what he needs." Zhu Zheng was thoughtful. What did he need? How could he know what Zhang Yi needed? And it seems that Zhang Yi doesn't have anything he urgently needs. Deng Yuanbo said with a smile. If it is difficult for you to handle this matter, why not just leave it to me?" Zhu Zheng couldn't believe his ears. When did Deng Yuanbo become so generous? A meaningful light and shadow flashed across Deng Yuan's narrowed eyes. "However, if I succeed in convincing Zhang Yi, you have to promise me one thing." Zhu Zheng frowned. This old boy really wouldn't do good deeds in vain. "What's up?" Deng Yuanbo said leisurely that the next operation to encircle and suppress the eclipse moon. "I want Zhang Yi to take the lead. Not only that, but he also had to spread his reputation. Zhang Yi has no connection with the Ding family. Obviously, Deng Yuanbo did not do this for his own sake." Zhu Zheng instantly guessed Deng Yuanbo's purpose. "You are worried that Gao Chongkong will gain too much prestige in Blizzard City because of this incident. Will this affect your Ding family?" Deng Yuanbo smiled and did not answer Zhu Zheng's question directly. "Zhu Shuai, I don't think you want your subordinates to be able to overwhelm the master with their great skills. Right?" Zhu Zheng was caught in a dilemma. But no matter how you look at it, Gao Changkong is more suitable than him. Although Zhang Yi made a great contribution last time, it was only due to his strong personal strength and good luck in picking up Liao Honglei's mistakes. However, Xu Zheng was not very relieved to command the team to fight and let Zhang Yi be the leader of the action. Ding Yuanbo smiled and said that young people may be a little immature in this aspect, but we can provide guidance. Young people must be given more experience. In the end of the world, we need to quickly cultivate talents. Give young people a chance. Zhu Zheng sneered. I'm not that old yet. But you can consider what you said. The smile on Ding Yuanbo's face became even stronger. Well, in that case, it's up to me to persuade Zhang Yi, he said, standing up and planning to leave. Before leaving, Zhu Zheng suddenly asked from behind, Is your family doing well now? Ding Yuanbo paused in his steps. Then he sighed softly. That incident had hit him hard. So don't disturb him for the time being. Zhu Zheng nodded. After Zhang Yi met Gao Changkong, he took Liang Yu and Hua Hua and took the subway back to Tianhai City. Tianhai City is still so cold and dead. Today, there are no more than 10,000 people alive in this city, and it is terrifyingly deserted. When Zhang Yi took out the snowmobile and drove them back to the shelter, he felt a touch of the warmth of home. They didn't tell anyone about their return, so everyone was happy to see them back. Fatty Su was playing games in his room. When he heard that Zhang Yi was back, he happily ran out barefoot. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, he screamed and rushed over to hug his thigh. Boss, why did you stay here for so long this time? Whoa, you are not at home. I am on tenterhooks all day long. Zhang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Fatty Su's cowardly look. You are still as timid as ever. Nothing happened in Tianhai City. What are you afraid of? Fatty Su wiped his tears and said aggrievedly that although nothing happened in Tianhai City, weren't there H explosions there? The direction he pointed was towards Jiangning City. Although separated by hundreds of kilometers, the impact of death of love can be felt as far away as Tianhai City. Although Zhang Yi had told Yang Xinqi not to tell others about the moon eclipse, the H explosion incident could never be hidden. He said calmly, Don't worry. Everything is under control, including the drop of love death. Zhang Yi glanced at the room. Only Yang Xia and Zhou Jaime were there. Uncle Yu, Zhou Care, Lu Karen and Yang Xinqi were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yi asked where were they while changing clothes. What have you been doing? Fatty Su blinked and explained that Uncle Yu has been practicing boxing on the 3rd floor underground recently. Doing so, he said, might lead to a breakthrough in his abilities. Uncle Yu has gradually felt that the gap between his strength and Zhang Yi is getting wider and wider. And if this continues, it will only hinder Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't say anything, but he felt sorry in his heart. Therefore, after Zhang Yi left, his daily training time doubled again. Basically, except for eating and sleeping, I spend most of my time down there. Yang Xia brought over 2 cups of hot milk and handed them to Zhang Yi and Yang Xinqin to warm them up. Zhou Jaime also thoughtfully opened a canned cat for Hua Hua. Yang Xia said that we have not been slacking off recently. I have been preparing supernatural food according to your instructions. But Kur and Xinqin were in their rooms, not knowing what to do. Zhang Yi nodded, and I went over to see them. The main purpose of coming back this time was to give those compounds to Zhou Kier and Lu Karen for research. Yang Xia quickly said, What do you want to eat tonight? I'll prepare. Zhang Yi casually replied, Let's prepare some. Be hearty. He can't stay long. He has to go back to Blizzard City tomorrow. And for a long time to come, he would have to be busy with the matter of exterminating the eclipse. Okay. Yang Xia smiled and happily prepared the food. Zhang Yi himself walked downstairs to find Zhou Kier and the others. Arriving outside Zhou Kier's infirmary, Zhang Yi heard the sound of rushing water in his ears. He was curious and didn't know what Zhou Kier was doing. What's the matter? There's so much water? Could it be? Are you practicing swimming? Zhang Yi walked over and knocked on the door. Kier, are you there? As if Zhang Yi was frightened, there was the sound of something breaking inside. Zhang Yi reached out to push the door directly out of worry. As soon as the door opened, he saw a scene that shocked him very much. Yang Xinqin was tied tightly to a chair, soaked all over, and her cute little palm-sized face was as pale as a dead person. Chapter 695 Xinqin Awakens. Zhang Yi was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening in front of him. Zhou Kier stood nearby, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of worry, but also a hint of expectation. The 37th experiment. Finally. Is it going to succeed? At this moment, Yang Xinqin's eyes suddenly rolled down on her face that looked almost lifeless. She saw Zhang Yi, and light suddenly burst out from her dim eyes. Just when Zhang Yi was confused, he suddenly saw an extremely strange scene. Just behind Yang Xinxin, an angel with 6 white wings, and holding a sacred bow and arrows slowly emerged. The holy light illuminates the entire room, so bright and clean that it can even make people unable to open their eyes. Yang Xinxin was immersed in this light, with a sickly smile on her lips. Brother, you are finally back. Xinxin's experiment was successful. And now, I am also a stranger. After a long time, Zhang Yi figured out everything here. Although Yang Xinxin saved her life with the help of Zhou Qi and successfully awakened her powers, the repeated torture in the past few days has brought her mental and physical state to the extreme. Soon she fell asleep in Zhang Yi's arms. Zhang Yi put her on the sofa next to her, asked Zhou Qi to change her into dry clothes, and covered her with a blanket to let her rest. At this moment, Yang Xinxin has obviously awakened her powers. This is a good news. However, Zhang Yi felt a little creepy and extremely distressed when he heard Zhou Qi describe the process of Yang Xinxin's awakening. Zhou Qi sat next to Zhang Yi and quietly told the story. After our lengthy research, we finally discovered that awakening supernatural powers is strongly related to people's obsessions. When awakening, the stronger a person's obsession is, the more powerful the power gained after awakening is likely to be. Love, hates, jealousy, and greed will become the awakening force. That's why Xinxin rejected Bingpa in the first place. She hopes to get more powerful pure power. The way to obtain this kind of power is to constantly experience death in order to squeeze out one's own potential and turn the innermost thoughts into reality. Read. Refined to the extreme. Zhang Yi looked at the girl lying quietly on the sofa with mixed feelings in his heart. He covered his head. If it weren't for knowing her so well, I would have said she was a crazy girl who would use this method to awaken superpowers. Keep jumping on the edge of life and death. 37 times. A total of 37 times of death experience. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Zhang Yi is a person who has died once, and he knows how uncomfortable that feeling is. But Yang Xinxin, she was actually willing to reincarnate in endless death experiences in order to obtain powerful powers. But now, Zhang Yi still has a little expectation in his heart. What kind of power has Yang Xinxin awakened? After all, the way she awakens is intimidating just by looking at it. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think that Yang Xinxin was a top-notch brain. If paired with strong combat power, wouldn't it be quite unsolvable? Zhang Yi was still quite happy, but felt a little sorry for Yang Xinxin. Seeing her sleeping peacefully, Zhang Yi was afraid of disturbing her. So he called Zhou Qi aside. Come with me to find Karen. There is something I need you to help me research. Zhou Qi nodded, and the two of them arrived at Liu Karen's studio. Liu Karen saw Zhang Yi coming back and ran over happily. Brother, you are back. Didn't you participate in the mission to encircle and suppress the eclipse moon? No injuries on your body? She thought of the H explosion that shocked the world, and hurriedly came over to check Zhang Yi's body to see if there were any missing parts. I'm fine. Nothing serious. Zhang Yi felt warm in his heart when he saw her worrying about him, and replied with a smile. In the shelter, the only person besides Hua who allowed him to relax and communicate the most was Liu Karen, because this girl's mind is as simple as Hua's. So you don't need to worry too much when communicating with her. Liu Karen patted his chest. After a while, the little girl seemed to have grown a little more. It would be great. But what's going on in Blizzard City recently? Has the eclipse moon been wiped out? Zhang Yi smiled and said, we would talk about this later. Let me show you a few things first. As Zhang Yi spoke, he showed them some of the medicines he had redeemed. The compounds are in the form of tablets, so you can scrape off a little bit and let them study them slowly. Liu Karen's superpower can analyze the composition of materials, and Zhou Qi, as a doctor, can analyze the efficacy and side effects of drugs. Of course, Zhang Yi did not expect them to be able to replicate the drug. After all, making this kind of thing is much more difficult than weapons, brought back just out of habit. If Zhou Qi and Yang Xinxin can really do it, that would be the best. In this way, Zhang Yi can solve a problem that he cares about very much, helping Uncle Yu and Fatty Su to quickly increase their strength. It's not that Zhang Yi dislikes their lack of fighting ability. It's just that Zhang Yi's own strength has improved too quickly. If he continues like this, the gap between him and others will only become wider and wider. Zhou Qi took the medicine and asked curiously what kind of medicine it was. Zhang Yi smiled and said it was a very expensive medicine. I spent a huge amount of points to redeem it from Blizzard City. He touched his chin. It was said that it was genetic medicine. They have different effects and can help people increase the intensity of their supernatural abilities. and even increased the probability of awakening their supernatural powers. When Joe Karen and Lou Karen heard this, their eyes lit up. It turns out, there is such good stuff, as expected of the Jiangnan region. It is amazing. Joe Karen frowned slightly. But the development of the drug was very complicated. Without professional equipment and materials, it would be difficult to reproduce it. Lou Karen pursed his lips and said that my ability can only combine molecular components, and the need for instruments and equipment is not that high. However, even if the composition structure is known, the process of refining the drug is not clear. This is also difficult to do. Johnny was prepared, so he was not disappointed. I may be facing a big battle next. Please help me take a look at its specific effects and side effects, so that I can have an idea. As for whether it can be reproduced, you will try more in the future. Do your best if you can't. Johnny spread his hands. But there was nothing he could do. Johnny has never been a person who makes excessive demands. Chapter 696, I want to make progress too much. Joe Kier immediately said that I would go back to the infirmary next time and scrape off a little powder to study it. Johnny nodded. That's good. There's no rush in this matter. According to the information currently obtained by Jiangnan region, Eclipse suffered heavy losses and has disappeared. There is a high probability that he is recuperating in secret or recruiting helpers. In other words, Zhang Yi will have peace for quite some time. Thinking that Yang Xinxin had just awakened her powers and was still resting, Zhang Yi smiled and said, Let's go eat first. When Xinxin wakes up, I will tell you what happened recently. Zhou Kier put her arm around Zhang Yi's shoulders and said with a dependent look, Okay. You have to accompany me tonight to talk about recent events. Tonight, Zhang Yi must go to her room and have a good talk. Zhang Yi shrugged. As you wished. Zhou Kier stayed in the infirmary to take care of Yang Xinxin. After you have just awakened your powers, there will be a certain period of adaptation, and you need someone to look after you to avoid accidents. Zhang Yi and Lou Karen went back upstairs to meet the others. Zhou Haine and Yang Xia were preparing food. A sumptuous feast would take a long time. Zhang Yi met Uncle Yu. He had just come back from exercising and was sweating profusely. It's just that now, he doesn't look like a middle-aged man in his 40s. His whole body was covered in knots of tendons and flesh, and his arms were even thicker than Zhou Kier's thighs. He was wearing a black undershirt and had a towel hanging around his neck, where he was wiping sweat. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, Uncle Yu's face suddenly showed a simple and honest smile. Zhang Yi, are you back? How about doing the mission in Blizzard City? No injuries. Right? Like everyone else. Uncle Yu immediately asked about Zhang Yi's physical condition. Knowing that Zhang Yi was fine, he felt relieved. But then, he started complaining again. I've told you. If you need to fight with Little Neon, just let me go. He slapped his chest, banging it. Although Uncle Yu is not good at anything else, he still has some strength. If it doesn't work out, I can swap it with Little Neon for one. At least it can lighten some of your burden. Zhang Yi smiled. Eclipse Moon is no ordinary Ronin. They are very powerful. It is said that when they were in Neon Kanto, they eliminated dozens of Neon alien organizations. With Uncle Yu's current fighting ability, it would be difficult for him to fight head-on with the members of Neon. If the drugs in Blizzard City can really enhance the strength of strangers and have no side effects, it may be helpful to Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue. Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Because both of them are aliens below Delta level. According to theory, they cannot absorb the origins of other aliens to quickly improve their strength. However, after the era of great mutation came, no one dared to say that they understood mutation. Even if it is just a beta-level alien, his ability is raised to the extreme. What level will it be? Zhang Yi thought about it casually in his mind, but did not delve into it because he did not know enough about this aspect. But in the future, I will have more contact with Jiangnan region, and I may have the opportunity to meet with their scientific researchers to obtain relevant information. Zhang Yi retracted his thoughts, smiled and said to Uncle Yu that the war situation was urgent at that time, and the manpower was arranged by the district. How could I just call people over? Uncle Yu sighed, his eyes a little downcast. I also know that there is a big gap between my current abilities and yours, although I am also trying to regain the skills I had as a soldier, such as shooting, fighting, and reconnaissance. But the further I went on, the more I realized how scary the aliens were. If you encounter a being like Yuan Kongya again, it is simply beyond the ability of ordinary humans to deal with it. Even now, Yuan Kongya's terrifying ability still leaves a deep impression on everyone in Tianhai City and the Black Robe team. That kind of terrifying ability that can eclipse the sky and the earth with just one move can easily destroy a powerful warrior who has been training hard for 2.5 years. Zhang Yi patted Uncle Yu on the shoulder. There aren't many monsters like that in the world. And they can't be measured by common sense. Everyone has their own strengths. The most important thing is to use your strengths and avoid weaknesses. There is no need to compare with others. Just like Yang Xia. Her ability is only to make supernatural food. It cannot be said that she can fight against the 5 scum. It can only be said that she has no fighting ability. But she can still play her part. Day and night. Ha ha ha. That's what you said. Uncle Yu's eyes shone with confidence. There must be something I can do for you. He looked at Zhang Yi firmly and said. Zhang Yi felt warm in his heart. It was something he did for each other. 2 hours later. Zhou Haimei and Yang Xia finally prepared a large table of food. Yang Xinxin also woke up under Zhou Qir's care. They came to the first floor. And after meeting everyone, Yang Xinxin's face was full of calmness. However, it is not difficult to see from the raised corners of her mouth that there is an unconcealable pride in her heart. After all, she is an 18-year-old girl, and it is difficult for her character and IQ to be on the same level. But understandable. Yang Xinxin walked to Zhang Yi's side with elegant steps and gave Su Fatty's unceremonious look. Fatty Su ran to the side obediently and sat on a small stool. Yang Xinxin sat down next to Zhang Yi, hugged his arm affectionately, raised her head, and looked at him with a smile. Brother, Xinxin can help you in the future. Zhang Yi was curious about Yang Xinxin's superpower, and stretched out his hand to scratch her pink nose. You have always been my best helper. Yang Xinxin smiled. That was different. She won't have to hide in the shelter all the time. Like Liang Yuhuahua. She can follow Zhang Yi and fight with him. Zhang Yi suddenly became curious. Logically speaking, the way Yang Xinxin obtained her powers was also very terrifying, as she had gone through 37 reincarnations of death. But in terms of brutality, it's hard to say it's more powerful than Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi was hacked to death with a knife. And then the resentment in his heart accumulated to the deepest level, and he awakened his superpower. Although Yang Xinxin has experienced the feeling of death many times, she subconsciously understands that this is just an experiment, and Zhou Qir will save her at the critical moment. She leaned close to Yang Xinxin's ear, and breathed a warm breath on her crystal-clear earlobe. What is your superpower? Tell your brother. Yang Xinxin's neck turned red, and she lowered her head like a little devil. Brother, do you want to give it a try? Zhang Yi was shocked. Let me try. In other words, is it not a pure attack attribute? Chapter 697 The Angel of Desire. Yang Xinxin smiled playfully, but said to Zhang Yi gently that I would not use my ability on my brother. Zhang Yi looks weird. What is his ability? Yang Xinxin doesn't want to show off to Zhang Yi either. She said my ability? I gave it a name. Angel of Desire. Its ability is to manipulate people's hearts. Love, lust, hate, and all kinds of emotions. Anyone who is shot by an angel's arrow will feel this way from the bottom of their heart, and then get swayed by emotions. Yang Xinxin held her face in her hands, with a sickly flushed face. What a wonderful ability it is to be able to play with people's hearts at will. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The ability to play with people's hearts really suits the heart of this sickly girl. He was also on guard. For if this girl took the opportunity to sneak up on him and make him fall in love with someone or hate someone, it would be terrible. Although he understood that Yang Xinxin would not hurt him. But in the eyes of a Yandra girl, good or bad things naturally have different definitions. So he continued to inquire in a circumstantial manner, trying to find out the characteristics of Yang Xinxin's abilities. Yang Xinxin didn't hide anything from Zhang Yi and told Zhang Yi everything she knew about her abilities. After listening, Zhang Yi fell into silence for a certain period of time, because the abilities gained through that terrifying method have extremely high upper and lower limits. If it fell into the hands of an ordinary person, this ability would be quite useless, and one could even play with fire accidentally. But once used properly, it can create incredible effects at the right time. Sure enough, it fits Yang Xinxin's character. Soon, the food was ready, and Uncle Yu also took a bath and returned to the living room refreshed. Although Zhang Yi left not long ago, he has experienced so many things that he has the illusion that he has not been with everyone for a long time. This warm scene of a large family crowded together at a round table and having a lively meal made Zhang Yi feel very warm inside. During the meal, the conversation quickly turned to Eclipse Moon. Obviously, everyone is very concerned about that foreign organization. After Zhang Yi thought for a moment, he decided to tell everyone the truth. No matter what, Everyone must be mentally prepared, because he cannot guarantee that the eclipse moon will not appear in Tianhai City. Zhang Yi calmly told them about the eclipse, and the fact that the encirclement and suppression of the Jiangnan region headquarters had failed. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions were full of surprise and worry. Did even the people in Blizzard City fail? Fatty Su looked in disbelief. Didn't they dispatch an investigation team? At least they are on the same level as the original Black Robe team. Plus you, boss, are a dozen strangers from other cities. The 13 Taibao of Jiangnan region have basically used all their available power. Right? Can you lose this? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect it either. Not just me. Probably no one could have imagined this ending. Not only did he lose, but he failed miserably. The Tianshan team was almost wiped out, and their captain Deng Shitong also died in the battle. Liang Yu interjected that if Zhang Yi hadn't suddenly come out and killed 4 members of Eclipse Moon, this battle would have been a complete defeat. Uncle Yu found it difficult to accept this. He held his forehead with one hand, his expression in pain. Those damn little neons. Them. Are they really that strong? Zhang Yi frowned. From his heart, he was unwilling to accept this. But the facts are right in front of you, and it doesn't matter if you refuse to accept them. At this time, Yang Xinxin suddenly said, I smell a conspiracy in this matter. The dinner table suddenly became quiet, and everyone stopped what they were doing. The chicken drumsticks that Fatty Su put to his mouth were silently placed in the bowl. Zhang Yi turned to look at Yang Xinxin next to him for a conspiracy. What kind of conspiracy could there be in this kind of thing? Yang Xinxin wiped her mouth with a napkin and said calmly, Brother, I have only seen Bian Junwu with captain-level combat prowess. Moreover, Bian Junwu was seriously injured and was about to die. Do you think that a captain is easy to kill? Zhang Yi shook his head. What a joke. If I didn't know his abilities, it would be difficult for me to kill him even if he appeared in front of me now. In a battle between strangers, information is extremely important. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of something. Are you saying that it is impossible for the other party to kill Deng Shitong and other members of the God team so easily without knowing their abilities? Yang Xinxin glanced at him, smiled and said, No matter what happens, escape can always be done. Right? Zhang Yi thought of Deng Shitong's ability. He knew that Deng Shitong could manipulate light, which was one of the best abilities for concealing attacks and escaping. If a captain is determined to escape, it will be absolutely difficult to kill him unless the opponent is an Epsilon-level alien. However, does the opponent have an alien on the Epsilon level? According to the feedback from Zhu Zheng and others, it obviously does not exist. If that kind of existence really existed, Eclipse could completely wipe out the entire Neon Islands first, and then conflict with China. According to the intelligence, they cannot confront the boss of Kanto in Kanto. Izumo. Organize. Zhang Yi murmured. But there are strangers among them who have the ability to predict. With this ability, wouldn't it be possible to predict Deng Shitong's and their supernatural powers? Yang Xinxin tilted her head and smiled slightly. Brother, if that alien with the power of prophecy can really predict the opponent's ability, then I think she is definitely at the Epsilon level. Because of the duel between strangers, the impact of first-hand intelligence on the battle situation exceeds 30%, and even exceeds 50% in group battles. They have such abilities. So why didn't they kill Izumo in Kanto? Zhang Yi couldn't help but put down the chopsticks in his hand. He had not considered these issues carefully before. However, after hearing Yang Xinxin's analysis, a creepy feeling slowly arose in his heart. Are you saying that there is a mole in Blizzard City? Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xinxin and said in disbelief. I don't really want to believe it. Zhang Yi Dao. Zhou Qier also said that there will be a mole in Blizzard City? This is unlikely. What can they gain by cooperating with Ronin? Others also expressed disbelief in this matter. Yang Xinxin said calmly that although this matter sounded outrageous, no matter what angle it was analyzed from, the strength of Jiangnan region was definitely better than that of the Ronin organization. Therefore, if we analyze it based on ordinary logic, we would naturally not think that there is a mole in Blizzard City. But what if we think about it from another angle? Could it be that someone in Blizzard City deliberately used the eclipse to deal with the Celestial team? As far as I know, Blizzard City is not monolithic. Zhang Yi's words instantly reminded Zhang Yi. The Deng family has very high prestige and power in Blizzard City. Deng Shitong was, firstly, the successor of the Deng family, and secondly, there were rumors that the Deng family intended to elevate Deng Shitong to the position of Zhu Zheng's successor. After all, in the last days, life and death are unpredictable, and no one knows how long Zhu Zheng can survive. Moreover, It is always necessary to prepare for a rainy day and train a group of successors for Lao Zhu. This is to prevent accidents from happening, similar to the ancient prince system. At this time, the thoughts in Zhang Yi's mind became even more confusing. If you think about it that way, the situation will be much more terrifying and serious. Because Zhang Yi didn't understand how many factions there were in Blizzard City. There is even a possibility that Zhu Zheng himself wants to eradicate Deng Shitong. After all, while he was still sitting in his seat, someone was eyeing his throne. This ambiguity of power was very subtle. Chapter 698 Yang Xinxin asks for a fight. Yang Xinxin's thinking ability opened a new door for Zhang Yi. He never thought that there would be a traitor within Blizzard City. Even if there is a power struggle, no one is crazy enough to cooperate with Eclipse Moon. However, when all impossibilities are eliminated, the one that remains in the end, no matter how incredible, is the truth. In fact, Zhang Yi has been unable to figure out why the God team was destroyed so easily during this period. Even if you can't win, it's okay to escape. Right? At least Zhang Yi didn't spend too much effort when he killed the 4 Eclipse Moons. This is certainly related to his tyrannical strength. But the members of the Celestial team are not just for free. Then the most likely explanation is that all of their information was leaked to Eclipse in advance. Therefore, they were restrained to death during the battle. But no one noticed Zhang Yi, a stranger from the outer city. This allowed him to take advantage of the loophole and achieve the most brilliant results. Zhang Yi fell into silence. It's too complicated. These things are too complicated. He can't figure it out. He originally had no intention of getting involved in other people's affairs. But now, he is also in it. Could he himself be implicated and stabbed in the back? Seeing Zhang Yi's troubled expression, Yang Xinxin continued to analyze the situation. Brother, Zhu Sheng wants you to be the captain and lead the new investigation team. Right? Have you ever wondered why? Zhang Yi looked at Yang Xinxin and said, because my ability can help them deal with the eclipse. And judging from the previous encirclement and suppression battles, I am very strong. Yang Xinxin nodded. Although there is an element of this aspect, strength is very important. After all, some people in the region really want to harm Deng Shitong, and they have already achieved their goal. Then, they don't really want the region to lose to Eclipse Moon. So in the future, no one will make any obstacles in the process of encircling and suppressing the Eclipse Moon. In addition to having a certain level of strength, the person who leads the team must also have a characteristic. That is, they will not threaten the power of the top management. After all, any local stranger in Blizzard City who has sufficient strength must have a corresponding identity. At this point, whoever defeats Eclipse can save the face of the Jiangnan region and even the entire Huashu kingdom. His fame will quickly rise to an incredible level, and that person may become Zhu Zheng's successor. In Blizzard City, multiple forces are restraining each other, and no one wants others to take the credit. Zhang Yi said thoughtfully, "Is that why you pushed me, a stranger from the outer city, to the stage? I have no roots in Blizzard City. Even if this mission is completed, it will not pose any threat to the power of the higher-ups." Moreover, Zhang Yi suddenly smiled. "I have always rejected Blizzard City's attempts to win over me. This also shows that I am a person who has no desire for power or Blizzard City. Even if I complete my mission and become a hero in people's minds, they can push me along and let me stay in Tianhai City. That's it. That's it." Zhang Yi himself is not stupid. After Yang Xinxin analyzed some things, he immediately figured it out. "It's really not easy to wade through this muddy water," Zhang Yi said with emotion. Yang Xinxin smiled and said, "Brother, you don't have to worry so much. Because in my opinion, if that is the case, you will be safer. Because only if you serve as the captain of the Tengu team can a relative peace be achieved within Blizzard City. And the several major forces in the dark can reach a consensus and not cause obstacles between each other." Zhang Yi shrugged and hoped. "Anyway, I have thought about it. This task is very challenging. If things go wrong, I will run away and save my life first." He is a bachelor. The main reason is that Zhang Yi has a very clear understanding of himself. He didn't think he was right just because he had awakened a powerful ability and was better at fighting. There are too many things involved behind this lunar eclipse. Like a huge roulette wheel. Everyone on the roulette wheel can become a victim. You must take every step carefully and not be carried away by your enthusiasm. Yang Xinxin lowered her head and smiled mysteriously. "Since you are worried, brother, take me with you when you go back this time. With Xinxin here, I can help you with ideas." Right? The little witch talked for a long time before revealing her true purpose. Only when Zhang Yi needs her can she stand by Zhang Yi's side and show her abilities. Zhang Yi took a deep look at Yang Xinxin. The little girl's thoughts were written on her face. Not hidden at all. After Zhang Yi thought about it for a while, he said that you have never experienced a real battlefield. People will die on the battlefield. And I can't even guarantee that I can always be by your side to protect you. Do you understand? Although Yang Xinxin has now awakened her powers, Zhang Yi still doesn't know how effective her abilities are. If such an 18-year-old girl appeared on the battlefield, Zhang Yi would not even dare to think about what would happen if something unexpected happened. But Yang Xinxin said seriously to Zhang Yi that Xinxin would not cause any trouble to her brother. Don't treat Xinxin like a child. And in this operation, it's safer if you have someone by your side. Right? Uncle Yu also spoke up at this time. He patted his thigh and suggested seriously. That's right. Zhang Yi. People in Blizzard City may not trust it, but we ourselves can use it with confidence. Let me go with you too. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand. Don't make trouble. Don't make trouble. This opponent is no joke. Even Blizzard City carefully selected elites to participate in the battle. Let me think about this matter again. He felt that he really needed Yang Xinxin by his side. In terms of brains, Yang Xinxin is much easier to use than him. When Zhang Yi faced a small situation, his intelligence was sufficient, but it was obviously a lot involved at the moment. Moreover, Yang Xinxin was born in the upper class and had more exposure to those disciplines than he did. He had to think of ways to fight the war, and he had to deal with the undercurrent in Blizzard City. So he really didn't have that much energy. On the other hand, bringing Yang Xinxin along can take the opportunity to observe her abilities and develop her combat ability. The big deal is, just let Hua Hua be responsible for protecting her when the time comes. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yi chatted with everyone for a while, basically asking them not to go out recently and to pay attention to the activities in Tianhai City. Then, he pretended to go back to his room to rest. But he came to Yang Xinxin's room quietly. Yang Xinxin sat on the fan's princess bed and looked up at him cutely. Brother, I knew you would come. It's your choice. So you have to know what will happen. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and then took out a gun from his pocket. Chapter 699. Be prepared in advance. Zhang Yi took out 2 guns and handed them to Yang Xinxin. These 2 guns don't have much recoil, so you should have no problem using them. However, you still need to practice frequently. You don't need to be good at shooting. Just use it for self-defense. One is filled with ordinary bullets, for use against ordinary people. One contains origin bombs, which are used to deal with aliens. Yang Xinxin happily took the gun. Zhang Yi gave her the weapon, indicating that he would take her with him. In front of Zhang Yi, Yang Xinxin dismantled the gun very skillfully, checked the inside and the magazine, and then reassembled it after confirming that there were no problems. Seeing Zhang Yi's surprised look, Yang Xinxin smiled and said, Actually, I have been practicing marksmanship. You don't need to remind me for my brother. People will do this kind of thing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh. You really had planned this for a long time. He touched his chin and glanced at Yang Xinxin's petite and cute body. Yang Xinxin looked shy. How about staying here to sleep tonight? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, Stop making trouble. When you get to Blizzard City, I will get you a suitable suit to wear. Yang Xinxin's legs have just recovered and her physical fitness is not particularly good. When the time comes, he will ask Xu Zheng to get a black suit for Yang Xinxin to wear no matter what. His people must solve the security problem just like him. When the time comes, let Hua Hua follow you, and it will be responsible for protecting your safety. When I get to the battlefield, I will try to take you with me. But when you encounter a powerful alien, you should stay away from me. Zhang Yi carefully told Yang Xinxin the details that needed to be paid attention to on the battlefield. This made Yang Xinxin's eyes become gentler and melted like water. Brother, you are so good. The next morning, Zhang Yi called people from several major base forces to his home. He told Xiao Hong, Lian Xingtian and Chen Jingwan about the encirclement and suppression of Eclipse Moon. The faces of the 3 people changed drastically, and they were all very worried. Zhang Yi told them that it was okay to be afraid and that he would stay at the base for the next period of time. Especially you. Zhang Yi turned to look at Chen Jingwan. If the other party wants to attack Tianhai City, it will most likely be through the sea, so your people need to guard the coastline. Chen Jingwan is a little nervous. I will make people stare at the sea carefully. It's not easy for them to come over from the sea. After all, we have our troops patrolling the sea. Oh! Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this matter. Chen Jingwan said that he did not know whether the navy from the Jiangnan region or the Donghai region would patrol the coast. We have encountered it before when we went to sea. Zhang Yi asked strangely that if there is a navy patrolling, why can people who are eclipsed in the moon cross the sea? Chen Jingwan explained that in such an environment, the navy's patrols are only to prevent large overseas fleets from invading the sea. If it is a relatively small target, it may be missed. Zhang Yi thought of the witch with the power of prophecy in the eclipsed moon, and became convinced the opponent should have used this ability and the navy's omissions to successfully penetrate the defense line. After all, today is different from the past. Braving extremely low temperatures, naval patrols have become much more difficult. It is impossible to defend the entire long southeast coastline. Zhang Yi looked at the three people and warned seriously that Linhai City and Jiangning City had been destroyed. It is also close to destruction. I don't want Tianhai City to make the same mistake again. So you should be more careful. Zhang Yi can only do this if something happens in Tianhai City. His priority must be the people in his shelter. As for the three major bases, he can only say that it depends on fate. The three of them nodded like garlic, feeling more vigilant in their hearts, and not daring to be careless. After the three of them planned to go back, they immediately transferred all their properties to the shelter. There will be no further external actions in the short term. At this moment, Xing Tian suddenly thought of something. He asked Zhang Yi, "Do you need to take care of other small organizations in Tianhai City?" Zhang Yi glanced at Xing Tian and asked in surprise, "When did you become so kind? It is true that there are still some small forces in Tianhai City, but after Yuan Kong's purge, there are basically only a few people who can't make a living and can barely make a living." Xing Tian chuckled. "If it had been someone else, I wouldn't have asked. But that's an old acquaintance of yours." "My old acquaintance?" Zhang Yi shook his head and was about to laugh. But suddenly, a shadow of a person appeared in his mind. He looked at Xing Tian suspiciously. "Could the person you were talking about be Li Jian?" Xing Tian nodded. "Yes, it was him." Zhang Yi's eyes were somewhat reminiscing. Before the end of the world, Zhang Yi and Li Jian both worked in the same company. Li Jian is the director of the finance department, and he is a small supervisor of the warehousing department. There is not much overlap between the two. However, from the bottom of his heart, Zhang Yi admired Li Jian very much. He is one of the few people who can still retain his humanity in the end times. That is, a good person in the traditional sense. Zhang Yi can't do what he does, but it doesn't mean that Zhang Yi doesn't admire him. If not forced by life, who would be willing to intrigue and fight with others all day long in exchange for a chance to survive? Zhang Yi asked Li Jian, and how they are doing now. Xing Tian said that after the demise of the Snow Worship sect, Li Jian and several strangers from the Snow Worship sect joined forces to establish a small organization, which gathered the survivors of the Snow Worship sect. There were probably 30 or 50 people. Zhang Yi sighed. This guy always likes to do these kind things. Instead, it makes everyone else look like the bad guy. After Zhang Yi thought for a while, he said to Xing Tian, "Let them join your organization. After all, the population of Tianhai City is declining. After recruiting them, you can have more manpower." Zhang Yi had already spoken, and Xing Tian naturally nodded in agreement. Blizzard City. Gao Chongkong's return made the situation more delicate again. Zhu Zheng greatly praised Gao Chongkong and expressed the hope that he would make further achievements in the next mission of encircling and suppressing the eclipse moon. Everyone in Blizzard City almost believed that Gao Chongkong would become the leader of the third encirclement and suppression mission. At this time, many people had high hopes for Gao Chongkong. And Gao Chongkong, what is he doing? He ignored the congratulations of his colleagues. But immediately after returning to Blizzard City, he led his men to Area E in the city. This is the area with the worst quality of life in the entire Blizzard City. The people living here are engaged in the lowest level of manual labor. Chapter 700 Ambition. On the second day after returning, Gao Chongkong brought his girlfriend Gu Man and Deputy Captain Ji Yushin to Area E. They drove a large truck, which was filled with food, coal, and other daily necessities that were exchanged for points. Their arrival made people in this area very excited. This place is not a slum. Blizzard City still provides a good guarantee for the lives of ordinary residents, and will not let them starve or freeze. And the residents who can stay in Blizzard City are all the elites of the past society. Even those working in the service industry were among the best in the past. But they have families after all. Some families rely on the labor of one person to support 2 or 3 people, which makes living supplies somewhat scarce. Here in Area E, this situation is most obvious. Gao Chongkong is the person who walked out of Area E. Even though he was once a brilliant basketball superstar and had a very prosperous economy. After the end of the world, His ability could not bring much contribution to Blizzard City. Therefore, he lived here for more than a month. Later, after awakening his superpower, he relied on his extraordinary superpower to join the city guards. Later, he joined Yin Yun step by step and became one of the captains of the investigation team. So every time he came back from a mission, he never forgot to come to the place where he once lived and give some living supplies to the people in Area E who had helped him. After Gao Chongkong arrived at the community, he was warmly welcomed by people. Gu Man smiled and asked everyone to line up and then receive daily necessities. There is no useless debris. They are all key materials for survival. At this time, nothing can touch people's hearts more than heating resources and food. Among the crowd, an old Mediterranean man who had received the supplies looked at the food and coal in his hands, and looked gratefully at Gao Chongkong, who was carrying the supplies. It would be great if Captain Gao could be the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region in the future. As soon as he said this, everyone around him nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain Gao is kind-hearted and knows how to pity ordinary people like us. If he had become the commander-in-chief, we wouldn't have had such a hard time. Hearing this, Gu Man raised a proud smile on his lips. She combed her hair and turned to look at the man who was busy carrying supplies on the train. Who would have thought that the captain of the investigation team, a well-known big shot in Blizzard City, would often do this kind of hard work? Gao Chongkong heard people's comments and laughed and said, "Don't say such nonsense. I just did something trivial, so you don't need to praise me too much. Zhu Shui has made Blizzard City a great place. At least everyone can live in peace and stability." Among the crowd, a woman lowered her head and said with a gloomy look, "Is a stable life really like this?" Jiangling originally had a population of 15 million. After the end of the world, less than 2 million people were selected to enter Blizzard City. Later, if they lose the ability to work due to various problems, they will be mercilessly expelled. She took a deep breath and tried not to let her emotions collapse. Because she thought of her parents, a pair of elderly people in their 70s, who were kicked out of Blizzard City for this reason. Gao Chongkong fell silent. This kind of thing is really helpless in the last days. Limited resources can only support a limited population. Otherwise, the entire Blizzard City will collapse and everyone will die together. From now on, the world will slowly get better. Please believe it. Gao Chongkong told everyone with determined eyes. His eyes inspired many people and gave everyone confidence. It would be great if Captain Gao could be the commander-in-chief. Although Zhu Shui is not bad, does he still have to be coerced by those upper-level forces? After all, we civilians still have a very difficult life. Not everyone is called Gao Chongkong. When several women said this, they immediately pulled the children next to them and taught them to learn from Gao Chongkong. Did you see that? Even ordinary people can't change their fate. Captain Gao, like us, has lived in Area E. But hasn't he become a big shot now? Children have long been tired of hearing this kind of talk, because their parents use Gao Chongkong as an example to them almost every day. Gao Chongkong was also very familiar with this scene. So after distributing the supplies, he asked the community if there was anyone in need of help. "It took me a long time to finish things here." He and Gu Manji and Yushin drove to Area A and found a cafe to rest. Where the poor live, there are only cold honeycomb-shaped residential buildings. The place where the rich live is almost exactly the same as before the end of the world. You can enjoy all kinds of delicious food and even buy luxury goods at cheaper prices. The three of them ordered coffee and desserts and chose a seat by the window to sit down. The clerk's attitude towards them was particularly respectful, and his eyes towards Gao Chongkong were full of the love of a little girl. Even though this female shop assistant is already a 32-year-old mother, who doesn't have a girlish heart, she is the type who can take her husband and children to watch idol concerts in a wedding dress. Unfortunately, sitting next to Gao Chongkong is Gu Man, a woman who can easily make people of the same sex feel inferior. After the coffee was served, several people started chatting in their spare time. Ji Yushin leaned on the wicker chair and said with a smile that we had just come back and thought we could rest for a while. As a result, we were asked to do another task. This Jiangnan region really cannot survive without us. Gao Chongkong took a sip of mocha and smiled slightly. Just because we happen to be free. If other investigation teams come back, they will also perform this task. Gu Man looked at Gao Chongkong's profile and smiled. This is called early arrival, right? Gao Chongkong couldn't help but sighed and said, "Yes. Sometimes, it's really luck. If we catch up with the mission of Tianhai City, it will be fine." All three of them couldn't help but sigh. Who could have imagined that on a simple mission to eliminate zombies, we would encounter an Epsilon-level alien? Dian Junwu died. and the black-robed team suffered heavy losses. Even if Gao Changkong has very powerful abilities, they will not be able to make up the gap between him and Epsilon in the awakened state. Ji Yushin looked around and saw that there were not many people in the cafe. He put down the cup in his hand and whispered to the two of them. Captain, Sister Gu, once we successfully complete this mission, the Samsara team will become the #1 among the 6 investigation teams. By then, our prestige will reach an unprecedented height. After all, this is to drive away foreign enemies. Gao Changkong smiled slightly. How could it be that simple? It is impossible for the people above to give such great credit to me so easily. Chapter 701 Tianlong Pirates. Ji Yushin disagrees. But they have no one available now. He shrugged. It's impossible to mobilize Yinyan's troops to encircle and suppress them. Right? Although they are experts in group warfare, they are responsible for defending Blizzard City. And Zhu Shuai cannot let them leave. There is no better choice other than us. A wild light began to surge in Ji Yushin's eyes. Captain, when the time comes, you may not be able to become Zhu Shuai's successor. Gao Changkong raised his eyebrows, glanced at Ji Yushin, and then turned to look at Gu Man beside him. Gu Man smiled back at him. Gao Changkong also laughed. You think too simply. Compared to other captains, I am just a civilian, without connections and background. Even if you have made great achievements, it will be difficult to get a position. Gu Man leaned against him with a smile. That was not necessarily the case. Things are different now. In the apocalypse, strength is the most important thing. The order of the past has been almost shattered. Although Blizzard City has not completely collapsed the previous system, it will not remain unchanged forever. Lao Gao, this is your chance. Ji Yushin also smiled and said yes. Captain, as long as we solve the eclipse, our prestige in Blizzard City will reach an extremely high level. At that time, you can definitely enter the core of Blizzard City's power smoothly. Ji Yushin leaned back on the chair, staring at the ceiling, his eyes blurred. And he had already imagined those scenes. When the time comes, we can break the rules of this world. What you represent is not just you, but many little people like us who have climbed up from the bottom step by step. Whether he or Gao Changkong, if he hadn't awakened his powers, they would be just low-level people in Blizzard City. Those children of powerful families, such as Deng Shitong, and those with background, such as Bian Junwu, who came out of the army. They can rely on their own backgrounds to be cultivated by various resources in the region at the beginning of the end of the world. Otherwise, why should they be stronger than ordinary aliens? Talent is one thing. Background is another. Take the outer city for example. Are there really no talented strangers? Yes. And definitely not too little. But more than 90% of such talented people died soon after the end of the world. Only dead people are normal. Those who survive are all accidents. For example, Zhang Yi. For example, Yang Xinxin. For example, the leaders of major forces. There is no reason why there are so many top aliens in Blizzard City. Gao Changkong kneaded the cup in his hand and looked out the window. The high gray wall between Area A and Area B is like an unbreakable barrier. And such high walls are built between each area. I will get this mission, Gao Changkong said deeply. In the southern sea area, islands are dotted all over the place. There are thousands of islands, large and small, just like the sky full of stars. So it is called Star Island. Before the end of the world, there used to be many small countries here. But after the end of the world, the order of these small countries collapsed instantly. Strength has become the only measure of the ruler. Countless strangers swarmed up and began to seize territory and form forces. And because of their geographical location, most of them became pirates. Half a year has passed. After continuous battles and annexations, the pirates in the Starry Sea have gradually formed several large forces. The most powerful among them is the super large force known as the Tianlong Pirates. The leader of the Tianlong Pirates is Li Fengxian, known as the Sea Dragon King. And under him, he has a total of 7 fleets, each led by 7 powerful strangers. On this day, an icebreaker broke through the waves and arrived at Tianlong Island, the headquarters of the Tianlong Pirates. He appeared in front of the Heavenly Dragon King Li Fengxian and many vicious pirates. Inside Tianlong Island is a huge lair. The Heavenly Dragon King Li Fengxian sat on a high position, looking down at the slender man wearing a gray newsboy cap below. Are you the leader of Corrosion Moon? Is it you who caused such an uproar under the eyes of the Jiangnan region? The news of the eclipse battle could not be concealed. After careful people deliberately spread it, the whole world had already known the news. Naturally, it cannot escape the eyes and ears of the Tianlong King. If it weren't for this, he, A little-known Ronin? Wouldn't have the right to appear here. Phoenix Inner Gene pressed down the brim of his hat. And the pirates around him looked at him with ferocious expressions, as if they were a group of evil spirits ready to eat people at any time. But there was no fear on his face, but a devilish smile. That's right. Respected Heavenly Dragon King. I am the leader of the corroding moon. Phoenix Indus Gene. Li Fengxian stared at him, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a talented boy. You came to Tianlong Island alone. You are really not afraid of death. Having said this, his face suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the entire cave seemed to have dropped to freezing point. How did you find this place? You'd better tell me clearly. Otherwise, this place will become your graveyard today. The pirate group's headquarters is their core secret. There are many islands in the Starry Sea, dotted here and there, and they take advantage of this to hide. Tianlong Island is in one of the hidden areas. As long as they hide well and take advantage of the geographical location, no force will be able to find them. Even people who are not familiar with the terrain will be trapped on many islands and become living targets. Phoenix Yuanren, a Ronin who came across the sea with neon lights, found their headquarters accurately. This has already made the Tianlong King have murderous intention in his heart. Hey hey hey. The surrounding pirates had drawn out their daggers and guns. Some stuck out their tongues and licked the dagger body, and the salty blood made them excited. As long as Phoenix Inner Ren's answer makes them dissatisfied in any way, they will immediately rush forward and kill him with 1,000 knives. Phoenix Yuanren turned a blind eye to this murderous intention. Very simple. Because I have this ability. As long as I want to find your location, I can definitely find it. The Heavenly Dragon King's eyes narrowed. Ability? I see. He leaned his majestic body on the seat and murmured that the world was getting crazier and crazier. The strange beings that appeared were all kinds of strange. No one knew what kind of ability users would appear. However, he was not unprepared for this. The location of Tianlong Island has always been determined by the Tianlong pirates. They will not stay in one area for too long. Ronin, what is your purpose here? Say it, and let me hear it. Chapter 702 Lobbying. Phoenix Inner Gene adjusted his clothes, glanced at the eagerly watching pirates around him, and slowly opened his arms. Your Excellency, the Dragon King, I am here to give you a big gift. To you, the Tianlong pirates, a piece of wealth that is overwhelming. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of mocking laughter. Even the Heavenly Dragon King himself laughed. Ha 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 ha. That guy. He actually said he would give us huge wealth? Ridiculous. Who does he think he is? Who does he think we are? Phoenix Inner Ren didn't care about the laughter. He exclaimed. Of course I know. Gold, silver and jewelry are worthless now. In this world of ice and snow, weapons, energy, food, and population are the most precious things. Next to the throne of the Heavenly Dragon King, a man with short silver-gray hair and burgundy glasses pushed up his glasses and said coldly, Ronin, do you know the scale of the so-called treasure to our Tianlong pirates? Looking at the southern seas, what they can regard as prey is based on the country. Hunting the country is the big business that interests them. Phoenix Academy Ren chuckled. So, if I tell you, please share with me the prosperous territory of Washu country's Jiangnan region. As soon as these words came out, the laughter on the scene stopped abruptly. The pirates looked at Phoenix Inner Gene as if they were looking at a madman. Even the Heavenly Dragon King and his deputy Bai Lian frowned. Are you crazy? Bai Lian asked coldly. Phoenix Inner grinned and said loudly, No, I'm not crazy. You should know about the prosperity of Jiangnan region. The resources possessed by any of their cities are comparable to those of your small country in the Southern Sea. Moreover, I believe you have all heard of our deeds. 13 of us eclipsed the moon, leaving the entire Jiangnan region helpless. We have defeated Jiangnan region twice. The eyes of the Heavenly Dragon King were shining with splendor. Of course he had heard of these things. Phoenix and Jin's words caused some pirates to start talking. I heard that the Jiangnan region of that country was really having a headache due to the lunar eclipse. After losing twice in a row, these guys were the only opponents. Does that mean that place is not as strong as imagined? The fact is before our eyes. The leader of Eclipse Moon is still standing here fine. It seems that the powerful power they possess has also suffered a big blow after the end of the world. Even 13 people can't be eradicated. TSK TSK TSK. It's possible that they are not even as strong as our Tianlong pirates. But at this moment, the captain of the first team, Nylet, who had a hooked nose and pale skin, spoke. Don't underestimate any powerful country. The background they possess is beyond your ability to guess. If they are really as weak as you say, why don't you eat that big meal yourself and come to beg us? Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of ridicule all around. Phoenix Academy Rin smiled and said that we have too few manpower. And of course, there is not much we can do. That's why I came here, hoping to cooperate with you. Phoenix and Jean stared at the ambitious pirate king on the throne. Your Excellency, the Dragon King, I don't think you would be willing to just roam around in this small sea area. Right? The lack of supplies on the ocean cannot withstand your long-term plundering. But if you can make a fortune from that rich area in Jiangyan, it will be enough for your pirate group to spin for decades. And it can also make your Tianlong pirates famous. He pointed at himself. If you're worried about how powerful they are, that's the best thing I can say. I confirm that they are strong on the outside and strong on the inside. And they are not as powerful as the rumors say. Bai Lian scolded. Shut up. Are you just a Ronin trying to get us to act as bait for you? You want to use this clumsy trick to deceive us. You are really looking for death. Choking. Click. Dozens of weapons were drawn out and aimed at Phoenix Yuanren. The pirates, who were laughing loudly just now, can change their faces in an instant. Phoenix Academy Rin is calm in the face of danger. He didn't look at Bai Lian. His eyes only saw the silent Tianlong King. He put his hands in his pockets, smiled and said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have enough power, and I can help you lead the way and avoid the Navy. Believe me, if you fail to seize this opportunity, you will never have such a good opportunity to attack that rich land again. With that said, he turned around and looked at the other pirates. When they heard these words, the pirates were a little ready to move. They are the overlord of the southern seas, and have destroyed many small southern countries. They have almost no opponents on this sea. However, always having small fights has become boring for them. If there is a chance to defeat a huge force and plunder their wealth, this is a crazy behavior that is very attractive to the pirates of the Tianlong pirates. Bai Lian folded her arms, and after a moment of silence, a mocking look appeared on her brows. Madness. Although you have achieved some small victories in a short period of time, the background of the great power is not something that Ronin like you can understand. For a mere Ronin organization to dare to arrogantly provoke a powerful force is tantamount to seeking death. You are an arrogant lunatic. But we are different. Although pirates can be crazy, we are definitely not stupid. Bai Lian's scolding made Phoenix Yuanren's eyes change slightly. You're right. I'm a crazy person. However, don't the overlords in the southern seas even dare to do things that we can do? You? Bai Lian was about to scold her, but was stopped by the look from the Heavenly Dragon King. Bai Lian bowed and took half a step back. The Heavenly Dragon King propped up his knees with one hand and stared at Phoenix Yuanren with amusement on his face. Is your name Phoenix Yuanren? A very interesting guy indeed. Crazy enough and courageous enough. If a person like you appears in the southern seas, I will kill you without hesitation. Because you are too courageous. It is very dangerous to keep you as an enemy. And it is impossible to expect your loyalty if I keep you as my subordinate. He waved his big hand towards Phoenix Ren. So go back. I don't accept your opinion. The sonorous voice of the Heavenly Dragon King echoed in the cave of Tianlong Island. Phoenix Inner narrowed his eyes. The Dragon King rejected his proposal, making him very disappointed. They lost 5 members in the previous battle. If they want to continue the landing operation, they must replenish their strength. So he discussed with Jinguji Saikaro, and the two of them went to find reinforcements separately. The pirates who roamed the southern seas were the most suitable partners in his mind. However, the Heavenly Dragon King refused without mercy, without even the slightest hesitation. Phoenix Ren knew that it was useless to continue persuading him. He smiled and bowed to the Dragon King. As you wish. However, he raised his head with a wild look in his eyes. And I will show you that I lit a fire in that land. Chapter 703 Pirates and Ronins. Phoenix and Jean failed to provoke the Tianlong pirates, and turned away with a sinister look. But just as he walked out of the cave, among the crowd behind him, a strange sight followed his back. The voice of the Heavenly Dragon King sounded in the cave. Stupid Ronin. He simply didn't understand how terrifying this transcendent power was. Ignorant people, even if they have great power in these last days, will ruin their lives in vain. The Heavenly Dragon King's gaze glanced below. He noticed that some of his subordinates were moved. After all, their mortal enemy is the navy of the great power. Only one of those ships, equipped with the most advanced weapons, can destroy their huge motley fleet. On land, armored artillery is difficult to use. But in the deep sea, the power of ships has never been reduced. As a result, the Tianlong pirates traversed the Starry Sea. but they have always been active in the coastal waters, and never dare to approach the well-defined deep sea area. You guys, listen to me. The Dragon King roared angrily. No one is allowed to have any contact with those Ronin without my permission. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding him. After hearing this, everyone below hurriedly lowered their heads to express their submission. Yes, King. But there was a guy with sharp teeth and as skinny as an evil ghost. But a strange light appeared in his eyes. After Phoenix Yuanren left the cave, he was not in a hurry to leave Tianlong Island. Tianlong Island is the base camp of the Tianlong pirates. It is not only the pirates, but also their families and workers. There are thousands of boats parked around the island, but most of them are small boats and fishing boats. There are only 7 ships plundered from small countries in the southern seas, and they are all of old-fashioned shapes. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Dragon King refused to take risks with Phoenix in a run. Even if more than 1,000 ships were brought together, it would not be enough for a new type of warship. Phoenix and Anran thought for a while, and used a piece of bread to ask the children on the roadside for the location of the nearby bar. The child happily told him. And then Phoenix Academy went there, and bought a few glasses of wine to drink while everyone looked at him in astonishment. As for payment, it was his gun and bullets. Tianlong Island is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and there are many people who don't know each other. Although everyone looks at Phoenix Academy Ren's face, they don't suspect that he is an outsider. Moreover, the people within the pirate group come from different countries and regions, including the Neon people. Phoenix Yuanren was here, and with his humorous words, he quickly became happily mingled with a group of people. However, when a group of people wearing designer down jackets and felt hats walked in, the atmosphere in the bar immediately became quiet. A pirate next to Phoenix Engine reminded him that these people were the subordinates of Canute, the captain of the 4th Division. Within the highly hierarchical Tianlong pirates, their rank is much higher than that of ordinary pirate workers, and they belong to the regular army. Of these 3 men, one is a tall and fat man, one is as slender as a bamboo pole, but his words and deeds are extremely elegant, and there is another who is short in stature and looks quite funny. As soon as the 3 people entered the bar, the short man smiled and greeted everyone next to him. Phoenix Inner held a glass of wine in his hand and looked at them with a smile while drinking. The 3 people walked and came to Feng Wang Yuanren's table. Several other people at the table stood up immediately to make room for them. However, Phoenix Academy remained indifferent and just looked at them quietly. The 3 people ordered drinks as if no one was watching. The short fat man was very talkative. After drinking, he chatted endlessly about his past stories. From his narrative, it can be heard that he was once a criminal and gang member in the Prona Islands. He seems to be a natural crosstalk artist, standing up when he talks happily, although he is not very tall when he stands. He was holding a wine bottle in one hand while telling interesting stories about his past gang involvement. The people around looked at him and burst into laughter from time to time. Phoenix Yuanren was drinking wine and lighting a cigar, and was also looking at him with a smile. 7 years ago, just 7 years ago, we killed a traitor in Manhattan. But I was so mad that I hung the bastard from a telephone pole. As expected, he shrugged with a helpless expression on his face. I was caught by those notes. The crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You are a genius. You should hang him on a pole outside the police station. The short man looked helpless and continued. Then, those nasty guys, especially a fat pig weighing more than 200 pounds, helped me tie up. They asked me, who asked me to kill that bastard? Guess what I said? He looked at everyone expectantly. Everyone said nothing, just looked at him quietly, because everyone knew he would have something to say. The short man had a straight face, and I told him, go ahead and eat shit. The short man's lively expression caused the scene to burst into laughter again. The short man waited until everyone had finished laughing, and then continued to say okay. The fat man punched me and made me pass out. Then they poured cold water on me to wake me up. The fat man looked at me proudly and asked me, do you remember now? I asked him, didn't I tell you to eat shit? What are you still doing here? This time, the laughter was even louder. For these pirates, past criminal behavior, especially entering the squad room, is not a stain to them, but is like a badge of merit. Even the Phoenix Academy couldn't help but laugh. You are such a funny guy. After hearing his words, the short man who was still amusing everyone suddenly darkened his face. The clown-like expression on that funny face disappeared. He stared at Phoenix Yuanren coldly, and the coldness in his eyes made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. What did you just say? What do you mean I'm funny? Phoenix Inner narrowed his eyes slightly. He had known for a long time that these people must have been sent by someone under the Heavenly Dragon King. Or they were the Heavenly Dragon King's subordinates. I'm just saying. The story you just told is interesting. The short man stared at him. Interesting? You mean I just told a joke to make you laugh? Right. Like a clown. Just to make you happy? The space in the bar became quiet. The clown just now changed his face at this time. And truly let people see what it means to fall out of favor faster than turning the page in a book. When he smiles, you feel that he is non-threatening, friendly and fun. But when he changes his face, people will remember that he is an important member of the pirate group. A person who kills without batting an eyelid. For him, killing is as simple as eating. Chapter 704 Canute. The short man suddenly started to attack Feng Wang Renren, which made the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly become as cold as an ice cellar. Some people have begun to sneak out secretly, fearing that conflicts will break out and affect them. After all, these cadres of the 4th Division are quick to kill. As long as they are happy, they can kill people for fun at any time. The short man continued to stare at Feng Wang Yuanren and asked, "Tell me, what did you mean by what you just said? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck is that funny?" His eyes were as sharp as knives. He wouldn't have such eyes unless he was a villain with blood on his hands. But Phoenix Yuanren was still smiling. He said lightly, "You are so funny." The short man's face darkened, and his hand slowly reached inside the coat. This action was done without any concealment in front of Feng Wang Yuanren. But very suddenly, he pointed at Phoenix Yuanren and laughed. "Damn. This guy is so brave. I thought I could almost bluff you." Several pirates nearby also laughed loudly. "Hey, Del Luna. You lost 2 of our machine guns." The short Del Luna shook his head helplessly. "I underestimated him." The Phoenix Academy still looked at these uncertain pirates with a smile on their face. This kind of trick to amuse children may be able to coax other people. But compared with him, the so-called evil deeds of these pirates are nothing like playing tricks. He is the real villain. Who asked you to come here? Phoenix Academy swallowed a sip of whiskey, put the empty glass next to him, and told the bartender in an understatement that the dose of the drug was too small. The bartender's face changed slightly, but he just smiled and reached out to take away the cup. Druna said to the Phoenix Academy, "Let's go. There is someone who wants to see you. He is interested in what you have to say today." A smile flashed in Phoenix Academy's eyes. He knew that those greedy and arrogant pirates could not be indifferent to his words. No matter how much the Heavenly Dragon King forbids it, there will still be people who dare to take risks. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pirates. Phoenix Inner followed 4 pirate cadres into a car, and walked around Tianlong Island for a long time, all the way to a huge ironclad ship. This is the location of the 4th Division of the Tianlong Pirates, and that huge ironclad ship is the ship of Canute, the captain of the 4th Division. After hearing what Phoenix and Jean said before, this little brown-skinned pirate from the southern seas had a strong desire in his heart. He had heard about the eclipse causing trouble in the Jiangnan region. In his opinion, just 13 Ronin can cause headaches to the Jiangnan region, and his powerful 4th Division has thousands of pirates, including more than 30 powerful aliens. If he can cooperate with Eclipse and plunder that rich land, his name as Canute will be known to the world in the future. It is even possible that he will be favored by the Heavenly Dragon King and become the boss of the 7 ship squadrons. Phoenix Inner arrived at Canute's residence. This thin man with brown skin and a hooked nose stared at him with evil eyes. "Ronin, is what you said before the Dragon King true? Is Jiangnan region really as weak as you say?" The smile on Phoenix Academy's lips became fuller. He opened his hands and said, "Of course not. If we had a head-on confrontation with them, for example, and directly attacked their headquarters, Blizzard City, the 13 of us alone would have no chance of winning. I still have a very clear understanding of this." However, his voice was raised a few decibels. Their territory was too large. It's so big that it's bigger than the average country. But they don't have enough manpower to defend every piece of land. Phoenix and Jean stretched out his hand towards Canute. "We will not be foolish enough to confront them head-on, as long as we continue to harass them and make them exhausted. At that time, we can get everything we want. As long as we act on our own, what we can gain is limited. That's why I came to look for you to cooperate. With the strength of your Tianlong pirates, you will definitely be able to plunder a lot." Phoenix Inner shrugged and said with a hint of regret, "It's a pity that I overestimated the courage of the Heavenly Dragon King." A murderous intent flashed in Canon's eyes, and he yelled, "Shut up! Who do you think you are, that you dare to judge our king?" Upon seeing this, Phoenix Inner smiled softly and pushed his palms. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend." However, if you miss such a good opportunity, you will never get it again. He said with a smile that it would be difficult for you to find helpers like us. Canute narrowed his eyes. He said slowly that we will go to the Jiangnan region through the southern sea area. The biggest trouble is their navy. You say, is there a way to help us bypass our navy's defenses? Phoenix Academy Rin smiled and nodded. Certainly. If not, how did we land on that land? With Mayumi Takeuchi here. They can avoid all dangers, but Zhang Yi's time was an exception. Hey. Interesting. Really interesting. Canute's cold eyes stared at Phoenix Incarnate Rin. After a long time, he grinned and said, if that's the case, then let's have a big fight together. Phoenix Academy Rin smiled and said, I wish us a happy cooperation. Before he finished speaking, a cold pistol was pressed against his forehead. But don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Phoenix Inner turned a blind eye to the pistol on his forehead. Of course, we're partners now. Aren't we? Zhang Yi sighed. He returned to Tianhai City for only 1 day. The 4 chemical compounds were given to Zhou Qir, and some of the powder was scraped off for study. Zhang Yi still carried the rest with him in case of emergency, and he returned to Blizzard City with a few people. This time, in addition to Liang Yu and Huahua, he brought Yang Xinxin with him. The 3 of them took the Blizzard City special train and arrived at Blizzard City. When they got off the train, they saw 2 familiar faces. 2 bodyguards wearing black combat uniforms and sunglasses. Not the Indian Guards or the City Defense Army, but the Deng family's personal bodyguards. They could even be called private soldiers, because Zhang Yi guessed that the Deng family also had a considerable force in their hands. Mr. Zhang Yi, we were sent by Mr. Deng Yuanbua. He wants to invite you to lunch today. Is it convenient for you? Chapter 705 Magnificent. Zhang Yi was a little surprised by the invitation from the Deng family. He has no connection with the Deng family, but he has been to Deng Garden once before. Also because of Deng Shentong's invitation. Now that Deng Shentong had died in the battle, he thought that Deng Yuanbua was too sad and had no mind to care about outside affairs. Who would have thought that he would invite himself over for lunch? After Zhang Yi thought about it for a while. Although he didn't know Deng Yuanbua's purpose, he also knew that it was closely related to Deng Shentong's death. The Deng family is very powerful in the Jiangnan region. The head of the Deng family invited him personally, so Zhang Yi still had to give him the honor. He looked at the 2 bodyguards and said with a smile, Can I bring a few friends with me? The 2 bodyguards looked at Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu and nodded. Sure. Their mission was just to invite Zhang Yi over. Whether Zhang Yi brings someone with him or not will not affect the subsequent conversation. Well, there you have it. The 2 bodyguards bowed and moved out of the way. This way. Please. Zhang Yi and others followed them into a car, and the car drove towards Dengyuan along a road that Zhang Yi was somewhat familiar with. The back of the black RV is very spacious. It is not only warm and gorgeous inside, but also has a built-in refrigerator with drinks. Zhang Yi looked at the driver and bodyguard in front of him, and silently took out his satellite phone. He gave Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin a look, and they immediately understood what he meant. It's about communicating through text. Zhang Yi and Deng's family invited me over for dinner. What do you think? Do you think they are being kind? Or are they coming with bad intentions? Liang Yu frowned and said this after thinking for a long time. I can't figure it out either. Huahua on Zhang Yi's thigh curiously jumped on his shoulder. Although he couldn't read the text, he looked eager to join in the fun. Yang Xinxin smiled and quickly typed 2 words on her phone. Went over. Zhang Yi glanced at Yang Xinxin next to him, continued typing and asked what to say. A mysterious smile appeared on Yang Xinxin's lips. According to the current intelligence, there are not many top combat forces in Blizzard City. The only known ones are the 6 investigation captains, the director of the operations department Tu Yunlai, and the guard Sun Luxuan next to Zhu Zheng. Judging from the management model of Blizzard City, it is unlikely that there are hidden strongmen. Even if there is, not much. The Deng family relies heavily on Deng Shentong, a top-notch ability user, to maintain their Deng family status. But now, Deng Shentong died in battle. This will have a very serious impact on the Deng family. Coupled with the death of Bian Junwu in the previous battle, serious problems have arisen in the balance of Blizzard City. Perhaps a new reshuffle time is coming. The Deng family's invitation to your brother, cannot be aimed at you. It would be of no use to them. The only possibility is to win over you and become their person. Yang Xinxin's analysis was very reasonable and made Zhang Yi feel a little more relaxed. In the future world, top combat power will determine the strength of a force. Ordinary soldiers and even thermal weapons, are slowly losing dominance on the battlefield. If not, how could the 13 Eclipse members be so arrogant in the Jiangnan region? Is he trying to win me over? Zhang Yi frowned. He typed and said, "But I don't want to get involved in a power struggle in Blizzard City." He has never been a person who loves power. If he really wanted to, after solving Yuan Kongya, he could claim credit from Zhu Zheng. Yang Xinxin thought for a while, and said that she could test the other party's attitude first. But it is obvious that the Ding family will not choose to break up with you, brother. Even if you want to refuse, brother, you must leave room for them to imagine. Zhang Yi nodded clearly. He still understands these worldly rules. But it's funny to think about it. It's the end of the world. And where there are social systems, we still need to pay attention to these things. More than half an hour later, the car arrived at Dingyuan. It was still a familiar place. But after Zhang Yi came here, he felt that it was a bit more desolate and chilling. Even the expressions of the Ding family's guards seemed a bit grim. The defeat of the Tianshan team and the death of Deng Shitong cast a heavy haze on the family. This emotion has spread to this day and is difficult to dissipate. After arriving at Dingyuan, they were greeted by an elegant man in a suit. He looked to be only about 40 years old. But he was handsome, elegant, and looked like a gentleman. This is Lianqing, the housekeeper of the Ding family. Mr. Zhang and two ladies. Welcome to Dingyuan. Our master has prepared a sumptuous lunch and invites you all to join us. Hua has been held in Yang Xinxin's arms. It meowed dissatisfiedly, as if it was dissatisfied that Lianqing ignored it. Lianqing was a little surprised when he saw this, and quickly smiled and said that we didn't entertain him well. I'll go prepare cat food right away. Hua narrowed her eyes with satisfaction and continued to curl up in Yang Xinxin's arms. During the day, it basically sleeps and is too lazy to do anything. Zhang Yi and the other three followed Lianqing all the way forward. This was his first time coming to Dang Yuan's residence. When he walked into the living room, he saw dozens of beautiful women in Cheongsam standing on both sides, saluting them respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Zhang Yi, Miss Yang and Miss Liang. The room was so splendid that you couldn't even see the end at first glance. And you couldn't imagine how big the space was inside. Coupled with these beautiful women, Zhang Yi deeply felt Dang Yuan's sincerity. Yang Xinxin frowned slightly, not liking the way the Ding family welcomed her. Lianqing followed Zhang Yi and asked Mr. Zhang with a smile, "Are you satisfied with this environment?" Zhang Yi said I was so satisfied. However, in front of Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu, he had to tighten the smile on his lips and nodded coldly. Good. This be. Zhang Yi wants to give himself full marks. Lianqing was also a little surprised at Zhang Yi's calmness. He was indeed worthy of being the person that the master had chosen. What a strong determination. I looked down on him because he was just an ordinary warehouse manager. But now I think I was wrong. After a while, several people walked through the gorgeous corridor and arrived at the dining area. The restaurant is decorated in red and is very lively and even festive. This made Zhang Yi a little weird. Is it really appropriate for Deng Shitong to be so lively when his body is still cold? However, maybe the old man likes fun. That's understandable. After the Ice Age, many people began to like this flaming red color, because after seeing it, there will be some warmth on the psychological level. Ding Yuanbo wore a red tang suit and sat at the huge round table with a smile. Lianqing said that Mr. Ding, Mr. Zhang Yi, and the others are here. Zhang Yi walked over and said politely to Ding Yuanbo, Mr. Ding. Lo. Excuse me. Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu also said Lo to Mr. Ding lightly. Chapter 706 Ding Yuan's gift. Ding Yuanbo looked at Zhang Yi and the others with a smile. Okay. I'm very happy that you guys can come here with dignity. Come on. Everyone. Sit down. Don't be restrained. Zhang Yi. You and my nephew Deng Shitong are acquaintances. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Ding. Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Ding Yuanbo started to get closer as soon as he came up. It seemed that he was going to win over Zhang Yi just as Yang Xinxin said. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded, reaching out to avoid hitting the smiling person. Deng Yuanbo's age was at stake here, so calling him uncle wouldn't be a disadvantage. Uncle Ding. Hearing Zhang Yi shout, the smile on Deng Yuanbo's face became even stronger. Okay. If you call me Uncle Ding today, I won't let you call me Uncle Ding in vain. He winked to the side. Soon, a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam walked up to Zhang Yi holding a plate. A silver box sat on top of the plate. Just treat this as a greeting gift. I hope you don't dislike it, Deng Yuanbo said with a smile. Oh, As for these two little girls, there will be gifts prepared for them later. Ding Yuan's attitude was directly displayed, and he almost unabashedly tried to win over Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi remained vigilant, showing courtesy for nothing, committing adultery or stealing well. This sounds a bit like a curse. Let's change it to not going to the Three Treasures Hall no matter what. But he was still curious. What exactly was this greeting gift? After all, he doesn't feel like he's missing anything now. So he asked Uncle Ding, "What is this?" Ding Yuan saw the disapproval in Zhang Yi's eyes. However, his expression was a bit playful. "Poor child. You have been suffering outside for more than half a year, and have not had a good life. What's inside?" He pointed at the silver box. "It can save you half a year in improving your strength." The expression on Zhang Yi's face suddenly froze. Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin also looked solemn. Can it improve my strength?" Zhang Yi looked at Ding Yuan in disbelief. "But?" Ding Yuan smiled and said, "But you think that if a stranger wants to improve his strength, he can only devour the origin of others. Right?" Zhang Yi smiled and nodded. Ding Yuan smiled proudly. "In theory this is true. But this method is no different from the feeding of wild beasts. The biggest difference between us humans and beasts is that we know how to use tools. This thing is called Compound X, and only our Ding family can produce it. After using it, the alien strength can be quickly improved." Zhang Yi nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. This is why Blizzard City's population is not too large. But it has a large number of elite aliens. Right?" Ding Yuan couldn't help but sigh. "Yes. The world is so big and there are countless people with talents. How could they all gather in Blizzard City? It's just because once the potential of the aliens here is discovered, they will get the best resources to cultivate them, which makes them very powerful. Maybe you have been around someone who is not weaker than an investigation captain. However, before they had time to awaken their powers, they died in various crises." Zhang Yi nodded, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, being born in a good place is really important. Although he acted relatively calmly, Zhang Yi's mind was still focused on the X compound. He pinched his chin. "Uncle Ding, how much can this thing improve a person's strength?" Today, Zhang Yi has encountered a bottleneck in his strength. He had absorbed Eclipse's cutting-edge Delta-level alien, but his improvement was minimal. Therefore, he is also very skeptical about the efficacy of this compound. Ding Yuan smiled and said, "Let's put it this way. You know Ding Shitong, right?" He was able to quickly grow to where he is today because of this. An expression of astonishment suddenly flashed across Zhang Yi's eyes. "Ding Shitong? Investigating captain-level strength. Is it also obtained through drugs? But will this drug be the same as the one used by Bian Junwu and have any side effects?" Ding Yuan saw that Zhang Yi had some concerns. He said that in fact, the effect of this drug has nothing to do with the relationship between you and other people. Phagocytosis. The abilities are the same. It's just that we use scientific means to transform the superpowers into source. It is extracted so that you can absorb it better. Zhang Yi murmured in his heart. He never trusted others easily. What's more, it was only the first time that he and Ding Yuan met. Such a gift is too heavy. "Uncle Ding, I dare not accept it." Zhang Yi declined with a smile. Who knows if there are any toxins in this thing? What if he uses it and is controlled by the Ding family? Ding Yuan nodded. "You are cautious. And caution is a good thing. If not, you probably wouldn't be able to survive until now in the crisis-ridden outer city area and achieve what you have achieved today." He pointed at the box of X compound and said in a plain but domineering tone, "I rarely give gifts to people, and no one refuses the gifts I give. This is just a greeting gift. And I, Uncle Ding Yuan, will not ask others to do anything for this little thing." After hearing what Ding Yuan said, it would be rude for Zhang Yi to refuse again. He nodded. "Then I would like to thank Uncle Ding for his kindness." Zhang Yi took the silver box and put it into his own alien space. Ding Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Well, you have come a long way. So you must be hungry too. Let's eat." Lianchen clapped his hands. And suddenly more than a dozen maids came over, carrying golden dinner plates in their hands. And soon the whole table was filled. The food is very rich, and Ding Yuan has their own chef and reserved ingredients. Therefore, the meals on the table look particularly appetizing. Zhang Yi was not polite, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. But after taking a few bites, he discovered that the ingredients were not fresh. But you can understand it if you think about it carefully. No matter how powerful the Ding family is, they will not be able to enjoy a large amount of luxurious fresh food in the last days. In this regard, Zhang Yike is much better than them. During the meal, Ding Yuanbo didn't talk about other things. He didn't talk during eating or sleeping. He was a person who had strict requirements on the quality of life. It wasn't until the meal was finished and the servants had cleared away the dishes that Ding Yuanbo called Zhang Yi to the study next to him. Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu were invited to the lounge next door by Lianqing. Zhang Yi came to the study, and after a few polite words from Ding Yuanbo, he got straight to the point. Zhang Yi, you don't have any background in Blizzard City. If you want to gain a foothold in Jiangnan region, you must make certain achievements. Zhu Shuai asked you to be the captain of the Tengdu team. Why did you shirk it? Chapter 707 Ding Yuanbo's Purpose. Ding Yuanbo's words sounded like he was lobbying Zhu Sheng. But Zhang Yi couldn't figure out what he was thinking. So he said that I was used to being free and didn't like people to control me. Once I become the captain, will I have to do whatever my superiors ask me to do in the future? Ding Yuanbo smiled. But even if you are in Tianhai City, can you not obey the orders of Blizzard City? Zhang Yi's meaningful smile at least has room for flexibility. It's obvious that you can't refuse. But isn't it okay to just ignore it in secret? It is impossible for Blizzard City to adopt high-pressure management of all Jiangnan 13 Taibao. At least it will not force them to do things. Otherwise, the entire area will collapse. Ding Yuanbo raised his eyebrows. Why are all the young people today like you? Not seeking fame or profit. Just lying down. I won't even give you a chance to be a leader. He sighed. Times have indeed changed. Zhang Yi smiled. Indeed. It is different from your time. So please understand my choice. Ding Yuanbo shook his head. I don't care about that. Let's put it this way. Let you be the temporary captain. So you can accept it. Right? Temporary captain? Zhang Yi read these 4 words again, with a leisurely expression, and did not continue to say anything. Isn't that the person who leads the team temporarily and takes responsibility? What are the benefits after the mission is over? Ding Yuanbo came over and smiled at him, and said that making you the captain was the result of many people's discussions. Everyone appreciates your undisciplined character without seeking fame or fortune. Don't worry. As long as you do this, it won't be in vain. I'll make an offer you can't refuse. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Oh! Ding Yuanbo said leisurely that you strangers from the outer city have no idea about supernatural powers. To be able to move forward step by step, apart from relying on talent, you can only explore slowly like a blind man groping for an elephant. This will make you take many detours and even waste your talents. And our Ding group has been researching supernatural powers for more than 50 years. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed half a century of history? Could it be that mutants have already existed? Ding Yuanbo said that mutation itself is inevitable in the process of biological evolution. Judging from the huge human population base, mutants have appeared in every era. It's just that now, it's an era of large-scale mutation. So it's widely known. Of course, in the past, mutants were studied for the purpose of developing drugs and military use. To be honest, this research has made our Ding group earn a lot of money. He looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. We have a mature team that can help you and your companions improve your strength and develop your potential, as well as providing the best possible training. You are indeed very strong now, but you still have a lot of room for improvement, not to mention the partners around you. Now, it's hard for them to keep up with you. Right? Zhang Yi had no way to refute these words. The talent gap makes the strength gap within their team more and more obvious. However, Zhang Yi was still unwilling to believe Ding Yuanbo easily. I don't understand. Why do you want to help me? To put it bluntly, if you want me to become a thug of the Ding family and obey your orders, then I can't do it. Who knew that after Ding Yuanbo heard this sentence? He raised his neck and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Of course I wouldn't think so. Even Zhu Zheng can't attract you as the investigation captain. I don't think that the Ding family can offer higher conditions. Zhang Yi didn't understand even more. So, what good does this matter do to you? So that you want to help me like this? The smile on Ding Yuanbo's face slowly faded. He didn't know what he thought of, and fell into silence. Then he slowly turned his back, and looked at the falling snow in the courtyard. Zhang Yi waited for his reply. After a full minute, Zhang Yi's patience was almost exhausted, and Ding Yuanbo said in a deep voice, I help you to avenge my nephew. Zhang Yi immediately thought of Ding Shentong, that strange man who was handsome and confident even though he didn't interact much with him. Ding Shentong's death was unexpected by Zhang Yi. As the head of the Ding family, Ding Yuanbo could not accept this cruel fact. Revenge? You don't need to tell me this. I will kill all the people who eclipse the moon, Zhang Yi said slowly. Unexpectedly, Ding Yuanbo shook his head. The person who killed my nephew. Eclipse Moon can only be regarded as a knife. And the real culprit must be in Blizzard City. Zhang Yi was shocked. Although he had doubts about this matter. But from the mouth of Ding Yuanhua, the big boss, it became more likely. Did the people from Blizzard City kill Deng Shitong? This, Zhang Yi didn't know how to evaluate it. The matter itself had nothing to do with him. And he didn't want to get involved in the power struggle in Blizzard City. Ding Yuanhua's eyes were filled with gloom. My nephew has been gifted and intelligent since he was a child. After the end of the world comes, with the full cultivation of our Ding family, he will become one of the strongest strangers in the Jiangnan region. His future has unlimited hope, and he can become the most brilliant figure of this era. However, it is inevitable that some people will be jealous of him. Ding Yuanhua turned around and looked at Zhang Yi. Someone borrowed Eclipse's knife and killed him. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. If you know who did it, why not go to Zhu Shuai? With the power of the Ding family, even if the opponent is an expert at the level of investigation captain, can they be wiped out? Right? Ding Yuanhua said, I still don't know who did it. However, I can determine the scope. Whoever is most beneficial to the death of the supernatural power is the biggest suspect. Ding Yuanhua did not mention anyone by name. But Zhang Yi was deeply shocked by his words. Not going to Zhu Zheng means that he might not even be able to trust Zhu Zheng. After all, Zhu Zheng might have eliminated the outstanding Deng Shitong in order to consolidate his power. Not to mention the other forces in Blizzard City. Tu Yulai, the Samsara team, or other Blizzard City factions may be the masterminds of this operation. Zhang Yi felt the complexity. So he said to Ding Yuanhua, I don't want to get involved. Even if the conditions you offer sound very tempting. If we are involved in the storm of power struggle, I and the people around me will probably die without a burial place. If the mastermind behind it is really Zhu Zheng, what can he use to fight against him? Chapter 708 Enhanced Experiment. Deng Yuanhua shook his head. Don't worry. I won't let you help me deal with anyone. As long as you complete this mission well. That's enough. He stared at Zhang Yi and said word by word that what you want to accomplish is more perfect than the Samsara team. That's enough. After Zhang Yi heard this, he suddenly realized that Ding Yuanhua's purpose was to block Gao Chongkong's promotion path. Do you doubt Gao Chongkong? It's not just Gao Chongkong, Ding Yuanhua said in a deep voice. This mission must be completed by you. And you will become a banner that we focus on. Someone killed my nephew because they wanted to use this as an opportunity to reshuffle Blizzard City. My old man will never agree to this matter. Only if you, an outsider, handle this matter, can the pattern of Blizzard City not undergo major changes. Zhang Yi did not completely believe what the old man said. The other party is a 1,000-year-old fox. And his intrigues are countless times better than his own. If you believe the other party's words, you might be betrayed by him. But what you mean is that you helped me and my companions improve our strength. And you just wanted me to win the Eclipse Moon and make great achievements. To prevent this credit from falling into the hands of others? Yes. Not bad. Ding Yuanhua nodded. Now, whoever wins the Eclipse will gain the highest prestige in Blizzard City. Because they come from Neon. They are very special. You should understand. This explanation was barely acceptable to Zhang Yi. The Ding family has experienced tremendous changes. And what they fear most is the reshuffle of the power structure in Blizzard City. Only by preventing others from receiving this huge credit can the Ding family slowly stabilize. Regardless of these, Zhang Yi was very interested in what Ding Yuanhua mentioned about helping his team members improve their strength. How can you help us improve our strength? Just use that X compound. But Ding Yuanhua laughed a little like a thief. His smile didn't look like a good man, but like Uncle Lee who stole things. That thing won't do much for you. It's only for the people around you. Zhang Yi, isn't this thing good for me? Ding Yuanhua said that after many battles, you have actually absorbed the origins of many aliens. Speaking of which, I'm surprised. It's difficult to cultivate a stranger of your level in the soil of the outer city. But you did it. Which has to be said to be a miracle. The figure of Yuan Kongya flashed across Zhang Yi's mind. The original Yuan Kongya absorbed the origins of more than 30 strangers and unlocked his own Epsilon-level power. In the end, Zhang Yi absorbed part of her incomplete origin. After all, that's an amazing fortune. If not, it would be impossible for him to achieve such strength now. It's just a coincidence, Zhang Yi said lightly. Ding Yuanhua said, although I don't know what adventures you have experienced. At the moment, you have obviously reached a bottleneck period. At this stage, it is already difficult to improve one's strength by devouring the origin of aliens. Of course, Compound X can't do it either. As he spoke, he reached out and picked up a Celadon teacup from the coffee table next to him. Just like this teacup. Its capacity is only so large, and it can only hold so much water. No matter how hard you pour water into it, it will only overflow. Zhang Yi quickly understood the meaning of Deng Yuan's words. You mean the booster volume? Deng Yuan nodded happily. Yes, that's right. The figure of Deng Shitong flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. He shook his head and said with a playful smile, You haven't mastered this method yet. Have you? If it can be done, Deng Shitong will not only have Delta-level strength. When Deng Shitong was mentioned, Deng Yuan sighed again. He has indeed reached a bottleneck with his magical power. And Delta is his bottleneck. We have been trying to break through the boundaries of this creature so that it can produce more powerful mutations. However, the genetic realm is the realm of gods, and it is not so easy for mortals to touch. Having said this, he pointed at Zhang Yi with the finger holding the teacup. You, too. Even if your strength is worse than that of the investigation captain now, it is extremely difficult to improve in a short period of time. Therefore, promoting your partners is the most cost-effective way. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. While drinking, he looked through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows at Liang Yu, who was holding a long knife in the lounge next door. Closing his eyes and concentrating. To forcibly increase strength, you must have a container that is tough enough and large enough. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand the infusion of huge energy in a short period of time. Not everyone can do this experiment. You must choose a person with excellent qualifications and a firm mind to do it. The martial artist next to you is a pure piece of jade. If she could develop her abilities, I believe she would not be inferior to you. Will be your good helper. With Deng Yuan's ability, it is a very simple matter to investigate Liang Yu's identity and background. Liang Yu's background is jaw-dropping. 3 generations of martial arts practitioners. His grandfather and father are both masters of martial arts. Liang Yu is proficient in more than 300 martial arts, including practical foreign martial arts. He became a Wing-level martial arts athlete at the age of 17, and once served as a bodyguard for high-level dignitaries. For someone who can do this, it would be an insult to describe her as 1 in a million. At the very least, it is 1 of a million. Deng Yuan glanced at Zhang Yi next to him calmly. But there was something he didn't say in his heart. In his opinion, Liang Yu, who has a higher overall quality, has much more room for growth than Zhang Yi. After all, Deng Yuan knew very well what kind of lishly rigorous selection a person who could become a bodyguard in that place would need to go through to stand out. And what about Zhang Yi? He is just a small warehouse manager in Tianhai City. Even if he has talent, he is still not as good as an outstanding talent like Liang Yu, who has been rigorously cultivated since childhood. How about it, Zhang Yi? Do you want to accept my help? This is only good for you. No harm. In order to deal with the upcoming battles, you also need people you can trust. Zhang Yi stared at Deng Yuan's shoes, frowning slightly, and fell into the battle between heaven and man. Can he trust Deng Yuan? It's hard to say. But obviously, this is a very good opportunity. If something had not happened to Deng Shitong, the Deng group would not have been able to help him. It would be a pity if you missed it. Deng Yuan didn't rush Zhang Yi, and even said thoughtfully that this matter really needs to be thought about carefully. After all, you don't have much friendship with the Deng family, so it's normal to doubt us. However, this is indeed a rare opportunity for you. I hope you seize the future. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. I need to think about it. It won't take long. Please give me some time. Deng Shitong smiled and said, Of course this is okay. Zhang Yi couldn't make up his mind, so he decided to go to Yang Xinxin to discuss it. Chapter 709 Liang Yu is willing to go. Zhang Yi quickly went to the lounge next door and found Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu. He asked the two of them to come over and discuss the matter quietly. The opportunity was not to be missed. He didn't want to delay it for too long. And the eclipse of the moon would come back one day. So time was of the essence. To make a decision, you have to be quick. After hearing Zhang Yi's statement, Liang Yu was suddenly moved. The Deng family must have mastered relatively comprehensive genetic technology regarding aliens. It is said that the genetic potions in Blizzard City were developed with their help. Liang Yu eagerly hopes to improve his strength. She said to Zhang Yi that I am willing to give it a try. After all, I have to bear the risks myself. You can let me try it first. If it works and has no side effects, let others do the same. Zhang Yi glanced at her. Have you always been so brave? I really don't know what to say about her. Liang Yu always has an inexplicable sense of justice and dedication in her heart. But in Zhang Yi's opinion, he didn't take his own life seriously. Liang Yu said helplessly. What can be done? The war with Eclipse is about to begin again. If we don't increase our combat power, we will only hold you back. She thought about the last time. She was just making a fool of herself. If she hadn't been by Zhang Yi's side, ask yourself, could she have beaten the Eclipsed stranger? There is a high probability that it cannot be defeated. The Eclipsed alien has devoured the origins of many aliens. And what about her? In the past, I had been picking up leftovers from Zhang Yi's meals. Although she had swallowed the origins of 2 eclipse moons before, the improvement in strength still could not satisfy her. She wants to become stronger, so that she can have the strength to protect everyone around her. The feeling of powerlessness caused by losing the attention of people. She was never willing to try again. At this time, Yang Xinxin also spoke after careful consideration. I feel that I may not be able to accept the conditions they proposed. Zhang Yi? There was a sound. Xinxin, what do you think? Yang Xinxin looked at Zhang Yi, then at Liang Yu, and whispered, the Ding family has no reason to harm us. Right now, Blizzard City needs your abilities, brother. And since you have accepted this mission, they have to protect you even more. So they will not harm you at this time, but will try their best to help you defeat Eclipse to save the face of the entire Jiangnan region. There was something else that Yang Xinxin did not say. Even if the other party knows how to use tricks, as long as the person who goes is Liang Yu and not Zhang Yi, the risk is acceptable. In her eyes, things that don't concern Zhang Yi are just trivial matters. When Liang Yu saw Yang Xinxin and suggested accepting help from the Ding family, she said, Zhang Yi, let me go. Zhang Yi took a deep look at Liang Yu. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to cooperate with the Ding family, because after Liang Yu succeeds, others may be able to become stronger in this way. So Zhang Yi nodded vigorously, returned to Ding Yuan with study, and expressed his attitude. We are willing to accept help from the Ding family. However, there is one sentence that may sound impolite, but I still have to say it first. There was a hint of warning in Zhang Yi's eyes. It's you who took the initiative to help us, and we each get what we need. So, we don't owe you anything. It's true that I have gratitude in my heart, but once I find out, you take the opportunity to secretly do something to my companions. Well, Zhang Yi's voice became colder, and I won't pretend that nothing happened. Deng Yuan smiled brightly, picked up the teacup in his hand, and took a leisurely sip. Sure. Zhang Yi and Deng Yuan discussed the specific content of the help. This requires Liang Yu to go over and accept their experiment. From a simple theoretical point of view, it is actually an artificial phagocytosis. Use genetic means to quickly develop the potential of aliens. Take Zhang Yi for example. He has very powerful power, but he wouldn't be where he is today if he hadn't devoured the energy of strangers many times. Otherwise, even if he has Delta level potential, his ability level will not be high when he first awakens. The level of the alien does not represent the strength of the person, but the level of talent. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon. The level of each ability means a higher limit and stronger talent. It's like in R, SR, SSR, U in the card game. The era of comprehensive mutation has just arrived, and the classification of aliens is relatively general. It can only be divided based on the obvious differences between each level. In fact, within the same level, there is a big gap in the level of talent, which depends on the type of ability. The higher the power level, the faster the strength can be improved, and the higher the upper limit. However, there is also the possibility of powerful aliens with untapped potential dying at the hands of low-level aliens, or even ordinary people. Therefore, this is why the investigation captain of Blizzard City, who is also at Delta level, can easily kill the Outer City Lord in seconds. Blizzard City uses science and technology to maximize the potential of aliens. However, most of the aliens in the Outer City are almost barbaric, and their abilities are not yet civilized. As for Liang Yu, her talent is like SSR's ultra-rare card. His own quality can be said to be the limit of human beings. As long as she is given a knife, it is possible to kill a stranger at close range even without using any abilities. After becoming a stranger, no one can predict how high her upper limit will be. Liang Yu was very open-minded, and she came to Deng Yuan very generously. Mr. Deng, please. Deng Yuan's eyes lit up when he looked at Liang Yu. He saw the light of the jade, as if he had discovered Bien He's jade. Zhang Yi said that I have to contact her every day, and this must be guaranteed. Deng Yuan nodded. You are very cautious, but this time I am helping you sincerely. If you are worried, I can even allow you to live in Deng Yuan and live with her. Zhang Yi thought for a while and finally rejected the proposal. The current situation in Blizzard City is unclear, and he doesn't want to do something that will obviously make people misunderstand that he is a member of the Ding family. Ding Yuanbo took a step forward. Actually, you can also try our set meal. Maybe your upper limit still has a lot of room. Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. This is not necessary. Ding Yuanbo said with a smile, if you figure it out, come to me at any time. I believe you will come back. Zhang Yi said a few polite words and avoided the topic. Chapter 710 No Upper Limit. Liang Yu stayed at the Ding family, and according to what Ding Yuanbo said, genetic experiments would be conducted on her later. The process is just like the members of the Celestial team. Zhang Yi has also thought about it, and it is impossible for him to take risks for the time being. However, after Liang Yu succeeds, he can let the people around him pass first, such as Uncle Yu and Fatty Su. As for the resources required for the experiment, that is not an issue that he needs to worry about. He had done such a great favor to the Ding family, so it was only natural that the Ding family should give him benefits. But he himself, Zhang Yi, thought about the bottleneck of improving his ability, and couldn't help but become a little confused. Is the upper limit of my ability just delta? If this is not the case, why? Phagocytosis. Is the effect getting weaker and weaker? Zhang Yi took Yang Xinxin, who held Hua Hua in her arms, and left the Ding family. Liang Yu was invited to the laboratory inside Ding Yuan by the housekeeper Lianqing. In the study, Ding Yuanbo was still standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at Zhang Yi's retreating figure. This boy is so cautious and admirable. Ding Yuanbo let out such a sigh. If you could have half as much of him. No. How could a third of caution lead to that end? His voice was full of regret. At this time, a deep voice came from behind him, where the wall should have been. This guy is really hard to see through. Hearing this voice, Ding Yuanbo glanced back. Right? Is this why you like him? But do you really think he can beat Gao Changkong? Ding Yuanbo couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Although Zhang Yi performed very well during the last attack on Eclipse Moon. But after all, he only dealt with a small character in Eclipse and lost 2 remaining health points. However, the man behind the wall insisted that Zhang Yi must do that thing. Otherwise, as Ding Yuanbo, how could he be so attentive to Zhang Yi, who in Blizzard City doesn't want to get technical support from their Ding family? The deep voice came. Don't underestimate him. His upper limit is definitely not below the level of captain of the 6th Brigade. It may even be higher. A look of astonishment flashed in Ding Yuanbo's eyes. Blizzard City's 6 investigation captains all possess the power of Delta-level aliens developed to the extreme. Zhang Yi's upper limit is still higher than theirs. Wouldn't it? Epsilon? The voice behind the wall was silent for a moment, and said leisurely. We only have a superficial understanding of mutation. Even if the Ding family has been studying the field of genes for half a century, we can only see hazy shadows. That is the realm of gods. How can mortals touch it? When I saw Zhang Yi fighting in Jiangning City, I realized that everyone underestimated him. He is like a huge empty cave with no bottom. We can only win over such a person. But we cannot let him become the enemy of the Ding family. Ding Yuanbo's eyes became intense. What is the most expensive thing in the 21st century? Talent. Especially after the end of the world. If you can invest in a top-notch stranger, the profit will definitely be 100 times. Or even 1,000 times. He also made up his mind to invest in Zhang Yi and make him a person on his side. After all, Zhang Yi has not yet fallen to any force in Blizzard City, and his background is as simple as a blank piece of paper. This is undoubtedly the best time to win over him. But, now that he has such an idea, what about other forces? Ding Yuanbo couldn't help but frown. In terms of background, the only person in the entire Jiangnan region who can compare with him is Zhu Zheng as the Supreme Commander. As long as Zhang Yi is not allowed to join them. He doesn't like to be controlled by others due to his loose personality. The stronger I make him, the less dependent he becomes on Zhu Yang. On Zhang Yi's side, he and Yang Xinxin left Ding Yuan. He was escorted by the Ding family's vehicle to Area A, where there was a single-family villa specially prepared for him. Zhang Yi checked the villa carefully shortly after he checked in, and found no surveillance equipment. Back here, I can relax a little. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, and Yang Xinxin was close to him. The two of them leaned against the back of the sofa in a leisurely half-lying posture. Hua Hua squinted her eyes, and squatted on Zhang Yi's belly very comfortably and skillfully. Thinking of Liang Yu undergoing genetic experiments at the Ding family, Zhang Yi still felt a little uneasy. I always feel that the Ding family is too kind to me. And Ding Yuanbo's explanation failed to fully convince me. The corners of Yang Xinxin's mouth raised slightly. She supported the backrest with one arm, and looked at Zhang Yi with eyes full of admiration. Brother, there is still one thing you haven't figured out yet. Zhang YK. What's the matter? Yang Xinqin reached out, and pointed to Zhang Yi's nose. And her white and tender fingertips touched it gently. Feeling cool and soft. You are too cautious. So you always think about things in a pessimistic direction. But you have forgotten that now you are the top stranger in the Jiangnan region. Such a person will be respected no matter where he is placed, and will be tried hard to win over by all major forces. And now that the Ding family has lost its top combat power, doing this is tantamount to showing goodwill to you. Even if there is no eclipse mission, they are still willing to have a good relationship with you. Such a simple truth. But you can't understand it? Zhang Yi's mind suddenly became enlightened. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I have survived so far in the dangerous struggle between people, and I have almost forgotten the rules of civilized society. Blizzard City still retains a civilized state, so there are still people who are worldly, rather than just talking with their fists. He turned his hand and took out the X compound given to him by Ding Yuanhua from the different space. After opening the silver box, a tube of pale golden injection appeared inside. This thing is the medicine that Ding Yuanhua said can allow strangers to quickly awaken their potential. Zhang Yi can imagine how valuable it is. He had an urge to use it, a desire on a genetic level, but out of caution, he did not dare to do so. After thinking for a while, he chose to call Bailey Chongqing to inquire. Soon after, Ding Yuanhua answered the phone. Zhang Yi exchanged a few words of greetings, and then went directly to the topic. Are the research results of Ding Group's genetic medicines very impressive? Do they have a dark history with drugs? Bailey Chongqing replied, let me tell you this. Currently Blizzard City has to rely on the Ding family for most of the field of genetic medicine. Now, with many experiments, the drug has become mature, he said, glancing at his arm. I am the third batch of drug experimenters, and everything is currently in normal condition without any adverse reactions. Zhang Yi asked, what is the name of the medicine you use? Bailey Chongqing thought for a moment, and found that Zhang Yi was now mostly one of his own, even if he was unwilling to accept the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan region. Joining the Tengu to carry out the mission against the eclipse proved that he was trustworthy. That drug is called Compound Number 6. Chapter 711 Codename Chaos. Compound Number 6 is a term that Zhang Yi has never heard of, but he soon understood. X Compound is a unique technology of the Ding family, and even people in Blizzard City cannot get it. Thanks. I understand now. He thought twice, and restrained his urge to use the injection. It's better to wait until Liang Yu's experiment is over and observe it. At all times, caution must come first. You can never go too far wrong. Ding Yuanhua told Zhu Zheng that Zhang Yi agreed to serve as the captain of the Tengu team. Zhu Zheng was greatly surprised. He didn't know what conditions Ding Yuanhua used to persuade Zhang Yi. Ding Yuanhua just laughed and walked around with a haha. Zhu Zheng is not angry either. In short, as long as Zhang Yi agrees to serve as the captain of the Tengu team, it will be the best news for the major forces in Blizzard City. He thought for a while, and asked his secretary Lan Xinqing to call Zhang Yi over. He planned to talk to Zhang Yi in person, mainly because he had something to explain about the mission. Therefore, Zhang Yi didn't get much rest in the afternoon, and was called to the combat center again. He met Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng had a kind smile on his face, and looked at Zhang Yi with satisfaction. Just like when he looked at Ding Shitong. I heard Ding Yuanhua say, have you agreed to be the captain of the Tengu team? Zhang Yi has complained about this name countless times in his heart. But fortunately, he is not really a dog licker. Think about it. Ding Shitong's team is called Tianshan, and he is called Tiangu. A little bit down, Zhang Yi put away his reverie, raised his chest, and raised his head, placing his right fist on his chest. For Jiangnan region, for Blizzard City, and for the glory of the Chinese nation, it is our duty to rebuild the glory of Huaxu Kingdom. I have to think about whether this is my only chance in this life to shed my blood for the country. Zhu Zheng coughed violently, and said to his heart that you are almost done. I almost begged you before, and refused to agree. Now you are acting like a hot-blooded man. Who can you show it to? Although I don't know what conditions Ding Yuanhua gave to Zhang Yi, I can tell that Zhang Yi is the kind of person who doesn't let go of eagles when he sees rabbits. What impressed Zhang Yi about the Ding family was probably their genetic technology. Zhu Zheng said seriously to Zhang Yi that since he accepted the position of captain, he must assume the corresponding responsibilities. The remnants of the God Squad and the Black Robe Squad will be left to you to manage. These strangers are all rebellious people, especially the members of the God Squad. As the captain, you must integrate the team and stop acting like a lone wolf. However, as the investigation captain, you can also enjoy very high permissions. Lan Xincheng will send permission instructions to your communication device later. Zhang Yi doesn't have any objections to these. But after thinking about it for a while, he made 2 requests. I brought people here, Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin. My pet Huahua is very strong. I hope these 3 can be included in the team. After all, temporary staff can also enjoy the rights of regular staff, such as battle uniforms and so on. This reminded Zhang Yi of the volunteers before the end of the world. Although they didn't get paid a penny for their work, they still received a set of clothes when they left. He is not greedy either. Just give them each a black suit. That thing is really useful. Zhu Zheng smiled and nodded. Of course there is no problem. As the captain, you still have the power to appoint your cronies. Zhang Yi continued to say that this team was formed temporarily. I also said that I will temporarily serve as the captain. When the mission is over, I will still return to Tianhai City and be my free homebody. Therefore, I do not want personal information to be overly exposed. Can I act under a code name instead of my real name? Hiding your strength is important. But after this battle, Zhang Yi's name will definitely be noticed by many forces. With just his name, major organizations in the world can quickly strip away all the information about him from his birth to the present. After all, the identity information of ordinary people here is not valuable and has long been sold to the world. And personal information contains its weaknesses, and it is possible that a small problem may lead to his death. After Zhu Zheng listened, he thought for a moment and murmured that the idea you proposed was actually mentioned by several district leaders during a briefing not long ago. We do need to create codenames for core combatants to ensure the confidentiality of personal information. This should be considered common sense. Even among the military, Special Forces soldiers have operation codes, not to mention those special personnel, who often use code names or pseudonyms to ensure that their identities are not leaked. Zhang Yi asked, "Does that mean there is no problem?" Zhu Zheng smiled and nodded. "Of course you can. In fact, the region has already started working on the codename operation. We also basically set the rules for codenames." He touched his chin. "Okay. The current decision is to use characters from ancient mythology as codenames. In fact, people at the investigation captain level all have their own codenames, which are officially registered code names. I can get you one." Zhang Yi thought for a while and made a request. "I wish I could be given an inconspicuous code name. Don't be too strong. Don't be too weak. And don't be famous. It's the kind that you can tell at a glance that it has no sense of existence." Zhu Zheng understood Zhang Yi's character, so he nodded. "Okay. I'll go back and check the list for you to see if there are any code names that can be used. As for contacting the members of the Tengu team, Lan Xincheng and Bailey Chongqing will contact you." Zhang Yi nodded and accepted. It was no problem at all. After Zhang Yi left, Zhu Zheng looked at the closed door and propped up his chin with both hands. The sharp gaze is like a sword, exuding an intimidating light. Zhang Yi is very wise. He serves as the captain of the Tengu team, and the problem is solved very well. In the shadow behind him, Sun Luxuan slowly opened his mouth like a sculpture. In this way, no one in Blizzard City can challenge your authority. Wait until the mission of encircling and suppressing the eclipse is over. Then disband the Tengu team. And then let Zhang Yi leave Blizzard City. This is the best ending. Sun Luxuan looked at Zhu Zheng, smiled and asked, "It's just that the Tengu team will not have a captain by then." The corners of Zhu Zheng's cold mouth slowly raised. "Don't worry. I already have the most suitable candidate." Soon after Zhang Yi left, Zhu Zheng sent him a code name for him to choose. After he confirms it, he needs to report it to the system of the 6 regions. Each person can only have one special title, and latecomers cannot seize the codename of the predecessors. If you really want to seize someone else's title, you have to use special means. As Zhang Yi thought, titles such as Wukong Yuan Shitianzu and Kong Xian Erlang God have already been taken. There are also differences between high and low people. Most people are still arrogant and do not want to be dwarfed. Therefore, most of the remaining titles are obscure or terminal gods. Zhang Yi looked at the codenames on the list and thought for a long time. He thought silently that 2 high-profile priesthood codes had been taken, and deliberately choosing one that was too obscure would make people deliberately hide their feelings, making it easier for them to be exposed. It is necessary to choose a more moderate codename, which is neither obscure nor too conspicuous. After reading it several times, he finally determined what his codename was. Chaos. This was the codename he chose. Chaos represents confusion and unknowability. although it is one of the 4 most ferocious beasts in ancient times. It is not as well known as Cheongqi Tao Thai. They are powerful, but rarely have great reputations. Whether it is from the literal meaning of the word, chaos, or from its low-key reputation, it meets Zhang Yi's requirements. After Zhang Yi chose the codename, he reported it to Zhuzheng. Blizzard City is required to publicize the information to the public. Chaos. Call him by his codename. Chapter 7:12 The Immortal and the Prophet. After Zhuzheng received the codename reported by Zhang Yi, he was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his lips, as if to say, this is how it should be. Only in this way is it consistent with Zhang Yi's temperament, because after the codename system came out, the 6 regions also had disputes over it. Those popular titles are being snatched up like good luck license plates. For this reason, there are often fights between strangers. Just a popular codename may cause a duel between 2 top aliens. Popular ones such as Monkey King, Erlang God, Guandi Hakian, etc. I don't know how many times they have rotated their owners. Zhang Yi chose one. Chaos. No matter what. It is impossible for anyone to come over and start a battle with him because of the code name. This guy is so steady. So steady. Zhuzheng was filled with emotion. If Zhang Yi hadn't been reluctant to join Blizzard City, he would have wanted to take Zhang Yi under his wing and train him well. He will definitely become an effective general under his command. After all, after Bian Junwo was killed in battle, his men's combat effectiveness also suffered a big blow. Without balance, his position may become loose. Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. He recited Zhang Yi's name silently, and was thinking about what methods he would use to win over Zhang Yi if he successfully completed the task this time. Not long after Zhang Yi left the combat center, Bailey Chongqing found him. As soon as they met, Bailey Chongqing smiled meaningfully at Zhang Yi. Congratulations. You finally became the captain of the investigation team. There was a lot of emotion in his eyes. Now that I think about it, it is quite legendary that Zhang Yi was able to be promoted to the captain of the investigation team as an outsider. Zhang Yi noticed something unusual about him, and guessed something in his mind. Then he asked, "What about you? Is your position as captain gone?" Bailey Chongqing shrugged helplessly. "Originally, I was only temporarily serving as the captain. But now I have figured it out. Don't take the porcelain job without diamonds." In the past period of time, although I had the title of investigation captain, no one really regarded me as the captain. It's easier now. Zhang Yi touched his nose. "You can't blame me." Bailey Chongqing nodded and understood. "Fortunately, the living conditions of my family members have not changed yet." Zhang Yi said that my role as captain is only temporary. Once the mission of Eclipse is over, the Tengu team may be disbanded. I will also step down. And when the time comes, I will recommend you to continue as captain. He smiled and put his arm around Bailey Chongqing's shoulders. "After all, we are familiar with each other. If I don't help you, who will I help? There is someone up there who is easy to do. So of course, he has to take care of Evergreen." Bailey Chongqing was non-committal. He had experienced this kind of thing once, and was filled with emotion. Only when you have strong enough strength can you be recognized by others. For example, Zhang Yi. As long as he is strong enough, he can still be reused even if he has no connections or background. This is the benefit of the end of the world. It breaks the original social rules, and gives those who are ordinary but capable people a chance to get ahead. Bailey Chongqing said to Zhang Yi that you have just become the investigation captain, and there are some things you don't understand yet. Over at the headquarters, let me introduce you to the responsibilities and powers of the investigation captain. By the way, I have 2 pieces of very important information for you. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look serious when he heard the word intelligence. What information? One is the personal information of the Tengu team members. As the captain, you need to understand their abilities before you can command them reasonably. I'm here in the Black Robe team, and everyone knows your strength. So basically they won't have any objections to you being the captain. But as for the Tianshan team, because Deng Shintong's prestige was particularly high, the team members were used to being arrogant. I may not be able to convince you of the management of a stranger from outside the city. Bailey Chongqing winked at him. If necessary, he could give them a showdown and let them know who was the boss. Zhang Yi stared at Bailey Chongqing with strange eyes. Good guy. You are acting for personal gain. However, if the people in the Tianshan team really dissatisfied with his management, Zhang Yi would have to educate them. So, what about the other piece of information? Bailey Chongqing slowly put away the smile on his face. It was the message Deng Shitong sent to the headquarters before he died. This is the core secret about lunar eclipses. In other words, these information were obtained by Deng Shitong in exchange for his life. Zhang Yi's face became a little more solemn. He really knew nothing about the leader of Eclipse. Phoenix Inner Run. The characteristics and strength of his abilities are all a mystery to him. Although Deng Shitong lost to him, with Deng Shitong's strength, he would definitely be able to force out enough of Phoenix Yuanren's trump cards. This information is extremely crucial. Come on. Let's go over and take a look. Zhang Yi asked Bailey Chongqing to come to the living room, where Yang Xinqing was sitting on the sofa with Hua Hua in her arms. Zhang Yi poured a cup of hot water for Bailey Chongqing, and Bailey Chongqing found a suitable position and started playing the video materials. First look at the information sent back by Deng Shitong, Zhang Yi said. Bailey Chongqing nodded, and then found the information. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and pushed the water glass from the table to Bailey Chongqing's side. Then the three of them looked at the screen seriously. This is the last image left by Deng Shitong during his lifetime. Most of them are blank in front, because Deng Shitong used his ability to distort light. No recording equipment could capture accurate images. All that can be heard is sound. However, based on the few conversations between the two, some information can still be obtained. This part is the Phoenix Academy's ability to be reborn after death. Immortal? It is indeed a very troublesome ability. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. How to deal with someone who cannot be killed? Although he doesn't believe that anyone can really survive. Every time Phoenix Inner is reborn, he must consume supernatural powers or other things. But where is his limit? Who knows? And it can be heard from the sounds of the battle that he is not inferior to Deng Shitong in terms of close combat. After a long time, the white light that enveloped everything slowly disappeared. Instead, there was endless red flames. Zhang Yi saw Deng Shitong, who was surrounded by flames and was in extreme pain. I also saw the terrifying figure with naked body wrapped in flames. Phoenix Academy Ren smiled ferociously and rushed over again and again. Even so, Deng Shitong still did not lose the ability to resist. The white light blessed by the holy body competed with the flames of the Phoenix. And he was also fighting fiercely with Phoenix Yuanren. Chapter 7:13 Deng Shitong's last words. Deng Shitong killed Phoenix Yuanren again and again. However, Phoenix Yuanren stood up again and again. Deng Shitong's voice reached the ears of Zhang Yi and the others through the video. This guy. Where is his destiny? Is he really immortal? No. This is absolutely impossible. There are no unkillable carbon-based organisms in this world. There must be something I haven't discovered yet. But, am I really going to lose? No. Something is wrong. I shouldn't lose. How could I lose? Although his ability is very abnormal, I am stronger than him. But if I really want to lose, something must be wrong. Ah! That's it. I understand. I understand everything. There is a traitor inside Blizzard City, and someone has leaked my abilities. When he heard these words spoken by Deng Shitong himself, Zhang Yi couldn't help but hold the cup a lot harder. His eyebrows were raised, and the suspicion in his heart was infinitely amplified. Is there really a mole inside Blizzard City? Yang Xinqing stared at the screen dimly, but her expression was unusually calm. But Zhang Yi knew that she was also thinking crazily in her heart. Bailey Chongqing's expression remained as usual. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had watched this video. Zhang Yi cursed in his heart. So the top management of Blizzard City must have seen it. Xu Sheng has read it. And so has Deng Yuanbua. They all suspected that there was a mole in Blizzard City. That's why you are so enthusiastic about recommending me to be the captain of Tengu? Or are they planning to use me to lure out traitors? No. You can't trust anyone easily. Even Xu Sheng. Zhang Yi is like a headless fly. As an outsider, he doesn't understand the inside story. He didn't even know anything about the power struggle among the major factions in Blizzard City. Therefore, he could not comment on this matter. However, he must avoid being involved at all costs. Zhang Yi quickly recovered his thoughts and continued to look at the video data. In the video, Deng Shitong was clearly on the verge of collapse and could no longer hold on. Facing Phoenix Yuanren who can resurrect from the dead, Deng Shitong has no way to crack it at the moment. But Phoenix Infernal Ren seemed to know his abilities, and even his attack methods very well. In the end, Phoenix Inner lost the power to support his body, and fell among the ruins. Came his weak voice. Listen. Me. Cough cough cough. Know what he is capable of. He can. See into the future. See the way I attack. Remember? Be careful with this. Want. Use the law of cause and effect against him. In the picture, a huge flaming fist punched his face. Let Zhang Yi. Deng Shitong left the last three words. And then, the scene was completely enveloped in white light. Everyone knew that it was the bomb used by captain-level figures when they chose to self-destruct. The video data of Deng Shitong ends here. Zhang Yi crossed his hands and hung them in front of him. Thinking hard. The last image left by Deng Shitong revealed too much information. Can Phoenix Yuanren see through Deng Shitong's future? This ability combined with the immortality attribute is simply despairing. And his last sentence was Zhang Yi. An incomplete sentence with only 3 words pushed Zhang Yi in front of Blizzard City's senior officials. Law of cause and effect. Zhang Yi understood the meaning of this sentence in his heart. If my guess is correct, Zhang Yi has a very powerful law of cause and effect. You can even reverse reincarnation. He once believed that he was able to come back from the dead because he had awakened a special power. But now, he hasn't discovered it yet. Do you want me to ask the Deng group for help in the future? Zhang Yi has this impulse. At this time, Bailey Chongqing's voice echoed in his ears. What did you gain after reading it? Zhang Yi turned to look at him and said with a faint smile that the harvest was great. I didn't expect my opponent to be so troublesome. Bailey Chongqing said. But Deng Shitong finally mentioned that you can deal with him. He hasn't finished speaking. So don't make random assumptions. But Bailey Chongqing smiled and said of the 5 people killed in the eclipse, 4 of them died in your hands. Now it is basically certain that the other party has a stranger who can predict the future. But you have affected the cause and effect, which proves that you are their nemesis. Zhang Yi Dao. But this alone is not enough. How do you win when you can't kill someone? Bailey Chongqing asked if he could be put into your different space and sealed with a different space. Zhang Yi said that different dimensions do not have the ability to actively collect living creatures. It is driven by read. My thoughts will only be effective when dealing with dead objects. As for living people, unless they are willing to actively enter a different space, they cannot be forced to collect it. It's as simple as Bailey Chongqing slapping his thigh, breaking him into pieces first, and then throwing him into a different space. That's it. Zhang Yi took a deep look at Bailey Chongqing. Is this what you are saying? You think I am Deng Shitong? Deng Shitong can kill Phoenix Inner dozens of times. That's because he has extremely powerful attack power. But what Zhang Yi is good at is defense. It would be difficult for him to kill Phoenix into Jean even once. Not to mention the Phoenix Academy's ability to predict the opponent's actions. It's hard to say whether it will be effective on Zhang Yi. While the two were discussing, Yang Xinqin suddenly spoke up and expressed a thought-provoking thought. I remember that when Deng Shitong fought against Phoenix and Jean, that Miko Takeuchi Mayumi was also present. Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing looked at her. That's true. So what? Do you want to say that she had an impact on this battle? Yang Xinqin bit her pink fingertips. Phoenix Inner's abilities are special traits, including immortality, fire, and super physical strength. According to our understanding of superpowers, it is impossible for him to have time-based abilities at the same time. So I guess that this ability was given to him by Mayumi Takeuchi. In other words, as long as she is killed first, Phoenix Inner Run will lose at least 30% of his combat effectiveness. This suggestion instantly opened up new ideas to Zhang Yi. It is indeed a very high probability possibility. Several people discussed it and obtained a lot of information from the images left by Deng Shitong. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said that actually you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. The core significance of your action this time is to block the prediction ability of the eclipse which, as for dealing with Phoenix Inner Run, there is a better candidate than you. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. You mean Gao Chongkong? Bailey Chongqing nodded without thinking. Gao Chongkong's ability is actually very suitable for dealing with Phoenix Yuanren. Of course, I can't tell you what his abilities are now. But if my guess is correct, he will be the leader of this operation. And you, like before, cooperate more with him to act. Chapter 7:14. Destroying the seedlings and encouraging them to grow. Bailey Chongqing is Gao Chongkong's friend and his fan. Coupled with the understanding of Gao Chongkong's ability and Zhang Yi's ability, partially understood, he firmly believed that the headquarters would take the lead with Gao Chongkong to carry out the next mission of annihilating Eclipse Moon. Zhang Yi's eyes were dark, and he did not refute Bailey Chongqing's words. From a theoretical analysis, there is nothing wrong with what Bailey Chongqing said. But Bailey Chongqing is just a soldier after all, and he doesn't understand what power struggle is. Gao Chongkong does have better combat literacy and command capabilities than Zhang Yi. However, his identity meant that he could not be the leader of this operation. High achievements shock the master. This is the biggest taboo of being a subordinate throughout the ages. To put it bluntly, even if Gao Chongkong makes the greatest contribution by then, Blizzard City will focus on promoting Zhang Yi's achievements instead of him. Talk later. Zhang Yi slapped his thigh. That's right. I am now the captain of the Tengu team. Can I receive captain-level weapons and equipment? He pointed at Yang Xinxin. And there were 3 helpers beside me. They will also be incorporated into the Tengu team for the time being. I have already told Zhu Shuai about this. So they also need to receive equipment. Bailey Chongqing nodded. No problem. Just tell me what equipment you need. And I'll get someone to send it to you later. The smile on Zhang Yi's lips grew stronger and stronger. He shook his head and said no. We should go there by ourselves. After all, I need more weapons. Bailey Chongqing's eyes slowly widened. He looked at Zhang Yi with a strange smile on his face, and seemed to guess what this guy was going to do. Soon after, Zhu Zheng, who was still working in the office, received a report from the quartermaster. What? Zhang Yi received a large number of weapons? A very large batch? Zhu Shuai. He used his space powers to receive a large number of weapons. Quantity. Somewhat exaggerated. The quartermaster whispered in the corner. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Zhang Yi, who was sweeping goods in the warehouse. After being a quartermaster for so many years, this was the first time he encountered this way of receiving supplies. Just like an ant shopping at a half-price supermarket. Zhu Zheng thought for a while, smiled and shook his head. This boy is really a bastard in the spirit of not taking advantage of him. That's all. Just give him as much as he needs. Anyway, they are just ordinary thermal weapons. In the end of the world, the power of these weapons has been greatly weakened, and they are not very difficult to make. You only need steel and gunpowder. And you can even say that you can have as much as you need. Zhang Yi received a large amount of equipment, and then returned to the villa in Area A. Later, Zhu Jinghui will officially form the Tengu team and inform everyone about the appointment of Zhang Yi as the captain. Zhang Yi doesn't care about these things. Blizzard City's false reputation itself is not something he values. However, he was still worried about the situation on Liang Yu's side. Although from a rational level, he understood that it was impossible for the Deng family to do anything to Liang Yu at this time. But his long-term cautious habit has made him never give up his sense of worry. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Liang Yu called Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly answered the call. Liang Yu, how are you now? Did you feel anything unusual? On the other end of the phone, Liang Yu was only wearing a light blue lab coat, covering important areas and revealing her toned figure. She was surrounded by more than a dozen staff members wearing white protective suits. And right behind her, there was a huge blue experimental cabin. The staff is still preparing the final work. Liang Yu felt the worry in Zhang Yi's tone, and felt warm in her heart. She said that the preliminary preparations have been completed. And next, I will enter the experimental cabin they prepared for me. The experiment will last 3 days before I can come out. I won't be able to contact you during this time. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, wanting to say something like take care, but felt that it was not appropriate for the occasion. After holding it in for a long time, he said, I'll wait for you to come back. The smile in the corners of Liang Yu's eyes deepened. Yes. After the simple conversation between the two ended, Liang Yu handed the phone to the staff, who sealed it and placed it in a safe. Then a female staff member came over and asked Liang Yu to lie down in the experimental cabin. Liang Yu nodded and did as she said. Outside the laboratory, on the 2nd floor, Deng Yuanbua, Liancheng and the person in charge of the laboratory were watching the scene. The person in charge asked Chairman Deng Yuanbodo if he really had to follow the A-level source supply to do it. This level of experiment is also very expensive for us. It is even second only to the training of the young master. Deng Yuanbua squinted his eyes and said lightly, Just do as I say. When doing business, the initial investment is large in order to have a steady stream of generous returns later. We can't lose this time against Eclipse. Moreover, I will also take this opportunity to find out the insider in Blizzard City. A sharp look flashed across Deng Yuanbua's eyes. Although Zhang Yi knew that this method of quickly increasing the strength of a foreigner would consume a lot of energy, but he didn't know how terrifying this kind of consumption was. The higher the talent of an alien, the greater the cost of improving its strength, including the intermediate energy loss. It is no exaggeration to say that the resources consumed to improve the abilities of an alien of Liang Yu's level can even create 10 aliens of the level of investigation team members. This is the price of pushing back the seedlings and encouraging them to grow. If you are not a true genius, being forcibly improved in this way will only overdraw your potential. But Liang Yu and Deng Yuanbo were not worried at all. Her body and will have been tempered many times. After Zhang Yi received the weapons, he returned to the villa in Area A and began to study and analyze ways to deal with the eclipse with Yang Xinxin. He didn't know much about fighting, but he already had a lot of experience in fighting between strangers. The information that Deng Shitong gave his life in exchange for was very crucial. Obviously, Phoenix Yuan-Ren is a very difficult opponent to deal with. At the same time, he has immortality, super close combat ability, and the blessing of a witch who can see the future. These conditions put together are so strong that it makes people feel suffocated. However, as long as the ability exists, there must be ways to deal with him. Zhang Yi must find a way to restrain Phoenix Yuan-Ren and the other powerful aliens under him, and then consider taking action. Fortunately, now, the eclipse moon is also in a state of rest, so they still have a certain amount of time to prepare. Chapter 7:15 Helper. Xin, guess what the people with the eclipse moon are doing now? Zhang Yi asked. The eclipse moon has disappeared for almost a week since the battle in Jiangning City. The use of Death of Love caused the electromagnetic system in most areas of the Jiangnan region to lose its function, and it is impossible to grasp the whereabouts of the eclipse moon. But everyone understands that the eclipse will definitely come back. Otherwise, they would not have taken the huge risk to cross the sea. Zhang Yi believes that it is necessary to understand the logic of their behavior before they can prepare in advance. Yang Xinxin said leisurely that 5 of them died in the last battle. Although in terms of the result, they were victorious and the encirclement and suppression campaign in Jiangnan region failed. But judging from the strength of both sides, they may not have won this duel. The Jiangnan region has a deep foundation and the celestial team has been defeated. They have other forces they can mobilize. However, the eclipse of the moon is difficult to compensate for with military strength. So, she looked at Zhang Yi, her eyes twinkling like dark stars. I guess they will bring helpers next time they come again. Zhang Yi crossed his hands in front of him. Helping? Are they companions in Neon? Although from the intelligence point of view, Eclipse belongs to the elite team structure and has no other companions. But as a landing party, there must be Ronin who have the same idea as them. Seeing that the eclipse has caused huge waves in the Jiangnan region, maybe someone will be tempted and follow them to try to get a piece of the pie. Yang Xinxin said. Next, the opponents we will face may come from any force. The world has never been the same since the Ice Age. Fortunately for Huashu Kingdom, we have the world's top power and can maintain our basic base. However, in most areas in the southeast, there are many small countries. They are unable to handle the huge natural power of the area, so they fall apart. If my guess is correct, the southeastern region, including the southern sea area, has become a mess. There are even more private military organizations. Those vicious people may invade the border. It is also possible to be impressed by a person with a lunar eclipse. Zhang Yi sighed. So I just hate those snakes, insects, rats and ants. Although it may not be very lethal, if there are many of them, it will easily make people upset. The only good news is that those areas are relatively fragmented, and the population is not large. Even the combined population of some small countries is not as large as that of Tianhai City. Secondly, their technology is also relatively backward. Therefore, in such an area, the possibility of producing high-level strangers is relatively small. While Zhang Yi was thinking about the next round of encirclement and suppression of Eclipse Moon, an undercurrent was surging in Blizzard City, and no one was idle. Everyone is eyeing the lunar eclipse line. Perhaps for ordinary people, the existence of a lunar eclipse is a shame that they must wash away with blood. But for the various factions in Blizzard City, this is a competition for power. Everyone knows that as long as they can defeat Eclipse, they can gain huge prestige in Blizzard City, thereby increasing the power of their faction. In response, Zhu Zheng summoned the entire Blizzard City senior staff. The content of the meeting was the plan for the next attack on the Eclipse Moon. The next day, the Combat Command Center was particularly lively. There were so many people attending this meeting, and all the prominent people from Blizzard City came. Not only Zhu Zheng, 2 Yulai and others, but also some middle and high-level managers appeared here. The high-level conference room of the Combat Command Center was very lively, with hundreds of people in Wuyong. A gathering of this scale is extremely rare in the history of Blizzard City. Zhang Yi appeared at the scene with Yang Xinxin. His reputation is not obvious, but it was the killing of 4 Eclipse Moon in the last encirclement and suppression operation that attracted some people's attention. But when he appeared at the venue, not many people greeted him eagerly. At most, someone would say a polite greeting, nod and smile politely. After all, Zhang Yi's identity is a stranger from outside the city. This identity determines that it will be difficult for him to enter the true core of Blizzard City in the future. Zhang Yi didn't care about the attitudes of these people. He never liked dealing with these people. It was better if they didn't bother him. However, Zhang Yi discovered that there were obviously 2 lively circles in the venue. A circle centered on Tu Yunlai, the director of the Department of Operations. He is always dressed in military uniform. Half of his face is always shrouded in the collar. And he has an unfathomable sense of mystery. The other circle is the Samsara team circle headed by Gao Changkong. There were many people gathered in both circles. And they hardly lowered their voices deliberately, discussing how to get a piece of the eclipse moon's pie. Minister 2. We will fully support you in this operation to suppress the eclipse. Your ability is obviously stronger than those investigation captains. If not for this, why would the most important task of defending Blizzard City be entrusted to you? It's just that those investigation teams are more likely to become famous. They don't really think that you are weaker than them. Right? This encirclement and suppression of Eclipse Moon is of great significance to the Jiangnan region. As a top combat force, you must take action to ensure the victory of the operation. I will tell Zhu Shuai. Tu Yunlai was surrounded by several high-level officials from Blizzard City. Among them were the heads of the administration department and the finance department, all dressed in suits and leather shoes. Tu Yunlai didn't speak much. His expression was as cold as ever. But he bowed his head politely and thanked them. As for Gao Changkong, he came today with his vice-captains Ji Yushin and Gu Man. Compared to Tu Yunlai, he had more people in his circle. Gao Changkong is usually more popular. He is friendly to others and never has any airs. And among the middle and lower levels of Blizzard City, his voice is almost the highest. Except that in the eyes of some women, he is slightly weaker than the second-generation super-rich Deng Shitong. There are few people in Blizzard City who can compare with his popularity. Captain Gao, you must bear the burden this time. I hope you can fulfill your mission and complete it successfully. As long as you succeed this time, even if you are from a humble background, you can rely on this merit to rise to the top. Coupled with our recommendation, you may not be unable to enter the core of power in Blizzard City in the future. Gao Changkong looked embarrassed. Everyone was joking. But I, Gao Changkong, had no other ideas. As a soldier, my duty is to protect the safety of Jiangnan region and maintain the glory of Jiangnan region. For this reason, I will ruthlessly eliminate any invading enemies. When he mentioned the eclipse of the moon, his eyes were as sharp as a sword. The representatives of the surrounding factions who supported him were very satisfied with his attitude and nodded with smiles. Chapter 7:16 I choose Zhang Yi to be the speaker. Zhang Yi and the others arrived earlier, so they found a place to wait. After a while, Bailey Chongqing arrived at the venue. As soon as he saw Zhang Yi, he hurried over to say Lo. Hey, my captain. Why are you sitting here? Bailey Chongqing walked over with a smile, and then hugged Zhang Yi's shoulders affectionately. Zhang Yi looks a little lonely sitting here, at least compared to the popular Gao Changkong and Tu Yunlai. He does not look impressive. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. Everyone likes to heat up the stove, and no one likes to cook cold rice. I, a foreigner from the outer city, have never been favored by the big shots in Blizzard City, even if I hold the position of captain of the Tengu. Bailey Chongqing rubbed his bearded chin. There is nothing we can do about this. At any time, there will be a hierarchical chain of contempt. As a foreigner from outside the city, you are a bit off in the eyes of most people in Blizzard City. Despised. Not even as good as Gao Changkong who climbed up from the bottom of Blizzard City. Whatever they think of it. Zhang Yi shook his head nonchalantly. By the way, Bailey, who do you like more? Zhang Yi raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Bailey Chongqing with a smile. Bailey Chongqing's eyes wandered around the two circles, looking at Tu Yunlai and then at the extremely popular Gao Changkong. He sat next to Zhang Yi and whispered that the two men had submitted letters of challenge to Zhu Shuai, hoping to lead the operation to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. But at present, it seems that the hope of Samsara team is obviously greater, because Yan Yue needed to defend Blizzard City. Even though Tu Yunlai was very powerful, he still had the ability to lead large-scale battles. But the safety of the senior executives still needs him to protect them. So if I have to choose one of these two people, I would still vote for Gao Changkong. Yang Xinqin suddenly said coldly, Are they the only ones you choose? Bailey Chongqing was stunned for a moment. Then he saw Zhang Yi's meaningful smile and realized that he had overlooked Zhang Yi. But, can Zhang Yi become the leader of this operation? Bailey Chongqing laughed. Zhang Yi, why don't you come here? You are not that kind of person. Bailey Chongqing knows Zhang Yi well, and knows that he is not the kind of person who likes to compete for fame and wealth. If possible, Zhang Yi would rather lie down at home than get involved in any tasks that are not related to him. After laughing, he said leisurely, Not to mention, you are from an outer city. I don't mean to look down on you, but in Blizzard City, people do have such xenophobic sentiments. It is not visible at ordinary times, but it is particularly obvious at critical times. He shrugged. Wasn't it the same in Tianhai City back then? Zhang Yi smiled and said, if you say so, then that's it. Soon after, Zhu Zheng brought Lan Xinqing and Sun Luxuan to the venue. Everyone immediately fell silent and greeted Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng waved to everyone and then asked them all to sit down. Everyone looked at Zhu Zheng expectantly, waiting for him to announce the person in charge of the third encirclement and suppression plan. The power structure of Blizzard City will also change as a result. Both Tu Yunlai and Gao Chongkong had expectant looks in their eyes. Zhu Zheng came to the stage and began his speech. First, he summarized the reasons for the failure of the previous two encirclement and suppression plans and did some self-examination. But soon, he mentioned what he had gained from the two encirclement and suppression missions. Here, I want to highlight one person. That is Zhang Yi from Tianhai City. During the second encirclement and suppression mission, he single-handedly killed 4 members of Eclipse and saved the face of Jiangnan region. Because of this outstanding achievement, Zhang Yi's extraordinary personal courage, and his loyalty to the Jiangnan region, I decided to form a new temporary investigation team with the Black Robe Investigation Team and the God Investigation Team as the core, named Tengu, and appointed Zhang Yi as the investigation team leader. As soon as these words came out, there was a lot of discussion below. However, everyone's expressions were not too surprised. This news has long been rumored among senior officials. Everyone also understands that such a new force is indeed needed. Moreover, Zhang Yi has experience fighting against Eclipse and achieved excellent results. So it is reasonable for him to serve as the captain. But what Zhu Zheng said next made many people feel different. Because Zhu Zheng didn't mention Tu Yunlai and Gao Chongkong at all. But he always promoted Zhang Yi's outstanding personal deeds, calling him a rare genius. From now on, in order to protect the confidentiality of senior combatants, we will no longer call Zhang Yi by his name, but with code name Chaos, or call it. Similarly, elite members of other combat units are all called by corresponding code names to the outside world. Those who can have code names are all elites. For example, the members of the investigation team and the squad leader level or above figures in Yin Yang Guard all have corresponding titles. Only in the past, these code names were only used during the execution of tasks. However, the Tengu squad is only a temporary establishment, but he applied for a special code name for Zhang Yi. And from now on, no matter how you hear this word, it will be unusual. Listening to Zhu Zheng's tone, everyone realized that the situation was a little subtle. Gao Chongkong lowered his eyes. Thoughtfully, Tu Yunlai also frowned. Zhu Shuai. What does he mean? The eyes of Bailey Chongqing, who was sitting next to Zhang Yi, gradually changed, and he looked down at Zhang Yi. I muttered no in my mind. Impossible? Just as he had this thought, he heard Zhu Zheng's voice. Based on my careful consideration, I decided to take the lead in the next operation against the Eclipse Moon. The Samsara team is responsible for cooperating with the Tengu team, and Zhang Yi is the highest commander on the battlefield. The Combat Command Center will provide battlefield guidance. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue exploded. Although they are all high-quality talents and generally would not lose their composure in front of a high-level person like Zhu Zheng, the current situation shocked everyone and exceeded their imagination. What? Let a stranger from outside the city serve as the commander-in-chief of this operation? What qualifications does he have? Whether in terms of popularity or tactical skills, he can compare with Gao Chongkong and Tu Yunlai Ma? This is too childish. But, since Zhu Shuai made this decision, he must have considered it carefully. It seems that Zhang Yi is indeed outstanding. Some people thought to themselves, he was able to kill 4 members of Eclipse, so he was very powerful. But if he was asked to command someone like Gao Chongkong and Tu Yunlai, would it be possible? Some people quickly figured out the secret. Is Zhu Shuai worried that his great achievements will shock his master? Therefore, a foreigner from the outer city, who is easy to control, was chosen to take on important responsibilities. However, if he is not capable enough and the third encirclement and suppression operation fails, the problem will be huge. Everyone has their own thoughts. Tu Yunlai quickly regained his composure after looking stunned. As for Gao Chongkong, Ji Yushin had an indignant look on his face and said excitedly, "Who is he to be our commander?" Gao Chongkong shook his head at him. There must be a reason for Zhu Shuai's decision. And I have also heard that this Zhang Yi is unique. Gao Chongkong has a good relationship with Bailey Chongqing, so he has heard about some of Zhang Yi's deeds. Chapter 717 A Battle That Cannot Be Lost. Zhang Yi looked calm. Zhu Zheng and Deng Yuanbui had already greeted him about this matter, so he was not surprised. On the contrary, Bailey Chongqing looked confused. He looked at Zhu Sheng in the stands. And then at Zhang Yi, who looked calm. And then he realized that Zhang Yi had known everything for a long time. He slapped his forehead. No wonder you agreed to accept the position of captain of the Tengu squad. It turns out that Zhu Shuai promised you such great benefits. Once the mission of encircling and suppressing the eclipse is successful, Zhang Yi will undoubtedly receive a huge reward. And he will also be able to become a hero in the entire Jiangnan region. Even throughout Huashu Kingdom. Legends about him will be spread among the people. Ask yourself, if there is such an opportunity in front of you, Bailey Chongqing will rush to seize it. Zhu Sheng looked at Captain Zhang Yi in the audience. Please come up and say a few words. Zhang Yi stood up suddenly and walked up to the front desk under everyone's gaze. He glanced at everyone present and said a lot of official words, which I won't repeat here. I will do my best to take down these evil-doing rogues and safeguard the dignity of the Jiangnan region and the entire country of China. It is our duty to restore our national glory. Thanks. By the way, please don't use my real name when referring to me by my job title in the future. After finishing his polite remarks, Zhang Yi walked off the podium calmly. At this special moment, Zhu Sheng did not waste time talking too much. The meeting ended quickly, and he left Gao Chongkong, Tu Yulai, and Zhang Yi behind to chat alone for a while. It was nothing more than asking Gao Chongkong and Tu Yulai to express their support for Zhang Yi's work. Tu Yulai's attitude was very calm. As a professional soldier, he had his own ambitions, and he also had doubts about Zhang Yi's ability. But as long as the top management decides something, he will not violate it. Gao Chongkong also smiled and said that he would obey the district's decision and fully support Zhang Yi's work. Zhu Sheng looked at Zhang Yi. Next, your appointment as captain will be reported to the whole city. Chaos. To promote your identity. This is what we advertise. And you also need to contact the members of the team and seize the time to train. The most important thing is to get to know your team members and let them trust you. Of course, I understand. Zhang Yi nodded. But I want to ask, is there any news about the lunar eclipse now? Zhu Sheng shook his head. After they disappeared, there was no movement. We even suspected that they left the mainland from the seaport and went back to Neon to recruit troops. Zhang Yi frowned and turned back to Neon. Zhujiangdao is their base camp after all. He suddenly sneered. With what they have accomplished here, they must have gained a good appeal in Neon's homeland and can summon more Ronin. It just so happens that I also want to have a good comeback. Everything is unknown. Zhu Sheng said. Take advantage of this period of time to get familiar with your team. He put his hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder and patted it twice hard. With expectations in his eyes. We will shape you into a hero. And you will also have the hope of the entire Jiangnan region pinned on you. So you have to give it your all. Don't put too much pressure on us. We are very well prepared this time. When necessary, Tu Yunlai and Yan Yun's troops will also be dispatched. Zhang Yi's pupils were slightly dilated. You? Even Yan Yunwei will be dispatched? Yan Yunwei is the most important force in defending Blizzard City. Once they leave Blizzard City, Blizzard City's defense will be greatly reduced. It seems that this time, Zhu Sheng has really made up his mind. Zhu Sheng nodded. There are no enemies inside the area. The enemies are all outside. I'm fully prepared. You don't have to worry about this. Zhang Yi naturally doesn't worry about Blizzard City in his heart. If Tu Yulai led the Yin Guards, Samsara team, and their Tengu team, it can be said that the armed forces dispatched this time are at least 3 times stronger than the last time. According to Zhang Yi's analysis of the battle strength of the Tianshan team, unless they find a more powerful helper, there is almost no possibility of failure in this battle in the Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi nodded, feeling slightly at ease. I see. At this time, Gao Chongkong was drinking tea in the lounge on the first floor of the combat center. Sitting next to him were his girlfriend Gu Man and Bailey Chongqing. As for his vice-captain Ji Yushin, this person has always had an impatient temperament. This time he knew that Zhang Yi was going to be the leader of the action. So he was quite complaining. So Gao Chongkong sent him away. Bailey Chongqing looked at Gao Chongkong and said with some regret that in terms of ability, you are more suitable to be the commander this time than Zhang Yi. But? He didn't say the second half of the sentence because it involved some complicated things within Blizzard City. Evergreen has no way to change this. It's not that he looks down on Zhang Yi, but as a commander, Zhang Yi is indeed inferior to Gao Chongkong. It can even be said that Zhang Yi himself admitted this. However, Gao Chongkong smiled and shook his head, as if he didn't care. But the fleeting regret in his eyes still couldn't be perfectly concealed. Since it is a decision made by the headquarters, it must have its purpose. It is impossible for Zhu Shuai to make fun of the safety of the district. no matter who becomes the commander-in-chief. I will try my best to cooperate. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, It's just a status. When it comes to the battlefield, Zhang Yi will have to rely on you. Gu Man's dancing eyes showed a narrow look. But this title is very important. Bailey Chongqing's face looked helpless. That status is of course important. Leading an army and defeating the Neon Ronin organization head-on. Such a reputation can allow a person to quickly rise in Blizzard City, gain a lofty reputation, and have the opportunity to enter the center of power. He is not a person who is greedy for fame, and he has no interest in joining Blizzard City. Bailey Chongqing explained. Gao Chongkong smiled slightly. Maybe this was the reason for choosing him. Zhang Yi walked out of Zhu Zheng's office, picked up Yang Xinxin who was drinking coffee outside, and the two went downstairs together. Arriving on the first floor, Bailey Chongqing, who had been waiting here for a long time, quickly waved. Hey, Zhang Yi. This way. Zhang Yi saw Gao Chongkong and Gu Man and wondered what their attitudes were. Gao Chongkong must be disappointed in his heart, and he may also hold a grudge against Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was fully prepared, but since he wanted to encircle and suppress Eclipse, communication with the leader of the Samsara team was unavoidable. Zhang Yi walked over and greeted them with a smile. Captain Gao and Miss Gu met again. Chapter 718 Death is Reincarnation. Seeing Zhang Yi, Gao Chongkong showed a polite smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, congratulations on becoming the captain of the Tengu team. We will all be partners from now on. Please give us your advice. Zhang Yi saw that Gao Chongkong's attitude was quite good, so he naturally stretched out his hand to avoid hitting the smiling man and shook hands with him. My captaincy is only temporary. I will step down after completing my mission. The next actions will require more guidance from Captain Gao. Gao Chongkong said, Where? Are you available today? I'd like to treat you to a meal, and let's talk about future cooperation. Zhang Yi certainly had no reason to refuse. Treated by Gao Chongkong, they went to a good restaurant in District A. At this time in Blizzard City, all overly luxurious restaurants have been banned, even for people of high status. Most of the restaurants they go to are small and medium-sized. In order to save food and resources, consumption at the petty bourgeoisie level is acceptable. But extravagance and waste are not allowed at this time, at least for the vast majority of people. Zhang Yi still remembers that meal at Ding's house. 5 people came to an elegant restaurant and didn't ask for a private room. They just sat down in a secluded position by the window. A few people chatted and ordered some food. Meat is relatively cheap here, but it's almost impossible to eat fresh. Vegetables are only dehydrated. If you steam them before cooking, the taste in your mouth will completely change. This is the top restaurant in Blizzard City, but ordinary people can only eat canned food every day, except for Yang Xinxin. Everyone can drink a little. Gao Chongkong's girlfriend Gu Man looks like a lady at first glance. Her words and deeds are very elegant, and she doesn't delay in drinking at all. Gao Chongkong succinctly explained his intention. I have already received news from Zhu Shui about Captain Zhang. Among the strangers in the Eclipse, some can predict the future, but Captain Zhang can block the opponent's ability. So, I hope to use this to formulate a battle plan. Because I believe that the most important reason why the Celestial team was defeated by Eclipse is that the other party knew all their actions. I don't want to make the same mistake again. So I would like to ask for your support in this regard when taking action. Zhang Yi nodded after hearing this and said that I am not a stranger who is good at attacking. The coach asked me to lead the team just because I am relatively stable and have the ability to block the opponent's predictions. So when the time comes to fight against Eclipse, I will have to rely on you for combat power. Gao Chongkong smiled slightly. Speaking of which, the prerequisite for cooperation is mutual understanding. And we don't know each other's capabilities yet. He put down the white wine glass. Then, let me introduce my abilities first. A flash of surprise flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Gao Chongkong wants to reveal his ability to himself? That is the most important secret of every stranger. And even close relatives may not know it. How embarrassing is that? That's your precious secret. Zhang Yi said politely. Who knows? Gao Chongkong said that actually my ability is not a secret. Seeing Zhang Yi's suspicious eyes, Gao Chongkong explained that Blizzard City has collected complete information on aliens, especially our captain level. And there are no secrets among the higher-ups. We all work in the same place, are in constant contact with each other, and have opportunities to interact and collaborate. So it's impossible to hide everything. Moreover, my abilities are somewhat special, even if it is known. Don't worry. When Gao Chongkong said this, Zhang Yi glanced at Bailey Chongqing next to him without any trace. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, I can testify that it is true. The ability to not be afraid of being known? Zhang Yi actually became curious. Speaking of which, Bian Junwu and Deng Shentong's abilities are also like this. Because it is too powerful. Even if you know his ability, it will be difficult to crack it. Unless it is a stranger with the same level of ability. Then I'm all ears. Zhang Yi said. Gao Chongkong smiled and spoke of his abilities. My ability is reincarnation. Death is reincarnation. That's right. It's the reincarnation of the Samsara team. I can reincarnate between life and death. Whenever I die, I go back to a period of time before my death. Well, as for the time period, I'll keep it a little secret here. In short, generally speaking, I cannot be killed. And I can collect intelligence in advance through reincarnation. This allows me to turn danger into disaster and effectively collect information about my opponents. After Zhang Yi heard this, he let out a long sigh on the spot. Another unkillable ability user. There is a phoenix incarnation in front. And another reincarnation ability owner comes out here. What the H.L. Life in the glacial apocalypse from scratch? These captain-level guys are more monsters than the last. Hearing Zhang Yi's emotion, Bailey Chongqing couldn't help complaining. Aren't you the same? Gao Chongkong looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. My ability, in a sense, can actually circumvent the other party's prediction. He folded his hands on the table and looked confident. I have studied the opponent's ability. Although there are factors of causality in it, the range of her predictions is limited. Otherwise, the female ninja would not have been killed by Deng Shentong. The other 4 people will not be killed by you. Therefore, the other party's ability is not omniscient and omnipotent. If I encounter them, I can use the first opportunity to test their abilities and tactics. Then trigger reincarnation. And then change your playstyle to deal with it. Zhang Yi discovered something keenly. Your ability can only be triggered once? Gao Chongkong nodded approvingly. Nice insight. Counting from the timeline that triggered the reincarnation to the second time when the same timeline is reached. This is the cycle. My ability can only be activated within 1 day. He gave an example. For example, if I activate my ability at this moment, it is 12:51 noon. Then the next time you activate the ability, you need to wait until the timeline reaches the present again. And then 1 day passes before it can be used at 12:51 tomorrow. These things are all recorded in the district's records. There is no need for me to deceive you. So please believe it. But even so, it is still a very abnormal ability. And Bailey Chongqing added a sentence at the right time. But so far, there are not many people who can trigger his ability. He usually triggers the ability on his own initiative. Zhang Yi nodded clearly. He looked at Gao Chongkong. Which means that even if you don't use your abilities, you are very strong. Gao Chongkong smiled brightly. If he spread his hands and wanted to be the captain, relying on little tricks alone would not work. Hard power is needed. Chapter 719 Testing Each Other. Zhang Yi looked at Gao Chongkong sitting opposite him with gentle eyes. Gao Chongkong is tall and handsome. And the sunshine and energetic feeling that comes with a basketball player can easily give people a positive impression. Zhang Yi silently took a sip of Gujing Gong. Then let me also talk about my abilities. He briefly introduced his abilities. Except for the hidden skill of Void Spear. He explained all the other skills in detail. Because there is no point in hiding this information. Jiang'an region has already collected it. He can also give people a feeling of magnanimity when he speaks out. However, he only talked about the effect of the superpower, but avoided talking about the ability. For example, how powerful is the destructive power of Kamui? And to what extent the dimensional gate can absorb the maximum amount of attacks, and the distance traveled through space, etc. He knew it in his heart. Just like he hid the skill of the Void Spear and the power of his superpower. Gao Chongkong must have hidden something from him. If you only know the characteristics of an ability, but don't know the specific data, you may not be able to do anything about it. Gao Chongkong didn't tell him either. Death is reincarnation. This ability allows you to go back to the time before your death. Gao Chongkong and Gu Man were silent for a moment after listening to Zhang Yi's explanation. Because according to the information provided by Zhang Yi, it can only be shown that Zhang Yi is a strange person who is good at defense. If the defense is 10, then the attack can only be 1. Although Kamui is powerful, other attack methods are lackluster. More often than not, Zhang Yi's offensive methods rely heavily on firearms. However, there are doubts about Zhang Yi's current strength. Numerical value. Don't understand. So they didn't understand how lethal Zhang Yi would be if he had his own weapon. Thunderbolt. And space superpower bonus. And then adapted the origin bomb. Both sides briefly explained their respective abilities. And they seemed to have some understanding. In this way, Even if there is cooperation in the future, they will not know anything about each other. In short, I hope we can cooperate well and complete this mission together. The eclipse moon must be eradicated. And it must be eradicated at any time. It will not work if it is not eradicated. Only by destroying the eclipse will there be peace. Gao Chongkong said to Zhang Yi seriously. Zhang Yi nodded. I had the same idea. A few people had a simple meal and had a pretty good conversation. After all, there is the lubricant of evergreen in the middle. So even if Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin don't like talking to strangers, the atmosphere will not be too embarrassing. This meal can be regarded as Gao Chongkong's statement to Zhang Yi. It proved that he didn't feel resentful because he lost the control over his actions. This is an attitude not only shown to Zhang Yi, but also to the top management of Blizzard City. After eating, Zhang Yi took Yang Xinxin back to the villa. Along the way, his face looked a little solemn. This made Yang Xinxin couldn't help but ask her brother, "What do you think of Gao Chongkong?" Zhang Yi raised his head when he heard this and smiled lightly. Not that I have any opinion. Who is he, and what does it have to do with me? However, I am very interested in his abilities. Zhang Yi was sitting on the sofa, and Yang Xinxin sat beside him gently, staring at his side face with big eyes, which were as bright as countless little stars twinkling. Zhang Yi leaned on the sofa and said leisurely, I was just thinking about his death is reincarnation. How long can the ability be restarted? If he could go back 3 days every time he was reborn, it would mean that he would have 3 times the time of ordinary people. 7 days ago, that was 7 times. 10 days ago, that was 10 times. Zhang Yi's eyes were solemn. In this way, as long as he continues to use this ability, he will get many times more time than others, coupled with the fact that he can know the future trajectory in advance. There are countless things he can do, even if it is just used to improve his own strength. No matter how weak his talent is, he can still become a first-rate master. What's more, he is a basketball superstar himself and has a physique that is beyond ordinary people. Therefore, Zhang Yi's ability to cross his arms and get stuck in time must have given him amazing power. This is what Zhang Yi is worried about. People who master the rules of time represent unlimited possibilities. Its growth rate is far faster than others. Zhang Yi also somewhat understood why Gao Chongkong was able to climb from the bottom area to where he is today step by step. But at this time, the corners of Yang Xinxin's mouth curled up slightly. She tilted her head slightly narrowly and asked slowly, Brother, do you really believe in the abilities Gao Chongkong explained to you? Zhang Yi was slightly startled when he heard this sentence. Gao Chongkong will definitely not reveal everything to me. But in terms of ability, it makes no sense for him to lie to me. After all, his ability is not a big secret among the top brass of Blizzard City. Yang Xinxin's black jewel-like eyes rolled. However, I always feel that his ability is very weird. Do humans really have the ability to reverse the timeline of this world? This sentence brought Zhang Yi's thoughts back to the time when he was reborn. Zhang Yi nodded. Maybe it's really okay. Yang Xinxin didn't understand why Zhang Yi was so sure. However, according to what he said, he can distort time at will and continuously change history within the reincarnation cycle of a day. This is no longer the domain of humans, but the realm of God, Yang Xinxin said slowly. Zhang Yi was silent for a long time. He just said that maybe his upper limit is not just a Delta-level alien. But who knows? He shrugged. It is difficult to verify the authenticity of other people's abilities, especially those involving the time domain. After all, he can reincarnate. But you can't. It seems that Zhang Yi can do it too. However, now, he has not discovered the password to unlock this ability of his. You can't let yourself die for an experiment. Right? That would be too much. In short, there is no need to consider this issue now. I serve as the captain of the Tengu team. And now I need to meet my team members. It is also necessary for the Black Robe team and the God team to integrate training in order to deal with the eclipse of the moon that will appear again at an unknown time. Zhang Yi has no personal grudges with the Samsara team, so there is no need to be too defensive against them. At most, when performing tasks, they may compete with themselves for credit. But Zhang Yi was convinced of one thing. There was no difference between them on the matter of eliminating the eclipse. Just when Zhang Yi was thinking about how to integrate the team, a god-making movement about him quietly kicked off in Blizzard City. Chapter 720 The gods reside there. It is very surprising that in the entire Blizzard City, about the captain of the Tengu team, chaos. The news swept across the entire social network. It is said that the new investigation captain came from a poor family, with an ordinary family background, and was a stranger from the outer city. However, He relied on his strong ability and excellent moral character to work hard in his city. It is said that he has been extremely intelligent and talented since he was a child. And he is deeply loved by his neighbors. It is said that he had excellent academic performance and his family was poor. So all the young and old men in the village collected 100 eggs to send him to college. After returning from his studies, he caught up with the end of the world, in order to protect the land where he was born and raised, and repay the neighbors who had helped him. He resolutely took on the responsibility of the guardian saint of Tianhai City. It is him who protects the peace of his city. It was he who foiled the snow worship cult's conspiracy in the midst of danger. It was him who killed 4 Eclipse villains with 1 against 4 during the mission to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. And this man, he walks in the darkness and protects the light of the people of Jiangnan region. But even though he did so many touching things, he was unwilling to leave his name. When people asked him his name, he only had one answer. I am just an ordinary person who protects the peace of our country. He is the hero of Jiangnan region. Codename: Chaos. Civilian hero. Starting from the morning news, Blizzard City has been sparing no effort to use all channels to promote Zhang Yi's deeds. However, all key information about Zhang Yi was concealed as Zhang Yi requested. His place of birth, name, and date of birth are not available. Only by achieving this level of confidentiality can the exposure of Zhang Yi's own information be avoided to the greatest extent. However, the means of public opinion clearly produced results. Because Blizzard City's publicity department created a tailor-made image for Zhang Yi as a hero who came from a poor background but was kind and righteous. It quickly attracted the attention of all the people in Blizzard City. At the same time, Gao Chengkung's aura of civilian hero has been weakened a lot. The stranger from the outer city actually killed 4 people during the mission to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon. Didn't I hear that a total of 5 Eclipse members were killed? This Chaos actually killed 4 of them by himself. Oh my god. Doesn't it mean that he is more powerful than the Celestial team? Is Deng Shintong not as good as him? There are such powerful strangers in the outer city. Great. Our land of Huashu is indeed full of talents. Even in the end of the world, there are heroes who will step forward to save the people from the fire and water. The strangers in the outer city, to put it bluntly, in the eyes of the people of Blizzard City, have a lower background than the people in Area E. So for a while, Zhang Yi became an inspirational model. People will say, look, people can grow up in such a difficult environment outside. Is there any reason why you don't work hard? Although some people still doubt that this Chaos is just a cover promoted by Blizzard City's senior management. But Zhang Yi's achievements are real and impeccable. He indeed made great contributions in Tianhai City and the mission of encircling and suppressing Eclipse Moon. Even if someone wanted to find fault, they wouldn't be able to find fault. Under such a halo, everyone wanted to see the legendary foreigner from the outer city with their own eyes. Even though he lives in Area A. On weekdays, the ladies and ladies from high-rise families would run nearby and watch quietly. Some people even want to ask Zhang Yi to have lunch at their home because of their relationship. Lan Xinqing had people help Zhang Yi block these problems. After all, making him a god was not to make him a veteran of flowers, but to facilitate subsequent tasks. On the other side, in Deng Yuan's underground laboratory, the experiment tailored for Liang Yu finally came to an end. She stayed in the experimental cabin for 3 full days and underwent many human body modification experiments. It's hard to imagine how much pain the process requires. However, Liang Yu relied on his tempered physique and unusual will to endure all of this. And next, it's time to test the experimental results. The underground laboratory of the Deng family manor is a huge white experimental space. Liang Yu was wearing a black tights with various data collectors attached to it. She looked the same as before, because her body has been trained to the extreme. I started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and have been training every day for decades. No matter the weather, turning her body into the best killing machine. Coupled with her iron will, she becomes the best test subject. Outside the laboratory, behind bulletproof glass, stood a large group of researchers in white coats. Deng Yuanbua and Lianqing stood here, quietly observing the results of the experiment. A researcher said into the microphone, Miss Liang, please start the 3rd impact test. Liang Yu twisted his wrist, and then looked at the pile of huge experimental equipment around him. Grip strength tester, speed tester, strength tester. All kinds of utensils are specially made for use by strangers. Liang Yu walked to a barbell. The 2 ends of the barbell are stacked with weights, weighing several thousand kilograms. But she bent down slightly and lifted it up with one hand. In the speed test, the sonic boom caused by sprinting with all his strength shattered the instruments. And the instrument that Test's strength cannot even withstand her punch. The tester looked at the big red error on the computer and said helplessly to Ding Yuanbo, "This is the third time. There is no problem with the data. It's her power that has exceeded the limit of our experiment. This effect is the first time in history, even surpassing Master Shitong and Liao Honglei." He raised his black-framed eyes and looked at the woman in the laboratory, whose body was surrounded by steaming blue smoke. There is a god living in her body. Ding Yuanbo couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. He looked at the piece of jade in the laboratory and felt a little envious of Zhang Yi. A foreigner with such qualifications was actually included in his team. At the same time, he lamented that it was such a waste of natural resources. If Liang Yu can be trained by them, then in the last half year, Liang Yu can definitely become another captain-level figure. She has been idle for too long. However, on second thought, Zhang Yi is not a terrifying freak. Forget it. Don't bother with her for the time being. If I make friends with Zhang Yi, I can naturally put them to my use if necessary in the future. Deng Yuanbo thought secretly in his heart. He turned around and told Lian Qingdo to ask Zhang Yi to come over and pick up the people. Chapter 721 The New Liang Yu. The sky is hazy and snowflakes are flying. This endless snow has been falling for half a year, and it seems that it will not stop. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin came to Deng Yuan. They were waiting in Deng Yuanbo's living room. Although Zhang Yi tried his best to keep his face calm, his eyes, that looked out the door from time to time, revealed his inner nervousness and expectation. What will Liang Yu become like? He thought in his mind. A little expectant and a little nervous. Soon after, he met Liang Yu. Deng Yuanbo and Lianqing brought Liang Yu here, and Zhang Yi heard bursts of laughter on the way. They seemed to be chatting harmoniously with each other. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinxin saw Liang Yu. She was still the same as before, with her heroic eyebrows raised, her hair tied into a high ponytail, and her white outfit wrapped around her well-trained body. Not much seems to have changed. However, the nature of human beings sometimes requires us to put aside appearances and look at the essence. Zhang Yi knew that something must be different inside her. As soon as she saw Liang Yu, Yang Xinxin ran over happily and hugged her teacher. "Teacher Liang, are you okay?" Although Zhang Yi wanted to go over and ask Liang Yu about the experiment, he suppressed his impulse after catching a glimpse of Deng Yuanbo and Lianqing next to him. He walked up to Liang Yu unhurriedly. "How's it going? Is your current situation okay?" Liang Yu raised her head and met Zhang Yi's gaze. She smiled slightly and nodded. "I feel very good now. I would like to thank Mr. Ding for his help." Zhang Yi secretly thought that Liang Yu's strength had been greatly improved. There were still outsiders at the moment, so he didn't talk about anything in detail. Instead, he looked at Mr. Deng Yuanbo with a smile. "Thank you very much." Deng Yuanbo smiled lightly and said, "This is what we agreed." I said, "You can solve the eclipse, and we will both benefit." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "If you say that, then I won't be polite to you." Looking at Liang Yu, Zhang Yi suddenly thought, if everyone around him could be transformed by the Deng family, would the overall strength of his team be improved by several levels? With this thought in his mind, Zhang Yi spoke out while Deng Yuanbo needed him. After Deng Yuanbo heard this, the smile on his lips became fuller. At this time, the butler Lianqing next to him explained to him, "Mr. Zhang, you may not understand how much resources we need to spend to improve the strength of an alien. Moreover, not everyone can bear this kind of experimental process." Zhang Yi sighed. "That's it. Let me just say, it won't be that simple," Deng Yuanbo said with a smile. "Although they cannot make such great progress in a short period of time like Miss Liang, but it can still be done by helping them improve their bodies and improve some of their strength." Zhang Yi smiled slightly and had some calculations in his heart. He just asked, and he didn't know the rules and asked directly, because this can only be an exchange of interests. And he has no friendship with the Deng family, so it is impossible for others to help him for no reason. "I understand, and I hope we have the opportunity to work together in the future." Deng Yuanbo and Zhang Yi exchanged casual greetings, but he did not make any requests. He is as friendly as an NPC who simply comes to give you buffs. But Zhang Yi didn't dare to look down upon him in the slightest. This kind of old fox is much better at playing tricks than him. Zhang Yi made an excuse and left with the people. Deng Yuanbo didn't stop them. Instead, he enthusiastically asked Lianqing to send them outside and let the Deng family's car take them back to their place of residence. Before leaving, he handed Zhang Yi a gold brooch and told him that it was a relic of Deng Shitong during his lifetime. "If you bring it with you, it will be much easier to integrate the members of the celestial team." Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh that Deng Yuanbo was really considerate. It's just that for him, He doesn't need to rely on strength to tame a few subordinates. Along the way, Zhang Yi didn't ask Liang Yu too many questions because the Ding family's driver was there. But as soon as he got home, Zhang Yi couldn't shut up his chatterbox. He was very curious and asked what the Ding family's experiment was all about. To what level has your strength improved now? Have you experienced any physical discomfort? Liang Yu took off his coat and put it on the shelf. Seeing Zhang Yi's expectant and nervous expression, she smiled. The experiment process was wonderful. They put me in a transparent plexiglass chamber. I was then given some injections and took some. Very strange operation. Recalling the process of the experiment, Liang Yu felt a chill in his blood vessels. She suddenly shuddered. I feel as if I have been reborn. It literally means completely transformed. In 3 days, all my skin was replaced. And even my blood and organs showed obvious changes. Because it requires staying awake for a long time. The feeling is not something that ordinary people can bear. Liang Yu's face was very serious. Zhang Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is it so painful? Liang Yu nodded. If your physical fitness is poor, or your willpower is not strong enough, he might have died in the middle of the experiment. Or suffered a mental breakdown. Yang Xinxin couldn't help but walked over and gently hugged her body. Teacher Liang. It turns out you have suffered so much. Yang Xinxin's tone was full of distress. She still has great respect for this simple and kind teacher. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be silent. When Ding Yuanhua told him about this matter, he did not mention the pain he endured during the experiment. But he said that he has high requirements for candidates. And when asked by name, Liang Yu must be chosen. Zhang Yi originally thought it was because he only brought Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin to Blizzard City. Now it seems that it is not that simple at all. Because this kind of experiment that seeks to encourage growth is simply not something that ordinary people can afford. Zhang Yi looked at Liang Yu. You are suffering. But Liang Yu smiled and shook his head. This was my own choice. And they reminded me before the experiment. Although the process was very painful, my gains were also huge. She clenched her fists, surprising even herself with the newfound strength. For the first time in her life, she felt that her body was like a sports car that was filled with fuel and could run as fast as it wanted. Zhang Yi stared at Liang Yu and began to weigh her true combat power. Liang Yu doesn't need to say much about his combat skills. He is already at full strength. The only shortcoming is that it has devoured too few aliens, resulting in its combat power being only at the ordinary Delta level. According to Zhang Yi's inference, Liang Yu's previous comprehensive ability level was actually similar to Xiaohong, Lian Xinqian and others. So now, what level is her combat effectiveness? In Zhang Yi's mind, a plan quietly appeared. A smirk appeared on his lips. I think I should find you an opponent to try it out. The opponents Zhang Yi mentioned were naturally members of his Tengu team. Chapter 722 Provocation. The next day, at the training ground on the ground floor of the combat center, Zhang Yi called all the members of the Tengu team to gather here. The first all-hands meeting of their puppy squad was held. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the Black Robe team. Their relationship with Zhang Yi is quite harmonious, and with the help of Bailey Chongqing, everyone can naturally accept Zhang Yi's leadership. However, it's different with the Celestial team. Deng Shitong had a great influence on them. He is powerful, extremely talented, and has a very strong personality. Zhu Sheng once said personally that he has a great character. Such a captain is a second-generation rich man who is very generous to his opponents. Who could not like him? Not long after Deng Shitong died in battle, an unknown stranger from the outer city came to take his place. The remaining 3 members of the God team were a little unhappy. The huge training ground is very empty. On weekdays, various teams train here. The agreed time was 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Yi brought Yang Xinxin, Liang Yu, and Hua to the training ground. The 6 members of the Black Robe team have arrived here on time. Bailey Chongqing waved and greeted Zhang Yi enthusiastically. Captain, everyone on our side is here. Wu Di and others looked at Zhang Yi with a lot of emotion in their eyes. Not long ago, Zhang Yi was just the leader of a force in Tianhai City. But now he has become their leader. It can only be said that after the end of the world, more and more people will be able to quickly rise to the top with their own abilities. And the situation of seniority is becoming less and less. Zhang Yi walked over and scanned the scene, only seeing those in the Black Robe team. But he didn't see the 3 members of the Celestial team on the list. He already knew in his heart that those 3 guys must be unconvinced that he was the captain and deliberately gave him a bad look. The information about those 3 people appeared in Zhang Yi's mind. As the captain, he has fully understood the abilities of every team member. I also know those 3 people very well. The 3 people who survived were Yi He, Xue Miao, and Luing Hao. Among these three people, Luing Hao is the alien ranked at the bottom of the Tianshan team. Yi Yi's strength is close to the middle, while Shui Miao is below the middle level. The reason why the three of them are alive has a lot of luck. Because in that battle, the top experts of the Tianshan team went to choose the most difficult opponent. After Deng Shitong died in the battle, the headquarters made them retreat in time, allowing them to save their lives. Zhang Yi pretended to glance at his watch. It was 8:52, which was 8 minutes away from his allotted time. Zhang Yi walked slowly in front of everyone and said calmly, "Wait for the others." Having said that, he didn't have too many words. Wu Di stood leaning against the equipment rack, smiling and saying to Kong Sheng next to him, "Just watch. Those guys from Tianshan team must be trying to show off to Zhang Yi." Kong Sheng shook his head. Their god team has always been like this, never taking others seriously. Although the mission to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon failed, it was difficult for them to adjust quickly to the arrogance they had developed. People are always used to immersing themselves in the glory of the past. Zhang Yi waited until after 9 o'clock, but still did not find the three people arriving at the scene. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then everyone clapped their hands and came over. "I have something to say." Bailey Chongqing came to Zhang Yi with several people from the Black Robe team. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and introduced Yang Xinxin and Liang Yu to them. Everyone is familiar with it, so I won't introduce it further. From now on, they will also be members of the Tengu team. Bailey Chongqing and others looked at Liang Yu and Yang Xinxin with surprise in their eyes, because when they were in Tianhai City, Liang Yu's combat effectiveness was far from reaching the first-class level. At best, they are at the same level as Wei Dinghai and Xiaohong. As for Yang Xinxin, she wasn't even a stranger in the past. A group of people were a little suspicious, but no one raised any objections. Because in the era of great changes, people will look at each other with new eyes after 3 days apart. You never know how powerful an ordinary person will become after he awakens his powers. Zhang Yi raised his wrist, glanced at his Rolex, and asked Bailey calmly, "According to the regulations of the investigation team, what should be done if he is late for the meeting?" Hearing this, Bailey Chongqing smiled. "According to the regulations, a major demerit will be recorded and a public review will be made in front of the entire team. The investigation team is a special force, and the tasks they perform are of great responsibility and may even endanger the safety of the entire Jiangnan region. Therefore, their discipline is stricter." Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "The punishment is quite severe. For the 3 guys on the list who didn't come, just follow this." The members of the Black Robe team looked at each other, looking gloating. Because if you are given 2 major demerits, you will be expelled from the investigation team according to regulations. Is Zhang Yi going to do this on his first day in office? Bailey Chongqing said in a deep voice. Yes. Discipline is discipline. Once violated, you will be punished without any reason. This is the iron law of the military. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from above his head. "Hey," I said. "Who is late?" The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became more and more obvious, and he raised his head to look above his head. On the second floor of the training ground, 3 men in silver uniforms looked down, with provocation written all over their faces. This was a sign of contempt for the new captain whom they disliked. "Yo, you are Chaos. Right? What a rustic name. Since you want to imitate others as a captain, at least don't make such stupid mistakes. Remembering major demerits at every turn is not going to work by scaring people." The 2 people next to him also made scornful sounds. Zhang Yi was unmoved and continued to tell Bailey Chongqing to follow the regulations. Count them late. The expressions of the 3 people suddenly changed. They didn't expect that Zhang Yi would dare to play like this. A stranger from outside the city, who had just arrived and had the bad luck to be the temporary captain, really dared to ignore them. "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't we here?" Yi Yi, among the 3, shouted down. "If I didn't see it, it doesn't count," Zhang Yi said lightly. "I'll give you 10 seconds to stand in front of me immediately. Otherwise, you won't have to stay with my team." A few guys who were at the bottom of the celestial team dared to cross him. If you don't give them any clues, they won't be able to figure out who the big and small kings are. The faces of the 3 people became extremely ugly. I wanted to give Zhang Yi some color, but Zhang Yi did it so brilliantly. Chapter 723 Challenge. Zhang Yi looked at the plain and boring Rolex in his hand and counted the movements of the second hand. The 3 of them did not dare to continue playing with fire. Shui Miao took Yi Yi and Luing Hao's arms and flew into the air. A whirlwind suddenly surrounded them. The 3 people landed from high altitude and landed in front of Zhang Yi and the others safely. Zhang Yi looked at the second hand and said with some regret, "What a pity!" Yi He and the others stared at Zhang Yi. And not even a fool could see that unconvinced look. Yi He folded his arms and said to Zhang Yi, "Chaos! You have so much authority. When you take office, you just play with us and use your power to suppress others." Awesome. The words are full of sarcasm. He recited the 3 words, chaos, deliberately. Because he believes that people who choose such code names are cowardly little people. A truly powerful person should choose a majestic code name just like their captain. And Deng Shentong's exclusive code name is Erlangshan Yangjian. Zhang Yi looked at the 3 people in front of him coldly. This situation was completely within his expectation. The people in the black robe team didn't say anything. But they acted like they were watching the show. Although they know that Zhang Yi is very strong. Ability alone is not enough to be a captain. You also need to have strong power to control your subordinates. If Zhang Yi couldn't manage these 3 people today, let alone take them to encircle and suppress Eclipse Moon in the future. Zhang Yi stared at the 3 people. His eyes as cold as knives. And finally his eyes looked at Yi He. Obviously, Yi He is the leader among these 3 people. After killing him, the other 2 became honest. "Did I let you speak?" Zhang Yi did not shout with a loud voice, like ordinary instructors. Because he was afraid of hurting his voice. He just said in a cold tone that before speaking next time, he should call for a report. "I allow you to speak before you speak." Yi He raised his lips and reported. Shut up." Zhang Yi shouted angrily and interrupted him. "Did I give you permission to speak? You?" Yi He was also angry. He looked down on Zhang Yi, the captain who was suddenly promoted. Seeing that Zhang Yi was deliberately targeting him, he simply stopped pretending. "What's the big deal? A guy like you should be the team leader. And I won't be a part of this bullshit investigation team." Zhang Yi didn't even raise his eyelids. "If you don't want to do it anymore, you can leave now. Anyway, there are few people. So he can ask Lao Zhu to help him add some. There are so many people in Yinyue. So it shouldn't be difficult to add a few masters." However, Xue Miao and Lu Yinghao changed their expressions and quickly took Yi He's arm to persuade him. "Don't be impulsive. If you leave, you will have fallen into his trap. Even if we have to leave, we can't leave so cowardly. Otherwise, wouldn't we lose the reputation of the God team?" The family backgrounds of Xue Miao and Lu Yinghao are not comparable to Yi He. Even if Yi He walks out from here, no matter how bad the situation is, the family can arrange for him to work in other positions. But for Xue Miao and Lu Yinghao, they are the backbone of the family. Once they are no longer part of the investigation team, the quality of life of their whole family will be greatly reduced. Not everyone can afford to play naked words. You need to know your own weight. So the 2 tried their best to dissuade Yi He from overplaying his game. They followed Yi He just to gain more rights after joining the new investigation team. Mentioning the God team, a look of pain flashed in Yi He's eyes. The glory of the past and the glorious and majestic figure of Deng Shentong emerged in his mind. At present, the corpses of Deng Shentong and other team members are still cold. And they are thrown into a hybrid team like garbage. How could Yi He not be in pain? He even felt that he had been abandoned by the district. Otherwise, why would you want to find a stranger from an unknown city to be the captain? The people in the black robe team next to him were all looking at it jokingly. Yi He gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. Even if he wants to leave, he can't leave like this. Otherwise he will make people laugh in the future. So he stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhang Yi. "Aren't you the captain of the Tengdu team? Let me see today whether you are qualified to be the captain." Zhang Yifeng raised his eyebrows. "Oh, am I qualified enough for you to say? Who do you think you are? You? Don't try to use your words." Yi He stared at Zhang Yi and sneered that among the rules and regulations of the investigation team, there was such an item. The investigation captain must accept the challenge from the team members. If he fails, he will lose his status as captain. This challenge cannot be refused. Now I am still a member of the Tengu team. So the smile on his lips is getting thicker. Accept my challenge. Chaos. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. He was not afraid, but rather confused. Is it true that people who stay in large units for a long time tend to become stupid? You want to fight me? Zhang Yi pointed to his nose and asked in disbelief. No matter how bad you are, you may be appointed as the captain by Zhu Zheng himself. Even if you think about it with your toes, you know that you can't be weak. Right? Yi He snorted coldly. Of course not. If I fight you alone, it won't sound good to you if word spreads. There are 3 of us. Let's beat you. Zhang Yi. Do you dare to take it? As soon as these words came out, Bailey Chongqing and others' faces immediately showed expressions of interest. They know Zhang Yi is very strong. But they don't know how strong Zhang Yi is. 3 members of the Tianshan team faced off against Zhang Yi alone. This match was very interesting. And Zhang Yi, will he accept it? Bailey Chongqing frowned slightly, weighing in his mind whether he could win against these 3 people if it were him. The final answer was not very optimistic. The members of the investigation team are all elite. So one-on-one is fine. But if the 3 of them cooperate with each other, their strength will be enhanced by each other. As a deputy captain, Bailey Chongqing has no chance of completing 1-on-3 unless he restrains himself. Zhang Yi raised his eyelids and said lightly, "If you want to die, I can help you. This battle is a battle to establish prestige and must be fought. If we don't fight, it will be difficult to lead the team in the future." The faces of Yi He and the others showed expressions of ecstasy. I didn't expect that Zhang Yi would actually dare to accept their challenge. Yi He smiled sinisterly and said, "Fight the 3 of us at the same time, unless a captain-level stranger comes in person." But Zhang Yi doesn't really think that by taking the position of captain, he will have captain-level strength. Right? This is like Bailey Chongqing serving as the captain of the Black Robe team, but not receiving the attention he deserved. Position and strength are not completely linked. Chapter 7 24-3 against 1. Zhang Yi turned around and retreated to the side of the training ground. He said lightly that the others should leave here first. The members of the Black Robe team immediately left the training ground, and Liang Yu also left with Yang Xinxin. At this time, only Zhang Yi and Yi He were left in the huge training ground. My time is very precious, and I am too lazy to go to the martial arts field. Let's fight you right here. Just finish it quickly so I can call it a day. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at them with a look of disapproval. In fact, the knot between the 2 realms has spread around him, forming a defense with no blind spots. Yi He and the other 3 glanced at each other. Yi He lowered his voice and said, "If the 3 of us beat him 1 by 1, we will definitely beat him. As long as he loses, he will have no shame in continuing to be the captain. At that time, maybe we will have a chance to use the Tengu team to fight a turnaround." Xue Miao frowned. "But we didn't know anything about this guy. But he may have obtained our information through the higher-ups. We suffer from this." Yi He said, "That's why I have 3 people to beat 1 of him. As long as the abilities of the 3 of us work well together, we have a great chance of winning against anyone below the captain level." The 3 people cheered each other up, and they were all determined to defeat Zhang Yi here and have a good fight. Even if they are expelled from the team, they still have a good reputation, which makes it easier for them to join other organizations. Zhang Yi looked at the 3 people who were whispering and discussing tactics, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. "Can we start?" After the 3 people finished their discussion, their eyes were locked on him. "Do it." Yi He gave a low drink. Lu Yinghao took action immediately. The 5 fingers of his hands came together and stabbed into the waists of Yi He and Xue Miao. "Poison doctor." Lu Yinghao is a person with special abilities. His body fluids can be turned into deadly poisons or into potions that strengthen the body. At the beginning of the battle, he first injected 2 companions. Adrenaline increased their physical excitement, greatly improved their mobility, and even their senses will be improved by several levels. And of course, he himself has been strengthened to the maximum extent. After being strengthened, Xue Miao took out a dagger glowing with blue light from the tactical backpack behind him. A turbulent whirlwind emerged around his body, enveloping the 3 of them. But Zhang Yi didn't move at all, and even slowly took out his 2 silver pistols by Shao from the different space. After thinking about it, he added holy silver bullets to them. Just as he was loading bullets, a strong wind rushed towards him, and the entire training ground was filled with madness. The surge of airflow even had a huge impact on the field of vision. Riding on the wind, Xue Miao arrived in front of Zhang Yi in an instant. Xue Miao, a person who releases abilities. Ability codename Windrunner, can control the power of the storm and is good at assassination. In an instant, with the help of the strong wind, he reached Zhang Yi's back. The dagger glowing with blue light in his hand stabbed Zhang Yi hard in the back. Zhang Yi didn't seem to notice, didn't look back, and didn't even make any reaction. But the next moment, the dagger pierced into the void, and the tip of the dagger suddenly disappeared into the air. Xue Miao's pupil shrank sharply, and he sensed a dangerous aura. But his movements were too fast, and his entire right arm had already disappeared into Zhang Yi's alien space. Not good. Xue Miao was shocked and wanted to leave quickly, although he didn't know what Zhang Yi was capable of. His intuition told him that after entering that strange space, his end would be very miserable. But at this moment, a black gun pointed at his head. Zhang Yi didn't even look back. After Bai Xiao aimed his huge gun at his head, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Damn it! Xue Miao gritted his teeth, and the wind around him roared even more fiercely. His figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away. Boom! The sound of gunfire echoed in the training ground, and bullets hit the opposite wall, sending sparks flying. Xue Miao looked cautious. Does he have the ability of the space system? Unable to attack at close range. How do I fight? He is an assassin, and his speed and strange movement skills are his most powerful weapons that can kill with one strike. However, Zhang Yi is the most restrained in this kind of thing. There must be a flaw in his defense, and he must find his flaw first. Xue Miao thought so. Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Xue Miao, who was running away in a funny way. The shot just now was just a warning. I was really close just now. I almost couldn't help but kill Xue Miao. Out of instinct. Zhang Yi is particularly sensitive to attacks from behind. But before pulling the trigger, he remembered that these guys would be very troublesome for him if they died. So he didn't use his ability to accelerate 20 times. Otherwise, within 7 steps, his gun is fast and accurate. Xue Miao could not escape, no matter how fast he was. Just give you a little lesson. Zhang Yi had a rare moment of softening of heart. Xue Miao immediately conveyed his thoughts to Yi He and Luing Hao. His ability is very strange. It should be a space-based ability. My close attack was absorbed. Different dimensions do not have the ability to actively attack, let alone collect creatures directly. But once he takes the initiative to enter it, life and death will be firmly controlled by Zhang Yi. If Xue Miao hadn't reacted in time, he would have become Zhang Yi's bag. After Luing Hao heard what Xue Miao said, he said in a deep voice, "Let me test him." He took out a dagger and quickly cut open his palm. A trace of blood appeared, but no blood flowed out. Instead, streams of blood mist flew out of the wound like a swarm of insects, turned into red mist all over the sky, and then swept towards Zhang Yi along with a hurricane. Luing Hao's own blood can turn into poison that penetrates the intestines. There is no need to see blood to seal the throat. As long as it touches the human body's skin, it can quickly penetrate and kill the opponent. The red mist in the sky immediately surrounded Zhang Yi. Luing Hao tried to use this method to test Zhang Yi's cover. However, Zhang Yi Gujing was calm, slowly raised his hands, pointed 2 white owls at their bodies, and started shooting. As long as they can't be killed, no matter how serious their injuries are, Blizzard City's medical center can revive them. If you are disabled, you will be disabled. The red mist completely submerged into Zhang Yi's alien space, and did not cause the slightest harm to Zhang Yi. But those holy silver bullets penetrated the storm, like streams of light, and shot sharply at the 3 of them. Holy silver bullets. Precise shooting. Plus 20 times increased speed. All kinds of abilities are mixed together, and it becomes a super long-range killing move. A killing move that even a high-level Delta alien wouldn't dare to resist. Chapter 725 Absolute Defense. The holy silver bullets were fired at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them quickly evaded. The rapid-fire bullets are like a silver rainstorm, making it difficult to guard against. Fortunately, all 3 of them had been enhanced with adrenaline by Luing Hao, making their reaction speed quick enough. Therefore, he barely escaped the first round of shooting. But he was still quite embarrassed. Can't find his blind spot? Impossible. As long as you are human, you must have weaknesses, Yi said without giving up. Under his feet, the black shadow flickered, like an evil spirit waiting for an opportunity. However, he hasn't found Zhang Yi's weakness yet, so he can't take action easily. That will only expose your own trump card. But Bailey Chongqing shook his head helplessly when he saw such a scene. There is one thing they don't know. If they knew it, they wouldn't be stupid enough to challenge Zhang Yi. Wu Ti looked at him. What's going on? Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Yi, who was calm and indifferent no matter what kind of attack he faced. He slowly said that Zhang Yi's ability code name in the official information is Absolute Defense. The abilities of these 3 people are almost like delivering food to him. There is only one way to break through Zhang Yi's ability, and that is to use absolutely powerful force to break through the threshold of one-time absorption of energy in different spaces. Causes the dimensional gate to temporarily fail. But with Zhang Yi's current strength, if he wants to do this, only those with extremely powerful release or special abilities, as well as aliens at the same level as him, or even above him, can do it. This is the strength of a captain-level alien who focuses on defense. Bailey Chongqing expressed such emotion. Zhang Yi may not necessarily be able to kill his opponent when facing him, but he is extremely difficult to kill. Zhang Yi stared at the 3 people in front of him calmly. and fired the bullet in his hand without mercy. Bai Zhao's pair of pistols are mainly used in close combat, which is more convenient. But in terms of power, it is less than 1/10 of Lei Shu. However, Zhang Yi didn't dare to use Lei Shu easily, especially in this kind of competition with the team members. He was afraid that he would blow these people to pieces accidentally. But even so, Yi He and the others fled in an extremely embarrassed manner. Xue Miao's divine movement technique was completely useless against Zhang Yi. Even if he could get close, he couldn't find a weak point to attack. Lu Yinghao's ability was even more useless. He could only release poison through physical means, and this method was defeated by Zhang Yitian. Only Yi He has not activated his ability yet, and has been waiting for an opportunity. But Zhang Yi holds all their information in his mind. Yi He, release the alien. Ability codename: Phantom Killer. You can use your shadow to kill people, with a range of 300 meters. At the same time, shadows can be used to exchange positions with people. In essence, he is also an assassin. What assassins like to do most is bide their time. But if he faces an alien who focuses on defense, then his abilities will become extremely useless. Of course, they can also choose to escape if it is on the battlefield. Zhang Yi does not like to chase the enemy. But now, they are all in a training ground as big as 4 basketball courts. Yi He and the others want to challenge Zhang Yi, so it is impossible to escape. Then, they can only be 3 living targets. From the beginning, Zhang Yi had calculated everything in his mind. If he was not 100% sure of winning this battle, he would not accept the 1-on-3 request. Boom! 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 The light of the holy silver bullets continued to streak through the space, and the 3 people exhausted all their strength just to avoid the trajectory of the bullets. Adrenaline hormone is like a stimulant. It is more like an enhanced stimulant that can temporarily improve a person's comprehensive ability. However, the price is that after the effect of the drug wears off, the body will be in a very weak state. Now, Zhang Yi's bullets forced them to overdraft the medicine. Damn it. There is no way to get close. And even if you can get close, you don't know how to break through his defense. What the hell is that kind of power? Is there really no blind spot? The 3 people had not had any contact with Zhang Yi before. Otherwise, if they have watched the game between Zhang Yi and Wu Di, they will have some understanding of Zhang Yi's abilities. In the eyes of Bailey Chongqing, Lian Yu and others, this battle was very funny. The 3 of them and Yi He were like 3 monkeys, jumping up and down to avoid Zhang Yi's bullet attacks. They were at a loss, and had no good way to defend Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi had too many bullets, and could not use them all. He has Liu Karen and controls the huge resources of Tianhai City, which means he has an inexhaustible arsenal. Zhang Yi released an entire Pacific Ocean of water. Liang Yu covered her forehead and said helplessly, his real killing move, whether it is divine power or void spear, no matter which one he uses, he can instantly kill the 3 people in front of him. But now Zhang Yi only used his gun to deal with them, as if he were an adult teasing 3 naughty children. She even felt a little sorry for these 3 guys, who knew nothing about heaven and earth. After 2 rounds of design, the 3 people in Yi He felt extremely aggrieved. But the body's reaction speed also slows down as the effects of the adrenaline hormone wear off. Xue Miao was the first to be shot. His leg was penetrated by the holy silver bullet, leaving a transparent bullet hole from front to back. Ah! He screamed in pain and fell directly to the ground. Zhang Yi aimed his gun at his head, and then shot him on the floor next to his ear. The green smoke filled the air, and Xue Miao was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. No. 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 I give in. I give in. He just wanted to get some benefits from Zhang Yi, and did not intend to really fight with Zhang Yi. So when he saw something was not going well at this time, he immediately jumped out and rebelled. Seeing Xue Miao surrender, Yi He and Lu Yinghao became anxious. As the weakest member of the Tianshan team, Lu Yinghao knew that the situation was irreversible and decisively surrendered. Captain, I surrender. I am indeed no match for you. He raised his hands and retreated obediently to the sidelines. As a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. Why do you want to live happily? Yi He gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. Useless things! Under his feet, the shadow twisted and deformed at will, and then used the position exchange between the human body and the shadow to accurately dodge Zhang Yi's bullets one after another. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire him a little. This guy is worthy of being a mid-level member of the Celestial team. There were indeed 2 moments. Zhang Yi, although here, you took advantage of the rules to gain the upper hand. But on the battlefield, can you hide there and not come out? If I want to run away, how should you deal with it? seeing that he couldn't find Zhang Yi's weakness. Yi sarcastically said. He was still unconvinced. I think Zhang Yi took advantage of the geographical location. But they don't understand that a real master knows how to make good use of all the surrounding environments. Chapter 726 It's so bald. Zhang Yi heard this and silently put down the 2 guns in his hands. I originally planned to solve this problem in a normal way. But all I got in return was your arrogance. Okay. I won't pretend anymore. I'll show off. Zhang Yi covered his forehead with one hand and sighed. But there was already white light gathering in his right eye. When he put down his right hand and looked at Yi, a breath of death instantly enveloped his body. A layer of white sweat formed on Yi's back. He quickly used his shadow to move his body 300 meters away. But Zhang Yi turned around quickly, eyes still staring at his position. Displacement also has a cooling time. Each time it is activated, it will take another 10 seconds before it can be used again. But this time he was locked in by Zhang Yi. And he couldn't escape. Divine power. Zhang Yi's right eye suddenly opened. In front of his vision, a huge cylindrical space instantly became distorted. Silently, a huge hole was opened in the wall of the training ground, specifically designed for the training of aliens. The thick reinforced cement concrete is like mud, and is penetrated through a 3-meter-wide passage. Yi stood there blankly, and death passed him by. He felt a chill in his head, a bone-deep cold. Zhang Yi looked at him coldly and wanted to continue. Yi stood there blankly, and he forgot his words for a moment. But an idea emerged in his mind. He actually tried to challenge the person in front of him. What a stupid decision it was. Only Deng Shitong had ever given him this terrifying pressure and feeling of despair. That is his absolutely invincible opponent. It's just that Zhang Yi and Deng Shitong are 2 completely opposite people. Deng Shitong is absolutely offensive. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, maintains absolute defense first and then attacks. However, his attacks rarely include meaningless probings, and his attacks are always killer moves. The previous use of guns to play with them was just toying with them. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The air in the venue seemed to be frozen, but the silence was broken by loud laughter outside the venue. Wu Di held his stomach, pointed at Yi with one hand, and put his hand on Bailey Chongqing's arm, laughing. The others also looked at him, and couldn't help laughing. Yi was a little confused, but soon he discovered something was wrong. The coolness above my head didn't seem to be a psychological effect. He subconsciously reached out to touch his head, but it felt very slippery. His hair was cut off by Zhang Yi. Ah! Yi collapsed and shouted. After all, he is a handsome man, and has a lot of female fans in Blizzard City. Now that Zhang Yi has cut off the hair that he cares about most, how will he go out to meet people in the future? Zhang Yi said coldly that this farce ends here. Hey, who is that? He looked at Luing Hao. Luing Hao said honestly, Captain, what are your orders? What a boy. You changed your tune pretty quickly. Zhang Yi glanced at him. Take these 2 guys down for treatment. After receiving Zhang Yi's order, Luing Hao dared to go over and check Xue Miao's injuries. Yi collapsed on the ground in despair, with a look of despair on his face. Zhang Yi didn't have the slightest pity for them. From now on, you can quit the Tengu squad anytime you want. There will be no change in my decision. Yi raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi. He opened his mouth to say something, but thinking of what he had done, he couldn't. It turns out that the clown turned out to be themselves. Bailey Chongqing still gave him face, so he came over and helped Yi up. Then he sent the 3 of them out of the training ground. I know a doctor who is very good at treating hair loss. There is a kind of coke there. After drinking it, it will cure all diseases and your hair will grow quickly. Bailey Chongqing sent away the 3 members of the original Tianshan team and returned to the training ground. At this time, the members of the Black Robe team looked at Zhang Yi with a look of awe. Today's Zhang Yi is much more powerful than what they knew at the beginning, especially the kind of defense that cannot be broken. No matter what the people present think, they can't find a way to deal with it. Zhang Yi looked at them and said very straightforwardly that everyone knows that the establishment of the Tengu team is just a temporary team. Presumably after the eclipse problem is solved, the team will disband. It is precisely because of this that those guys are so unscrupulous. But here, I want to tell you that as long as this team exists, I will be its captain for that day. If anyone makes me unhappy, I will definitely make him even more unhappy. The atmosphere at the scene became much more serious. Zhang Yi had already proved to them through Yi and the other 3 that he was not someone to be trifled with. The Celestial team had already failed in its mission to conquer the eclipse. 8 people, including their captain, died. I don't think you are better than them. So now you must face the problems we will encounter with the most serious attitude. Otherwise, you will die. Bailey Chongqing nodded. He stood upright in a standard military posture. Yes, Captain. We already have enlightenment in our hearts. They had this awareness from the first day they joined the investigation team. Moreover, the members of the investigation team are constantly changing. And more than 90% of those eliminated were killed in the mission. Why can the investigation team enjoy high-level resource supply? They all paid for it with their lives. Zhang Yi nodded and had this kind of awareness. But there is no need to sacrifice in vain. My abilities are defensive. And so is my personality. So during the battle, I will try my best to keep everyone alive. The time of action is unknown. And the action plan needs to be decided based on the occasion when the lunar eclipse occurs. In this regard, Vice Captain Bailey is an expert. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing. That he was vice captain was undisputed. Whether it is strength or popularity, everyone is convinced. Zhang Yi told Bailey Chongqing that in the coming time, I hope you can strengthen the training of the team members. There can be no slacking off. Bailey Chongqing put his hands behind his back and responded loudly. Yes, Captain! In fact, in the past few months, their team's training has never relaxed. Even if the people at the top look down on their dissatisfied team, they will not give up on themselves. Just waiting for this day. The opportunity to go to the battlefield. Chapter 727 Superpower Index. Zhang Yi walked up to Bailey Chongqing and whispered to him. As for the three of us, you have to take some private lessons. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows at Bailey Chongqing. It's a bit strange to say this in public. As a captain, his basic combat literacy is definitely not as good as the members of the Black Robe team. Yang Xinqin and Liang Yu also have shortcomings in this regard. Let Bailey Chongqing give them special training, which will definitely help them gain something. Bailey Chongqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, Yes, as you wish. He rubbed his hands. However, the three of you cannot train with other team members. There are big differences in training methods and intensity. Will this affect subsequent battles? If the running-in is not good, there will definitely not be such a tacit understanding in subsequent group operations. In this regard, Zhang Yi acted relatively calmly. This is not a big problem. Just help us train well. He also doesn't expect to have the combat qualities of a professional soldier in a short period of time. Just a few things that can be improved. By the way, there is one more thing I need your help with. Zhang Yi whispered something in Bailey Chongqing's ear. Bailey Chongqing was a little surprised. He took a deep look at Liang Yu and nodded slowly. Then, he told the others that you should do your daily training first. The captain and I need to leave for a while because of some matters. Wu Di and others didn't know what they were doing. But now Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing are captains and deputy captains. So they must obey orders. Several people could only endure their curiosity and watch Zhang Yi and Bailey Chongqing leave with Yang Xinqin and Liang Yu. Zhang Yi and the others arrived at the martial arts arena. Zhang Yi looked at Evergreen, smiled and said, I have worked hard for you today. Bailey Chongqing glanced at Liang Yu, smiled and shrugged. It doesn't matter. We will all be teammates from now on. And we should always help each other. Zhang Yi nodded. Then let's experiment. He took Yang Xinqin away from the martial arts arena. The place was quickly sealed off. As the investigation captain, Zhang Yi now has the authority to apply for the opening of the martial arts arena. The martial arts field quickly turned into a huge area with a radius of 5 kilometers. Bailey Chongqing and Liang Yu are the protagonists of this martial arts performance. That's right. Zhang Yi wants Liang Yu to have a fight with Bailey Chongqing to judge what level her current strength is. Of course, because it is an experiment, Zhang Yi will not let them really face each other in life or death. Even the weapons used were blunt weapons without sharp edges. Liang Yu held a blunt knife and closed her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes, an astonishing momentum spread out to the entire field with her as the center. The weapon used by Bailey Chongqing is a long alloy stick, which he sweeps with one hand with equally astonishing momentum. The battle between the two begins. Zhang Yi and Yang Xinqin looked at it very carefully. The following battle is a battle between top-notch enhanced aliens. Strengthening type. The most common type of existence among aliens. Their enhancement is mainly based on flesh and blood, which can improve comprehensive attributes. Most of them have no ability other than close combat. But if you underestimate them because of this, it would be a big mistake. Because theoretically speaking, enhanced aliens are one of the few who can kill people at multiple levels. Even a LV2 beta level enhanced alien. Once they get a chance to get up close, they can use their powerful close quarters fighting ability to kill a LV4 delta level expert. coupled with their terrifying vitality and self-healing ability. Enhanced aliens have become existences that no one dares to underestimate. After the transformation, Liang Yu and Bailey Chongqing are currently the leaders in this field. Watching them fight was as terrifying as watching two monsters from ancient times fight. While Zhang Yi was observing attentively, the information provided by the martial arts field suddenly came from his equipment. Zhang Yi chose to accept it out of curiosity, and a blue screen appeared in front of his eyes, which clearly displayed the data analysis of the two combatants. A look of astonishment flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He had been to the martial arts arena once before, but that time it was as a participant in the war. But he thought that the martial arts arena could analyze the abilities of strangers. In fact, it really kept him guessing. Yang Xinxin also turned her head curiously and looked at the data analysis of Liang Yu and Bailey Chongqing. There are portraits of the two people on it, as well as detailed analysis of various abilities. Liang Yu is a person with enhanced abilities. Weapon long knife. Speed A1. Power A1. Tip S1. Power index 6,800 points. A person with everlasting strengthening abilities. Weapon long stick. Speed A1. Power A2. Tip A2. Power index 7,200 points. The above is the basic data, and there are many complex analytical data that are not enough to list one by one. Zhang Yi was also a little surprised. No wonder the district-level units can evaluate the level of strangers. It turns out that they have such detailed data analysis. What is the ability index? Zhang Yi asked about the intelligence system of the martial arts field. Soon the martial arts arena gave Zhang Yi a reply, similar to combat power index. However, due to the variety of superpowers, in addition to combat-type aliens, there are also many types of superpowers such as assisted living types. Therefore, a comprehensive score is given based on the practicality of the ability. In other words, the ability index is not exactly the same as the combat power index. For example, Zhou Kier. Her ability is healing. Even if her power index reaches 10,000, her combat ability is not as good as that of an alien with a power index of 1,000. But for aliens who are also fighting types, this ability index is close to combat effectiveness. However, it cannot be completely equated with combat effectiveness, because the restraint relationship between abilities also needs to be considered. Zhang Yi felt a little itchy in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask, "What is my superpower index?" The martial arts arena quickly gave Zhang Yi data. 5,200. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Is my superpower index so low? But he soon understood. The statistics collected at the martial arts venue were from the previous battle between him and Wu Di. But in fact, he never revealed his true strength in front of Blizzard City. Therefore, this ability index does not have much reference value for him. The two monsters below continued to fight, and the fierce wind of the battle rose into the sky, making bursts of terrifying cries. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yi started chatting with the intelligence system of the martial arts arena. Asked them about the division of power index. The intelligence system also gave Zhang Yi the following reply. LV1 Alpha 19. LV2 Beta 1099. LV3 Gamma 100999. LV4 Delta 10009999. LV5 Epsilon 10,000, unknown. These are the levels of superpowers currently confirmed to exist by humans, and the classification of superpower indexes. In other words, the strength displayed by Liang Yu and Bailey Chongqing now is at a high level of LV for combat effectiveness. Chapter 728 New Deputy Team Level. Bailey Chongqing and Liang Yu fought for a long time, but there was no difference between them, although both of them had their hands full, and there was no real fight to the death. This result also showed that Liang Yu's potential has been greatly developed. Now she has the strength of a vice-captain level. The two of them stopped their hands in a very tacit understanding and returned to the stands. Bailey Chongqing took the initiative to praise Zhang Yi and said, "I never imagined that there is such a master hiding next to you. Her strength amazes me. If I hadn't been trained by the district, I might not have been her opponent one-on-one in the past." Bailey Chongqing's words are not modest. What Liang Yu practices is not martial arts performance, but real killing skills. Anyone who can serve as a bodyguard in that place is a ruthless person. If life and death were to come to an end, he was not sure he could defeat Liang Yu. It just took the advantage of being cultivated by Jiang and region for a longer period of time. As for Liang Yu, before getting help from Ding family technology, he grew up barbaric most of the time. Zhang Yi nodded and looked at Liang Yu, the smile in his eyes unstoppable. He finally had a capable fighting force by his side. By the way, the ability index system. Do you understand this thing? Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said, of course. This is the district's ability level evaluation of strangers using an artificial intelligence system. Alpha Beta. In fact, there are clear boundaries for the division of superpower levels. For example, Delta and Gamma. The limit is whether they can be mastered. Phagocytosis. The power of. As for Delta and Epsilon, the limit is the power of the ability. Whether it has reached a leap-like jump. For Epsilon, the most basic judgment is whether one person has the power to destroy a city. Of course, for some aliens, their ability index will be described by the indicators of other aliens. Bailey Chongqing raised a finger. However, this simple classification is too general. It cannot reflect the alien's true ability. There are still huge level differences between each major level division. Therefore, many years ago, experts in the field of mutants proposed the concept of ability index. That is the current standard of ability index. The way Zhang Yi nodded could indeed reflect the alien's ability level more intuitively. Bailey Chongqing asked the captain, "Do you know your own ability index?" "I have no idea," Zhang Yi said very directly. Bailey Chongqing smiled and said that the latest update to your ability index was after you completed the killing of 4 Eclipse members. The intelligent system sets your ability index at 8,200 points based on your record and abilities. 8,200 points. A full 1,000 points higher than Evergreen. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Can I ask? What is the superpower index of Dian Junwu and Deng Shitong?" Bailey Chongqing answered truthfully that Captain Dian had 9,100 points, while Deng Shitong had 9,300 points. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing even harder. Bailey Chongqing thought Zhang Yi was unhappy that he was underestimated. He quickly explained that this was just a numerical judgment and could not be absolutely linked to combat power. After all, there are too many factors that determine victory or defeat on the battlefield. Zhang Yi shook his head. Bailey Chongqing didn't understand what he meant. He was not angry, but happy. Yes, just happy. Even though he became the captain of the investigation team. In the eyes of most people in Blizzard City, his strength was still between the deputy captain and captain levels. In other words, none of them really understand Zhang Yi's strength. Isn't this a wonderful thing? He also has an unknown trump card. Later, after Bailey Chongqing left, Zhang Yi asked Liang Yu specifically, "If you fight against him, are you sure you can win?" Because of the judgment given by the intelligent system of the martial arts arena. Liang Yu's ability index is lower than Bailey Chongqing. Liang Yu did not answer this question directly. She just glanced at the unedged long knife used for training in her hand, and said lightly that the knife should not be taken advantage of. In the following time, Zhang Yi formulated a training plan for the Tengu team. The former members of the Black Robe team are training as usual, because their daily training volume has not dropped. The key point is that Bailey Chongqing, a former Yanyanwei lieutenant colonel and special forces instructor, will train Zhang Yi and Liang Yu Yang Xinxin. What Zhang Yi and the others need to learn is the actual cooperation required on the battlefield, including basic team mode tactics. Professional soldiers are definitely better than laymen like them in this regard. The next day, the three of he who had recovered after treatment found Zhang Yi. They have seen Zhang Yi's strength and are completely convinced. Yi took the lead, and the three of them bowed 90 degrees to Zhang Yi. "Team leader, please forgive us for being rude to you. We hope to join the campaign against Eclipse and avenge Captain Deng and his teammates from the Celestial team." Zhang Yi looked at the three people in front of him without saying a word. The three of them bowed at 90 degrees like this for a full 10 minutes. Even well-trained warriors are under heavy psychological pressure. Just when they could no longer hold on, Zhang Yi's cold voice came from their head. "Are you convinced by my punishment on you? Record a major demerit and review it in public. This kind of punishment is a bit severe if it is just for being late once." But the three of them were not stunned. They understood that Zhang Yi was trying to establish his authority with them. "But if you want to come back now, you have to look at Zhang Yi's face." Yi quickly replied, "We are convinced." He quickly took out the confession from his body. It was a very long letter of apology, with more than 10 pages. All handwritten. "This is my review." Zhang Yi didn't read his confession. The members of the Tengu squad are going to risk their lives and fight for the honor of the country. So there is a high probability that you will die. If it is for the sake of victory, I will sacrifice your lives without hesitation. Even so, are you still coming? Some things need to be said clearly in advance, so that when the time comes to let them go to die, they will leave a reason for others to talk about. The three people said in unison that as long as we can destroy the eclipse moon, we are willing to sacrifice our lives. For these warriors who have been on the battlefield for a long time, Death is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that there is no chance to wash away the shame on oneself. And one has to live with regret for the rest of his life. The defeat of the Celestial team turned the number they were once proud of into a big joke. The glory attached to them in the past suddenly dimmed. And they could often hear others talking about the defeat of the Celestial team to Eclipse. This kind of thing is simply shameful for the team that is the number 1 seed in the competition region, and the team with the highest hopes for the World Championship. It loses to the team from the bubble tournament of the number 3 division. Therefore, they had insomnia all night long. And they couldn't wait to find the person who eclipsed the moon to fight. Even if they die on the battlefield, it would be more comfortable for them than living as a coward. Chapter 729, They Are Coming. Zhang Yi finally chose to let Yi He and the other 2 recite their inspections publicly, and then gather them into the team. After all, these 3 people also have good fighting capabilities, and they will definitely be used to defeat Eclipse Moon later. Anyway, even if they had opinions about Zhang Yi in their hearts, they would not dare to disobey him on the battlefield. Because of that, Zhang Yi can justifiably kill them. In the following days, training became their main job. Gao Changkong would often contact Zhang Yi to discuss the content of joint operations at that time. As for the headquarters, they are paying attention to the trends in various places in the region all the time. Combat Command Center. It has been half a month since the last campaign against the Eclipse Moon. Within half a month, the headquarters made comprehensive plans, just waiting for the eclipse to appear again. Zhu Zheng personally called the commander-in-chief of the Donghai region. Loudly, "You must be aware of what happened in our district before. The Ronin came across the sea. Your Donghai region is responsible for coastal defense. You are also responsible for this matter. The East China Sea region was originally responsible for coastal defense work in the Eastern Sea area. But after the end of the world, the era of ice ocean battleships entered, and ordinary navies could no longer sustain deep-sea operations. Therefore, the Donghai region is responsible for patrolling the entire southeast coastline." Li Guanxia, the commander-in-chief of the Donghai region, couldn't help but smacked his lips when he heard Zhu Zheng's words. "Lao Zhu, what you say is unreasonable. Our defense in the East China Sea is mainly to guard against pirate groups that suddenly appear in the surrounding areas, and to guard against other regional forces that may launch an invasion of our territory. Now that the Ice Age is coming, we don't have many manpower to plug all the loopholes. It is impossible to stop all the small fish and shrimps." Zhu Zheng nodded. I know. What I'm worried about this time is that because of Eclipse's actions, a large number of overseas forces are plotting evil. So you should pay more attention to your coastal defense work, especially the southeast coastal area of our Jiangnan region," Li Guanxi said. "You don't need to remind me. I know this matter well. This is an emergency moment. If any fleet appears in the nearby waters, we will warn you that it will be sunk by direct fire to no avail. They won't be given a chance to log in." Having said that, the East China Sea region can only focus on large fleets. There is not that much energy and manpower to intercept every ship. Therefore, the icebreaker of the eclipse comes across the sea. Li Guangxu suddenly asked Lao Zhu. "I heard that half of the eclipse moon has been destroyed by you, and now there is no trace of it. Could it be that they were afraid and had already escaped? You guys are like this, causing a lot of noise all day long. If anything happens," Li Guangxi's tone was teasing. He and Zhu Zheng were also old acquaintances. Seeing Zhu Zheng's defeat, he was a little gloating. But it was a joke between old friends and not malicious. "No, I know they will come back," Zhu Zheng said firmly with a straight face. "I know those wolf cubs too well. Their ambitions are bigger than their appetites. These wolf cubs will go crazy whenever they see blood. They will not give up the opportunity and continue to encroach on the Jiangnan region. I'm here waiting for them to come." Li Guanxia, on the other hand, replied that fine. You can handle matters on land yourself. As for the coastline, I'd go block it, as long as their traces are discovered. I can guarantee that they will never be able to leave by sea again. Just as Zhu Zheng thought, the people who eclipse the moon have never given up occupying the central plains. They retreated after the last battle. The purpose of retreat is not just to heal. The purpose is to use this as capital to recruit more helpers and launch an even grander battle. Above the ice ocean, the fog filled the air in the morning, making the view invisible. The temperature in the air makes your blood feel cold. The 4th Division of the Tianlong pirates sailed into the southeastern sea in the vast mist, heading towards the richest Jiangnan region. The pirates on the ship have a distinct hierarchy. Only cadre-level pirates are eligible to wear combat uniforms, and they are still old styles from more than 10 years ago. As for ordinary pirates, they can only fight in thick cotton clothes. Their messy hair and eyelashes were covered with thick ice crystals. But each of them held a leather wineskin, and used strong liquor to ward off the cold. On the bow of the boat, Feng Wang Yuanren was still dressed in the same thin outfit. The superpower he possesses allows him to survive the cold. At this time, he was holding a huge black bump in his hand. It was an old satellite phone. Although it looked very outdated, it didn't have many modern functions. But its confidentiality is very good. And it can even block regional-level satellite monitoring. Mosi Mosi. After the call was connected, a deep man's voice came from the other side. Jiangnan region is already waiting for you to come. Phoenix Inner narrowed his eyes. Oh! So what kind of force are they preparing to use against us? Much more than last time. Haha. That's so interesting. Phoenix Yuanren turned around and looked behind him. On the vast ice ocean, dozens of ships broke through the waves and headed towards the coastal cities in the Jiangnan region. My preparations are numerous. The voice on the other end of the phone came again. If you want to win this time, you must get rid of someone. Who? Someone who can break the power of your prophecies. Phoenix Yuanren's eyes became terrifying. He thought about that person. If it weren't for that person, his team wouldn't have such a high casualty ratio. It can even be said that if it weren't for the existence of that person, they would be afraid of it. After wiping out the celestial team, they could have marched straight in and occupied several cities in the Central Plains area. In Phoenix Yuanren's view, that guy's existence is even more troublesome than the investigation captain-level figure in Jiangnan region. Where's that guy? Phoenix Academy narrowed his eyes and asked. The voice on the other end of the phone sneered. Don't worry. I will help you get rid of him. Next. You need? Phoenix Inner listened quietly to what the man said. The smile on his lips grew stronger and stronger. Sounds really good. Thank you so much for providing us with information time and time again. But I have always had a question. He narrowed his eyes and asked meaningfully. Who are you and why do you keep helping us? Could it be said that you are also the enemy of Jiangnan region? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Does it matter that the man's voice is heard again? You will not completely trust me. You will consider the authenticity of the information yourself. But one thing is certain. You and I have common interests in dealing with the Jiangnan region. Chapter 730 Action. The sound from the Phoenix courtyard suddenly stopped. After the information was finished, he left. Just like before. Phoenix Academy suddenly laughed loudly. This caught the attention of Canet, the captain of the 4th Division. You seem happy? Phoenix Yuanren turned around and said to him with a smile. Of course he is very happy. Hey my friend. I have great news for you. This time, you can make a fortune. And I need you to change the direction of progress. Phoenix Inner narrowed his eyes. The target of your pirate group has been changed to Tianhai City this time. I need your help to kill a difficult person first. Canute looked at him gloomily. Troublesome person. Let me deal with it. Phoenix Academy put a finger to his lips. Don't be nervous. It's a bit tricky for us. But it may not be for you. Besides, you should know how wealthy Tianhai City is. Canute chuckled. Ronan, what you'd better say is true. If you let me know that you dare to plot against me, you will never take the sea route again in this life. How dare you? Phoenix Yuanren spread his hands. But a hint of disdainful ridicule flashed deep in his eyes. Now, as long as we follow Mayumi's guidance, we can avoid the Navy and land on the other side safely. At that time, if you want to get something, please plunder it freely. For half a month. In order to prepare for the next mission to encircle and suppress the eclipse moon. The entire Blizzard City has focused all its efforts on this. The Tengu team and the Samsara team both received top-notch resources. Inside and outside the city, the only topic was when to fight the eclipse again and avenge the past. At this time in Blizzard City, annihilating eclipse has become the most important thing. To achieve this goal, everything else is put on hold. And that night, the Defense Department of the Combat Command Center suddenly issued an alarm. An enemy appears near Jiangnan region. After receiving the news, Zhu Zheng got up from the bed immediately and rushed to the Combat Command Center. Not only him, but all combatants were immediately in place. The opponent will attack at night, and they are not unprepared. Zhu Zheng got into the car and put on his headphones to start a meeting with the senior officials of the Combat Center. Where does the enemy appear? Can it be determined to be a lunar eclipse? The Minister of Defense replied that the area where the abnormal reaction occurred was offshore. And it was not just one area, but 3. Zhu Zheng frowned and sneered. It looks like they have brought reinforcements here. It doesn't matter. Just in time to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The Minister of Defense went on to say that shielding holes have appeared in the waters outside Tianhai City, Linhai City and Huazhou City. These ships bypassed the Navy's defense lines, and we basically judged that they were the eclipses. He used his prophecy to avoid the Navy's patrol, Zhu Jing said with a cold face. Dispatching drones for investigation. At least determine who the other person is. UVs have limited mobility in extremely cold temperatures and cannot engage in overly complex combat missions. However, it is still possible to use its own high-definition camera to capture images of the invading troops. The Minister of Defense replied yes. He immediately went offline and arranged for people to find out who the invading enemies of these three lines were. Zhu Zheng then ordered his secretary Lan Xinqing to notify everyone in the Tengu squad and the Samsara squad to gather at the combat center immediately. This time, we must keep the enemy at bay and not allow them to cause trouble in our land. Lan Xinqing nodded and understood. Zhu Zheng, on the other hand, personally called Li Guangxiu in Donghai region. They were asked to send their navy to quickly reach the outer waters of Tianhai City and Huazhou City and Linhai City to block the enemy's retreat. In this battle, all these people must be killed, and no one can be left behind. Otherwise, the disasters in the Jiangnan region will be endless in the future. A group of jackals lurking in the dark will pounce on you impatiently. On Zhang Yi's side, he was sleeping, but the sound of the communication device woke him up immediately. His sleep has always been shallow, and the slightest movement can wake him up. After waking up, Zhang Yi looked at the time. It was midnight. The name displayed on the satellite phone was Lan Xinqing. He picked up the phone and answered. Hello, Secretary Lan. Captain Zhang. The enemy is coming. Please lead your team members to the Combat Command Center to assemble immediately. Tonight, the war is about to begin. Zhang Yi's eyes became sharp. Almost there. Without any extra words, he immediately got up from the bed, got dressed, and then contacted Bailey Chongqing and asked him to summon all the team members to assemble. Then he went to the next room and woke up Liang Yu and Yang Xinqing. The man who eclipses the mood is here. Get ready immediately and go to the combat center to gather. Zhang Yi was arranging his equipment while talking. The captain-level combat uniform was specially made. Relying on his cooperative relationship with Ding Yuanhua, he asked for a combat uniform of the same style as Ding Shitong. It is the most high-tech product in the region. This suit has many hidden pockets. You can place daggers, drugs, bullets, bombs and other items. It is resistant to high temperatures and extreme cold. And even the built-in black suit is the latest model. Its defense and practicality are both top-notch. There are only 2 sets of combat uniforms like this in the entire Ding family. What Zhang Yi is wearing is actually Ding Shintong's spare model. After putting on the equipment, Zhang Yi checked the large number of weapons in the different space again. All weapons are in a ready state and can be taken out and used at any time. The firearm safety is turned on, and other combat items are also in optimal condition. Zhang Yi used the shortest time to confirm his weapons and equipment. Yang Xinqing and Liang Yu did not dare to neglect. After Zhang Yi left the room, the two began to equip themselves and check each other. As for Huahua, due to its transformation characteristics, there are no suitable weapons and equipment for it. But its natural fur is its best weapon. Beasts are usually stronger than modern humans in battle. 15 minutes later, the 3 people and the cat walked out of the villa. The night was dark, but there were hundreds of searchlights shining into the endless night sky in Blizzard City, lighting up the city. There were already people from Yan Yue waiting outside, with cars ready for Zhang Yi and the others. Several people got into the car and set off towards the combat center without any pause along the way. Not long after, when the vehicle was driving on the main road, it was discovered that other similar vehicles were also heading towards the combat center. Members of the Samsara team, members of the Tengu team, as well as senior officials of Yan Yunwei and the senior officials of the Combat Command Headquarters were all gathering at the combat center. Chapter 731 3 Routes of Enemy Soldiers. Zhang Yi and the others arrived at the combat center. Gao Chengkong's car arrived before him, and after seeing Zhang Yi, he hurried over to say, "Lo, Chaos, you are here. Let's go up quickly. Time is urgent." Gao Chengkong called Zhang Yi by his code name. When performing special tasks, names will not be used to avoid exposing important personal information. Zhang Yi was a little uncomfortable at first, but over time he got used to it. He nodded and walked towards the elevator with Gao Chengkong without stopping. As for the others, who are not qualified to participate in high-level meetings, they are all waiting below. "Do you know what's going on?" Wheel King. Wheel King. Gao Chengkong's code name. Gao Chengkong shook his head. Like you. I just received a notice. Let's talk about it later. The two people got on the elevator and went straight to the combat command room. After the two arrived, most of the people in the command room were already here. After all, these senior officials were notified immediately. And then, they were notified of the frontline combat troops. Zhu Zhen glanced at them and waved to them. Chaos. Chakravartin. Please sit down quickly. Hear what the Department of Defense has to say. Zhang Yi and Gao Chongkong found an empty seat and sat down. The Minister of Defense did not delay. Time was very precious at this time, and not a single bit should be wasted. They also saved the process of making official remarks. A holographic image appeared in the center of the conference room. Not long after, the door of the conference room was opened, and Chief of Operations Tu Yunlai also arrived at the scene. He glanced inside the room and sat down not far from Zhang Yi and the others. The core combat force members were all here, and the Minister of Defense stopped waiting. He pointed at the holographic image, and 3 red dots immediately appeared on it. This time, 3 groups of enemies suddenly appeared on the coast. At present, based on our investigation, our identities have been basically determined. He pointed at Huazhou City. In the waters near Huazhou City, what appeared was the Ronin organization from the waters surrounding Japan. Extreme Demon. This is a gangster with more than 500 members. They use Ropefly Island as their base and engage in banditry on land and at sea. Then his hand pointed at Linhai City. Linhai City. We discovered corrosive moon, emblems, and their many members. Basically, it can be concluded that the main force of the corroding moon is here. Zhang Yi and Gao Chongkong stared at the location of Linhai City, with a strange light shining in their eyes. The corroding moon is the enemy they most want to destroy. But then, the Minister of Defense pointed his hand to the 3rd position, which made Zhang Yi's eyes change. In Tianhai City, what appeared in the nearby waters are members of the Tianlong pirates, who dominate the southern waters. This pirate group has a total of 7 fleets and is very powerful. They have destroyed many small countries. Although judging from the scale, only one of their fleets came. But to deal with it, a large number of troops need to be deployed. After listening to the words of the Minister of Defense, the atmosphere in the conference room became solemn. I originally thought that the reinforcements invited by Eclipse were just a ragtag group of people. But the appearance of the Tianlong pirates put a lot of pressure on them. Ronin organization. Extreme Demon. Fortunately, although there are many people, the Ronin are just idle people. Although there are many people, their strength may not be that terrible. However, the Tianlong pirates are basically composed of professional soldiers and gang members from various countries in the southern seas. After a long battle, they have gained considerable combat effectiveness. Zhang Yi's eyes fell on Zhu Zheng. In the current situation, we can either choose to divide our forces into 3 fronts to fight, or we can concentrate our superior forces and destroy one area first. It depends on how Zhu Zheng arranges it. However, when he thought that Tianhai City had become the target of others, he couldn't help but feel worried. Fortunately, he had considered this outcome before and warned the people in Tianhai City in advance. Zhou Ke and the others don't need to say much, as long as they do not leave the shelter. Even if the Tianlong pirates attack with all their strength, they will not be able to harm them. That is a top-level defense that can prevent missile bombardment. As for Xiao Hong, Lian Xingtian and Qin Jingwan, it depends on whether they strictly follow Zhang Yi's instructions. The opponent dispatched 3 groups of troops this time, but Zhu Zheng was unhurried. The Tianlong pirates? This group of rabble is so tired of living that they dare to invade our country of Huashu. We will settle this matter with them later. And for now, we will clear out the invading enemies. Zhu Zheng's eyes turned and fell on Zhang Yi and Gao Chongkong. Chaos. Tianhai City is your territory, and you are very familiar with it. So you lead the Tengdu team to Tianhai City and deal with the Tianlong pirates first. Zhang Yi felt relieved after hearing this. Although there were many pirates, in his opinion, their strength could not be compared to that of Eclipse, who were all elites. It is much less difficult to deal with. Zhu Zheng asked him to go to Tianhai City, obviously taking care of him and taking into account his strength, of course. This refers to Zhang Yi's strength as judged by Zhu Zheng himself. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yi took over this task. Zhu Zheng looked at Gao Chongkong's Wheel King again. Over there in Linhai City was the man who eclipsed the moon. You lead the reincarnation team to stop them. But don't rush into a life and death fight with them. After all, they have the power of prophecy and are not easy to deal with. You use your own abilities to delay them and avoid a deadly fight. Then wait for the Tengdu team to finish dealing with the group of pirates before joining forces with you. Let's deal with the eclipse together to avoid too many casualties. Gao Chongkong is the commander-in-chief. The two groups have already arranged people to deal with him. Next, there are still those in Huazhou City. Extreme Demon. The organization has no one to deal with it. Zhu Zheng's eyes looked at Tu Yulai. Zhu Rong. Lead your 500 Yanyan guards to Huazhou. When Zhang Yi heard this code name, he subconsciously began to analyze Tu Yulia's abilities. Shurong, the god of fire, was an absolutely powerful god in ancient times. Tu Yulia's ability is flame? No. It cannot be judged so simply. Zhang Yi thought in his heart as if I would. Chaos. Just like concealing his true abilities, Tu Yulia's code name may also be a kind of concealment. Half of Tu Yulia's face was hidden in the large royal robe, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But from his eyes, you can feel the burning fighting spirit. Yes, Commander. Lan Xinqing raised objections. Zhu Shuai. If Yin Yue is used, who will protect Blizzard City? Blizzard City implements full military management. Everyone performs their duties, and performs their duties on a fixed route. And now Tu Yunlai, who is responsible for defending Blizzard City, has been transferred away, which will inevitably weaken Blizzard City's defense. Chapter 732 The sword points to the sky and sea. Facing Lan Xinqing's question, Zhu Zheng crossed his hands on the table, and said with firm eyes, the biggest conflict right now is the invasion of foreign enemies. We must win a perfect victory at all costs. Blizzard City's defense is strong enough. Even if Zhu Rong and his 500 Yanyan elites are missing, there won't be much impact. Lan Xinqing frowned slightly, thought for a while, and did not continue speaking. It would be rude for him to continue to question something that has been decided by the leader. This is not the way of a good official. Zhu Zheng slapped the table, and start taking action now. We must end this war outside the country before they wreak havoc. Absolutely. We cannot let them go deep into the hinterland of the Central Plains. Zhang Yi and others all stood up and responded loudly. Yes! The voice was clean and crisp. And then Zhang Yi, Gao Chongkong and Tu Yunlai left the conference room without hesitation. Time waits for no one. And the three external forces have almost arrived at the harbor of the coastal city. If they were a step late, who knows how many people would suffer. Linhai City and Tianhai City are not bad. After all, both places had suffered catastrophes, and there were very few living people left in both cities. And Tianhai City had Zhang Yi's previous warning and was on guard. However, Huazhou City, faced with the attack of 500 members of the Jidao demon, is afraid that there will be another bloody storm. This was also the reason why Zhu Zheng rarely sent out Tu Yunlai. Huazhou City must be saved. It is the face of their entire Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi and others walked out of the conference room and went downstairs quickly. Zhang Yi immediately contacted Zhou Qir, who was far away in Tianhai City. It was midnight, and it took Zhou Qir a while to wake up. She was filled with joy when she saw the call from Zhang Yi. Hello. Zhang Yi. Why are you thinking of calling me so late? Could it be you? Zhang Yi said quickly. Listen. Tianhai City is in danger. Eclipse Moon brought people back to cause trouble. There was a group of pirates just offshore, and they were about to arrive in Tianhai City. All of you are not allowed to go out, and go to the basement immediately. I will arrive in Tianhai City soon. Zhou Qir's face suddenly became serious. She lifted the suspenders of her pajamas, turned her two slender white legs to the edge of the bed, and put on slippers. Okay. I'll notify everyone right away. Don't be afraid. They can't breach the shelter. I'll be there in half an hour at most. Zhang Yi quickly explained what happened, and then hung up the phone. After that, he called Qin Jingwan at Chaoyu Base. Because the enemy came from the sea. The first to suffer was the harbor of Chaoyu Base. Qin Jingwan was still awake at this time. There were thousands of people in Chaoyu Base. He had to manage the affairs of the base every day, so he went to bed relatively late. When Zhang Yi's phone rang, he quickly answered the call. Boss, are you still up so late? Zhang Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and quickly explained the cause and effect. I asked you to prepare for the battle. How are you doing? Qin Jingwan looked solemn. And while feeling anxious, he replied that everything has been done according to your instructions. Everyone is resting in the shelter, and strategic supplies have been moved away, except for some large containers that are difficult to transfer. There is nothing else in the seaport. Zhang Yi nodded. Very good. You go down and wait for my orders. After Zhang Yi finished making the call, he realized that there were only 3 of him and Tu Yunlai and Gao Chongkong in the elevator. Zhang Yi glanced at them, thought for a while, and didn't know what to say. He wasn't very familiar with Gao Chongkong. and he hadn't even exchanged a few words with Tu Yunlai. Therefore, there is no way to start talking now. It is better for everyone to perform their duties and solve the matters within the scope of their own tasks first. But Tu Yunlai spoke first. He said angrily that I would deal with the group of rogues in Huazhou City as soon as possible. Then support you. If you encounter danger and you can't solve it yourself, just hide, waiting for our support. As the director of the operations department, Tu Yunlai is also a figure in the upper echelon of Blizzard City's power center. In this battle, he also wanted to make a great contribution and then grab more capital for his future. However, he does have the qualifications to say this. The 500 Yanyan guards he led on the mission this time were all the most elite members of Yanyan's army. These include 10 elite Delta-level aliens and 30 outstanding aliens from Beta to Gamma levels. The rest are also well-trained and well-armed elite warriors. Zhang Yi shrugged. He was not very interested in credit or anything else. As long as he can annihilate Eclipse and restore stability to the Jiangnan region, especially the area where he lives. Well, I will ask you to come over for support if necessary. Gao Changkong smiled, but did not answer Tu Yulia's words. Instead, look at Zhang Yi. I'm still waiting for you to come over and annihilate Eclipse Moon with us. Don't forget, the Eclipse is our biggest goal. Without Zhang Yi's ability to block predictions, dealing with the Eclipse would not be an easy task. Even if Gao Changkong controls the power of reincarnation, he still has to take great risks. Zhang Yi felt something strange in the tone of Gao Changkong and Tu Yunlai. Sure enough, as Deng Yuan was said at the beginning, the top management of Blizzard City is also divided into different factions. They are fighting openly and secretly with each other. And they are also competing with each other. It's just that as an outsider, because he won't be involved in power disputes, he is not wary of others. What a hassle. Zhang Yi thought so in his heart. He has no interest in power, and even thinks that it will only put people in danger. Before Zhang Yi could reply, Gao Changkong said again about the Tianlong pirates in the Southern Sea. I heard someone from the Iron Blood team mention it. The strength is indeed good, but without the Heavenly Dragon King personally taking charge, the strength of his squad will only be the same. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. The Tianlong pirates are very famous and number in the tens of thousands. But in this era where the top aliens determine the situation of the battle, it does not mean that they have the strength to sweep everything. Otherwise, Blizzard City would not have needed to dispatch the God team to deal with Eclipse. 300,000 defense troops can be easily crushed if dispatched. According to the analysis of the data obtained from Blizzard City, only 2 investigation teams are needed to destroy such a force as the Tianlong pirates. But if only one of the squads comes to attack, the Tengu team led by Zhang Yi can definitely win it. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the 4th division of the Tianlong pirates was just a smoke bomb that was tempted by the Eclipse to cause trouble. Zhang Yi nodded and knew how strong the other party was only after fighting. He never underestimates any opponent. Pride is the deadly sin. Chapter 733 Rushing to the battlefield. Zhang Yi came downstairs, and the Tengu team was ready to go, just waiting for Zhang Yi's order to take action. And Zhang Yi didn't say any nonsense. Walk. Everyone quickly left the combat command center, and armored vehicles were waiting outside to take them to the airport. On the left side of Zhang Yi sits Yang Xinxin. On the right is Liang Yu, and Hua Hua is held in Yang Xinxin's arms. Zhang Yi first briefly explained their combat mission to everyone. We need to go to Tianhai City first and eliminate the Tianlong pirates who landed there. Tianhai City is my territory. I am familiar with the terrain there, and I have my eyes on it. So the fight is in our favor. Just type out what you usually train on. After saying this, he gave special instructions to Liang Yu and Hua Hua. When fighting, stay closer to Xinxin. This is her first time on the battlefield, so protect her. Liang Yu nodded. Of course. Hua Hua opened her mouth wide and meowed. Yang Xinxin did not refuse Zhang Yi's special care. Although she has awakened her powers, she needs to adapt to her abilities on the battlefield. What's more, her ability is very special, and the risk is relatively high. With the protection of Hua Hua and Liang Yu, her life can be ensured. As for the tactical arrangements, Bailey, I leave it to you. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing. Until I tell you, all action plans will be decided by you. Professional matters should be left to professionals. When it comes to fighting, Bailey Chongqing is definitely better at it. Zhang Yi is not stupid enough to enter a field that he is not good at. Bailey Chongqing was a little excited, but she didn't expect Zhang Yi to trust him so much. The delegation of authority by leaders is the greatest recognition of subordinates. Yes. Bailey Chongqing didn't say any more nonsense and accepted Zhang Yi's order. This decision also made others feel greatly relieved. If it were Zhang Yi, a layman, who forced the command, they would be beating the drum in their hearts. Recognizing Zhang Yi's personal strength is one thing, but command ability and personal combat power are two completely unrelated things. Tengu team, Samsara team, Yin team, and the three teams quickly rushed to the airport. Searchlights pierced the night sky. Blizzard City was filled with chills. And tonight was another sleepless night. As the fighter planes took off one after another, the three teams also flew to their respective battlefields. At this time, in Tianhai City, due to Zhang Yi's early warning, the shelter and the three forces gathered people and materials to a safe area in advance. After the pirates of the Tianlong pirates arrived at the offshore sea, they immediately took snowmobiles and roared along the ice to the coast. Little ones, let's plunder as much as you like. Kill all the men here and take away all food and resources. Canute laughed loudly, and the thousands of pirates in the pirate group also laughed wildly, preparing to plunder. As long as today's deal is completed, they will not need to go to sea again within a year. Everyone has heard of the prosperity of Tianhai City, and from now on, they have become famous in the pirate world. What about Huashu Kingdom? It's not like I'm going to be robbed by them. But after this group of excited pirates rushed ashore, they quickly discovered that something was wrong. Because of the huge Tianhai City, after searching for a long time, they didn't see a single person. This city is like a dead city, and even traces of human activities are difficult to find. Several major bases had transferred their population and resources half a month ago, and all that was left on the ground were some buildings, all of which were buried by heavy snow. It looks as if there has never been any human activity. Only in the harbor area of Chaoyu Base, they found some large containers, which contained some supplies, but they were all cars or large machinery, as well as scattered materials, which were of little use and inconvenient to transport. Canute immediately realized something was wrong. He immediately asked the Eclipse person what was going on here. Phoenix Yuanren gave the answer. According to the data, there are only 4 forces left in the city, and their resources have been concentrated. As long as you kill them, you can easily plunder most of Tianhai City's resources. After Canute thought for a moment, he decided that Phoenix Yuanren had not lied to him, because Tianhai City has huge resources, and at this time, it is impossible to transfer them away in large quantities. There is only one conclusion. Those important resources have been hidden. As long as they can find where they are buried, to be precise, where the local forces are hiding, they can get those materials. Canute immediately ordered his men to find the hiding places of several major forces, even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Little did they know that thousands of people from Chaoyu Base were right under their feet. Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng arranged for Zhang Yi and his 3 teams to go out to fight. He himself is also thinking about how to solve the subsequent problems. Both Ji Dao Demon and Eclipse belong to Ronin organizations, with a maximum scale of only a few hundred people. However, the Tianlong pirates roam the southern seas and possess the power to threaten the country. Large forces are easier to talk to and deal with. The members of the Tianlong pirates actually dare to attack the Jiangnan region. Their appetite is too big. They must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, the southeastern coastal area will never have peace, Zhu Zheng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lan Xinqing bowed and said that the sea area was patrolled by warships from the East China Sea region. They must have been guided by the stranger who predicted the eclipse of the moon and escaped the patrol. Moreover, the southeastern sea is dotted with islands, and we are currently unable to confirm the location of their headquarters. It's not easy to conquer. Zhu Zheng's eyes became deep. This is not difficult. As long as the location of their headquarters can be confirmed, the problem can be completely solved with a single shot of Death of Love. As for how to confirm the headquarters of the Tianlong pirates, you only need to send out spies, and you will always gain something. But the problem is that the Death of Love cannot be abused. The Sky Dragon pirates are easy to destroy, but once the Death of Love is used, it may get off to a bad start. In the future, such weapons will be used extensively across the planet. Lan Xinqing smiled slightly when he heard this. There are other ways we can deal with them. Zhu Zheng raised his head and glanced at Lan Xinqing. Oh, what do you think? Lan Xinqing smiled and said that the Starry Sea is full of islands, and they rely on imports for both food and energy. After the end of the world, sea transportation will become more difficult, and their methods of obtaining supplies will become more single. We only need to move our hands and feet in these 2 aspects to completely deprive them of food, and a large number of their ships have become scrap metal without diesel. Zhu Sheng's expression changed and he smiled and said, "You can always come up with something new for me." Chapter 734 Pirates. With the influence of Huashu country, just communicating with the major areas where the Tianlong pirates import energy and food can cause them huge troubles. The advantage of the Tianlong pirates is not how powerful they are. In fact, tens of thousands of people are not really powerful in combat. Relying on the complex terrain of the Starry Sea, they were able to dominate one side. If there really is a conflict with the surrounding big countries, their trash fish will not be enough to watch. Cut off their food, grass and energy, and let them all be trapped on the island. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Dragon King did not dare to take action against the Huashu Kingdom. Zhu Sheng thought for a while and contacted the Shengjing district. Let the Shengjing district come forward to communicate with the major countries surrounding the Tianlong pirates and ask them to stop trading with the Tianlong pirates. Even though the end of the world is coming, the influence of Huashu Kingdom is still there. Moreover, it is just because of a group of pirates. No one will offend Huashu Kingdom because of this. So this problem can be solved quickly. This is an afterthought, so I won't go into details here. Tianhai City. The Tianlong pirates began to plunder everywhere. Tianhai City is too big, although important resources are basically collected by several major forces. However, some large machinery factories, raw material warehouses, and some small supermarkets have not been completely emptied. These resources that the major forces disdain to clean up are all good things for the pirates. After all, they were in the resource-poor southern seas, and they had to rob for food and clothing. Therefore, the garbage that the major forces in Tianhai City don't want is all good stuff in their eyes. In such an environment, it is actually difficult for the bases of several major forces not to be discovered, because other places are covered with ice and snow. But only the territory of the sanctuary and the three major forces are clean. But no matter how hard they found it, they couldn't open the shelter. A group of pirates, who were accustomed to naval battles in the southern waters, didn't know how to open the reinforced concrete that was difficult to blast even with missiles. As for Zhang Yi's shelter, it was coveted by many pirates because of its tallness and gorgeousness. They used various weapons outside to try to break through, but they couldn't even break through the wall. Inside the shelter, Uncle Yu and everyone hid on the underground floor, using surveillance equipment to check everything outside. Zhou Haimei and Yang Xia looked worried. Uncle Yu held a machine gun in his hand. His body was wrapped with bullet belts, and his face was full of majesty. Once any danger occurs, he will be the first to stand in front and give others a chance to escape. Zhou Qier calmly said it was okay. They could not break the shelter's defense, and Zhang Yi and the others will be here soon. At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly sounded outside. A pirate cadre turned into a 5-meter-tall Saiyan giant and began to violently charge at the main entrance of the shelter. The door didn't move at all, but the sound of the impact was frightening. Even though everyone trusted the shelter's defense capabilities, they still couldn't help but feel uneasy. These pirates have no humanity and leave no one behind wherever they go. In the original battle between the major forces in Tianhai City, some humanity might still be retained and those who had no power to resist would not be killed. But with these pirates, it would be foolish to take any chances. Zhou Qier was calm on the surface, but also a little anxious on the inside. She quickly called Zhang Yi to explain the situation here. At this time, an armed helicopter flew straight across the night sky and arrived over Tianhai City. After getting the news about Zhou Qier, Zhang Yi couldn't help but frown. He immediately ordered the pilot to land the helicopter at the coordinates of his shelter. They are here to kill pirates anyway, and it doesn't matter where they come from. Zhu Sheng has already said that on the battlefield. Zhang Yi is the supreme commander. The pilot immediately followed the order and flew towards the junction of Xishan District and Lujiang District. Soon after, the pirates, who were still excitedly attacking the shelter, were surprised to hear the roar of a giant dragon coming from above their heads. They looked up and saw that it was not a giant dragon, but a huge armed helicopter. Boom! A deafening sound appeared in midair. The giant alien head exploded instantly. Zhang Yi changed his ammunition very calmly, and then aimed at the second person. The huge white sniper rifle thundered in his hand, and killing the lower-level aliens was not much different from ordinary people. However, in order to save bullets, he only killed aliens among the pirates. Bailey Chongqing took the lead and set off. There were still hundreds of meters above his feet. He shouted, "Let's go!" Then the whole person fell directly like a cannonball. Others followed. There is no suitable place for a helicopter to land below, but it does not trouble these top aliens at all. In order to avoid becoming a living target in the air, They chose to jump out of the plane directly with enhanced aliens and other aliens. Only Ming Xiu stayed with Zhang Yi. Her function was to investigate and treat, not a martial arts sect. Even Yang Xinxin joined the battle on Huahua. In Zhang Yi's sight, Yang Xinxin rode Huahua and began to test her ability. In the direction where her hands were pointing, two pirates suddenly pounced on each other, strangled each other's necks, and then died together. Yang Xinxin smiled happily. Zhang Yi looked around her, and once he found a threat, he helped her eliminate it as soon as possible. There are more than 100 pirates around the shelter, including 5 aliens. Seeing this group of people falling from the sky, they had no fear. After all, they were people who licked blood from the edge of a knife and were used to life and death. So they picked up their firearms and went. Go. 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 Go! Shooting began. Bailey Chongqing took the first step and took out 2 black weapons from the weapon box behind his back and assembled them together. It was a huge Fontaine painted halberd. The painting pole is painted with gold, and the dark halberd body is decorated with deep golden patterns, which looks very domineering. He did not dodge in the face of the pirates' volleys of fire, and ordinary bullets fired at him were not even enough to scratch his body. With just one dash and slash, the dozens of pirates in front of him were cut into 2 pieces like hemp rods. Bailey Chongqing himself was a little surprised. These pirates? So weak. Originally, he thought that the pirates roaming the southern seas were at least somewhat powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so weak. But if you think about it carefully, it's quite reasonable. After all, the southern sea area is full of weak countries. Even if dozens of countries are integrated together, they are not as powerful as the Jiangnan region. Therefore, such a group of pirates is enough to dominate one side. But when they really encountered a foreign special force from a big country, they became a bastard force. Boom! Another deafening explosion sounded on the battlefield. Bailey Chongqing raised his head and found that the head of the alien who was attacking him had disappeared. It dawned on him. Looking around, I realized that everyone among the pirates who showed supernatural powers had been killed one by Zhang Yi from high altitude. Bailey Chongqing couldn't help but swallowed. Even he didn't dare to catch the holy silver bullets shot by Zhang Yi, who was using Glacier, and needed to be careful to avoid them. So to deal with other aliens, it's really one shot at a time. Who says thermal weapons can't deal with aliens? As long as the alien uses his ability to shoot bullets, it will be difficult for the alien to deal with them. Chapter 735 goes straight to Chaoyu Harbor. The Tengu team led by Zhang Yi arrived in Tianhai City. The first stop is naturally his base camp. More than 100 pirates were wiped out by the Tengu team in less than a minute. Bailey Chongqing grabbed a tongue. Ming Xiu stepped forward and injected him with a shot of truth serum. Soon, the tongue told Zhang Yi and the others all the information about the Tianlong pirates. Them. At Chaoyu Harbor. Our captain is Canet, captain of the 4th Division of the Tianlong pirates. The man captured alive was a bastard, and the information he revealed was useful but not much. Zhang Yi asked him about the strength of the 4th team, and he just said that it was very powerful and had few opponents across the southern seas. This statement rings true to him. But to Zhang Yi, it was like bullshit. These fish bellies in the southern seas had not seen many real masters. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Evergreen Bailey. What do you think? Bailey Chongqing thought for a while, and said that according to the information obtained by the district, the team coming was the 4th team. Captain Canute. According to the rating given by the intelligence system, he is a Delta-level alien with a power index of 8,000 points. In addition, there are 4 members among his men, with strength between 40,006,000 points. But? He pointed to a body in the crowd. There is a cadre whom you have already killed with one shot. Zhang Yi thought for a while after hearing this. The information given by the district was correct. Among the 3 invading enemy teams, the enemies in Tianhai City were the weakest. There was no way. After all, judging from the headquarters algorithm, Zhang Yi was weaker than Tu Yunlai and Gao Chongkong. Coupled with Zhang Yi's familiarity with Tianhai City, he was asked to deal with the enemies here first, and then go to Linhai City to join the Samsara team to solve the problem of the eclipse. Then let's go directly to Chaoyu Harbor. This battle must be fought quickly, and Linhai City is the main battlefield, Zhang Yi said. As he spoke, he turned on the satellite phone and spoke to Qin Jingwan. Although Qin Jingwan has hid underground, many monitoring equipment are deployed around Chaoyu base. Information about the Tianlong pirates can be obtained. After understanding the opponent's arrangement, it will be easier for Zhang Yi and the others to take action. At this moment, the door of the shelter suddenly opened. Uncle Yu and the others ran over. Zhang Yi. They were very happy to see Zhang Yi. Zhou Qian was wearing a thick down jacket with a white fox fur around her neck, looking elegant and moving. Zhang Yi glanced at them, and just said plainly that the battle is not over yet. You all stay in the shelter, and are not allowed to come out. But Uncle Yu said let us go over and help you. It's always good to have an extra helping hand. Fatty Su also plucked up the courage to come over. Boss, it's been too long since we've fought side by side. Take me with you. At least I can control the battlefield. At this time, heavy snow is falling from the sky. In such an environment, having an ice and snow alien is indeed more suitable for fighting. But Zhang Yi still shook his head. You are waiting in the shelter. If necessary, I will call you to act together. Uncle Yu and Fatty Su looked a little disappointed. Zhang Yi explained that based on current judgment, the enemy's strength is within controllable range. We guys are good enough to handle them. But for the sake of safety, you and the people from the 3 major bases should not take action for the time being. In case of a special situation, you will be required to provide support from the outside. Even though the opponent's strength was the weakest among the 3 areas, Zhang Yi did not dare to be careless. He must make proper arrangements. Of course, this was also done to protect Uncle Yu and others. When Uncle Yu and Fatty Su heard this, they looked at the other soldiers of the Tengu team and understood in their hearts that what Zhang Yi said was correct. This is an important war period, and they cannot be allowed to act recklessly. The 2 nodded. If necessary, please feel free to call us. We'll be there soon. Zhang Yi nodded and was about to leave. But after thinking about it, he took out a box of holy silver bullets from his body and handed it to Uncle Yu. The material used in this thing is relatively rare, and Zhang Yi currently only has more than 3,000 rounds in his hand. Therefore, he only gave Uncle Yu 20 rounds. In addition, he gave Uncle Yu a big black dick. That was a good thing he picked up from the weapons arsenal in Blizzard City. The latest anti-material sniper rifle, GPW-2 generation. The power is twice as powerful as the Barretts of the previous generation. It was originally an airborne weapon, and was not suitable for individual soldier use. But it was just right for Uncle Yu. What Zhang Yi considered was that although Uncle Yu's abilities were relatively monotonous, as a veteran for many years, he had excellent combat qualities. Therefore, giving him heavy sniping and holy silver bullets can allow him to show good strength. This is called lack of strength, and equipment is needed. Uncle Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly took over the weapon Zhang Yi gave him, which also meant that Zhang Yi agreed to let him participate in the battle at a critical moment, which was not a joke. At this time, Zhou Qian and Yang Xia came over. Yang Xia handed Zhang Yi a large lunch box, which contained supernatural food that she had carefully prepared. Save these for the war. Zhou Qian handed Zhang Yi a box of healing medicine. Zhang Yi felt a little warm in his heart. But he didn't have time to be affectionate here because the war was tight. He nodded, took out the snowmobile, and led the members of the Tengu team towards Asame Harbor. On the other 2 fronts, Yin Yuwei led by Tu Yunlai and Samsara team led by Gao Chongkong also arrived at their respective battlefields. First, they need to find their opponent. Then, it's a battle of annihilation. However, Tu Yulia's task here was simpler and more direct. After the Jidao demon arrived in Huazhou, more than 500 people began to rush towards the gathering place and began to plunder. From the beginning, they clashed with local forces in Huazhou. After Tu Yulai led Yin Yuwei to arrive, he directly divided his troops to suppress them everywhere. As for Linhai City, the Samsara team did not dare to act rashly after arriving. Gao Chongkong knew that Eclipse was well prepared this time, and coupled with the witch's prophecy, it brought great pressure to them. So after the helicopter landed, he was not in a hurry to let the team members take the lead. I will use the power of reincarnation to test them first, and then formulate an action plan. The safest approach at the moment is to wait for Zhang Yi and the others to come over with support. As long as we can block the other party's power of prophecy, we will have the absolute upper hand. Linhai City is already a dead city, and there is no need to worry about causing casualties to ordinary people. Therefore, they have enough space to exert their strength. Everything that happened on the 3-party battlefield was under the eyes of the Blizzard City executives headed by Zhu Sheng. This time, the entire Blizzard City's attention is focused here. Zhu Sheng absorbed the lesson from the previous episode and decided to hand over the initiative on the battlefield to strangers. Times have changed, and aliens have become the dominant force on the battlefield, and their excessive interference will only lead to the aliens being restrained. Nowadays, the only assistance that the region can provide to the aliens, apart from long-range bombing, is navigation capabilities. Zhang Yi's Tengu squad was divided into 2 tanks. keeping a distance of 1 kilometer, and headed towards Chaoyu Harbor from the left and right lines. He maintained contact with Qin Jingwan and asked about the news at Chaoyu Harbor. What's the current situation with the pirates? Qin Jingwan replied that about 70% of the troops were out searching for supplies, and the remaining 30% were in the harbor area. They seem to know you are coming, so they are relying on our old defenses to set up an ambush. Chapter 736 Obstacles. After getting the information about Qin Jingwan, Zhang Yi felt much more at ease. The pirates are mostly a ragtag group, not a professional army. Therefore, after arriving in Tianhai City, the first thing they thought of was to rob supplies. At this time, 70% of the Tianlong pirates' strength was outside, so those who stayed at the harbor base were definitely a small number of elites, led by Captain Canute. Judging from the intelligence provided by the district, it will definitely not be a problem for their Tingdu team to eliminate the 4th division of the Tianlong pirates. Bailey Chongqing has already unfolded the 3-dimensional map in the carriage, and started to lay out the battle plan. Captain, what you are good at is super long-range sniping. So you first go to the commanding heights of A, which is here. Qi Guangming. You and the captain are responsible for long-range fire suppression. The harbor is a cone-shaped terrain, and we attack from both sides. The coastline has been blocked by ships assisting the East China Sea region, and they are not afraid of their escape. When the time comes, the pirate leader Canute will be left to me and Liang Yu to deal with. Others were responsible for cleaning up the mess. There is nothing wrong with Bailey Chongqing's combat plan. They carried out encirclement and suppression with absolutely superior force. At the level of high-level aliens, they are at an absolute advantage. Most of the ordinary pirates in the pirate group are nothing more than living targets in their eyes, and they can only shoot their belly with a simple AK. After Bailey Chongqing finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yi and asked for his opinion. Zhang Yi nodded. No problem. Just do it. Remember, safety first. Never underestimate your opponent. A group of people said in unison. Understood. Zhang Yi and the others arrived near Chaoyu Harbor in less than an hour. Then, they got out of the car and chose to move forward on foot to avoid being ambushed by the other party. In terms of defense, the suits they wear are much higher than those of armored vehicles. Therefore, the role of the chariot is only for transportation. Everyone moved forward in a 3-person team. There is snow in the sky, but the view is not blurry. Bailey Chongqing winked at Yi Jikong. Yi Jikong understood and immediately took out a silver metal box from the backpack behind him. After the box was opened, 3 small drones flew out. Yi Jikong controlled them and flew towards the harbor base. But soon, before the 3 drones could capture anything, their field of vision suddenly blurred, and the 3 drones fell from the sky. Yi Jikong frowned. They have a very strong sense of counter-reconnaissance. Although drone technology is relatively mature, it is still a machine and can easily malfunction due to electromagnetic interference. The Tianlong pirates roam the southern seas, and there are many experienced soldiers and mercenaries among them. Bailey Chongqing sighed helplessly. After the end of the world, the role that modern technology can play on the battlefield becomes smaller and smaller. Zhang Yi glanced at Meng Xiu. Is your ability capable of checking the local troop distribution? Meng Xiu said that the coverage of my ability is only 3 kilometers. Our current location is at least 5 kilometers away from there. Zhang Yi looked at Bailey Chongqing. Bailey Chongqing thought for a moment. Heavy snow now covers almost all buildings. Chaoyu Base is surrounded by a large flat snowfield. It is difficult to find suitable cover in the snowfield. If it is close to 3 kilometers, it is very easy to be discovered by the other party. However, if they can get close quickly, they will still have the absolute advantage. Although the pirates are holding on to Chaoyu Base, they don't understand the terrain. On the contrary, Zhang Yi had already shown the complete topographic map of Chaoyu Base to everyone before setting off. Bailey Chongqing quickly made a decision. Keep going. Shui Miao. You set off a storm to interfere with their vision. Now everyone is playing their cards openly, so there is no need to hide it. Shui Miao said yes. His ability is wind, which can be easily brought into play in such blizzard days. As long as he creates a storm, he can form a natural bunker to block his vision. Shui Miao summoned a huge storm, forming a blizzard in a corner of Chaoyu Base. Then the members of the Tingdu team took advantage of the cover of the blizzard and rushed directly to the harbor of Chaoyu Base. The changes here quickly attracted the attention of the pirates. Canute sat on a chariot piled with snow, showing his teeth as sharp as a shark. Are the regular troops from Jiangnan region coming? Kids, let's kill! He roared loudly, and the surrounding pirates also raised their guns crazily and roared wildly. These desperados will not be timid no matter who they face. They are people who put their own life and death at risk. Above the snowfield, gunshots were heard intensively, and the muzzles were pointed at the direction Zhang Yi and the others were heading. But this kind of ordinary bullets can't cause any damage to combat uniforms. Not to mention their poor marksmanship. They couldn't shoot through the blizzard to everyone. Bailey Chongqing rushed to the front. He shouted in a low voice. Don't worry about those miscellaneous fish. Kill the aliens first! Solve the battle as quickly as possible. Everyone is loaded with bullets. And naturally they use standard weapons and origin bullets. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Over at the harbor base, the pirates stepped on the iron boxes, laughing wildly and shooting in this direction. Their alien did not take the initiative to attack, but lurked in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to fight at close range. But just when Zhang Yi and the others were about 1,000 meters away from the harbor defense line, a very unexpected position appeared. Bailey Chongqing rushed to the front, and his whole body was bounced back. He rolled on the ground, and then he stabilized his body skillfully. Others were also caught off guard and bumped into that position. What is this? There is a wall in front. A transparent wall. Invisible to them. There was a transparent wall blocking their way. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and the other person took action. He raised the white owl in his hand and got out of the way. The team members moved out of the way, and Zhang Yi aimed at the invisible wall and fired. But the holy silver bullet that could break the devil stopped in front of that wall, and then fell straight to the ground. Are even the holy silver bullets useless? What is this ability? Just when they were unable to move forward, the sound of an engine sounded in the distance. The group of brave pirates rode snowmobiles, crossed the container defense line of Chaoyu Seaport, and rushed over. I caught it. And it's a big fish. Ha ha ha. How many supplies can be exchanged with Jiangnan region with the lives of these people? After all, our trip was indeed not in vain. Chapter 737, Drawing the Ground as a Prison. Zhang Yi and the others looked at the thousands of pirates rushing towards them, like they were seeing a swarm of hateful locusts. They dared to initiate a charge. Are they really looking for death? Wu Di sneered disdainfully. They still don't know what kind of enemy they are facing. Pirates can only make waves when they are at sea. When they come to land, they are equivalent to destroying themselves, let alone the ordinary squad. Even if the Heavenly Dragon King came, they would not dare to risk their lives with the investigation team. So in Wu Di's eyes, these people are undoubtedly seeking death. Zhang Yi looked at the pirates coldly and said nothing. For some reason, he had an unpleasant feeling in his heart. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi took a few steps back. As a result, his body once again felt the feeling of being firmly blocked. Zhang Yi touched his hand back, and sure enough, their path had been blocked by that invisible wall. Zhang Yi immediately said, "Look around. We may have fallen into a trap." When everyone heard what Zhang Yi said, they immediately began to observe their surroundings. This observation immediately made them discover something was wrong. At some point, a huge transparent cage appeared around them, trapping them all in it. Even the top of the head and the feet are not missing. At this moment, thousands of pirates armed with weapons surrounded them. There was a ferocious smile on their faces, as if they saw a fish taking the bait. However, they did not rush to attack, nor did they take the initiative to approach. A road separated among the pirates, and a tall, thin man with a shark face came out. He is the captain of the 4th Division of the Tianlong Pirates, Canute. Canute's eyes glanced coldly at the members of the Tengu team. You're all here. Tell yourself where you are? Zhang Yi did not panic at this time. He didn't even bother to talk to Canute, but instead ordered the players. Try to break through. Unless the opponent has an Epsilon-level alien. I don't believe there is any barrier to supernatural powers that cannot be broken through. Upon hearing this, the team members immediately began to attack and test in every corner. Bullet powers and even fists were used. But no matter how they attacked, the transparent barrier did not produce any changes. It is not very powerful and cannot deflect attacks from Tengu team members. Just like the sea, it absorbs all attacks. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Canute shrugged helplessly. You are so rude. He doesn't even know basic manners. He stretched out the index finger of his right hand towards everyone. But I can tell you, don't waste your efforts. As long as you enter this cage, you can't escape no matter what. Now, you are just a bunch of caged birds. Among the pirates, there is an alien named Chun Siu. In his sight, the huge space where Zhang Yi and others were located was a huge cubic cage. His ability is called Draw the Ground as a Prison. Just like a trap used for feeding birds, the cage is arranged in advance to lock a range area. After anyone enters it, The prison drawn on the ground is triggered, and the cage is officially activated. Any prey that enters it can no longer escape. But in order to maintain this cage, he himself cannot move. Once his body moves or his body dies, this technique will be released. This is his ability rule. The smile on Canute's face quickly disappeared, and he killed them with a wave of his right hand. As soon as these words came out, thousands of pirates laughed wildly and pulled the triggers in their hands. From all directions, lines of fire formed by countless bullets were fired into the cage. Defense? Zhang Yi shouted. However, his two-realm knot was immediately deployed to protect himself. Lian Yuhuahua and Yang Xinqin. There is no way. The range of the two-realm Juejia is only 1 meter. He is invincible within the radius of 1 meter, but he cannot protect him beyond 1 meter. Fortunately, for everyone, these bullets do not pose much of a threat. So everyone used their own skills to resist this intensive bullet attack. This is wrong. Our attacks cannot be carried out, but they can attack us in this area. Is the siege ability used by the opponent one way? Bailey Chongqing shouted loudly, while blocking the bullets, with the Fontian painted halberd in his hand. Zhang Yi was not anxious at all. Although he is in a cage, as long as his extra-dimensional space can be used, he is still invincible. At this moment, an alien among the pirates jumped out. He raised his hands high, and the broken ice on the ground rose into the sky one after another, and then condensed into a giant ice ball with a diameter of dozens of meters in his hands. Under his control, the giant ice ball hit everyone like a cannonball. Bailey Chongqing was about to step forward to resist, but Zhang Yi thought that if the ice ball broke, their movement space would be greatly restricted. Even if they have great abilities, it is difficult to display their strength. Let me! Zhang Yi persuaded Bailey Chongqing to retreat. Lian Yuhuahua, protect me. After Zhang Yi said that, he untied the ability of the two realms to end. The dimensional gate blocks the direction of the puck. The ice ball sank directly into Zhang Yi's alien space without any sound. Canute frowned. TSK, is this the person the Phoenix Academy asked me to kill? Sure enough, as the intelligence said, there are some tricks to defense capabilities. However, as long as you can't leave this cage, sooner or later I can consume you to death. Among the pirates, many have already brought out shoulder-resistant cannons and rocket launchers. Even if they are aliens, their powers will eventually run out sooner or later. When the time comes, their flesh and blood will be mercilessly destroyed by thermal weapons. For the Tianlong pirates, this is a long hunt, and they have enough patience. However, Zhang Yi opened two-dimensional gates and directly blocked all the attacks from the two directions with the strongest firepower. There is a limit to the devouring energy of the dimensional gate, but with the attack of this kind of thermal weapon, if you want to reach the upper limit of its devouring energy, you have to empty out at least an entire arsenal. But at this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly had a thought in his heart. Attacks from the outside world can pass through the cage walls, but their attacks cannot be beaten out. What is the basis for determining the limit? After thinking of this, Zhang Yi made a bold attempt. He raised his hand and used the dimensional gate to collect a large amount of ammunition. Then he aimed at the pirates outside and reflected them. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! The bullet flew back just as it came. Those pirates did not have combat uniforms on them, and dozens of pirates were beaten to pieces by bullets in an instant. Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on his lips. I know what this cage is about. Chapter 738 Dangerous Trap. Drawing the ground as a prison is a rule-based ability. Zhang Yi learned its rules through his own experiments. That is, once defined as an object that exists within the cage when the cage is formed, it can no longer leave the scope of the cage. Objects that are not defined are not affected by the rules. For example, Zhang Yi and the others cannot shoot through the cage with bullets. However, the bullets fired by pirates from outside are not affected and can even bounce back. Bailey Chongqing and others also discovered this pattern. But the problem is that they still can't figure out how to get out of here. What if the opponent no longer attacks and just spends time with them here? Or changes the method of attack? Canute thought so too. After seeing that Zhang Yi could bounce bullets, he immediately issued an order for all pirates to stop shooting. They stopped, but Zhang Yi would not stop. Zhang Yi had a narrow smile on his face and glanced at all the pirates present. The stranger who used supernatural powers to besiege them must be among them. As long as the stranger is killed, the source of this prison's power will disappear immediately. Make some room for me. I count to 3 and everyone squats down. Everyone didn't understand what Zhang Yi wanted to do, but Zhang Yi was the captain and they still had to follow orders. 1, Zhang Yi opened the door to his own dimension. 2. Among the dimensional gates, thick barrels were exposed. 3. Everyone immediately squatted down. And around Zhang Yi, in the huge space, the muzzles of 500 artillery pieces stretched out from the alien space. These are the large quantities of weapons that Zhang Yi, as the captain of the Tengu team, requested from Blizzard City under his own authority. Weapons that are bulky and difficult for ordinary aliens to carry. Weapons that possess great power, but are slowly being eliminated due to the advent of the Ice Age. In his hands, it is still strong. 500 cannons have been loaded with SH/LS by Zhang Yi, and they are ready to be fired at any time. Today's weapons can be connected to intelligent systems and do not require manual operation. Zhang Yi just used the intelligent operating system of the combat suit to issue the order. In an instant, 500 artillery pieces let out a deafening roar and fired at all the pirates in all directions. No one can imagine such a scene. A person can actually transform into a giant fort in an instant. Those pirates were too confident. So they were less than 200 meters away from the prison where Zhang Yi and the others were. A volley of 500 artillery pieces was like firecrackers exploding cow dung. Exploding into pieces everywhere. It's just that their broken bodies are flying all over the sky. Really like fireworks. Colorful. The moment the artillery appeared, Canute and the other aliens had already reacted. Canute's body quickly grew in size, and his clothes were torn apart by his bulging skin. His skin began to turn gray-blue. The texture of his skin was like a knife, and the corners of his mouth were grinning to the base of his ears. In an instant, he turned into a giant gray-blue shark more than 10 meters long. The huge body stretches across the ground, but is as flexible as if it were underwater. His flexible body swept away dozens of cannonballs, saving the lives of hundreds of pirates behind him. In other directions, there are also strangers exerting their efforts. But even so, they couldn't stop the 500 quickfire SH/LS. In just a split second, half of the more than 1,000 pirates in Division 4 were killed. Zhang Yi sighed secretly in his heart. This salvo can only be used once, because he did not have time to reload the 500 artillery pieces. However, the effect of this attack has been very impressive. It also verified his suspicion. That is, the objects in his different space and have not been. Draw the ground as a prison, defined by the rules. Bailey Chongqing and the others watched Zhang Yi put away the 500 artillery pieces. At this time, Bailey Chongqing finally understood why Zhang Yi had asked for so many heavy firearms that looked like waste. Yi He and others looked at Zhang Yi with admiration in their eyes. As expected of their captain, he thought of a way to crack the opponent's ability so quickly. Canute looked at his men who had been turned into pieces and listened to their painful wails. It looked at Zhang Yi with great anger. Damn bastard. I must kill you. It was so huge that half of its body was immersed in the mud. Strangely, the ice, snow and mud did not hinder him in any way. Everything that comes into contact with his body will ripple like water. Canute stared at Zhang Yi and others in the cage. He couldn't wait to launch an attack immediately and kill Zhang Yi and others. But when he thought of Zhang Yi's abilities, he did not attack rashly. Zhang Yi's different space can absorb almost all attacks and then bounce them back. Anger cannot bring him victory, but will make him make more mistakes. And Zhang Yi is also thinking about how to break this prison. He had just killed so many pirates, but the cage was still there. In other words, the caster was not killed at all. Zhang Yi looked at Canute's huge body. That stranger must be protected by him. Although he cannot escape from the prison for the time being, Zhang Yi is still relatively confident in his heart. There is nothing the other party can do against them. But at this moment, a message from Gao Chongkong appeared on the tactical eyepiece. Chaos. Bad? The situation has changed. So don't rush to hunt down the pirates. This is most likely a huge trap. Zhang Yi's pupil shrank sharply, and a chill ran down his back. What's the meaning? This side of Linhai City, Gao Chongkong and the members of the Samsara team stood in the ruins. In front of them, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. And some of them are dressed exactly the same as the Eclipse troops. What appeared here in Linhai City was not the real Eclipse army at all. We were all fooled by them. Gao Chongkong's voice kept coming to Zhang Yi's ears. If you think about it carefully, if they don't appear in Linhai City, where else can they appear? Who are they most afraid of, and the person they want to kill the most? Zhang Yi's eyes widened, and the ominous feeling enveloped him. My scalp even feels a little numb. The person Eclipse wants to kill the most is naturally the one who can crack Takeuchi Mayumi's prophecy ability. Canute opened the shark's mouth and shouted, Ronin! Haven't you shown up yet? Zhang Yi raised his head and looked into the distance. On a low mountain, The faces of several old acquaintances were revealed. Phoenix Inner Ren and his Eclipse aliens are all here. Chapter 739 Hunting. The Eclipse stranger did not go to Linhai City, but appeared in Tianhai City, right in front of Zhang Yi and the others. Such a scene directly shocked the entire top management of Blizzard City. Inside the Combat Command Center, Xu Zheng and others, who were still there and thought the situation was under control, were a little panicked. How so? Xu Zheng stood up directly from the chair, his sharp eyes scanning everyone present. Our action plan is kept strictly confidential, and we have not disclosed our plans to divide our forces to the outside world. But why do they know that Zhang Yi's Tengu team is in Tianhai City? This mission is top secret. Except for the 3 teams. The only people who know the information are the personnel in the command center. Now it is almost certain that an insider must have revealed the information. Lan Xinchen looked at an area, which was the intelligence team responsible for communicating with the Tengu team. Lan Xinchen walked over there with a cold face. He came to the person in charge. Lin Saidi. What is going on, and why was the information leaked? Lin Saidi is a woman in her 30s. She wears her hair in a meticulous bun and looks dignified and elegant. Even when Lan Xinchen asked, she had a calm smile on her face. But she smiled and turned pale. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she fell to the ground instantly. There was a burst of exclamation all around. Lan Xinchen carefully opened her mouth and helplessly told Xu Zheng that she had had cyanide capsules in her mouth for a long time, and now she had committed suicide out of fear of crime. The situation is already obvious. There are indeed insiders leaking information to Eclipse Moon. But Xu Zheng didn't understand why someone would be a traitor even if he died. What is all this for? But at the moment, Xu Zheng has no intention of tracking down those things, because Zhang Yi is facing a huge crisis at this time. Eclipse and the Tianlong pirates teamed up to set up a huge trap just to hunt them down. Can the Samsara team come over to provide support? Lan Xinchen replied that they were in Linhai City, and it would take half an hour at the fastest to get there. The fighting on Tuyulia's side had already begun, and they were unable to support them. Xu Zheng gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, try to delay as much as possible. I will send the Samsara team to support you immediately. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold. He realizes there is a ghost. After all, he still touched some people's cakes. So much so that they wanted to kill him. But how could it be so easy to kill him? Zhang Yi believed no one, including Xu Zheng. So he directly cut off the call with headquarters. This sudden action made Xu Zheng stunned. But he didn't have the right to be angry at what they did. Inside Blizzard City, which he thought was impregnable, a spy from Eclipse appeared. This is his responsibility as Commander-in-Chief. Even if Zhang Yi doubts him, it is reasonable. After Zhang Yi cut off the call, he immediately told everyone around him that an undercover Eclipse agent had appeared in the headquarters. Now, follow my instructions and stop contacting the headquarters. The current situation is very obvious. This is a game, waiting for Zhang Yi and others to get into it. They can't trust anyone now. They can only trust their own strength. Gao Chongkong was still saying to Zhang Yi, we will rush there right away. Just hold on for a while. Don't let anything happen. Zhang Yi didn't say anything and cut off Gao Chongkong's communication. He couldn't tell who was a human and who was a ghost. In short, let's win this battle first. Phoenix and Anren stood on the low hill and lit a cigarette for himself. Let us start. Eclipse and the Tianlong pirates join forces. With such a powerful force, it is absolutely possible to eliminate an investigation team. What's more, the Tengu team is also recognized as the weakest investigation team. Captain Zhang Yi's official ability index rating is only 8,200 points. Even the team was improvised. On the Blizzard City side, Xu Zheng asked Lan Xinchen to investigate whether there were any insiders in the city. On the one hand, he ordered the Samsara team to quickly go to Tianhai City for support. And what can he do now? Nothing can be done. It is impossible to use missiles or the death of love to attack indiscriminately, because Zhang Yi and the others are also there. He could only watch quietly, hoping that Zhang Yi could persist until the Samsara team came to rescue him. On the battlefield, the attack of Eclipse Moon and the Tianlong pirates had already begun. The first person to take action was Jinguji Saikaro. He took out 10 charms from his pocket, threw them into the air, and then made seals with his right hand. I command the gods and all Tathagata. God-given Dharmakaya is as urgent as a law or order. 10 white charms raised a layer of white smoke in the air, and then turned into 10 black hounds. This is a kind of style that Zhang Yi has never seen before. They are as black as ink, giving people an evil and terrifying feeling. The 10-headed demon dog roared and rushed towards Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi doesn't know what their abilities are. As long as the dimensional door is opened, all their attacks will be in vain. In the blink of an eye, all 10 black demon dogs were taken into the different space by Zhang Yi. But at this moment, Zhang Yi saw the corners of Jinguji Saikairo's raised lips. Different dimensional space. It can absorb all things. But it can carry quantity. There are limits. It only needs to be poured into it with more energy than the limit to destroy it. He put the middle and index fingers of his right hand together, put them to his mouth, and shouted in a deep voice, "Destroy!" Zhang Yi felt that in his own extra-dimensional space, the 10-headed demon dog seemed to sense something, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred. This is the Shikigami specially made by Jinguji Saikairo in order to deal with Zhang Yi's extra-dimensional ability, the self-destructing demon dog. Sensing the explosion in the different space, Zhang Yi was also a little moved, because the energy contained in these demon dogs is very terrifying. At the same time, he also understood one thing. All of his information was also told to the Eclipse people by the Insider. This is a hunt for him. It's like exactly the same as the previous hunt for Deng Shitong. Someone wants Deng Shitong to disappear from the Jiang'an region first. There are also people who want Zhang Yi to disappear from the Jiang'an region. Zhang Yi's eyes were extremely cold. Even colder than the ice and snow between heaven and earth at this time. However, after Jinguji Saikairo confidently used the self-destructing demon dog, he found that Zhang Yi was not affected in any way. He took a few steps back in surprise. How can it be? The detonating charm I used was equivalent to 2 tons of TNT. Even a captain-level figure would choose to avoid a self-destructing demon dog of this magnitude, rather than dare to prove its edge. Could it be that the information is wrong? There was a rare drop of sweat on Jinguji Saikairo's forehead. This kind of thing was beyond his expectations, and something he couldn't control, which made him start to panic in his heart. Chapter 740, This is my home court. Zhang Yi's eyes were as cold as the snow in the Arctic ice field that never melts. Being betrayed made him feel extremely angry. But at the same time, his mind was extremely clear, and he did not let his emotions interfere with his judgment. Maybe it's just because he has seen too many distortions of human nature in the last days. So even if he is betrayed, he seems to be somewhat used to it. Fortunately, I hit it deep enough. Zhang Yi felt so emotional. The opponent misjudged his strength and prepared insufficient attacks. And this is my home court. Today I want to see who is the hunter and who is the prey. Zhang Yi opened a new communication channel and whispered, "Let's do it!" The Tianlong pirates and the people of Eclipse are planning to take action, but they are unable to escape from the siege. Draw the ground as a prison. The Tengu team escaped, but at this moment, a violent explosion suddenly occurred where they were standing. Above the ground, a shockwave suddenly rose into the sky, washing the corpses of many pirates into the sky, just 100 meters below their feet. There is a huge 3-story shelter covering tens of thousands of square meters. The place where they are is called Chaoyu Harbor. This is a post-apocalyptic military base, and Xinjiang has buried countless traps and explosives around the harbor. This is one of Zhang Yi's backup options. This is Tianhai City, my home field of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi said coldly. The Tianlong pirates and Eclipse were caught off guard. But before they could stabilize their steps, another huge blizzard fell in the sky, and strong winds blew up, disrupting people's vision. Phoenix Inner narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Among the Tianlong pirates, an alien responsible for investigation since the origin of these strange phenomena. He said to Canute in horror, "Captain, many enemies suddenly appeared in the northeast and northwest." Canute said solemnly, "Where did the enemy come from?" When they came to Tianhai City, they searched for local residents everywhere and wanted to rob them of their supplies. But in the end, nothing was found. Not a single living person was seen. Now, where did the large army come from? Those who came were none other than others. It was the reinforcements from Yangsheng Base and Qipei Base. In addition, Uncle Yu and Fatty Sue were also in the team. From the beginning, Zhang Yi was worried that this battle would be too difficult. So he gave instructions to people at several major bases in advance. Once they start fighting, these people will be waiting nearby to listen to Zhang Yi's orders. After all, there is no such reason. The boss is charging forward, while the younger brothers stay at home and do nothing. Zhang Yi gave orders to Xiao Hongyan and the others, and was responsible for disturbing the view here and causing chaos. But don't get really close to the battlefield. Zhang Yi still has a good idea of their strength. Xiao Honglian led dozens of soldiers to a commanding height. Fatty Su and Zhuge Qiting worked together to use storms, ice and snow to create chaos and help Zhang Yi create opportunities to escape. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, silently held the GPW-2 generation anti-material sniper rifle given to him by Zhang Yi, set up the firearm at a high place, and began to snipe at the pirates. Fatty Su said with some worry that the boss won't let us get close. Is this level of harassment effective? They don't seem to be many in number. But in fact, they have very few combat capabilities. The number of aliens was less than 10. There's no harm in bluffing. But it won't be enough in a real fight. Sure enough, the explosion at Chaoyu Harbor only caused a brief shock to the Tianlong pirates and Eclipse. After coming back to their senses, they discovered that the enemy that suddenly appeared was not the reinforcements from Blizzard City, but the aborigines of Tianhai City. This made them feel at ease immediately. Canute sneered and said they were just some trash fish. Can't make any waves. Canute immediately arranged a team to deal with Xiao Hong, Lian Xingtian, and other aborigines in Tianhai City. And he, with his strangers, and the Eclipse organization, planned to kill Zhang Yi and others in the cage first. But under the cover of the blizzard, no one saw what Zhang Yi was doing. He took a deep breath, already knowing in his heart that now was the time to fight. The enemies we faced this time were not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, I never revealed my true trump card. Zhang Yi stood in the center of the cage, his hands cupped into a ball in the air, and a black lightning suddenly began to condense between his palms. Crackling. There were more and more lightnings, thicker and thicker, and the strange and twisted power seemed like little black snakes swimming. That kind of terrifying power made Bailey Chongqing and others around them widen their eyes, and subconsciously take several steps back. Only Liang Yu and Huahua Yang Xinqi knew what this power was. Several people were protecting Zhang Yi, and did not tolerate anyone coming to disturb him. The black unstable substance became denser and denser, condensing into a huge black sphere in Zhang Yi's palm. Then, with the movements of Zhang Yi's hands, he slowly compressed it, and turned into a black ball only the size of a volleyball. Get away from me, Zhang Yi shouted. Everyone in the Tengu team quickly got out of the way. Zhang Yi threw the black ball high, and then instantly activated the ability to accelerate 20 times. He jumped up, more than 3 meters high, and then hit the void ball with his right fist. Call out. The black ball of void instantly cut through the space, passed through the invisible cage, and then flew straight to the direction of Canute. At the same time, Canute, who was still dispatching his troops, suddenly felt an early warning in his heart. The instinct of the beast let him know that danger was approaching. But he was too close to Zhang Yi, only less than a kilometer away. His misjudgment of Zhang Yi's strength prevented him from escaping. Instead, fight hard. The huge shark mouth makes a piercing scream. He tried to block the attack with his huge and strong body. Because behind him, there is Chen Xiu, the magician who drew the ground as a prison. The next moment, the entire space was enveloped by a dark sphere that suddenly rose from the earth. It was a giant sphere with a radius of several hundred meters, exuding terrifying destructive power. The power contained in it caused the faces of the Phoenix Academy and others on the short mountain not far away to change greatly. Woo! A dull and painful cry came from the black ball. Canute's huge body rose into the sky from the black ball and landed hard on the ground in the distance. At this time, he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. There were hideous and terrifying scars on his hard body. The scales comparable to alloy were opened, and the flesh and blood were blurred, as if tens of thousands of machetes had torn open countless wounds. Chapter 741, Big Melee. Canute could never imagine that with his animal system, Blue Shark, with his ability and full defense, he could be so deeply injured by Zhang Yi's move. He yelled at Phoenix Yuanren, who was not far away. You lied to me! His strength is not what you said. After this move, almost everything about Canute's original location had been quietly erased, except for Canute, who is still alive. The hundreds of pirates behind him, including the draw the ground as a prison, Chen Xiu, the ability user, was all wiped out. Such a scene shocked everyone present. There were thousands of members of the Tianlong pirates, but only 300 to 400 were left at this time. Canute blocked Zhang Yi's void strike head-on, causing him to be seriously injured. The other minions were frightened and overwhelmed. The members of the Tengu team were also stunned on the spot. With their strength, they couldn't even imagine how terrifying this move was. For real. Captain-level strength. Yi stared at Zhang Yi and murmured these words. Even Deng Shitong doesn't have such a terrifying large-scale AoE attack capability. This is definitely captain level. No mistakes. The standard for captain level is a power level of 9,000 points upwards. Phoenix and Jean and Jinguji Saikaro and other Eclipse members also had their eyes widened. Damn it. That guy gave us wrong information. What kind of deputy captain level combat power is there with a power index of only 8,200 points? At this time in Blizzard City, Zhu Zheng and others all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. It only took less than a second for the expression on Zhu Zheng's face to change from shock to smile. He sat down firmly on the chair and folded his hands on the table. I thought he had hidden it deep enough before. Unexpectedly, he has never revealed his true strength in front of our eyes. I was originally worried that Zhang Yi would be killed by the Tianlong pirates and Eclipse. But now, Zhu Zheng and other people in the Combat Command Center have greatly increased their confidence. Judging from this situation, Zhang Yi and the others will definitely be able to hold on until the Samsara team arrives to support them. Zhu Zheng was unable to contact Zhang Yi, so he contacted Gao Chongkong again and asked him to quickly go to Tianhai City for support. How is the situation over there with Zhang Yi and the others? Gao Chongkong's tone was full of tension. There is no need to worry too much about Zhu Zheng's mysterious smile. As long as you arrive in time, we will definitely win. Zhang Yi's strength is much stronger than what we judged. Gao Chongkong was a little surprised. And then he laughed. It's exactly what Bailey said. He is like a farmer who is used to living in poverty and always likes to hide food in good years to prepare for famine. This time, he really caught a big fish. Those who thought he was weak and deliberately set traps to ambush him were very upset at this time. Perhaps, at this time, only Bailey Chongqing and the people in the Black Robe team had a clear understanding. They thought of the battle in Tianhai City a few months ago. The predicament at this time is nothing compared to that time. They had fought against real Epsilon-class aliens. It was Zhang Yi who led them to defeat Yuan Kongya and absorb Yuan Kongya's origin. Therefore, no matter how powerful Zhang Yi shows, they can understand it. Wu Di suddenly said in surprise that the barrier was gone. Zhang Yi said calmly that the real battle has just begun. The members of the Tianlong pirates were never regarded by Zhang Yi as a truly dangerous opponent from the beginning. The only ones who put pressure on Zhang Yi were those guys who appeared on the top of the mountain the corroding moon. Yi He, Shui Miao, and Lu Yinghao couldn't hide the hostility in their eyes when they saw them. It was they who brought down the once prosperous celestial team. Even their captain Deng Shitong was forced to self-destruct. This hatred is unforgettable to them, and will never be forgotten. Zhang Yi raised his head and stared at the people standing on the short mountain. And the Phoenix Academy, and the others were also staring at Zhang Yi. Both sides know that the most critical thing to end this war is to get rid of each other. Evergreen and Zhu Zheng's voice came from the communication. He hesitated for a moment, then told Zhang Yi that Zhu Shui had said that the Samsara team would arrive in half an hour at most. Let me hold on for another half hour. Zhang Yi glanced at him coldly and expressed no comment. He couldn't make up his mind whether Zhu Zheng could be trusted. Since you can't make up your mind, it's better to believe in yourself first. Leave Phoenix and Turin to me. You are responsible for taking care of the others. Hundreds of miles. Zhang Yi, as agreed before, asked Bailey Chongqing to be responsible for arranging tactics. Now, draw the ground as a prison. Already lifted. And the distance between them and the enemy is very close. And there will undoubtedly be a big melee next. At this time, everyone has to rely on their own abilities. Let Bailey Chongqing arrange the distribution of combat power. He only needs to hold back the opponent's generals. Half an hour. He can try to believe Zhu Zheng once, but he won't believe it all. Bailey Chongqing took the order and immediately began to assign tasks to the members of the Tengu team. And Zhang Yi gave instructions to the people around him. Liang Yu, you need to help me hold back a main force of the Eclipse. Hua Hua, protect Xinxin. In terms of speed, few of the strangers here can catch up with you. Run away when necessary. Saving your and Xinxin's lives is the most important thing. Liang Yu nodded hard. Okay. She clenched the long Ming in her hand tightly. She wondered if there was some connection among the top warriors. Tsukamoto Nobunaga on the top of the mountain looked at her. Separated by a distance of several hundred meters. The murderous look in their eyes made the air become chilly. I've found my match, Liang Yu said. Hua Hua, on the other hand, has already grown to giant size. It hid Yang Xinxin in its thick hair, leaving only her neck and head exposed. And its hair, which is stronger and sharper than steel, is the best protective layer. While Zhang Yi was dispatching troops and generals, Feng Wang Yuanren was not idle either. Zhang Yi's sudden burst of terrifying power made him feel that the situation was beyond his control. Since he started to establish the organization at the critical moment, relying on Takeuchi Mayumi's divination, he has never encountered such an unpredictable situation in battle. Even if he encounters an opponent that cannot be dealt with, He can detect the danger in advance and escape early. But he didn't expect that on the other side of the sea, he would meet his nemesis. Once people stay in a certain field for a long time, and suddenly leave the comfortable space, they will feel extremely uncomfortable. It's like a person who is accustomed to the internet will be at a loss when he suddenly arrives in a mountain village without internet. Phoenix Yuanren felt so uncomfortable when he met Zhang Yi. And this feeling also made him eager to eliminate Zhang Yi. Jinguji, please join me and kill the opponent's captain first, Phoenix and Jean said to Jinguji Saikaro next to him. Jinguji Saikaro pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, rarely denying Phoenix and Jin's opinion, because he knew that Phoenix Yuanren was a guy who didn't know the danger. Once he asked others for help, it only meant that his opponent really made him feel unconfident. Chapter 742, Their Respective Opponents. Zhang Yi resolved the chaos caused by the snowstorm created by Zhuge Qingting and Fatty Su. Draw the ground as a prison of barriers. And the real melee begins. Bailey Chongqing arranged the team members to perform tasks in an orderly manner, and spoke very quickly. Ji Guangming, Yi Jikong, Meng Xiu, Xue Miao, Lu Yinghao. You guys are responsible for cleaning up the pirate group. Others, please join me and deal with the Eclipse Ronin first. Canute's strength should not be underestimated either. According to the headquarters analysis of his abilities, his strength is at the level of deputy captain. However, because of his arrogance, he took the initiative to take Zhang Yi's void move, causing him to be seriously injured. This resulted in a sudden reduction in the pressure the entire Tianlong pirates put on the Tengu team. Therefore, Bailey Chongqing decided to concentrate its superior forces and annihilate Eclipse first. The few people sent out were all strangers, who were relatively weak in the Tengu team, and were good at cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. Several strangers took the order, and immediately rushed over to kill the soldiers of the Tianlong pirates before they could recover. At this time, on the Eclipse organization side, Dagong Yanjin could no longer hold back his impulse. As a murderous maniac, keeping him on standby wears away his patience, especially when he saw Zhang Yi's powerful opponents. He even tore off his shirt without paying attention to Phoenix Yuanren next to him, and jumped off the mountain with a huge dragonfly cutter in hand. Brown air currents rose into the sky, carrying his long hair to the sky. After the transformation, he looked like a terrifying ferocious beast with ferocious fangs in his mouth. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi. Hey, are you the strongest one? Come on, have a good fight with me. The dragonfly cut in his hand was pointed directly at Zhang Yi's head. The great work came to Yanjin. Everyone here knows this person's name and appearance. He showed amazing strength in both battles. This is a very terrifying opponent. The data analysis conducted by the Jiangnan Region Scientific Research Department gave a result of a power index of 7,200 points. Faced with such an opponent, Bailey Chongqing took the initiative to walk out before Zhang Yi could speak. Ronin, how about I come fight with you? Bailey Chongqing said coldly. Dagong Yanjin's eyes fell on him. Among masters, one can feel the strength of the opponent just by relying on his aura. Except Zhang Yi. In Bailey Chongqing's body, Dagong Yanjin sensed that special smell, the same kind of smell. They are all strangers who pursue the ultimate in power. Dagong Yanjin raised the corner of his mouth. He did not give a positive answer, but rushed over like a hurricane. Raised dragonfly cut with one hand, then slashed down suddenly. It was so late and so fast that no one saw clearly how fast he was. And no one saw when Bailey Chongqing raised the painting pole and the square halberd. Just hear the clang. There was a loud sound, and the sound of metal hitting made people's eardrums hurt. The solid land under their feet, which had been bombarded by bombs, exploded at this time. The ground within a radius of 50 meters sank, and a huge pit was created by their impact. Bailey Chongqing blocked Dagong Yanjin's blow. Is this the only level of sneer on his lips? I thought you were so awesome. Bailey Chongqing raised one hand, and directly knocked away Dagong Yanjin's dragonfly Curie. Dagong Yanjin took 3 steps back. His face did not show anger, but ecstasy. He actually found someone who could compete with him in strength. Wu Di crossed his arms, with an expression of confidence in the everlasting future. The title of Uncle Bailey is Iron Hand. In terms of wrist strength, he has never lost to anyone. At this point, he added another sentence. Even captain level, Dagong Yanjin and Bailey Chongqing have finally met their opponents. Both of them are purely strength-based aliens. As for the aliens who are extremely homogeneous, the battles between them are bound to be extremely brutal. The two of them were now in the center of the two forces, and they both knew that this was not the best battlefield. So Dagong Yanjin jumped up and jumped into the distance. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and give Bailey Chongqing a fierce look. This is an invitation to fight. Bailey Chongqing frowned and looked back at Zhang Yi. As one of the top combatants of the Tengu team, he did not dare to leave the formation easily, and had to see how the captain arranged it. Zhang Yi nodded. De Gongji Yanjin needs to be dealt with by Bailey Chongqing, because among the strangers under him, only Bailey Chongqing and Liang Yu can fight against De Gongji Yanjin. After receiving Zhang Yi's approval, Bailey Chongqing no longer hesitated, holding Fang Tian's painted halberd in his backhand, and chased towards Dagong Yanjin like a tiger. Seeing this scene, Tsukamoto Nobunaga no longer waited. He wants to pick his own opponents. Wearing a cyan kimono, he put his hands in his loose robe and jumped down from the sky in front of Zhang Yi and others. And his eyes never left Liang Yu from beginning to end. Top warriors all have strong telepathy with each other. This is not the first time the two have met. Last time in Jiangning City, if Zhang Yi hadn't stopped him, Liang Yu might have fought with Nobunaga. At that time, Liang Yu was definitely no match for Nobunaga. But now, that's not necessarily the case. Nobunaga didn't say anything, but the way he looked at Liang Yu changed. No longer as lazy as before, but as sharp as a famous sword. Even the great Prajna Changwon and Anzong Dojish in his arms were trembling slightly. Here I go! Liang Yu held down the long knife with one hand and said to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nodded. When Liang Yu passed by him, Zhang Yi whispered, "Win at all costs." This sentence made Liang Yu pause slightly. She understood what Zhang Yi meant. Liang Yu was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. She and Nobunaga stared at each other, and almost at the same time, they quickly disappeared from the battlefield. They need to find a quiet place to duel in the way of warriors. But apart from them, the others don't seem to have a strong samurai plot, and they don't advocate one-on-one individual heroism. Whether it is Zhang Yi or Fenghuang Yuanren, they have only one thought in their minds: kill the opponent as quickly as possible, and at the minimum cost at all costs. Spread. Zhang Yi gave orders to everyone. And just when they were executing this order, the gravity of the earth in the area they were in suddenly increased tenfold. This makes some people who are not good at running suddenly feel stunned. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had long known that the opponent had a stranger who could control the gravity of the field. So he warned the team members in advance not to position themselves too concentratedly. Therefore, this impact did not last long, and everyone dispersed in all directions. However, even if it was only for a short moment, it gave Eclipse the opportunity to attack. Jinguji Saikaro and Phoenix and Jean joined forces to behead Zhang Yi. Chapter 743, Demonic Karma Flame. Heavy Gunner Kurosawa Akiga, a member of the Eclipse team, lifted up his large trench coat, revealing the thick black hand cannon in his right hand. Aim at Zhang Yi and others below and start bombarding. The hand cannon condensed a huge beam of light and aimed it at Zhang Yi. But in the end, the supernatural attack was like a mud cow entering the sea, and was directly absorbed by the alien space. Phoenix Yuanren formed seals with his hands at a speed that was too fast to be seen clearly, and then took out dozens of paper figurines in one go. With a burst of smoke rising up, a dozen huge Shikigami were summoned by him. Except for the 5 major Shikigami with his core abilities, the rest were all created by him to specifically deal with the self-destructing demon dog used by Zhang Yi. There is an upper limit to his use of different dimensions. As long as his energy is overloaded, his ability will be useless. This information was included in Zhang Yi's personal file by the Jiangnan region headquarters. The source of the information was a battle at Shishan base against Zhang Yi's shelter about half a year ago. Zhang Yi's first energy overload in another space was caused by the explosion of 500 tons of TNT. Since then, the weakness of the different space has been exposed. That is, the energy it absorbs is not unlimited. And this secret was also told to Eclipse by the insider in Blizzard City. However, there is an unexpected thing here. That is, the inner ghost does not know that Zhang Yi's strength has reached the captain level, and the upper limit of the accommodation energy level of other dimensions is far from what it was originally. Go! Jinguji Saikaro activated his Shikigami and began to attack Zhang Yi. A group of self-destructing demon dogs took the lead. His purpose is simple. As long as Zhang Yi's dimensional gate is broken, Zhang Yi's combat effectiveness will drop by more than 70%. Then, they can easily kill Zhang Yi. How could Zhang Yi not know the other party's purpose? But Saikaro Jinguji used Yang Mao. If Zhang Yi doesn't use the dimensional gate to block it, then he won't be able to use his own power to resist the self-destruction of this Shikigami. Even if he could escape, the people around him would be killed. Hua. Stay away. Zhang Yiping retreated from everyone around him, and opened the dimensional door without hesitation to absorb the self-destructing demon dog. Then he allowed the self-destructing demon dog to explode in his extra-dimensional space. Jinguji Saikiro's face showed a joyful smile. There are many more self-destructive gods in him. In the past time, he has been thinking of ways to deal with Zhang Yi, their most troublesome opponent. But at this moment, he noticed that the corners of Bang Yi's mouth slowly raised. Do you really think you got me? The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became stronger and stronger. Then he opened his palm towards the strangers, who were eclipsing the moon. It seems that your information is not complete. I can deflect all physical attacks. And the energy of explosion is also a physical form. In the palm of his hand, the dimensional door suddenly opened. All the energy of the self-destructing demon dog that was originally absorbed by him found an outlet at this time, and turned into a huge energy beam that penetrated towards the top of the mountain. That was the energy of a dozen self-destructing demon dogs. And the light emitted turned the entire battlefield white. The power of this blow is not even much worse than Zhang Yi's condensed void. The members of the Eclipse group were shocked. If they were hit head-on by this energy, they would definitely die. At the critical moment, Phoenix Yuanren stood in front of this energy beam. The phoenix blood in his body burned crazily, and a huge three-headed phoenix appeared behind him, facing Zhang Yi's menacing blow. He opened his hands and blocked it with his body. Boom! Huge energy waves exploded on the top of the mountain. But Phoenix Academy Rin was able to withstand it all. His body was almost disintegrated, and his clothes were completely burned, exposing his internal bones and organs. Then, relying on the immortality ability of the phoenix, his body quickly returned to its original shape. But his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Zhang Yi returned the power of Jinguji Saikiro's self-destructing demon dog, which shows that they made a huge mistake in judging Zhang Yi's ability. I originally thought that Zhang Yi's alien space was a water tank. As long as there was enough water, the water tank could burst sooner or later. But I didn't expect that Zhang Yi's alien space was like a spring. Unless the one-time injection force is too large, causing the spring to lose its characteristics. Otherwise, he can completely rebound the energy within the absorption range. Phoenix Courtyard was naked and looked at Zhang Yi with some annoyance. Jinguji couldn't help but cover his forehead. Is this the alien with the strongest defense in the legend? No matter what kind of superpower it is, as long as it is developed to the extreme, it will show great power. What Zhang Yi focuses on is not offense, but defense. Especially after seeing many powerful strangers die, he became more determined in his thoughts. As strong as Deng Shitong and Yuan Kongye can be killed, how could anything in this world be truly safe? Only by wrapping his little quill tightly, growing lotuses every step of the way, and never taking risks easily. Can he survive in this dangerous apocalypse? Only I can deal with this guy. You go deal with the others, Phoenix Academy Rin said in a deep voice. He glanced at Jumanoba Satoru and Takeuchi Mayumi. 40 things? Please protect Mayumi. Shimanamino Satoru nodded. Don't worry, boss. Even if I die, I will protect Miss Mayumi. Behind him stood 10 people wrapped in black cloaks, each tall and silent, giving people an eerie and powerful feeling. Phoenix Academy turned to look at Zhang Yi in the battlefield. And then he jumped deep and rushed towards Zhang Yi. Bloody streaks ran across his skin, as red as blood. 10 bright red blood beads popped out from his fingertips and shot toward Zhang Yi. The 10 blood beads were round, and each one had strange lines swimming around. But while in the air, it suddenly turned into 10 fire crows. Demon subduing karma. Seeing the Phoenix Academy taking action in person, Zhang Yi's eyes became extremely serious. He learned some of Phoenix Yuanren's abilities from the information sent back by Deng Shitong before he died. However, it is not comprehensive. Likewise, Phoenix Inner Ren didn't fully understand his abilities. Therefore, if the two of them fight to the death, the relationship between victory and defeat will be difficult to tell clearly. But at this time, he was on the battlefield, and it was impossible for Zhang Yi to escape. Once he's gone, everyone else will be massacred indiscriminately. Therefore, what Zhang Yi chose was to entangle. The Phoenix Academy already knew about his spatial power, but they deliberately released the Fire Phoenix attack, which showed that the Fire Crow was unusual. Zhang Yi did not choose to use a different space to store it, but directly opened the double doors and teleported hundreds of meters away in an instant. But the 10 Fire Phoenixes seemed to be alive and quickly pursued him. It seems that it will never stop. Chapter 744. Soaring into the air. Zhang Yi's heart moved, and he turned up his microphone so that his voice could echo across the entire battlefield. In 20 minutes, the reincarnation team from Linhai City next door will arrive on the battlefield. As long as we hold on for 20 minutes. You will lose. So we won't fight you. Because you have no chance of victory. Focus on the heart. What he wants is the anxiety in the hearts of the heavenly dragon pirates and the people of Eclipse. Unexpectedly, the Phoenix Academy shouted coldly and loudly. Then we will kill you even more quickly. I won't give you a chance to meet up. Feng Wang Yuanren was shaped like a dragon and rushed towards Zhang Yi as fast as lightning. The 10 fire crows formed a huge cage in the air, blocking all directions in which Zhang Yi could escape. Zhang Yi took out the white owl, pointed it at the fire crow, and started shooting. Holy silver bullets can destroy demons, and have a certain ability to restrain such things. Boom! Boom! Zhang Yi raised his gun and hit 2 fire crows. Sure enough, after being shot, the fire crows dissipated directly in the air. But the time he raised his hand gave other fire crows the opportunity to approach. 3 fire crows attacked from 3 directions, already surrounding him. What the hell is this? Zhang Yi had to deploy the 2 realms to absorb the fire crows' attack. After the 3 phoenixes entered Zhang Yi's alien space, they disintegrated in the air and turned into streaks of bloody smoke. A very uncomfortable feeling emerged in Zhang Yi's heart. He felt very clearly that his alien space was being eroded. It's like 3 drops of sewage falling into clean seawater and then spreading rapidly. Unfortunately, it is not an energy-based attack, but is similar to a supernatural toxin, and Zhang Yi cannot expel it. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's alien space was large enough so that it was not completely destroyed. But after this kind of attack accumulates to a certain extent, it will definitely make it impossible to open the dimensional door. It turned out to be this thing. It was the one that killed the Phoenix Academy. Even a powerful alien like the Phoenix Academy cannot stop the erosion of this supernatural speed. It can even be said that it is a poisonous flame fueled by supernatural powers. You can't force this kind of thing. Zhang Yi was not panicked. This amount was far from enough to close his alien space. But if he continues to consume it, it will be a matter of time before his abilities fail. Without opening the dimensional door, he would not be able to face the Phoenix Academy's close attack. Thoughts in his mind were going very fast. But in reality, there was almost no time left for him. The Phoenix Academy brought a large group of fire crows and killed them. Zhang Yi turned his left hand, and another Baishao pistol appeared in his left hand. He aimed at the Phoenix Academy and launched a strike at 20 times speed. The Phoenix Academy also didn't dare to take Zhang Yi's bullets. The body that was attacking at high speed rolled in the air and dodged the bullets that were dozens of times the speed of sound. Zhang Yi took advantage of this opportunity and pressed a button on his wrist. The captain-level combat uniform specially made by the Ding group suddenly bulged out on his back, and 2 powerful propulsion devices appeared on his back. As the blue flame spurted out backwards, he flew high into the sky like a rocket. This technology has been around since half a century. It was originally developed as an individual combat technology, but later people discovered that human activities in the air are very inflexible. If such a weapon appears on the battlefield, it will most likely make soldiers a living target as the technology is gradually phased out. However, there is a situation where this technology can be re-enabled. That's when soldiers don't have to worry about other people's long-range sniping in the air. For example, Zhang Yi, who has the ability to connect 2 realms, is a perfect fit for this kind of flying prop. Zhang Yi has been thinking about how to create a commanding height for himself in the plain area that can be used for long-range sniping. Later, when he went to the Ding group, he found his answer. That's the ability to fly. So he asked the technology department of the Ding group for help to add a flying function to his combat uniform. This technique is very easy to implement. Although the energy consumption will be greater under extremely cold temperatures, there is absolutely no problem in maintaining him for an hour of flight. So on the battlefield, such a strange landscape appeared. Everyone was having a big melee on the ground. And suddenly someone rose into the sky and left the battlefield. Phoenix Academy Ren also looked up at the sky in astonishment. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't jump up and attack Zhang Yi in the air. Why is this bastard flying so high? Phoenix Academy Ren smiled evilly. If you don't come down, I will kill all your beloved teammates. Zhang Yi, who was in the air, looked down at the earth. The humans under his feet were as small as ants. He had to use tactical goggles to see their appearance clearly. He had a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. Even if someone tried to shoot at him with a firearm, they were all absorbed into his extra-dimensional space. And his eyes swept across the earth. And he suddenly caught a very wonderful target. Takeuchi Mayumi hiding behind a low mountain. Got you. Before Phoenix Academy died, he delivered an extremely important piece of information to the Blizzard City headquarters. Mayumi Takeuchi has the ability to help people see the future. This is why when Deng Shitong fought against Phoenix Yuanren, even though Phoenix Yuanren was deprived of his 5 senses, he was still able to accurately capture Deng Shitong's position and attack angle. In other words, if you want to kill Phoenix and Jean, you must first kill Mayumi Takeuchi. Zhang Yi flipped his right hand, and Bai Xiao fell into a different space. Then he took out a long and large weapon, his exclusive sniper. Lei Shu. Ronin. I'm going to kill your Miko, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Phoenix and Jean originally planned to kill the members of the Tengu squad, but after hearing Zhang Yi's words, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Among the information he got, there was indeed such a thing. Zhang Yi is a marksman with super long-range sniping ability. Because of her ability, Takeuchi Mayumi must appear near the battlefield. Only then can she use her abilities, given by blood, imposed on Phoenix Yuanren. After possessing this ability, the person being cast can see the movements of all enemies within the next 5 seconds centered on themselves, so that they can make judgments in advance and carry out counterattacks. If it weren't for this, he would never let Takeuchi Mayumi appear on the battlefield. Once Mayumi Takeuchi is lost, not only the strength of Phoenix and Jean will be greatly reduced, even Eclipse would be reduced to a second-rate team. If marked according to Blizzard City's ability standards, get Mayumi Takeuchi's, given by blood. With the blessing of abilities, his ability index can reach a terrifying 9,300 points. But once he loses the ability to predict his opponent's movements within 5 seconds, his ability index will plummet to 8,500 points. Any captain-level figure can easily defeat him. Therefore, Zhang Yi took advantage of his weakness. Chapter 745 Hostage Exchange. Phoenix Yuanren hesitated for a moment. Zhang Yi can't kill him, but he can kill Mayumi Takeuchi. He must think clearly about the consequences. But this hesitation only lasted for a second, and Phoenix Yuanren soon came to his senses. If he can be forced to dare not take action by Zhang Yi's words, what kind of team leader would he be? What's more, at this time, Takeuchi Mayumi is not alone. She was protected by 40 Mono Satoru. Jinguji Saikaro suddenly jumped to his side, and a huge blue bird hovered in the sky. Get on the bluebird and kill him. We can't waste time here. If what he said is true, and another investigation team arrives for reinforcements, we will all die. Phoenix Inner didn't say any more nonsense, and jumped directly onto the blue bird's back. Large blood flowers spurted out from his fingertips, turning into dozens of bright red fire crows, and then headed straight for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt furious when he saw that his threats had no effect. Okay. Let's see who is more ruthless. You really think I have no temper, right, little Neon? You hacking show me. Zhang Yi raised the thunder in his hand. The giant white anti-material sniper rifle more than 2 meters long. The thick and long barrel was aimed at Mayumi Takeuchi, who was more than 3,000 meters away. Origin bullets, 20-fold speed boost, precise shooting, and trinity of attacks turn an ordinary sniper attack into a murderous one. Dozens of karma crows pounced on Zhang Yi's two-realm nut. He ignored it and pulled the trigger in his hand. Boom! The roar of the oversized sniper rifle exploded in the air, just like a thunder explosion. At the same time, Shimanamino Satoru had long known that this shot was coming. He waved his hands, and the man in black robe immediately lined up in front of Mayumi Takeuchi. These are 10 alien puppets, all living dead created by him after clearing their brains. But they were all very capable strangers during their lifetime. Even after death, their mutated cells remain active, and they can still use their powers during life. All that is needed is to provide them with enough food. It can also be understood that they share the same brain as Shimanam and Satoru. But those 10 alien puppets stood in front of Mayumi Takeuchi. With just one bullet, the 5 alien puppets in front exploded directly on the spot. 3 of the 5 subsequent puppets were penetrated, and the 4th puppet caught the origin bomb with its head. Laugh. In Zhang Yi's alien space, dozens of karma crows began to disperse, turning into poisonous mist and beginning to erode his alien space. Although this process will cause Zhang Yi some trouble, it is not enough to completely destroy his alien space. After his space control becomes stronger and stronger, he can divide the space into different areas. Just cut the current space into 10,000 parts, and use some of them to consume business toxins. Zhang Yi took his time and skillfully changed the ammunition again. Now, for him, using firearms has already become a muscle memory. But Shimanobu Satoru understood that Mayumi Takeuchi would definitely be killed with the next bullet. Team leader, Jumanobu Satoru shouted. Phoenix Yuanren came to his senses. He was about to rush over and ignite his Phoenix Karma fire to destroy Zhang Yi. But he suddenly stopped. Instead, He controlled the blue bird to turn around and catch the origin bomb from Zhang Yi's front. Reload, aim, and pull the trigger. And Phoenix and Jean, who can predict the next 5 seconds, has already seen the future of Takeuchi Mayumi's death and the path of the bullet. He stood in the path of the bullet. Boom! His body burning with red lotus karma fire, and the huge blue bird were shot hundreds of meters away. A bloody hole appeared in his chest. Zhang Yi raised a big gun and aimed it at his head. I told you not to act rashly. If I can't control you, can't I control your weaknesses? Phoenix Academy covered his chest with one hand. Not to mention, his naked body looked very strong, with clear muscle lines. Zhang Yi even suspected that he was exposing his clothes on purpose. A sneer appeared on the corner of Phoenix Academy's mouth. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt dizzy. Soon, he realized what had happened, and then stabbed his temple decisively with a knife. The red lotus fire burned and he was reborn. Zhang Yi secretly thought it was a pity. Has it been discovered? He took out a bullet with an icy blue glow on it. This batch of origin bombs is specially made with a powerful anesthetic added to it, because he didn't have a way to kill Phoenix and Ren for the time being. He planned to anesthetize him and then seal him up. I didn't expect this guy to be so vigilant and commit suicide at the slightest mistake. Zhang Yi raised the thunder in his hand and aimed at Feng Wang Yuanren again. Phoenix Yuanren couldn't dodge this bullet. He could hide away, but Mayumi Takeuchi behind him couldn't. At this time, the two of them are in a state of terrifying balance. Zhang Yi knew that he could not kill Feng Wang Yuanren with just the gun in his hand. However, Phoenix Inon didn't dare to abandon Mayumi Takeuchi and came to kill Zhang Yi at all costs. Even if he had such courage, he would never be able to do it in a short time. After all, the prerequisite for killing Zhang Yi is to completely defeat Zhang Yi's door to another space. This level of difficulty is even more difficult than Zhang Yi killing Phoenix Yuanren multiple times, causing him to exhaust his source and become unable to regenerate. As opponents of the same level, it is difficult for anyone to break through the other's defense. At this moment, Jinguji Saikairo thought of a solution. Zhang Yi's attack ability is not strong. I will block his attacks, and then you go and kill him. After that, he asked Kanemaru to take him back to Mayumi Takeuchi. As for the Shikigami that were originally summoned, except for the blue bird that was left for the Phoenix Academy to fly, the rest were all replaced by Kanemaru. Summoning 10 Shikigami at once is his upper limit, and Kanemaru is among the Shikigami force. The representative has the most powerful physique and top-notch defense capabilities. 9 huge golden apes protected Takeuchi Mayumi, leaving no gap for Zhang Yi. Feng Wang Yuanren now had no worries, and came to kill Zhang Yi again. Puff! He bit his wrist, causing blood vessels to rupture and large amounts of blood to scatter in the air. Then it turned into a flaming crow that filled the sky. The flames of subduing the demon industry killed 3,000 crows. The huge flock of crows let out an ominous cry of death and swept away. Zhang Yi's eyes condensed, and white light flashed in his right eye. Divine power. The space in front of me was obviously distorted for an instant, and then the space hundreds of meters in front was cleared. All the Karma Fire crows were smashed into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 746 Full Metal Jacket. Zhang Yi, Phoenix and Jinjingui Saikairo, and Takeuchi Mayumi. These 4 people form a delicate balance, and the core around it is Mayumi Takeuchi. Due to her special abilities, she cannot leave the battlefield, and trying to rely on objects to defend against Zhang Yi's sniper attack was even more impossible. The only way to restrain top alien snipers is to use the aliens' defensive methods. All fortifications, tanks, and even mountains could not stop Zhang Yi's sniper attack. As a result, Jinguji Saikairo cannot leave Takeuchi Mayumi's side and must protect her personally. And Phoenix and Jean has Takeuchi Mayumi's, given by blood. After that, it was just a tie with Zhang Yi on the battlefield. To put it simply and straightforwardly, Phoenix Inner's greatest ability is immortal, and Zhang Yi's different dimensional space is also biased towards defense. The contact between the two people was like the collision of 2 shield bearers. No one could capture the other quickly. But Phoenix Yuanren was obviously more impatient. Zhang Yi said that the Samsara team is on the way. If this continues, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. Little did he know that Zhang Yi was just scaring him. At this time, Zhang Yi would not completely trust anyone, including Gao Changkung's promised support. And Zhang Yi would not rely too much on it. He quickly scanned the entire battlefield with his eyes. And he also had some concerns in his mind. I have held back 2 of Eclipse's high-level combatants and put time pressure on them. Coupled with local operations, it creates a natural advantage. Next, It depends on whether I kill Phoenix Yuanren first, or whether my alien space is corrupted by him first. At this time, he was being stared at by Phoenix Academy Ren. Phoenix Inner Ren had no chance to take action against the rest of the Tengu team. And neither could Zhang Yi. When masters compete, any distraction will create an opportunity for the opponent, which may be fatal. Above the sky, Zhang Yi and Feng Wang Yuanren were fighting fiercely. But neither of them can solve each other in a short time. The battle above the ground was also extremely fierce. On the Tianhai City Coalition side, Xiao Hong, Lian Xingtian and others, together with Uncle Yu and Fatty Su, controlled a commanding height. Uncle Yu took out the GPW-2 generation anti-material sniper rifle given to him by Zhang Yi, paired it with the source ammunition, and began to provide sniper support on the battlefield. At this time, he is like a player who earns money, relying on the advantages of weapons. He is enough to pose a great threat to aliens below Delta level. Basically every time a shot is fired, an ordinary pirate or low-level alien will be killed by a sniper. The powerful recoil caused the ground beneath Uncle Yu to crack rapidly. If an ordinary person uses this kind of weapon, one shot will destroy his shoulder. However, this is not a problem at all for Uncle Yu. After Canute discovered the team here, he immediately arranged for one of his leaders to rush over with hundreds of pirates. Xiao Honglian and Xingqian looked at each other. We can't kill the frontal battlefield, so let's help Zhang Yi and others deal with the miscellaneous soldiers on the outside. That's exactly what I meant. Their strength cannot reach the level of the investigation team and Eclipse, and they know this. But against pirates, they can still give it a try. A layer of milky white light appeared on Xing Tian's body. Xingtian Legion. The ability is given to hundreds of people around him. Xiao Honglian ordered his men in an orderly manner to prepare for the attack. The gunners behind him climbed onto the chariot, opened the door, and immediately revealed more than a dozen artillery pieces, aiming at the invading pirates. Put! Xiao Honglian gave the order, and the artillery fired in unison. But among the pirates, a one-eyed leader sneered. He waved his hands in the air, and a layer of transparent gel appeared out of thin air to block the pirates. All the bullets and SH.LS were blocked without causing any damage. This made Xiao Honglian look solemnly. The strength of this pirate leader is definitely above them. But Uncle Yu's sniper attack also came. The gelatin barrier formed by the supernatural power could not stop the origin bullet. It penetrated hard and shot at the leader. Puff! His upper body exploded directly, leaving only his legs standing on the ground. Xiao Honglian and Xingqian were also stunned when they saw this scene. Is the power of the origin bomb so powerful? After all, this group of pirates from the southern seas do not understand the principle of origin bombs at all. This kind of weapon, which embodies the most powerful technology at the military district level of Huashu State, is itself a good thing for restraining supernatural powers, especially this kind of release-type alien, which does not have particularly strong defense, will naturally be killed instantly. Uncle Yu killed a pirate leader with one blow, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I haven't found such a happy feeling for a long time. Although as a Gamma-level alien, his upper limit is almost locked. But this does not mean that he cannot perform on the battlefield. The number of origin bombs is limited, and Uncle Yu dare not abuse them. He stood up, put away his sniper rifle, and went to the snowmobile next to him to pick up a huge and heavy black box. At this time, the pirates were even more angry because of the death of a leader, and they roared and ran towards this direction. The bullet streaked across the ice and snow sky and shot in this direction. Xiao Honglian and Xingqian quickly organized people to fight back. But in terms of numbers, especially in terms of the number of aliens, they are very obviously lagging behind. Once the other party approaches and makes dumplings, they may all have to fold here. At this time, Uncle Yu's powerful voice came over. You all get out of the way and let me come. Xing Tian and others followed the sound, and the scene in front of them made them widen their eyes. Uncle Yu was wearing an extremely weird costume. Rather than saying it is a costume, it is better to say that a variety of high destructive firearms have been assembled together to form an extremely heavy and shocking armor. It was a black armored suit, with 2 airborne Gatling cannons on the arms, mini cannons on the shoulders, and 4 rapid-fire machine guns on the waist. In other places visible to the naked eye, spare heavy firearms were hung, and bullet belts were wrapped around his body. This set of weapons cannot be dislodged without weighing over 1,000 kilograms. At this time, Uncle Yu's legs were deeply stuck in the snow. He walked forward step by step, letting the pirate's bullets hit his body. But it was like scratching an itch. Even if he is injured by a heavy firearm, his body can recover quickly. Fatty Sue! Uncle Yu yelled. Fatty Sue shouted, got it. This is not the first time that the two of them have cooperated. They have a tacit understanding for a long time. Fatty Sue quickly displayed his Fubuki. The ability formed a huge snowstorm in the direction of the pirate attack. Although it has almost no lethality, it is enough to cause huge confusion to the opponent and interfere with their vision. But Uncle Yu walked to the battle formation alone. Then, he roared and activated his weapons. Chapter 747 Violent Showdown. Xingtian immediately lifted the comprehensive Xingtian Legion. With the blessing of abilities, all the power was poured into Uncle Yu. Although it is not an origin bomb, the thermal weapon is still very lethal to ordinary pirates and low-level aliens. What's more, it's such a weapon and equipment of great destruction. With the blessing of Fatty Sue's abilities, the pirates in the blizzard were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their bodies were mercilessly penetrated by high-energy bullets. And in the blink of an eye, a large number of pirates were torn to pieces. Uncle Yu roared angrily, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Naturally, he asked Lu Karen to help him create this special suit. Zhao Honglian looked at the opponent's ruthlessly torn battle formation, and the cold murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Foreigners, leave it to us to solve it. Uncle, you can clean up most of the trash fish. However, many of the cadre-level pirates on the other side are powerful strangers. Zhao Honglian and Xingtian led their subordinates to the forefront of the battle line. Sure enough, not long after, a dozen pirate leaders rushed out of the snowstorm and attacked them. On another battlefield, Dagong Yanjin and Bailey Chongqing came to a secluded place away from the main battlefield. Neither of them wanted to be disturbed in this battle. Dagong Yanjin has started the transformation of the Beastman system. In the form of Xiaohu, he is more than 3 meters tall, like an ancient ape man, with explosive muscles all over his body. In his right hand, a heavy dragonfly cutter was placed on the ground, like a big flag. Although Bailey Chongqing was very tall, she also looked small in front of him. Your name is Evergreen, right? Dagong Yanjin grinned and said, I heard that you are one of the best strength masters in the Jiangnan region. Bailey Chongqing's eyes were gloomy. You actually know about me. How much do you know about Blizzard City? At this time, he was already sure that there was an undercover agent of Eclipse in Blizzard City. Otherwise, the information about these people and the previous members of the God team would not be known to the other party. Dagong Yanjin laughed out loud. Do you want to know this? So, come and beat me. He stretched out his thick left palm toward Bailey Chongqing. I only admire beings who are stronger than me. After you defeat me, I will tell you everything. The premise is that you have such strength. Bailey Chongqing looked at Zhang Kuang in front of him. His expression was particularly solemn, without any excitement at all. Sumo wrestler, you and I are different. I am a soldier, and it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Completing the mission and protecting my homeland is my greatest mission. Therefore, you must die here. After Bailey Chongqing said this, he took out a pill from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. We must win this battle. With the entrance of compound number 5, Bailey Chongqing's body suddenly erupted with a shuddering aura. A stream of red blood-like air flowed out from his limbs and bones, steaming around his body. Compound number 5 is such a dangerous thing that even captain-level figures would not dare to use it easily. But now, Bailey Chongqing understands the current situation. Someone in Blizzard City wants to get rid of them, so no one can count on them. If you want to survive and annihilate Eclipse Moon, you must go all out and leave no escape route for yourself, even if it means sacrificing his own life. The figures of Bian Junwu and his teammates who died in other missions flashed through Bailey Chongqing's mind, and a kind of understanding gradually emerged in his heart. There is only death, he said calmly. Bailey Chongqing's sudden change made both Dagong and Yanjin shrink their pupils. A crisis of death instantly enveloped him. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that this time, Takeuchi Mayumi's prediction was useless. Therefore, he didn't know what the outcome would be next. Kill! As soon as Bailey Chongqing finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of Dagong Yanjin. Then a simple straight punch hit Dagong Yanjin in the chest. Boom! Dagong Yanjin was caught off guard and was blown hundreds of meters away. His huge body rolled hundreds of times on the ground before it came to a stop. But when he raised his head, Bailey Chongqing kicked him with a big foot, directly in the face. Dagong Yanjin's teeth were kicked out several times, and he flew up like a kite. That's not fair. You're on drugs? Dagong Yanjin suddenly realized what Bailey Chongqing had done. He yelled angrily. For a sumo wrestler, taking drugs is an extremely shameful act. What makes him even more angry is that as a Ronin, he does not have such high-tech products to enhance his strength. Bailey Chongqing said coldly, I am a soldier. Soldiers are not warriors, and have no ridiculous concept of fairness. They only want results. In a life and death fight. If I live and you die, that's fair. Bailey Chongqing's attack hit Dagong Yanjin before it even landed. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too strong. Dagong Yanjin was hung up and beaten. His whole body was covered with scars, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Ah! Dagong Yanjin let out an extremely angry roar. And he felt extremely aggrieved. Bailey Chongqing's sarcastic voice continued to ring in his ears. Neon bastard. I thought you were so strong. Without the ability of the divination witch. Are you nothing more than this? During the long period of time in the past, Zhang Yi and the others had already formulated a battle plan. In particular, he made meticulous research on the several powerful forces of the lunar eclipse. At this time, the great work of Yanjin was transparent to Bailey Chongqing. Dagong Yanjin quickly came to his senses. He used drugs, which could only temporarily increase his explosive power. As long as I wait until the effect of his medicine wears off, I can win. With this in mind, Dagong Yanjin no longer thought about confronting him head-on, but turned around and planned to escape. This was the first time he felt timid on the battlefield. And once fear begins to arise, no matter how he comforts himself psychologically, he is destined to be at a disadvantage. Want to run? Can you run away? Bailey Chongqing's whole body was burning with red smoke. And he came first and stopped in front of Dagong Yanjin. A whip hit his chest. Pass. Dagong Yanjin was whipped away like a sack. Streams of blood also oozed from the corners of his mouth. But he still forced himself to steady his body on the snow. Although Bailey Chongqing's offensive is fierce, his defense is not bad either. Hundreds of kilograms of fat are his natural carapace. He held his breath and concentrated, and clenched the dragonfly Kiri in his hand. Although his speed is not as fast as Bailey Chongqing, he still has the opportunity to counterattack if he breaks quietly. Chapter 748 Warriors and Swords. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing came from the snowfield. Fong Tian's painted halberd hit Dragonfly Chia hard, and the shock caused a terrifying shock wave, which instantly swept away the ice and snow hundreds of meters in radius. Dagong Yanjin was knocked away directly. His jaws were trembling. For the first time, he felt his weakness and strength. Bailey Chongqing held Fong Tian's painted halberd in her backhand and walked on the snow. The sharp edge of the halberd splashed large sparks on the rocks on the ground. You Neon people like to imitate everything from our Huashu country. What kind of Honda Tadakatsu and Lubu? The first general of the Three Kingdoms? What's ridiculous is that a group of Japanese people who are less than 1.5 meters tall, and not even as tall as a horse, have the right to be called the mightiest generals of the world. Bailey Chongqing stared at the 3-meter-tall Dagong Yanjin with a mocking look on his lips. Sure enough, the more people lack something, the more they want to show it. The reason why he changed his weapon to Fong Tian painted halberd was to deal with Dragonfly Kiri of Dagong Yanjin, so that he can see how his ancestors' things are played. What is the weapon that a truly fierce general should use? Ah! Dagong Yanjin couldn't bear this kind of ridicule, so he angrily rushed over with his dragonfly cutter in hand. Let me give you another piece of knowledge. Bailey Chongqing looked at him and said coldly, in ancient times, the generals of Huashu Kingdom competed on the battlefield, and the competition was about strength. Overwhelming power is everything. In the face of absolute power, everything is illusory. Bailey Chongqing raised Fong Tian's painted halberd with both hands and charged towards the great work of Yanjin. I have to admit that this guy from a Yokozuna background is indeed very good. Whether it's combat skills, defense, or patience, they are all top-notch. Even if Bailey Chongqing pressed him down and beat him, Bailey Chongqing could not kill him quickly due to his rough skin and thick flesh. After all, his more than 200 kilograms of fat itself is the best buffer material. Ping 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 pong. Fong Tian's painted halberd collided fiercely with Dragonfly's cut. Bailey Chongqing was in an absolute advantage, and his halberd blade passed through the body of Dagong Yanjin many times. Then, no blood was seen. But instead, the thick fat on his body was seen first. Bailey Chongqing couldn't help but his face darkened. If he delays it, once the effects of the medicine wear off, he will fall into a state of great weakness. Therefore, we must fight quickly. On the main battlefield, the duel between Zhang Yi and Feng Wang Yuanren is still the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone had no time to pay attention to this place, but they couldn't help but pray for their respective leaders, because the failure of any one of them, Zhang Yi or Feng Wang Yuanren, will directly tip the balance of the entire battlefield. This is the ability of top aliens to dominate the battlefield. Phoenix Yuanren and Zhang Yi actually felt a little guilty. None of them can do anything to each other. The key to determining this battle is, first, whether the Tengu team has reinforcements, and second, the outcome of the battle of other team members below. But at this time, the battlefield had already turned into a mess. Zhang Yi did not expect that they would be stabbed in the back. And Eclipse and the Tianlong pirates teamed up to attack them. As for the Eclipse group, because of the presence of Zhang Yi, Takeuchi Mayumi's prophecy ability was also sealed. They couldn't see clearly where the battlefield was heading. Zhang Yi, in particular, showed strength beyond everyone's imagination. Both of them were in the air. And Zhang Yi chose to use 2 white owls to engage in a tossing battle with the Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy's close combat ability is useless to him, and he can only use the Karma Fire Crow to slowly wear it down. But Zhang Yi used Origin Bullets and Holy Silver Bullets to kill them one by one. Almost at the same time, the two of them came up with the same idea: if they can't kill each other, then kill each other's men. Zhang Yi looked down at the battlefield from a high altitude. His eyes focused on Nobunaga Tsukamoto, the great engineer in the distance, and Kanat, the captain of the 4th Division of the Tianlong Pirates. If I use thunder, it will not be easy to kill them. But as long as you shoot them in the back while they are fighting fiercely, there is a great chance of killing them. But when he first had this thought, he felt a sinister look on Liang Yu, Yang Xinxin and others. Zhang Yi frowned and looked at Feng Wang Yuanren. Phoenix Yuanren suddenly smiled evilly. Those 2 people who have been following you are your women, right? Zhang Yi felt angry. Absolutely no one is allowed to touch the people around him. But he couldn't show his anger. The more they do that, the more they will fall into a passive position, and the more they will be targeted by Phoenix Inner Ren. Zhang Yi said lightly, they are just a few subordinates. What? You want to kill them? He raised the corners of his mouth and glanced in the direction of Mayumi Takeuchi with a sneer. Otherwise, let's kill each other. What do you think? The smile on Phoenix Academy's lips disappeared. Mayumi Takeuchi is not only a partner to him, but also the core of his combat strength. Have you ever been to Jinguji Temple? He asked rhetorically. You won't know until you try it. In Zhang Yi's right eye, distorted light slowly emerged. He can activate his Kamui at any time. If Jinguji Saikaro wants to block it, no one knows what the result will be. Even if he blocks it, he will pay a huge price. Phoenix Yuanren lowered the brim of his hat to prevent Zhang Yi from seeing his eyes. At this time, he was weighing the pros and cons, whether to take the gamble or not. However, he cannot afford to lose the bet. If he loses Mayumi Takeuchi, he will lose everything about himself. From a top alien to a second-rate person, this price was too heavy. He didn't dare to gamble. But in Zhang Yi's mind, an extremely risky and bold plan was slowly taking shape. But he was never an adventurous person, so he is still waiting for the right time to appear. Another battlefield. Here is the duel between Liang Yu and Tsukamoto Nobunaga. Both of them are top warriors and masters of swordsmanship. Tsukamoto Nobunaga's weapon is the famous sword Grand Hanyan Nagako, which has an extremely glorious history in Neon. The owners who have used it are all famous swordsmen in Neon, and some are even called sword masters. Liang Yu's weapon is a Tang Dao Longming made of adamant metal made with modern technology. Straight knife. Long and narrow. Sharp and heavy. Although it looks similar to the great Hanyan Nagako held by Tsukamoto Nobunaga, it weighs more than twice as much. In the history of Washu Kingdom, the knife was a weapon used to kill on the battlefield. Everyone wears armor on the battlefield, so the weapons must have weight. As for the warriors of Neon Country, warrior duels, one-on-one duels, have been popular since ancient times. Therefore, they pay more attention to the lightness of the weapon. A knife that is too heavy will slow down their speed. Chapter 749 Martial Arts Masters compete with one another. The two looked at each other from a distance of 100 meters in the snow, with snowflakes flying in the sky and white snow on the ground. The scene is even a bit sad. Tsukamoto Nobunaga's dead fish eyes showed a bellicose brilliance for the first time. In previous battles, he had never been as serious and excited as he is today, because he could feel from Liang Yu's movements that he was a top player. In today's era, martial arts are in decline, and top warriors are even rarer to find. The top martial artists never leave their hands without stopping every day. So every move has the shadow of a move. It was also the first time that Tsukamoto Nobunaga straightened his body in a samurai manner and introduced himself to Liang Yu. The best in the world will be passed down to everyone. Tsukamoto Nobunaga. Weapon. Great Prajna Long Light. He raised his long knife horizontally with his left hand. When Liang Yu saw this, he also stood solemnly. Liang Yu, the descendant of Peng's 5 tigers, broken gate sword. This long knife is called Longning. Liang Yu studied Baijiayi. Her grandfather Liang Baogua was proficient in the whip method and created his own Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi Gate. However, this kung fu is not very recognized by mainstream martial arts people. Later, Liang Yu learned from hundreds of schools and became proficient in many martial arts. And her best single sword is the five-tiger door-breaking sword inherited from the Peng family. This martial art is often mentioned in martial arts, and its users are mostly martial arts figures who serve as stepping stones for the protagonists. But in fact, this sword technique does exist in reality, and it is famous in the martial arts world. Liang Yu has been learning this sword technique for a total of 15 years. Later, he also won the National Martial Arts Competition Championship in the single sword event, of course. There was not much to brag about. After the two people introduced themselves, they fell into a state of silence. Almost all of them chose the same starting move Ai. Draw the sword and chop. Jiuhe. It is very useful during samurai duels, because with the help of the suppression of the scabbard, the sword can be drawn as quickly as possible. Nobunaga did not expect that Liang Yu would choose the same starting move as himself. He mocked the warriors of Huashu Kingdom. But they used my neon swordsmanship? Liang Yu calmly sarcastically asked. Don't you have a knife? But he learned from our Tangdao, and created this kind of waste on the battlefield. Liang Yu is proficient in all kinds of martial arts, not limited to Huashu Kingdom's martial arts. Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, Muay Thai. She is good at combining the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. As long as it is useful, take it and use it. Mainly pragmatism. Her sarcasm made Nobunaga's eyebrows sharper. The war of words is just to disturb the other party's mentality. But obviously, Liang Yu is not an opponent he can easily shake. Nobunaga took a deep breath. The Tianyuan domain opened around him, with him as the center. A 50-meter radius area formed a special field. His blade can instantly strike anything within a range of 50 meters. Liang Yu slowly closed her eyes. There is no realm of emptiness. Let your heart become completely silent. No more fear. No more hesitation. Man and sword completely become the only thing between heaven and earth. They are all waiting for a suitable opportunity to take action. But in the end, it was discovered that the opponent's defense was too perfect, and there was no point in continuing to wait. So almost at the same time, both of them chose to use their swords. The shoes stepped on the thick ice and snow under their feet, and the speed of the two of them was like an arrow leaving the string. They rushed towards each other at once. Before the people arrived, the sword light had already passed through the air, and the cold murderous intent spread throughout the space. A single stroke of the knife will eclipse the sky and the earth. Two white lights flashed, and snowflakes surged up crazily on the ground. Two huge sword lights were extremely obvious among the snowflakes, as if there were two blank spaces missing in the space. The first time they fought, there was no winner between the two, and no one got any advantage. Nobunaga's sword is faster, but Liang Yu's sword is harder. Liang Yu arrived first and blocked Nobunaga's sword light with the power of his weapon. Nobunaga closed his eyes. At this time, Liang Yu was already within his domain. However, what he could see was no one, only a long and narrow tang knife. In the state of selflessness, he is indeed a master. Nobunaga cracked the corners of his mouth and smiled even harder. Even a little crazy. I have never competed with a swordsman from Huashu Kingdom. All the martial arts masters I have seen before are swindlers. I didn't expect that I met you here. This is so lucky. Liang Yu skillfully held a knife in his right hand and slashed out with his backhand. It is your misfortune to meet me. One of them is a martial arts fanatic, and the other is a martial arts genius who has practiced martial arts since childhood. They are both good with swords. So after they met, the battle was very fierce. After being trained scientifically by the Deng family, Liang Yu's strength has now fully reached the level of deputy captain. She has no other abilities, but simply strengthens her five senses and physical abilities. If it were anyone else, he might just be a pretty good Delta-level powerhouse. But for a martial arts master, this is a huge improvement. The five tigers cut off the door with their swords, cut off their hands, feet, and heads. Their moves are extremely cruel and dangerous. The sword energy spread across the world, and the speed of the two was so fast that they could not even see the swords in their hands clearly. Nor could they clearly see their people. There were only two afterimages, traveling back and forth among the snowflakes flying in the sky. I saw that the surrounding dead trees and rocks were chopped into pieces, and the cuts were as smooth as a mirror. Clang! The two passed side by side, and the two long knives collided, causing a long string of sparks to rub out. At this moment, Tsukamoto Nobunaga suddenly took out a short sword from his arms with his left hand. And Gangtanzi cut. He took advantage of Liang Yu's steps before he could steady his steps, and aimed the dagger in his left hand directly at her back and threw it. Liang Yu sensed the attack of the weapon, and quickly waved the long knife with her right hand, flying away Tongziki. This gap was caught by Nobunaga. He held the long and narrow handle of the great Prajna Chongwon with both hands, and the blade slowly drew a circular arc in midair. No one saw clearly how he drew the knife. Just in an instant, hundreds of sword lights enveloped Liang Yu, sealing off all directions around her at the same time. Yin returns. This is an improvement from Sasaki Kojiro's unique technique. It is said that even flying swallows flying rapidly through the air will be chopped down in the hands of the alien Nobunaga. This move can even take a sniper shot from Zhang Yi, facing Nobunaga's killing move. Liang Yu's eyes also showed an extremely serious look. She can't dodge this move. Then, no more hiding. She did not choose to retreat, but move forward, facing Nobunaga's sharp blade. This hand made Nobunaga's eyes widen in shock. The person who invented this trick would never have imagined that someone would hit the knife edge with his own body. Yen Hui's sword light cut through Liang Yu's tough combat uniform, scratched her fair skin, and pierced her arm. So what? There are countless inheritors of ancient martial arts who have been seriously injured while competing in martial arts. When Nobunaga's moves became more mature, her long sword also turned into a snow-white bolt and swung it from bottom to top. An arm was thrown high, and bright red blood spilled on the ground, like a blooming plum blossom. But it turned dim in an instant. Chapter 750 Angel Wings. On the vast snow-covered land, Liang Yu and Nobunaga separated again. After a near-death fight, both of them decided to adjust their condition and fight again. But at this time, they all suffered serious injuries. One of Liang Yu's arms was penetrated, and blood trickled down. Nobunaga's left arm was cut off directly. It seemed that Liang Yu had the upper hand, but that was not the case, because Nobunaga's left arm was severed. His right hand could still hold the sword. However, losing an arm will affect his body balance. Therefore, his speed will be greatly affected when he takes the next shot. Liang Yu's right arm was penetrated. The blade penetrated the bone, and his hand fell weakly to his side. She could only use her left hand to hold the knife. She could also use double swords. She can also use the sword with her left hand to show good strength. But it is not as good as her dominant right hand. Martial arts masters fight with one move and fight to the death. Victory, defeat and life and death are often decided in one move. Therefore, the duel between the two of them is much more dangerous than Bailey Chongqing and Dagong Juyanjin. On the battlefield, there are fierce battles everywhere, except for the battle between Zhang Yi and the other three main forces. The fighting in other places was even more chaotic. The members of the Tengu team, headed by Wu Di and Yi He, were responsible for solving the numerous members of the Tianlong Pirates and Eclipse. Yang Xinshin, riding Huahua, is also in the battle group here. Canute's 4th squadron did indeed have good combat effectiveness, and his own strength was comparable to that of the deputy captain of the investigation team. However, Zhang Yi suffered a serious injury as a result of taking a shot of void ball head-on. Therefore, he was unable to display his abilities when he led his men to fight against the Tengu squad. Soon, most of the ordinary trash fish were cleaned up. The only ones left are strangers. The other aliens in the pirate group are okay, but there is a big gap compared with a well-trained and well-equipped Tengu team. But Canute's own strength is extremely powerful. He is a rare marine orc-type person with the ability to transform into a giant blue shark, with a body length of 15 meters and a weight of hundreds of thousands of tons. He is a terrifying weapon in his own right, coupled with the ability to move in any medium. Even in the snow, it can still launch attacks flexibly. Even the members of the Tengu team were overthrown by him. Beside him were two deputies. The first mate, Quadasan, has the characteristics of a strange person. Its ability is to transform its body into a tough chain. The second deputy Shankai is an orc who is a strange person. His ability is an alienated electric eel, which can swim in the ice and emit high-voltage current. The two of them followed Canute and faced off against the members of the Tengu team. At the same time, Yoshimitsu Sakuraba and Akira Kurosawa of Eclipse also fought with them. After all, they are not qualified to join the battlefield where several top combat forces are competing. Once you overestimate your capabilities, you may be killed instantly. The remaining hundreds of pirates were swarming on the edge, but it was obviously difficult for them to have much impact on the battlefield. As for the Tengu team, Wu Di and Yi He are currently in charge of the front. Facing a huge monster like Canute whose attack and defense have almost no dead ends, their attack methods are difficult to be effective. Concentrate your firepower and shoot at its weak points. Skills. Attack its skills. Woogie condensed a huge floating cannon with his hands and shot at Canute. A huge beam of light penetrated the void, but Canute easily dodged it by diving into the ground. A few seconds later, a bloody mouth rushed out from under his feet and was about to swallow him. Woogie was startled, and his blood ran cold when he saw the huge mouth part. It was Shui Miao who used the magic technique to rush over in time and rescue him. When Shui Miao left, he threw 2 high explosive grenades into the blue shark's mouth, but after Canute closed his mouth, there was a muffled sound in his stomach. Belch. He burped loudly, exhaled a puff of black smoke, and a playful look flashed in his huge eyes. It was obvious that the attack just now was not painful to him. The hunt begins. He dived into the earth. The huge shark fins deliberately exposed the surface, and the ground rippled like water. Everyone who stands on the ground may become his prey. The huge shark fin alone gives people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Woogie was almost swallowed just now, and now he had lingering fears. If Canada had not been severely injured by Zhang Yi before, I am afraid that Canada would have eaten them as easily as eating a small cake. The captain of the Tianlong pirates is indeed not just an ordinary fish. But now, how to deal with him? At this time, Hua Hua was squatting on a high terrain, her amber eyes staring quietly at everything happening below. Among its thick hair, Yang Xinchin's delicate face is as big as a palm. Yang Xinchin's eyes looked to the sky, where the battle between Zhang Yi and Feng Wang Yuanren was dazzling. It is difficult for her to join that level of battle now. Right now, the biggest trouble is Canute, who has transformed into a blue shark. Yang Xinchin caressed Hua Hua's head and looked closely, making sure to capture his movements. Woo! Hua Hua's eyes were fixedly staring down. What a big fish! Its eyes were straight. Cats are naturally sensitive to fish, but this fish is a little bigger. Behind Yang Xinchin, an angel with 3 pairs of wings slowly emerged. It's just that the expression of this angel is very strange. It seems to be smiling but not smiling, and it seems to be crying but not crying. Its face seems to be filled with various emotions of joy, anger, sorrow and joy. What's even weirder is that the wings on his back actually have 3 colors. A pair as red as blood, a pair as blue as the sea, a pair as dark as ink. Carefully look for his location, Yang Xinchin murmured. A long bow appeared in the angel's left hand behind her, and a blue wing was taken out from behind in her right hand. The wing turned into a sharp arrow in his hand, and the tail end still looked like a wing. A moment later, Canute suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth and opened his huge mouth. This time his target was Luing Hao. Luing Hao's face turned pale. Even though he had injected himself with adrenaline, he was not fast enough to escape Canute's attack. Ugh! Canute swallowed Luing Hao directly. Yang Xinchin's eyes narrowed, and the angel behind her held a bow like a full moon, aimed at Canute's body, and shot it. Poof! The blue arrow shot into Canute's body, and then only penetrated a small part of it. It didn't even penetrate his thick scales. Canute glanced coldly in Yang Xinchin's direction and ignored him. If you want to penetrate his defense, you must have deputy captain level attack capabilities. He couldn't block Zhang Yi's void ball. Couldn't he block the attacks of the rest of the Tengu team? After Canute devoured Luing Hao, before he could taunt the Tengu team, he suddenly looked away, opened his mouth and vomited Luing Hao out. Luing Hao was covered in mucus and extremely embarrassed, but he quickly stabilized his figure and looked at the huge blue shark with some pride. I'm covered in poison. How dare you eat me?